Chapter 641. Coming to the law enforcement hall again. Yi Feng knew that Oyezi would ask this. After all, Yi Feng really didn't have much contact with the Pope. Yi Feng said, "Senior Oyezi, how do you want to open the door above?" Oyezi raised his head and saw the sky in Yi Feng's territory and said, "It's hard to say this. Even if you tell me, you won't understand." Yi Feng said, "You need to use a 9-turn gourd. Right?" Oyezi looked at Yi Feng with wide eyes. How could this kid know about the 9-turn gourd? Now that I know how to open the door to God's continent, I'm afraid not many people on the entire continent know. Even those who came down from the continent of God did not know the method. Because at first, this method was only in the hands of a few people. Hundreds of years have passed, and even fewer people know this method. Yi is only one of them. And the Pope is also one of them. If he catches up with the Dragon Clan that Yi Feng knows, then the Dragon King is also one of them. In addition to the senior, who originally held the key, his 2 apprentices should also know that one of them is the current Demon Emperor. Oyezi asked curiously, "How do you know about the 9-turn gourd?" Yi Feng said, "Of course I know. Didn't I just become the Lord of Qinglong City? I accidentally opened a book in his study, and it was introduced like this." Oyezi didn't believe it at all. How could you? A city lord? Know such a thing? How could you know something that perhaps even the royal family didn't know? Seeing Oyezi's expression of complete disbelief, Yi Feng said extremely firmly, "I only found out through the above. If you don't believe it, there's nothing you can do about it." Oyezi said, "I really don't believe it. But what are you doing to the Pope? He can't open the door to God's continent. But he has a 9-turn gourd in his hand." Oyezi frowned and said, "How did you know he would have a 9-turn gourd? Did it say it in the book?" Yi Feng shook his head and said, "Of course not. In addition to one in his hand, there is also one in the Demon Emperor's place. Am I right?" Oyezi realized more and more that Yi Feng was not a simple guy. Such secrets from the mainland were actually known to Yi Feng. Oyezi said, "Besides you, who else knows about this?" Yi Feng said, "Everyone who should know knows it. However," Oyezi said lazily, "so what if you know? One for the Pope and one for the Demon Emperor are just 2. You have to know that if you want to open the door to God's continent, you need 9. Of course Yi Feng knew that he needed to be treated, and there were 8 of them in his backpack. He only needed the one in the Pope's hand to collect the key to the God's continent. The immortal lock. Yi Feng said, "Can't you tell me where the Pope is?" "He went to find Jiuzhuan Lake. I left some time ago to help him search. But even though I went to such a dangerous area, I couldn't find it." Looking at the somewhat disappointed expression on Oyezi's face, it was obvious that they had tried their best but failed to get what they wanted, and were a little disappointed. Of course, Yi Feng would not tell Yi that he had 8 9-turn gourds in his hand. After all, with Oyezi and the Pope joining forces, he might have robbed all the 9-turn gourds on Yi Feng. Yi Feng does not want to hand over the things in his hands to others for safekeeping. And it is not the right time to go to God's continent now. So Yi Feng does not plan to open the door to God's continent at this level. "Oh, so that's how it is. Can you let me go see him? Since you are back. Has he also returned to the law enforcement hall? Well, you can find him now when you go to the law enforcement palace. He will recuperate here for a while. And I'm afraid he will go out again." "Okay. Thank you, senior. I'll go find him right now." Saying that, Yi Feng stood up and left his territory. Oyezi looked at Yi Feng's retreating back and said softly, "What's the point of going there? Even if I hand over the 9-turn gourd to you, you could open the God's continent. The gate?" Yi Feng didn't know what Oyezi was thinking. But he quickly arrived at the holy city and came to the gate of the law enforcement hall. Yi Feng's arrival certainly attracted the attention of the NPCs in the law enforcement hall. After all, Yi Feng was the Lord of Qinglong City. Nowadays, Yi Feng will be noticed by other players wherever he goes. After all, he can no longer hide his identity. The name of the Lord of Qinglong City will always shine outside. "City Lord of Qinglong City, I wonder why you came to my law enforcement hall." Yi Feng said, "I want to find your Pope." The person talking to Yi Feng was just an ordinary law enforcer. Of course, it was not easy to meet the Pope and the others. The law enforcer said with some embarrassment, "Your Majesty the Pope. We don't know his whereabouts either." Yi Feng said, "Call your chief law enforcement officer and tell me that I, the Lord of Qinglong City, am here to visit." "Yes." Yi Feng was brought into the law enforcement hall by another law enforcer, waiting for the chief law enforcer. Soon, the chief law enforcer came to Yi Feng. When Yi Feng celebrated yesterday, this guy didn't go. Yi Feng said. The chief law enforcement officer is really busy with everything. Yesterday, I invited the chief law enforcement officer from Qinglong City. But the chief law enforcement officer didn't show any respect. The chief law enforcer laughed and said, "The Lord of Qinglong City is joking. I was busy with official duties yesterday and really couldn't go. Didn't I ask the people below to give you a gift? Didn't that guy go? Of course I went. But I didn't have a drink with the chief law enforcement officer. What a pity. Haha. If I have time today, I will definitely visit the city lord's mansion." Yi Feng said, "That's okay. I've been looking for you recently mainly to ask you one thing. I want to see the Pope. He doesn't know if you can take me there. The Lord of Qinglong City came at the right time. The Pope has just returned." Yi Feng said with a smile on his face, "That's great. Can you take me to see him now? Aren't you in such a hurry that we can chat for a while? Hey, there's something urgent. I want to talk to his old man. Okay. Come with me." Nowadays, Yi Feng's status is respected wherever he goes. After all, the city owner is a very important status. Yi Feng followed the chief law enforcement officer and walked through obstacles one after another in the law enforcement hall. Without the leadership of the chief law enforcement officer, it would be really difficult for Yi Feng to find the Pope in person. Because Yi Feng, who was walking around now, didn't even know where he was. Yi Feng rubbed his temples and said, "Does the Pope like to go around in circles? I'm going to feel dizzy." "Haha. Just get used to it and you'll be fine. But you don't come often. So you'll be here soon." Soon, the chief law enforcement officer and Yi Feng came to a teleportation array and stopped. The chief law enforcement officer said, "Through this teleportation formation, you will find the place where the Pope is. After I take you in, you can talk to the Pope yourself. And I will leave first." "Well, thank you very much." Chapter 642 Meeting the Pope. After Yi Feng watched Fa leave, he turned around and looked at the portal in front of him. There was not even a guard around him. Yi Feng said mockingly, "This guy really knows it. He doesn't even have a clue. Is he really not afraid of others sneaking up on him?" If Yi Feng still entered the portal and came to the location of the Pope. When Yi Feng entered the teleportation array, the scene in front of him quickly changed, and he came to another place. This place is like the main hall of the Demon Emperor. But the difference is that the main hall, where the Demon Emperor is located, is all decorated in black. The main hall where the Pope is located is actually decorated in white, and looks like a church. However, this church is different from ordinary churches in that there are no chairs inside. But there is an old man sitting cross-legged on the ground practicing. This old man is the Pope that Yi Feng has seen. He is sitting cross-legged and practicing directly opposite Yi Feng, directly above the main hall. Yi Feng quietly walked up to the Pope and sat down opposite him. The Pope didn't even open his eyes, but directly shouted, "City Lord Yi, why did you think of coming to me today?" Yi Feng said, "You helped me build this main artifact before, and I haven't thanked you yet." "Haha. If you ascend to the position of City Lord, I will also thank you. We can be considered even. That's all I can do as a City Lord. If it weren't for the weapons you and Senior Oyezi helped me build, I'm afraid I wouldn't be where I am today." The Pope opened his eyes, looked at Yi Feng and said, "No need for that. It was just a casual favor. And you also invited us to dinner at that time. So this matter is over. But you will definitely come to my place today." "What's the matter?" Yi Feng knew that a boss-level figure like the Pope not only had a high IQ, but also a high emotional intelligence. Yi Feng said, "I heard from Senior Oyezi that you went to look for the nine-turn gourd with him a few days ago." Although the Pope was surprised. How could Oyezi tell this little guy in front of him such a thing? Although there was a gate to the God's continent above this little guy's territory. It shouldn't be. Are you surprised? Why do I know about the nine-turn gourd? The Pope nodded and said, "No matter how good the relationship between Oyezi and you is, he probably wouldn't say such a thing." "Yes. Of course he would not tell such a thing. I found out about the nine-turn gourd from other places." "Oh. Then why did you come to me? Didn't Oyezi tell you that we didn't find the nine-turn gourd?" Yi Feng nodded and said, "Of course Senior Oyezi told me that this time you go, you will come back empty-handed." The Pope nodded. "That's about right. Otherwise Mr. O would be too unreliable. What should I tell this little guy?" Yi Feng said, "But I checked the relevant records, and there is a nine-turn gourd in your hand." "Oh, really?" The Pope said with a smile. Yi Feng said, "That's true. Not only that, I also know that there is a nine gourd in the hands of the Demon King." The Pope nodded and said, "You are really right. He does have a nine-turn gourd in his hand." Yi Feng smiled mysteriously, But what you don't know is that actually the nine-turn gourd, even the demon emperor, doesn't know where it is, because the winery gourd is with his senior brother. This time, the Pope was finally completely surprised. How could Yifeng know so many things? He had searched for a long time, but could not find out where the imitated nine-turn gourd was hidden. No wonder when the Pope and the demon emperor were negotiating terms. The demon emperor kept saying that he had no idea where the nine-turn gourd was. Could it be that the guy whose limbs were amputated by my crippled cultivation before was always holding a nine-turn gourd? Right? Yifeng said, "It seems that your majesty the Pope is also very aware of my affairs." After some investigation, that guy was indeed supported by my abolished cultivation level. On trend? But I didn't expect that you would get the nine-turn gourd from him. Yifeng laughed. He didn't expect that the Pope was so powerful. He had already guessed that the nine-turn gourd in his hand was in his hand. Yifeng said, "How do you know that his nine-turn gourd is in my hand?" "It's very simple. As a secret matter in the entire continent, not many people know about the nine-turn gourd. You are just a mere boy. Even if your strength is greatly increased, and you have the ability to fight against the Demon King, these things are already very important. Few people know." Yifeng said, "Okay. I won't beat around the bush with you. The Pope, I'm here to ask you, what do you think of this nine-turn gourd in your hand?" The Pope frowned. Yifeng had 9 gourds in his hand, and he wanted to ask him for them. Unexpectedly, this guy actually asked him for them first. The Pope said, "What do you want this thing for? You should know that there must be 9 nine-turn gourds to be effective. One alone has no effect." Yifeng nodded and said, "Of course I know this. You are interested in the gate of God's continent above my territory. And this nine-turn gourd is the key to the gate that is officially opened. Isn't it? Did Oyezi tell you this? Or did someone from the Demon Emperor tell you this?" Yifeng shook his head. Of course it was not them. But Li Bai told him. But Yifeng was too lazy to explain to the Pope. "Don't ask about this. How do I know specifically? It's not what you said anyway. Mr. Pope, please tell me whether you will give me the nine-turn gourd in your hand." The Pope vetoed it and said, "Even if I give it to you, what's the use? Without the nine-turn gourd, it can't open the door to the God's continent." Yifeng said, "There is no need to worry about this, sir. At least after the door to God's continent is opened, I will notify you as soon as possible. If you want to go, you can go. Anyway, everyone has a chance." The Pope frowned. What on earth is this guy talking about? Is he so sure of opening the door to God's continent? Could it be said that he has many nine-turn gourds in his hand? How many nine-turn gourds do you have? Yifeng didn't even think about it, and directly extended a horoscope gesture. This poem made the Pope stand up, and looked at Yifeng in disbelief. He had been looking for the nine-turn gourd that he had not found for hundreds of years. But the little guy in front of him found them all, leaving only the last one in his hand. "Did you really find 8 nine-turn gourds?" The Pope asked again with certainty. Yifeng nodded and said, "Of course. Otherwise I would come to see you." The Pope, "What I am missing is the nine-turn gourd in your hand. It is God's will. I have been searching for so many years, but have not found all the things. But your boy has found them all in this short period of time. What a terrible future." Chapter 643 Fusion of Nine-Turn Gourd. Yifeng looked at the Pope, and the Pope looked at Yifeng. "Can you let me take a look at these 8 nine-turn gourds?" Yifeng dared to say it, and take it out. He was not afraid that the Pope would take it away from him. Of course, it's because Yifeng has this strength. If he were an ordinary person, he might be taken away by the Pope. Yifeng took out 8 nine-turn gourds, and placed them in a row in front of Yifeng. When the Pope saw the 8 nine-turn gourds, he was a little excited. "It's true. No wonder the 9-length gourd in my hand kept moving just now. I'm still curious about why this happened. It turns out it's because the 8 nine-turn gourds in your hand are calling him." Yifeng said, "The reason why I dared to place the 8 nine-turn gourds in front of you is because I believe in you." You have said so. If I still break my promise, and take away these 8 winery gourds, I am afraid that the credibility of my law enforcement hall will plummet." Yifeng laughed and said, "The Pope is serious. I don't have the strength." The city lord of the empire plus the power of your subordinates. I'm afraid even Lus doesn't have that much power." Yifeng also laughed. "In that case, why don't you give me the 9-turn gourd in your hand? Your Majesty the Pope, can you please consider carefully now whether to hand over the 9-turn gourd in your hand to me?" The Pope directly took out the 9-turn gourd in his hand, and said, "Since you already have 8, it doesn't matter if I give them to you this time. But I have to have a condition." "What conditions?" The Pope said, "This condition is very simple for you. That is, When you open the door to God's continent, you must come and notify me, and I will go with you. Yi Feng nodded and said, you can rest assured that I will definitely notify you when I open the door to God's continent. After all, one of the 9 turn gourds is yours, and you have this right. Okay. I'm not a pedantic person. The key is useful no matter who is in it. In my hand? It's just me who controls it. In your hand? It's just your control. Since you agreed, I don't have to worry. Yes, I believe in your character. Yi Feng stood up and bowed and said, thank you, Pope, for believing in me. I, Yi Feng, am grateful. It doesn't matter. After all, most of the 9 turn gourds are in your hands. You can't open this one without me, and I can't open the other 8 without you. So I'd better leave them to you. Saying that, Yi Feng took the 9 turn gourd from the Pope's hand. After all the 9 turn gourds were in Yi Feng's hands, Chenghu Road changed over time. 9 turn gourds flew up from Yi Feng's hands and kept spinning in the air, forming a circle. They are merging, said the Pope. Yi Feng watched the 9 turn wine gourds spinning rapidly, and finally slowly moved closer together. A flash of light that seemed to have fairy energy flashed past, and the 9 pig-turning gourds in front of Yi Feng disappeared, replaced by a key that exuded hot white fairy energy. Immortal Lock can be used to unlock the secret of the mysterious God's continent. Special items cannot be dropped or traded. The Pope looked at the fairy lock in front of him, and was a little obsessed for a moment. The Pope seemed to have thought of a lot of things. Of course, Yi Feng couldn't help but be surprised when he looked at the beautiful fairy lock. He didn't expect that a key to the God's continent would be so exquisitely made. Thinking about how graceful this key was in the hands of the ancient master, no one dared to take advantage of it. Even the people of God's continent must give some face to the ancient master. Yi Feng asked curiously, isn't this Master Pu you were talking about, the former president of the Magicians Guild? The most powerful man in the entire continent? Yes, that's him. Unfortunately, a series of things happened later. Master Gu personally split the immortal lock into 9 parts and turned it into the 9 turn wine-growing gourd. Yi Feng was very curious as to what happened that caused the most powerful man in the entire continent to seal himself. In the end, the solitary Pope actually tied up the ancient master and even sealed him with multiple seals. In the end, the 2 disciples of the ancient master became villains, and the most powerful one has become the current demon emperor. Your Holiness, can you tell me what happened at that time that led to today's changes? The Pope sighed, as if he didn't want to think about that past event. However, the Pope still told Yi Feng, but the unbearable past events made the Pope a little sad. I think back then, no one could compete with Master Gu, who was the pinnacle of the first mate. But it was precisely because of his power that he was jealous. You are the most powerful person. Why are you being plotted against? If you want to blame it, it's because Master Gu was too soft-hearted and treated his enemies too kindly. That's why Master Gu finally had the demonic energy enter his body, and his temperament changed drastically. But Yi Feng couldn't help but frown, because the version he heard was completely different from this. The old man told Yi Feng that their master sealed himself because he was no longer invincible, and did not want to give up his Magician's Union. If the Magician's Guild is in trouble in the future, he can be awakened from the storm to save them. But in the end, the Demon King took away the ancient master who was being sealed. Moreover, the Law Enforcement Hall and the Magician Guild launched a fierce battle. The Magician Guild wanted to read Master Gu, but the Law Enforcement Hall refused to hand it over. After the battle between the 2 sides, the current Demon King was finally defeated. It was not until today that the current demon clan was formed. But now the Pope tells him that he was sealed because the ancient master's evil energy entered his body, and his temperament changed drastically. Who should he believe? This is definitely the plot of the game. And this should be a main mission. But this main mission should not be discovered now. It is estimated that it will not appear until after level 99, when the door to the Chinese continent is opened. But it was discovered in advance by Yi Feng. What the Pope said was completely different from what Yi Feng knew. So Yi Feng directly stated his point of view. Your Majesty the Pope, what I heard is completely different from what you said. The Pope said, I know that the version you are talking about was spurred by the Magicians Guild itself. In fact, even the people in their Magicians Guild don't quite understand the real thing. I am the only one who truly knows. Does anyone else know about this besides you? Yes, that is Oyezi. He was also by my side back then. Of course, there is also someone from God's continent. But I don't know where he is now, or whether he has returned to God's continent. Yi Feng thought for a moment. But Yi Feng still didn't know much about these things. Chapter 644 Who do you believe? Having said so much, Yifeng doesn't know which person is telling the truth and which person is telling the lie. However, Yifeng really wanted to see what kind of person this drum master was, who could change the entire continent. Can the Pope let me meet the ancient master? The Pope did not refuse Yifeng's request, but stood up and said, "Come on. I'll take you to see it." Yifeng was curious. How could the Pope easily agree to his request? Aren't you afraid that you have other intentions? Following the Pope's footsteps, Yifeng came to the back of the White Palace. There is Genie's room behind us, which exudes icy cold air and cold smoke. Yifeng felt a little bit cold when he walked into it. The best thing about this game is that the characters can get different feelings in the game. Yifeng knew that there must be a lot of ice in this cold feeling. Walking into this igloo, Yifeng was the first to see an old man, wearing a magic robe, lying in a freezer. The Pope came to the freezer, first bowed to the freezer, and then said, "This is our Master Jia, who has been sealed for hundreds of years." Yifeng looked at the ancient master carefully. From the appearance, he was the same as the Pope. There was not much difference. He was just like an ordinary old man. I didn't feel that this guy was the pinnacle existence on this continent. Yifeng said, "This is Master Gu, but he seems to be no different from ordinary people." The Pope said, "Don't look at Master Jia lying here without any movement. If the seal on his body is unlocked, he will wake up in a few hours. It's so powerful. What trouble will it cause if the seal is unlocked?" Of course there is trouble. The reason why Master Jia sealed himself was because he could not control the dark energy in his body. If he unseals it now, I am afraid that the entire continent will be destroyed in his hands, because no one can stop him. Even if all our experts gather together, we can't do it. It's so scary. Then why was he framed by others in the first place? Such a powerful person shouldn't be. I really shouldn't blame him. Just that he is too soft-hearted. Now in Master Gu's body, not only does it have its seal, but it also has the seal of my law enforcement hall. However, I find that my seal seems to have loosened recently. Yifeng was shocked. This was obviously required by the plot. If a player reaches level 99, I am afraid that the ancient master will jump out directly, no matter how thick its seal is. By then, the most terrifying boss in the entire fantasy world should be this ancient master. Yifeng asked, "Can I trust you or them?" The Pope shook his head with a smile and said, "I don't need you to believe in anyone. I just need you to choose according to your own heart, no matter which side you are on. It is right, because you are you." Yifeng lowered his head and said nothing. These words of the Pope made Yifeng silent. Afterwards, Yifeng said goodbye to the Pope, returned to his own territory, and came to Oyezhi's thatched house. Oyezhi asked, "Why are you so depressed after you came back from the Pope? Tell me, an old man. What happened? Maybe I can enlighten you." Yifeng told Oyezhi everything the Pope said and what he knew. Oyezhi frowned after hearing this. The most important thing now is that Yifeng has obtained the immortal lock. But the door to God's continent cannot be opened right now. And Yifeng does not have this ability, because after Yifeng came to his territory, he already discovered that he could not open the door to God's continent. If we want to open the God's continent, we have to wait until Yifeng reaches level 90. Currently, Yifeng's level is not enough. I can only tell you that what the Pope said is true. As for why the Demon King said this, I actually don't know much about it. Yifeng nodded. She actually didn't want to get involved in the grudges and hatreds between this group of NPCs. But because it was the main mission, Yifeng wanted to try to figure out what was going on. Only then can we make the most correct choice when we finally start the main mission. But now it seems that there is nothing wrong with siding with Oyezhi and the Pope. After leaving Oyezhi's residence, Yifeng walked to a deserted place and sat down quietly. This is a corner of the city wall in Yifeng's territory. Yifeng is holding a jar of wine and drinking while looking at the scenery. It's so boring to drink alone. Why don't you come in and drink with me? Yifeng said, it's boring to go in. The scenery inside is only that little. Why don't you come out? If I could go out, why would I still be here talking nonsense to you? I went out long ago. You think I want to stay in here? Then stop talking nonsense. I just saw that you were bored, so I wanted to chat with you. Yifeng took a sip of wine and said, Bullshit. You're just bored. Tell me, what do you want to say to me? Since I woke up, I know everything you did in this game. But things in it seem to have changed a lot. Yifeng said, although this game is based on this ring, many things in it are set by outside programmers. So of course, There are many changes. What's that thing? Programmer? Yifeng wants to explain. But how can you? A person who has disappeared for so long. Understand? Even if I tell you. You won't know? Forget it. You won't understand even if I explain it to you. It's just like the mobile phone I told you about last time. Do you still remember what it is used for? Of course, I know what it is used for. Isn't it just that I can talk to places far away? I don't have to use that thing. Yifeng said. Is it okay if it is an ordinary person? Of course not. If you haven't reached a certain level of cultivation, how can you use your spiritual consciousness to transmit sounds? But after using a mobile phone, even an ordinary child can do it. Do you think your thing is more high-end? Well, at least I do. I don't have to hold a broken piece of iron. Come on. You don't understand anyway. By the way, since this game is based on the game you set up before, do you know what is going on with this ancient master? How did I know? I told you everything and changed it a lot. Yifeng took a sip of wine and said, Then what are you doing here? You don't understand anything. Aren't I afraid that you will be bored? Go away. If you're bored, just be bored. Don't talk nonsense about me. Okay. I'm bored. Why does it take so much effort to chat with you all day long? If I'm bored, just practice here. You can get twice the result with half the effort by practicing here. Well, I already know that. Chapter 645. The situation on the outer battlefield. Outside the outer world. In the outer battlefield, the side of the Earth is still in a defensive state, and the side of the film has not yet broken through human defense. In the emergency preparation room, the Great Elder of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance sat there quietly. Great Elder, now that the devil seems to be stable, can we go back? The Great Elder said, It has only been a few months since the film was applied, and it was only a temporary retreat. It is impossible to say that it stopped working after just launching a fierce attack. As the ancestor of the Long family, Long Tian, and as the second most powerful person under the Great Elder, Long Tian, who possesses the cultivation level of the Golden Core realm, has a very high say here. But the Pope in the West has gone back. Our Chinese region cannot live without experts. The Western Pope's cultivation level is also in the Golden Core realm. But after this war, he has returned early. Although in dealing with demons, whether they are from the East or the West, whether they are immortal cultivators or those with supernatural powers, they all obey the arrangements of the Great Elder. However, the Pope in the East makes arrangements, and the Pope in the West makes arrangements. But now, the Pope has led his people to leave the outer battlefield. The Great Elder said, Some weird things appeared in the West, so they went back early. However, we did not receive any emergency situation here, so we are temporarily guarding the outer battlefield and are not allowed to leave. The Great Elder knew very well, because he was busy fighting against the Demon Elder some time ago, and he ignored the news from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. This time, after repelling the Heavenly Demon Elder, the Great Elder finally received a lot of news from Wu Tian, so he seemed a little angry when he looked at Long Tian in front of him. But under the current situation, the Great Elder could only let it go. If Long Tian was really allowed to go back, he would definitely cause trouble for Yifeng. But he would not be able to guard Yifeng all the time. Although Wu Tian said, Yifeng's strength is at the mid-stage of the bigger realm, and he also has the strength of a nascent soul realm. But as the Great Elder, he also entered for a deep reason. How could she not understand how it was possible to fly directly from the bigger realm to the nascent soul realm? Yifeng must have taken something to increase his cultivation level so much in a short period of time. But it doesn't mean that Yifeng always has such good things to take. And after taking this kind of thing, it will have serious side effects on his body. Therefore, if Long Tian wants to go back, the Great Elder will not allow it. Even if I don't break up with you, I will restrict your freedom of movement. Long Tian said, Great Elder, my Long family also has some matters to deal with. So this time, I ask you to allow me to take leave and let me go back. If it were normal times, the Great Elder would definitely allow leave. But now it is completely different. The Great Elder said, I have heard about your Long family's affairs. Are you going back to deal with the Yifeng? Or are you going to go back and deal with your Long family's affairs? Now that you, Long Tian, have spoken out, the Great Elder doesn't care. So he has spoken out clearly as well. But how could a cunning immortal cultivator like Long Tian reveal his purpose so easily? Great Elder, look at what you said. What Long John does is indeed like that of our farmers. But Yifeng is a famous genius among our descendants of immortal cultivators. How could I bully the small ones with the big one? The great elder said, in this case, the farmer doesn't need you to do too much. If you want to do something, you can just give a few instructions. Why bother to do it yourself? Furthermore, this outer battlefield is in great need of Elder Long Tian, a powerful master like you to guard it. Only by protecting the earth can your Long family develop for a longer time. Right? Of course Long Tian understands this truth, which is why he came to the outer battlefield to defend the earth. He single-handedly brought up the Long family. But this time, the Long family was slapped in the face. And it was extremely loud. Even the Pope and the others laughed at him a few days ago. Therefore, Long Tian will definitely avenge this revenge. But the Great Elder clearly wants to protect Yifeng. If Long Tian had the strength of the Great Elder, he would not put the words of the Great Elder in the second center at all. But his own strength was not as strong as the Great Elder. So he could only smash his teeth and put them in his stomach. What the Great Elder said is, "Then I will go and arrange the tasks for our Long family?" Well, go. You are indispensable in this outer battlefield. And I also ordered the Pope to return here in a few days, so he can't stay away for too long. Clear. After Long Tian left the sight of the Great Elder, he came to the gathering place of the Long family. How is our ancestor? Can the Great Elder let us go back? Long Tian shook his head and said, "No. The Great Elder won't let me wait at all. He obviously wants to protect Yifeng." Humph. The Great Elder doesn't even think about how much our Long family has contributed to this battlefield outside the world. Isn't it worth Yifeng's life? Long Tian sighed and said, "Then what do you think? After I read the Great Elder's order, should I return to the earth privately? What if the devil suddenly comes back and breaks into our earth? Without the earth, how could our farmers develop? What a development!" Several immortal cultivators from the Long family lowered their heads and said, "What our ancestor taught us is that the battlefield outside the world is also the most important thing. But we can't let Yifeng go unpunished. Well, so let him clamor for a while, and wait for the film side to completely settle down. And then I will find a way to go back and kill him. My ancestor thinks so about our Long family. I think Long John will be very pleased when he finds out. Hey, Long John is a good boy. It's a pity that he doesn't know how to combine hardness and softness. Which is why he ended up like this." He was too impatient. The other immortal cultivators of the Long family also nodded. This time the Dragon War was released. It was a mistake to control the immortal cultivators and superpowers on the entire Earth. Because there is no one in the Long family who can shock the entire Earth. Although the Elder is from China, he treats everyone fairly. Therefore, both the superpowers and the cultivators strongly agree that the Great Elder is a leader not only because of his cultivation, but also because of his character. A person like the Pope who sticks to his word in Western countries must be respectful when facing the Grand Elder. But when the Pope faced Long Tian, both of them were dissatisfied. And the last time, the Long family dared to stop the rebellion. And he also ruled the entire Earth, which made the Pope very unhappy for a lot of time. At that time, the Pope and Long Tian almost had a fight because they felt very unhappy about Long John ruling the entire Earth. Then what should we do now? Ancestor? Go down and let the people of the Long family recuperate before I go back. Yes. Chapter 646 Demon Reinforcements. Somewhere outside the Milky Way, a huge space warship is moving forward in the void. On top of its warship were the heavenly demon soldiers that Yifeng had seen. This was a warship from the heavenly demon's hometown. On top of its battleship, there were several demon elders. On this day, the demon elders sat together and started a small meeting. What's going on with Elder Cass? He can't even handle the small Earth. And he still needs to ask us for help. It's really embarrassing. I heard from Cass that this time, there is a more powerful person on the Earth who blocked their steps. Otherwise this Earth would have been a slave factory for our demons. No matter how powerful it is. Is it as powerful as our noble film? It's just a small Earth. And I haven't even heard of its name. Actually, it's nothing. A few more people like us would have taken it over long ago. It's a pity that this place is too far away from us. It's a place where birds don't poop. I don't know why the Demon Emperor wants us to take it. This place. Speak softly. In fact, we can understand the intentions of the Demon Emperor. We only need to do our job well. Recover the Earth. And wait for the arrival of the Demon Emperor. One of the Demon Elders said, I don't know how long it will take to reach that Earth. It's not long. It's almost there. Maybe we'll be there after a while of practicing. Maybe. Forget it. It's true that Cass, if he can't handle the things he wants to do, he has to force us to come to this place where nothing matters. It's really boring. Several demon elders returned to their residences and began to practice. For the demons, the long journey in the universe is just a matter of the blink of an eye. However, this trip is a bit long. After all, the location of the Earth is very difficult. Too remote, as they say. Can anything good come from a place that doesn't poop? The camera returns to Earth. Yifeng, who was also on Wutian's side, received confidence from the Tianhui battlefield. This time, the Tianhui battlefield ended with the victory of the Ming tribe. Yifeng couldn't help but smile from the bottom of his heart. It seemed that the Great Elder and others were really reliable. But you have to be careful. Kid, I heard that this time Long Tian, the ancestor of the Long family, wanted to come back from the outer battlefield. But he was stopped by the Great Elder. Wu Tian reminded. Yifeng nodded. If Long Tian comes back, it will be really troublesome. With his ability in the Golden Core realm, those who want to deal with Yifeng may have to surrender with just a move of their fingers. At that time, Yifeng had to rely on the power of the person in the ring again. But it was not his own power, and he was not very comfortable using it. What's more important is that Yifeng is in the light, and Long Tian is in the dark. So this is what Yifeng is most worried about. Is there anything else important? It's nothing. It's just that the Great Elder said that you should practice quickly. The demon is not that easy to repel. Wait for the next attack. According to the information they learned from capturing the prisoners, they have asked for help from the demon headquarters, and they have sent out troops there. Several demons with the same strength as the Great Elder are here. Yifeng frowned. If this continues, the Earth may really be unable to defend itself. Even if everyone on the Earth is armed, they will not be able to withstand their attack. Although Yifeng was worried, even so, it could not change the demon's attack on the Earth. So what Yifeng needs to do is to first upgrade his cultivation to the Golden Core realm, then break through to the Nascent Soul realm, and finally go higher. I just don't know how powerful his ability is above the Yuanying realm. After all, Yifeng already knows how powerful the Nascent Soul realm is. It's too scary. Now Yifeng is in his 80s. So when he stays in the game, Yifeng is almost immersed in cultivation. Compared with Yifeng, the cultivation of other people around Yifeng has increased abnormally slowly. Yifeng also asked about this. Wutian said that things like cultivating immortals vary from person to person. But everyone has a bottleneck period. But this bottleneck period does not exist for Yifeng. So Yifeng feels that he cannot feel the difficulty of cultivation at all. As long as he does not give up on his cultivation, his level and realm will improve. Is it because everyone's cultivation methods are wrong? The voice in the king's ring sounded again. Of course it's not right. Let them practice the god-slaying technique. It will definitely be much stronger than the current technique. Yifeng slapped his thigh. Why did he forget? The exercises they practiced were all taught by Wu Tian. Thinking of this, Yifeng gathered together this group of players with cultivation level. Why did the boss come to us? Didn't he tell us to practice hard? President, I don't seem to have made any progress in my cultivation. I have always been practicing qi. What happened in the middle period? Yes, so do we. Isn't the practice method given by Wu Tian wrong? Yifeng shook his head and said, of course not. He can reach the enlightenment realm in 5 days. That is, he practices according to this set of exercises. But he has been practicing since he was a child. We are all 20-year-old men. Do you think it is okay? Others thought about it, and they were right. Doesn't cultivation on TV begin at a young age? The older you get, the worse the effect of cultivation becomes. This really applied to me, and I really felt like I was making no progress no matter how hard I tried. Like a waste. Yifeng said, since the cultivation speed of the technique given by Wu Tian is slow, I will give you another technique now. After hearing that Yifeng was going to give them another exercise, everyone smiled. When Wu Tian gave them the exercise at first, they were happy. But after practicing it, they found that it didn't work, and everyone was a little bit impatient now. But the technique Yifeng wanted to give them aroused their curiosity. After all, Yifeng's cultivation level was much higher than Wu Tian's. This is a god-slaying technique. I got it from, don't worry about where I got it. It's very useful anyway. Xiao Hei has always been Yifeng's follower. No matter what Yifeng says, Xiao Hei is the first to agree. Boss, I will cultivate no matter what you give me. As long as what you give me is good. Okay, stop flattering me. I'm going to teach you now. You have to listen carefully. Yes. Yifeng and others have not left Yifeng's Qilong city this day, because no outsiders will really disturb them in the city lord's mansion. After Yi Feng taught everyone how to use the god-slaying technique, it was effective that night. The happiest person is Xiao He. He is relatively thin and weak, but after practicing Yi Feng's god-slaying art, he can clearly feel Xiao He's body expanding. According to what Xiao He said, after practicing Yi Feng's god-slaying art, he found that his strength had increased. Others have made different progress, which makes Yi Feng very happy. Of course, the credit here belongs to the guy in Wang Ring. So Yi Feng made an exception and went in. Chapter 647. The old man is here. A few more days passed, and the old man who was in Demon Imperial City that day finally decided to go to Yi Feng's territory. But of course, the Demon Emperor will come forward to stop him before setting off. After all, Yi Feng is a bad guy, and he does a lot of good things. Brother, are you really planning to go to that guy's territory? Are you afraid that he will kill you? Looking at me with an angry expression. The old man knew that the Demon Emperor didn't like Yi Feng very much. The old man said, I am a useless old man with no abilities. It will be of little use if he kills me. Not to mention that I can be regarded as his leader. The Demon King said coldly, You have the nerve to say that you are his leader. Why don't you bring him to our demon clan side, but continue to let him stay in the human clan? The old man sighed and said, This has nothing to do with me. I can't force him. What's more, when he came to us, your attitude was very disappointing. Humph. As the Demon King, this boy disrespected me. How could I let him off easily? Did I do something wrong? What you did was indeed not wrong. But his choice was not wrong either. What's more, he was not targeting you. He was just protecting the human race. Humph. If you're against me, just be against me. Why bother protecting the human race? The old man said, I want to go to its territory. Do you want to go with me? Or stay here? Humph. I'm not going. What if there is a trap that leaves you and me there, and we regret it later? The old man shook his head and left the Demon Imperial City alone. After watching the old man leave, he followed him secretly after imitating some more information. He was worried about letting his senior brother go to see Yi Feng alone. Of course, he mainly wanted to see what the connection was between Yi Feng and his senior brother. As the Lord of Qilong City, Yi Feng had already received the news that the old man was coming to his territory. So Yi Feng came to his glorious territory early in the morning, waiting for the arrival of the old man. Is that NPC boss so important? Do you have to come here so early in the morning to wait for him? Yi Feng looked at Xiao He, nodded and said, Of course it's important. Without him, I wouldn't be where I am now. My dark magician company only advanced after finding him. Oh, is it the same as a mentor? Yeah, it's almost the same. But he is from the demon clan, so I rarely see him. This time he came to my territory alone. I was also surprised. I originally thought that the Demon Emperor would come with him. Boss, are you kidding me? If the Demon Emperor comes to our place, it will turn things upside down. If he does come, should we keep him here? Stay or stay? Yi Feng glared at Xiao He and said, Can you stay? It seems impossible. Xiao He shook his head and said, Then what nonsense are you talking about? Just be a guest when you come. After waiting for about an hour, an old man came in front of Yi Feng's territory. The old man was Ji Qidui before. After returning to the demon clan, his hands and feet had been connected by the demon emperor, and he could walk automatically. However, the old man was not very fast and walked leisurely, probably because of the inconvenience of his hands and feet. Yi Feng whispered, Here he comes. But it's really strange why his name is green. When I went to the demon clan before, his name was always red, which means he can attack. That's not simple. When you invite people here, their attributes and alignment must have changed. Yi Feng asked doubtfully, Is this really the case? Well, how else do you explain that his name turned green? Yi Feng nodded and quickly went forward to receive the old man. Senior, you are finally here. Seeing Yi Feng step forward to help him, the old man quickly said, You are the Lord of Qilong City. Is it wrong to come out to pick me up in person like this? Yi Feng shook his head and said, What are you talking about? You are equivalent to my mentor. I will pick you up personally. This is not an exaggeration. Let's go and visit my territory. Okay. Let me see what your territory is like. Yi Feng looked around and asked, Isn't your junior brother, the Demon Emperor, here? The old man said with a smile, Haha. You still want my junior brother to come? Aren't you afraid of having a fight when we meet? Yi Feng also laughed and said, That's true. I guess it is impossible for the Demon King to come to my place. But I don't want to fight with him today. Anyone who comes is a guest. After all, he is here to visit my territory. And he is also invited by me. Ha ha. If my junior brother knows that you think like this, I don't know how he feels. Forget it. Let's forget about him. Let's go in and take a look. I heard that there are many hermit masters in your territory. Yifeng nodded and said, I will take you to get to know each other. If you think my place is better than the demons, you can settle down. Talk later. Yifeng was carrying an NPC in his territory for a visit. Although this scene was seen by many players. However, many players thought that Yifeng was on a mission. And there were not many people following Yifeng. Only Xiaohei. So the players all thought that Yifeng was just doing tasks, and nothing else happened. Senior, look at the front areas where our guild and many players live. And the back areas are where some hermit masters live. I'll take you to see them. Well, the building is nice, and the flow of people is quite large. I think it can compare with the holy city. Haha. Compared to the holy city, my territory is much smaller. Senior, go this way. Yifeng led the old man to Oyezi's wooden house. Pointed at the wooden house and said, This is the residence of Senior Oyezi. The old man said with a surprised look on his face, I have long heard that Senior Oyezi is in your territory. But I didn't expect it to be true. Hey, isn't this Master Bai? Why do you have time to come to my place? The old man cupped his hands and said, Senior, don't call me Master in front of you. Besides, I am also an ordinary old man now, and I cannot bear the title of Master. Haha. Boy, why did you invite him here? Yifeng said, He is my mentor. It should be no problem for him to visit my territory. Of course, no problem. I was thinking that if he comes, will his junior brother come? The old man said, I asked him to come here today, but he said he wouldn't come. So I'm the only one here this time. That's right. I don't think this guy, the Demon Emperor, is so kind. Senior, if my junior brother has offended you in any way, I will first apologize on his behalf. Oyezi smiled and said, That's okay. Come here and visit when you come. After you visit, come to my place for dinner. I can have a good cook here. I guarantee your satisfaction. With a dark face, Yifeng used this excuse to prepare things for himself every time. And now, he was targeting him again. Chapter 648 The Truth. Yifeng then took the old man to visit other places, and of course met other people. The old man sighed and said, You are really extraordinary these days. There are many people here. And they are all masters. Yifeng said, Remember what I told you about the 9-turn gourd? Of course you remember. You still need a 9-turn gourd. Right? Yifeng shook his head and said, Look at this. Yifeng said, taking out the fairy lock and placing it in front of the old man. The old man said with excitement, Fairy lock? You actually collected all the 9-turn gourds. Did the Pope give it to you voluntarily? Can you show me the fairy lock? Yifeng nodded and said, Of course. This thing belongs to your master. Saying that, Yifeng handed the fairy water to the old man. The old man looked excited and took the fairy lock with his trembling hands. It's been so many years. So many years since I've seen this thing. He was tired of seeing it in front of our senior brothers. But now it's placed in front of me again. But it's so kind. Senior, don't be sad. I believe Master Gu will get better. Hey, Master, if he really gets better, he won't divide the immortal lock into 9 parts. Yifeng said with some surprise, You seem to know something? Can you tell me about it? I have heard many versions recently, but they all feel not quite right. The old man said, Let's go. Let's find a place to sit down and talk slowly. Good. Senior Oyezi. You can tell me. He knows the specifics anyway. This is exactly what Yifeng wants. Because Yifeng also wants to know how much Oyezi knows. So that he can combine the 3 people's statements and summarize the truth. When Yifeng and the old man came to Oyezi's wooden house again, Oyezi was already making tea. You're back. It's still early. How about we sit down for a while I go ask someone to prepare lunch? Yifeng rolled his eyes and said, Why are you so anxious? My wife won't run away. Oyezi glared at Yifeng and said, What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? You're not the same. Let's have some tea. Yifeng said, Senior Oyezi is here now. Let's open up the sky and speak clearly. Let's speak directly. Oyezi asked with a puzzled look on his face. Why do you want to involve me? I don't know anything. Senior, you should know what happened to my master. It's been so many years. What else is there to say? Don't you know it very well? The old man said, What I know may be different from what you know. After all, the master summoned you after summoning us. That's true. Your master loved you the most at the beginning. He might have many things to tell you. But I didn't tell us. The old man nodded and said, yes. The master did love me more than my junior brother at that time. But he had the same requirements for me and my junior brother. So there is no distinction between me and my junior brother. But when the master sealed himself, he summoned me alone and told me a lot about him. You let me know why he sealed himself. Oh yes, he said, go on. Master said that there was a trace of demonic energy in his body. And it was precisely because of this trace of demonic energy that he sealed himself. Oh yes, he said, yes. I know this is the case. But why did you go to snatch people from the Pope in the end? I don't understand this. Your master obviously told me, and the Pope, that if it is found that his seal is not very strong, we must be asked to tighten the seal again and keep a close eye on it. Is this why you robbed my master? The old man asked. Although I don't know what your master told you. We did it exactly according to Master Gu's instructions. He said that you would never let you touch her body again. So what happened later happened. The old man said, yes. The master told us that when he goes crazy, you must not touch it, because we practice in the same lineage as him. If we have contact with him, I am afraid that we will be the next one. We are the ones who are infected. Since you know, why are you still having trouble with us? At that time, the Pope also did this to fulfill the wishes of the ancient master. But he is our master. How could we just watch you bring our master to the Law Enforcement Hall instead of our Magicians Guild? And in the end, the Law Enforcement Hall directly suppressed and disbanded our Magicians Guild. What do you think? Can you and my junior brother see it through? Oh yes, he said. That's because there is a traitor in your Magicians Guild. He comes from the continent of God and pretends to be an ordinary guild elder of the Magicians Guild. It is because of him that your master got into that trace of demonic energy. Why didn't master tell us about this? That's because I'm afraid you won't be able to accept it. Because if that person saved you two junior brothers back then, if he were said to be a traitor, I'm afraid you wouldn't believe it at all. How could it be him? He is highly respected in the guild. Not only is he a master of cultivation, he also has a very high reputation among the disciples. My junior brother and I both admire him very much. That's right. You wouldn't believe it if I say it now, let alone the situation at that time. The old man was a little excited, but after thinking about it, he relaxed and said, yes, he is highly respected in our Magician Guild, and he is passed by our fellow apprentices, so we will always believe him. Ouyang Zi said, the only way to save the ancient master is to go to the God's continent and find another breath that corresponds to the devil's energy. The old man said excitedly, there is still a way. Then why didn't you tell us earlier that we can go to God's continent? Hey, you think we don't want to. But going to God's continent was just a dream. Why? Because the Pope and I went, but were repelled by the people outside the gate of God's continent. The Pope and I were injured one after another, and had to give up. They had long expected that we would go to God's continent. So it's waiting for us there. What a shame. Why didn't Master tell us? Are we so unworthy of trust? Of course it's not that you are unworthy of trust. But it was impossible with your strength at that time. Your master was protecting you. Master, he has really good intentions. No wonder he always told me that even if the Pope does something, never let me resent him. But I didn't do it. Instead, I often found trouble in the Law Enforcement Hall. It wasn't until the end that the Pope personally destroyed my power and broke my limbs. Then I was really powerless. Hey, when the Pope abolished your cultivation and broke your limbs, you knelt in front of the ancient master for a full month. Why? Seeing the two old men sighing, Yi Feng knew how complicated the situation was at that time. Chapter 649, the whole story. The old man sighed, with a very sad expression on his face. Although the Pope deposed him, and his cultivation broke his limbs, he still persisted outside the Law Enforcement Hall. Of course, he was rescued by Yi Feng in the end, and brought back to the demon clan. Yi Feng asked, then this is also true. Why does the Pope still insist on going to China mainland? Aren't you afraid that people over there will attack you again? Oh Yezi shook his head and said, you don't understand. In the God's continent, the ancient master's cultivation is very rare. Therefore, those arrogant guys in the God's continent cannot tolerate the existence of people like the ancient master. I didn't expect that the world of NBC is the same as human beings. They are all intrigues and intrigues. If you are too powerful, there will always be someone who will make you sleep uneasy. The same is true in the NBA world. It is because Master Gu is too powerful that even the people in God's continent cannot intimidate him. So they came up with such a way to let Master Gu seal it on his own. In the end, even the key to the door to God's continent was distributed by the ancient master to every corner of the continent, just to prevent everyone from going to God's continent. However, people may not know much about what is in the God's continent now. Senior Oyezi, although I have known you for so long, I have never heard of what is in the God's continent. Can you tell me about it? Oyezi said, actually, the God's continent is not as beautiful as we imagined. Maybe our cultivation can be improved again, but resources are extremely scarce. Fighting for resources abounds there. How can it be like us? It's so relaxing and peaceful here. Then why are you still thinking about going to God's continent? If it's so dangerous. Why? Because you can break through to a higher realm. Maybe with luck you can reach the realm of the ancient master. Then you will be truly invincible. Yifeng nodded. Throughout the ages, how many people have fallen into this pit for the sake of strength and power? A small game can explain the entire society clearly. It seems that this is a small society. The old man said, Yifeng and the early immortal Locke. Then when do you plan to go to the continent of gods? When the old man said this, Piezi stood up in surprise and looked at Yifeng in disbelief. You have found the fairy water. Haven't you collected 9 nine-turn gourds? Yifeng nodded and said, I came to ask you about the Pope because I inserted the last 9-clawed gourd in his body. And now he has given it to me. So I have synthesized it into the key to the door to God's continent. Although I was also surprised. After reacting, I felt it was natural. Because Yifeng's growth really surprised him. Too much surprise makes people accustomed to it. It would really be surprising if Yifeng couldn't find the fairy lock. What did that guy Pope say to you? Yifeng responded, notify him when I open the door to God's continent. So that's the case? But we can rest assured if it's in your hands. However, the old man sighed and said, what can we do with the fairy lock? We can't find the gate of God's continent at all. Every time the gate of God's continent appeared, it was the master who could find him. But now, the master his old man is still under seal. Yifeng and Oyezi looked at each other and smiled. Why are you two laughing? Is there something wrong with what I said? Yifeng said with a smile, what you said is indeed correct. But do you still remember why I asked you to come to my territory? Of course I remember. You said you would take me to visit. But you are indeed quite special in the territory. It is indeed not easy for you to choose such a good location. It seems that the old man did not notice anything unusual, but just felt that this location was special. Yifeng took the old man to that special location. Of course, Oyezi would not follow him. Instead, he would sit here quietly and wait for Yifeng and the old man to return. The old man asked very puzzledly, why did you bring me to the city wall? Yifeng said, you will know why after a minute. The old man looked around and found nothing unusual. Could it be that Yifeng wanted to take her to see something strange? And he had to go to the city wall to see it? When he reached that specific position, Yifeng motioned the old man to sit down and said, Senior, sit here. Look up. The old man subconsciously looked up. But within a breath, he immediately stared at Yifeng, looking up again in disbelief. Isn't this the gate to God's continent? This territory is actually the gate to God's continent. Which is incredible. How did you do it? Even find such a magical thing? Yifeng said, the territory was originally built here because it was easy to defend and difficult to attack. But later I discovered that this place is a little different from other places. So this is why there are so many experts in your territory to help you. Is it because they all know that this is the gate to the continent of God? Yifeng nodded. That's why they stay here. Otherwise they would have left here long ago. The old man checked again and looked up at the sky. This was the gate to God's continent. But he didn't know why Yifeng came to tell him. Why tell me? I think you are qualified to know this matter. After all, this key belongs to your master. The old man nodded. He could tell himself because of emotion and reason. But he also didn't have to tell himself. He could only say that there was nothing wrong with Yifeng's character. Yifeng supported the old man and returned to where Oyezi was. The old man looked at Oyezi respectfully and said, Are you guarding the intersection here? Thank you for your hard work for the rise and fall of the mainland. Senior Oyezi. Oyezi said, It doesn't matter. I'm so bored that I live anywhere. What's more, this guy's territory is quite comfortable. So I stayed. Yifeng pursed his lips. If Lao Tai's wife hadn't been here and Widow Wang from the village hadn't been here, you would have stayed. I don't believe it. Just when Yifeng wanted to tease Oyezi, the late-nighter said something extremely serious. Come out. You've been here for so long, and you have the nerve to listen in the dark. Yi Feng quickly looked around. But he didn't find anything unusual at all. But soon a figure appeared in Yi Feng's sight. This person was none other than Yi Feng's old acquaintance, the Demon Emperor. But what surprised Yi Feng was that the name of the avatar that was imitating this moment was also green. It seemed that it was completely impossible to keep him. Chapter 650 The Demon King appears. Yi Feng was the first to stand up and said in front of the Demon Emperor, "Your Majesty the Demon Emperor. Long time no see. Humph. I won't talk about your affairs for now. Don't mess with me." Yi Feng and the Demon Emperor would pinch each other whenever they met. This was probably a habit. Yi Feng crossed his arms and said, "Now you are coming to my territory. Not your demon clan's territory. Boss, do you want to call someone?" Xiao He, who was standing behind Yi Feng, asked quickly. Yi Feng said, "It doesn't matter what this guy wants to do. And it has a green name. So we can't attack it." "Yeah. But it's quite unpleasant to see this guy." The Demon King said, "I was worried about my senior brother's comfort. So I came to this shabby place like yours. But I didn't expect that the gate to the God's continent would be right here in your place." Yi Feng said, "Why do you want to go in? If you want to go in, beg me. Maybe I will agree to let you in." "Humph. Are you looking for death? I'm not in the mood to fight you today. Don't force me to do it." Xiao He pointed at the Demon Emperor and said, "Demon Emperor, don't be complacent. This is our place. Believe it or not, we're going to call someone over to kill you right now. Okay. Come here and see if I don't blow your territory to pieces." At this time, the old man came forward and said, "Junior brother, you can stay in other people's territory and be less assertive. Since you are here, let's come together. You haven't seen Senior Oyezi for a long time." The Demon King gave a cold shout, came to the side of his senior brother, and did so directly. "Oh, it's rare that you two can sit together. Isn't this a joke on me? The sun rises in the east today, not the west." A voice came from far away, and it was Situ. He actually saw Yi Feng and the Demon Emperor sitting together. He knew the hatred between Yi Feng and the Demon Emperor, so there was no need to say more about it. Yi Feng stood up and said, "Senior Situ, sit here." The master and apprentice shook their heads and said, "I don't dare. If His Majesty the Demon Emperor arrests me again, it will really be over. My old bones can no longer withstand the torture." But at this time, the old man said, "Master and apprentice, we have some friendship, so please give me some face." Master Bai, "I'm not telling you. It's not a good thing for you to protect your junior brother all day long. Otherwise how could you become the current Demon King?" Situ, "It's not your turn to criticize our senior brothers no matter what they do. You can't sit still if you like." It was time for Ouya to speak. "Come on. Old friend. Sit down. Drink more tea and calm down. Yi Feng, bring a stool over here too." Xiao He said, "Boss, I'll get it." "You wait." Xiao He ran away quickly and went to get a stool for Yi Feng. "Xiao He, didn't you go to do something with the boss? Why are you hanging around here?" Brother Arrogant, who had just returned to the city for supplies, couldn't help but asked curiously when he saw Xiao He. Xiao He said, "A large group of bosses have come to our territory. They are all top bosses. I will move the stool for the boss. But I can't lose my status as the boss." "Who are all the top bosses?" "The Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor's senior brother. And of course the bosses we led." "Holy shit. The Demon King still dares to come to us to get it. Are you tired of living? I'll ask someone to kill him." Xiao He grabbed Brother Arrogant. Like Xiao He, this guy wanted to fight the Demon Emperor when he saw him. "No. The boss said not to do anything. Otherwise I would have called someone. And how could I have waited until now? Then what should we do? Just let him roam around in our territory. If the boss can't move it, he can't move it." "Oh, don't bother me. I'm going to find a chair for the boss. A chair worthy of his status as the boss." With that said, Xiao He went to the department store in the Glory territory and picked out a good chair for Yi Feng. Within a minute, Xiao He ran out of the department store, carrying a particularly domineering chair on his back, and rushed towards Yi Feng's location. "Boss, the stool you asked for is here." As he said this, Xiao He put the chair on the ground and looked at the Demon King with awe. Yi Feng was a little dumbfounded after looking at Xiao He's fallen chair. "Damn it. Bring me a wheelchair. Do I dare to sit wherever you tell me? The biggest boss here is Oyezi. If I put on airs in front of him, isn't that asking for death?" Yi Feng slapped Xiao He on the head and said, "You boy. Wait for me. I will teach you a lesson later. Xiao He thought Yi Feng was going to praise her. But unexpectedly she was hit on the head. Xiao He was beaten for no reason. So of course, she was a little unhappy. Boss, why are you beating me? Isn't it good enough? If it doesn't work, I'll just give you another one. Forget it. Just stop talking. You think I'm not embarrassed enough, right? Yi Feng moved the chair in front of Oyezi and said, Brother is not sensible. Senior Oyezi, if you sit here, just give me your stool and that's it. But it will definitely work with Oyezi's character. After all, Yi Feng is the one who knows Oyezi best. Oyezi said, You kid. If you want to take it, take it. However, he whispered in Yi Feng's ear, I'll give you a step down. Just stop fighting later. I know there's something wrong between you and the Demon Emperor. Okay. I promise you. Oyezi sat on the dragon throne as he wished. And Yi Feng also sat on the bench as he wished. After all, Oyezi has the highest status in this place. If it is not easy for him, how can others dare to do it? Besides, Yi Feng has to rely on his strength. The Demon Emperor said coldly, Brothers, like you are simply blind. Didn't you see that the Emperor is here too? You? Tell me again who is blind. Xiao He said angrily. The Demon King was no one else and said directly, I said you are blind. Hurry up and prepare a good chair for me. I'm being hacked by your uncle. Believe it or not, I really asked someone to come and kill you. Come on. I, the Demon King, have never been afraid of anyone. Yi Feng pulled Xiao He and said, Okay. Stop talking. I have something to do with him. Just stand aside and watch. Xiao He said coldly, Don't think I'm really afraid of you if you don't do it. Boss. In fact, 5 people were sitting at a square table, and Yi Feng was sitting next to Oyezi. However, due to the arrival of the Demon King, the Nameless Sword Master and Ice Phoenix Fairy have already gone out to stare at this side. Obviously, if there is any movement in the imitation, they will definitely suffer a fatal blow. Your territory is quite capable of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. There are many masters. Yi Feng said, Thank you for the compliment. There are not many people, but it is enough to deal with you. Okay, let's not talk nonsense with you. What's the matter with calling me out? Oyezi said, You have heard everything that happened just now, so I won't repeat it all again. I heard it, but I will never believe you. Who knows if you guys are working together to lie to me? And senior brother, you are just like the master. You are too soft-hearted. The old man said, Things have passed. You and I both know a little about what happened to our master. You should also understand it based on the specifics. It's just that you don't want to accept it in your heart. Humph. As long as you teach the master, everything will be easy. In the Demon Emperor's heart, his master, Master Gu, must be in his hands to feel at ease. If he had been in the Law Enforcement Hall, the Demon Emperor would not be at ease. Chapter 651 The Truth is Confusing. Oyezi puffed his beard and said with a glare, Why don't you understand? Kid, if I say I can't give it to you, then I can't give it to you. If I give it to you, it's a big deal. This is what your master said. The Demon King said, Who knows if it was my master who said it? Maybe it was you and the Pope who spurred it on. Nonsense. How could our law enforcement palace talk nonsense in the name of Master Gu? A voice came from outside the door, and a white figure quickly came to Yi Feng and others. The person who came was none other than the Pope of the Law Enforcement Hall. Xiao He thought to himself, I'm going. Is this a meeting of the top bosses in the fantasy world? Why are they all here? Kung! A sword emerged from the hands of the Demon King. It was obvious that he was very hostile to the Pope. Pope, you are finally a timid guy. If you don't hand over my master today, don't even think about leaving. On the contrary, the Pope did not reveal his weapon, but said calmly, Today I am doing it for Yi Feng's sake. This is also Yi Feng's territory. I won't argue with you. But that doesn't mean I won't help your master teach you. You? You want to call me uncle on my master's behalf. How can you be so virtuous and capable? If you don't speak clearly today, no one will be able to leave. Yi Feng quickly stood up and moved his seat out of the way. The Pope sat down by himself, while Yi Feng stood aside. After all, this was a matter between their NPCs. Junior brother, put down the sword. Let's make it clear today. Don't wield the sword. Brother, why don't you understand? They just set up this trap for us to escape. And now we are surrounded. This sentence made Yi Feng feel unhappy. Yi Feng really didn't want to fight him today. Otherwise, he would have called someone long ago. As for why these people appeared, how did Yifeng know that your NPC affairs had anything to do with me? Yifeng said, you can come or go as you please, and no one can stop you. What you say is really ugly. Who set up a trap to harm you? You really think of yourself as an unparalleled hero. I said I don't want to fight you today. But don't force me anymore. Yifeng said lazily, I'll fight you as if you can kill me. I'll be with you anytime. Okay. You all sit down. I will be the host today. And you will make your words clear. Oh Yezi said. After all, Oh Yezi is a highly respected weapon refiner on the entire continent. And his cultivation is also extraordinary. The Demon King put away his weapons, and sat back in his seat with an unhappy look on his face. Seeing this, the others also sat down one after another. The Pope was the first to speak. Everyone, I want to say something very important now. The seal of the Ancient Master has begun to loosen. And no matter how I strengthen the seal, it is useless. Oh Yezi frowned. This matter was no small matter. If the Ancient Master really appeared in this world, I'm afraid the entire continent would suffer. How about I go with you to strengthen the seal? The Pope shook his head and said, it's useless. Master Jia's own seal has been loosened. Unless we have the same strength as the Ancient Master, we will not be able to seal him at all. This sentence made everyone present fall silent. Even the Demon King didn't know what to say at this time. What would happen if his master really appeared? In fact, he knew some things in his heart, but he just didn't want to accept them. He also wanted to personally place his master among his own demons and take care of him. He felt more at ease. It doesn't mean that he doesn't believe in anything. It's just that sometimes he can't help himself. The old man said, when did the seal loosen? About a week ago. Oh Yezi and I were looking for the 9-turn gourd in the wild, but found nothing. When we came back, we found that the seal was loose. The Pope said. However, the Demon King said coldly, do you really agree with what my master said? The Demon Emperor's rhetorical question confused Oh Yezi and the Pope who were present. The Pope said, what do you mean by this? Do you suspect that your master is lying? The Demon King said calmly, it's not that I don't trust my master, but my master sometimes does things that really don't make people feel too reassured. How do you say it? Oh Yezi asked curiously. Because the master had two sides a long time ago? One is the master we often see, and the other is another thing that we don't know what it is. The Pope raised his eyebrows and asked, are you sure you have seen it? Of course. One time I accidentally broke into the master's training room, and I saw it. It seemed that someone was trying to seize the master's body, but it didn't feel like it. After all, with your master's ability, I'm afraid no one in this continent would dare to seize the master's body. Oh Yezi said, it is impossible to seize his body. After all, with the strength of the Ancient Master, no one can seize him. Then there is another reason. What's the reason? Everyone looked at Oh Yezi. Oh Yezi said, before this, you have to confirm whether this situation has really happened to Master Gu. At this time, the old man on the side also expressed his doubts. I have also discovered that the master has unusual moments. But I asked the master and he said that it was not a big deal if he went crazy while practicing. So I didn't care about it. After all, what is your master's ability? It's something he can't overcome. Oh Yezi nodded and said, things are getting more and more complicated. What we know is that Master Jia personally told us that there was a trace of demonic energy in his body. So he sealed himself. He told us the same thing. But there are still some things he didn't explain clearly to us. The Pope said, he told us that we can't let you touch him. So we are working very hard to carry out his destiny. But now it seems a little strange. The Demon King said, actually, I am just thinking about some questions. And I have already lured that person out. Who? Everyone asked. The reason why I was able to establish the Demon Clan dynasty must be very clear to you. Several people nodded. The reason why he became the Demon King was because there was someone who was secretly helping him. Tell me, who is that person? He comes from the continent of gods, but I have never seen his true face. And the condition for her to help me is to take away one of my ancient artifacts. The Kontong Seal. Tyr, why do you have so many ancient artifacts? Yifeng blurted out. The Demon King said, I will settle the score with you later and return my demon refining pot to me. TCH, the demon refining pot belongs to me now. If you want me to return it to you, you can grab it yourself. Okay. You two. Stop bickering at this time and keep talking. Oh Yezi intervened. Chapter 652 heading to the Law Enforcement Hall. The Demon King glared at Yifeng. Yifeng took away his demon refining pot. He was really unwilling to do so. Of course, he wanted to take it back if he had the chance. Yifeng turned his head to the side. He would definitely not give this thing to him. After all, it was so useful. The Demon King continued, "This time I produced a main artifact again and asked him to help me. But because of this guy, he asked me for a main artifact. So far I have lost 2 main artifacts." Looking at the Demon King, he had to put on an innocent face and said, "It's none of my business if they ask you for the main artifact. I don't even recognize them. It's because he was afraid that you would hinder them. So he asked me for an ancient artifact. When I said I didn't have one, they only agreed to add another main artifact. Let me go. How many main artifacts do you have? Why do you feel that your main artifacts are like garbage? They are everywhere." The Demon King said, "Can you take care of it? After all, you owe me a main artifact. And of course my demon refining pot." Yifeng looked up at the sky and said, "I'm too lazy to pay attention to you. Where are their people now? Do you know?" "Oh yes," he asked. The Demon King shook his head and said, "I really don't know this. I only contact their subordinates every time. I have never even seen him in person. What is your mission this time? Is he willing to agree to help you?" The Pope said. The Demon King looked at the Pope, a little embarrassed to say it. Looking at the Demon King's expression, the Pope had already made a guess. "You didn't ask those people to attack the Pope. You can figure it out without even using your toes. It must be like this. Otherwise..." Why didn't the Demon Emperor say anything? After being exposed by Yifeng, the Demon Emperor said confidently, "So what does it have to do with you? Besides, I already have hatred with the Pope. So what's the problem with asking them to take action?" Instead, the Pope asked more generously, "Is your purpose really to let them attack me?" The Pope paused, but still said, "Of course. But I want to confirm who this guy is, because I didn't see it clearly last time. And I must find out this time. You really have the best of both worlds. You are not afraid that people will ignore you at all," Yifeng said. The Demon Emperor rolled his eyes at Yifeng again. But Oyezi was the first to speak. "Are you sure of your guess?" The Demon King said, "The premise of my guess is that I must see my master. Is it true that, as he said, as long as I meet him, I will be like him?" "Junior brother, you must not do it. If that is the case, then you will be in big trouble. Even the master can't control things. But you can actually resist it." The Demon King said with a tough look, "If my guess is wrong, then I can only blame me for being too careful. If it is right, then we will find many problems." Oh Yezi, the Pope, and others all fell silent. The Demon King was right, and his guess was just a guess for now, without any actual action. But if the Demon King is really infected, what will happen in the end? The most important thing now is that the Demon King's speculation has no basis at all, and it requires actual action. The Pope is silent because he does not dare to take this risk. If it is true that the Demon Emperor will be like the Ancient Master, as the Ancient Master said, then the Pope will blame himself very much. The Demon King said, "When I came out today, I didn't know that I would meet you. And I didn't expect that I would sit quietly with you and talk about this matter. Of course, I didn't expect that we could sit together and talk about things." The Pope said, "Then you can take us to see our master. How about we just watch from a distance and not really compete with you?" Mimic said so. But the Pope is still very worried, because the seal of the Ancient Master is already loose. If he really feels the aura of his 2 disciples, will there be greater changes? The Pope was hesitant. But Oyezi said from the side, "It's okay. We will go with you." "Real?" The old man and the Demon Emperor stood up excitedly. This was the first time in nearly 100 years that they could truly see their master, even though their master is still being sealed. They know whether they are still alive or not. As long as the seal is released, their master will appear in front of them. But the Pope still has doubts. After all, this is a big risk. This is too risky. "Can you ensure that you don't do anything outrageous after seeing your master?" The old man said, "Just let me meet my master once." "Huh? As long as I find that my master is still intact." "Of course it means nothing." The Demon King nodded and said, "Okay. I can take you to see him. But you must disguise yourself. After all, you are probably very good when you appear in our law enforcement hall. And the person you mentioned from God's continent. I'll probably follow you." Sidhu said, "Don't worry. At least now in this field, I don't feel any strange atmosphere. Sidhu has set up a super large magic circle in Yifeng's territory, and anyone who comes here will be under his induction." Yifeng said, "Seniors, do you need my help?" if the demon emperor has any bad motives, I can help you stop him. Humph. What bad motives could I have? Don't think everyone is so dirty. You are the demon king of the demon clan. I can't guess what you are thinking. The demon emperor, who was still excited at first, finally calmed down after being provoked by Yi Feng. The demon king said coldly, with so many of you here, what tricks can I play? You still have some self-awareness. The Pope stood up and said, in that case, let's go and ask the demon emperor and Master Bai to dress up. Of course. Their outfits were extremely simple, and they changed clothes just by turning around. Is this a game after all? Today's dialogue is just a plot. These things have already been set up in the game. But Yi Feng got involved and got in. Yi Feng and others passed through the teleportation array in Yi Feng's territory and came directly to the holy city. Of course, there is still a distance from Chung Cheng's teleportation array to the magic shop. This distance has attracted the attention of many people because of the appearance of the Pope. One of them is why Yi Feng is in it. This is the top NPC in the game. Yi Feng is just the lord of the main city of the human race. If he also ran inside, is he going to make some big move again? Look at Yi Feng. He is among the NPCs. Nothing will really happen. You're stupid. You've been at level 80 for a while. You must be preparing for what's to come. It is said that level 80 players must reach at least 1/3 of the total number of players in the server before they can start the plot mission. It seems that Yi Feng is doing it now. Chapter 653 Impact on the Seal. When the Pope and others entered the Law Enforcement Hall, two of them attracted the attention of others in the Law Enforcement Hall. After all, they exuded different auras, and one of them in particular had a strong reaction. Mr. Pope, there seems to be something wrong with the man behind you. Can you ask him to take off his cotton coat and hat so that we can take a look? A high-level law enforcer walked in front of the Pope and asked respectfully. The Pope knew that he was doing it for the safety of the Law Enforcement Hall, so he wanted to check. But the Pope would always let others check the identity of the Demon Emperor. If this was the case, it would be a big trouble. No need. This is a friend of mine who was injured. I want to bring him back for treatment. It's the Pope. In the Hall of Law Enforcement, the Pope's orders are the most important. Everything the Pope says is correct, and no one can obey the Pope's orders. Under the leadership of the Pope, the group of people arrived at the Pope's location, the White Palace, without any obstruction. After entering the Pope's White Palace, the Pope said, "Okay, this is my territory. Without my permission, no one else can come in." The Demon King also took off his hat and said, "Where is my master? Come with me. But remember not to get started or argue with me about anything." "I see." The Pope took Yi Feng and others to the room sealed by the ancient master again, which is where Yi Feng went before. This is a room that exudes cold air, in which the ancient master is sealed. When the Demon King and the old man entered the room, they saw Master Gu lying on the ice bed in the room. "Master." After seeing their master, the two couldn't help but want to step forward, but were stopped by the Pope. "Don't go there." The old man listened to the Pope's words and did not go there. Instead, he watched from a distance. But the Demon Emperor was different and wanted to watch his master up close. "You promised me not to mess around before. If you want to go back on your word now, there are plenty of people here who can suppress you." The Demon King realized that he was a little impulsive, so he had to take a step back and said, "How is my master's situation now?" Oh Yezi came to Master Gu, examined it, and frowned. "Very bad news. One of the 3 layers of seals sealed by Master Gu has been unlocked." "Why? I didn't even unlock the first layer when I left." The Pope was surprised and ran over to check it himself. After checking it, I couldn't help but be surprised. I didn't expect that his seal would be lifted so quickly. "Oh Yezi, let's strengthen the seal again and see if it works." "Good." At this time, the important task of keeping an eye on the Demon Emperor and the old man fell on Yi Feng. In order to prevent the Demon King from suddenly rushing forward, Yi Feng stared at him. "Don't look at me. I know the severity. Master's current situation should be very bad." The Pope and Oyezi, who were in the seal, were already frowning. "The current situation is very bad. It is very likely that your master sensed the arrival of the two of you. So the seal was released very quickly. He has already begun to remove the second layer of seals. You should get out quickly." The Pope shouted. You can tell how dangerous the current situation is from the Pope's words. And Yi Feng did not dare to neglect and said quickly, "You too. Go out first." However, the old man and the Pope did not hear Yi Feng's words and remained motionless and did not want to leave at all. "Get out. Now is not the time to be impulsive. I think your guess is correct. I guess Master Ku at this moment is no longer the original Master Jia. I'm afraid he has been completely controlled by someone. Oh yes, he shouted, which made the Demon Emperor and the old man move. I wonder whether you two can leave. Although you are my senior, and you are the Demon Emperor, you can't deny me face like this. The Demon King glared at Yifeng, turned around and left. Then, the old man took a deep look at his master, sighed, and left the room. Yifeng stared at Oyezi closely at the door of the room, and the two watched them strengthen the seal. But judging from their appearance, they must be very uncomfortable. Senior Situ, is there any way you can help them? Situ said, no. I don't have any cultivation at all now. I just know some formations. But the sealing formations require cultivation. So I'm afraid I can't help. Yifeng nodded. This is true. Yifeng stared at the Pope and Oyezi. But suddenly, the ancient master lying on the ice bed trembled. Boom! Just a small tremor caused a huge sound wave. This sound wave and air wave directly separated Oyezi and the Pope. Yifeng and Xiao He were knocked out of the room. What's going on? Yifeng was attacked even when he was out of the fence. The Demon Emperor asked very nervously. Yifeng got up from the ground and said, your master is so terrifying. He knocked us away with just a slight movement. What? My master moved? The Demon Emperor also looked surprised. But soon Oyezi's voice came from inside. Don't worry. Your master was attacking the second seal just now. But he was suppressed by me and the Pope. There shouldn't be much problem for the time being. Yifeng no longer knows what words to use to describe the power of Master Gu. He has reached this level. I can't even withstand the opponent's energy wave. Let alone Yifeng. Not even Pope Oyezi. How powerful is this ancient master? Not long after, the Pope and Oyezi walked out with tired faces. Oyezi asked, were you not injured just now? Yifeng and others shook their heads and said, no. The Pope said with lingering fear, Master Gu is so powerful. Just a wave that hit the seal knocked us away. I don't know if our continent can really survive the moment she breaks through the seal. Everyone fell into silence after the Pope's words. But something happened to the ancient master who had a good seal at this time. The Demon King said, now you should be sure of what I said. The Pope nodded and said, Oyezi and I have just discovered why Master Jia warned you so many times before sealing himself. Not to let you get close to him. So that's what he meant. What's the meaning? Because after he touches your aura, he will speed up the release of his seal. After you leave this room, the speed of his release of the seal has obviously slowed down. It seems that you can't touch him. The Demon King frowned. This matter was already very complicated. What kind of changes had happened to their master? They are still confused until now. After the seal was lifted, it was completely unclear whether their master, Master Gu, was an enemy or a friend. All that can be done now is to try to prevent him from lifting the seal and try to let him wake up later. Chapter 654. Joining forces for the first time. Everyone here realized the seriousness of the problem. Except of course Yifeng and Xiao He. The Demon Emperor said with a gloomy face, now it seems that the master really has a problem. What should we do now? Oyezi whispered, the best plan at the moment is to lure the guy out to me and see if I can deal with him. Yes. We at least need to know who is behind the scenes. And what method this guy used to make Master Gu do this. Hey, Master. He was too kind. Which led to this situation. If he had been more decisive at that time, he would not have ended up in this situation. The Demon King said, now we are not discussing whether the Master is benevolent, but we are discussing our upcoming opponent. Is there any way you can really lure it out? Of course. But it depends on what kind of sacrifice His Majesty the Pope has to make. After all, the target I gave them is you. The Pope nodded and said, Master Gu saved me back then. So no matter what, I will seek justice for Master Jia. Tell me what we are going to do. Okay. If that's the case, then I'll tell you our plan. For everyone's reference only. Then the Demon King revealed his plan. It was actually very simple. Just let the Pope go to a certain place. And this place is different from other places. It is a place with formations. The Demon King had prepared such a place before. Just to trap the Pope. And then the driver would come to take back his master. But now it seems that the two sides are joining forces. Oyezi said with some worry, if you trap the Pope and join forces with that person to deal with us, how can we trust you? The Demon Emperor said with disdain, Senior Oyezi, there is currently only one way to lure them out. Otherwise they will not be able to come out. After hearing this, Oyezi couldn't help but ponder for a long time. The Pope agreed immediately, although he knew that this sentence was definitely risky. He had to find a way. If we really wait for the day when the ancient master breaks through the seal, I'm afraid it won't be as simple as finding a way. Of course, for players, no matter how your NPC world changes, players are still just doing tasks, and it does not affect any of the players' normal lives at all. But Yifeng still said, "How about this? How about I gather my people and wait outside? After all, your people have very big goals. But we are different." Oyezi nodded and said, "Yes. It is indeed a good idea to have Yifeng's people outside to support us, and the other party will not easily cause a reaction." However, the Demon Emperor was a little hesitant. After all, Yifeng had already had friction with his demon clan, and even that guy knew the hatred between them. If they really knew that Yifeng and others appeared in that place, they would probably be timid or not show up at all. Is this definitely possible? Do they know about this guy's existence? Yifeng said, "You can rest assured about this. As long as you point out the location, I will ambush the person at that location in advance without leaving any loopholes. Don't worry." Oyezi said, "Although this guy is not very reliable sometimes, he is still reliable at critical times like this, and I feel more at ease with him this way. What do you think, Pope?" The Pope thought about it. He originally wanted to ask his law enforcement officials to follow him, but this might expose himself and their whereabouts. If Yifeng and others go, it will be different. After all, Yifeng and the others are different from them. They are completely from two worlds. And the reason why Yifeng can get involved is because Yifeng knows that there are too many things going on. Others don't know anything about what happened between them. The most important thing is that Yifeng has fairy hands. Okay, this is also a way. I just said, hurry up. Master Gu is releasing the seal on himself every moment, so we must hurry up. Everyone nodded, imitated, and quickly left the law enforcement hall and the old man, but was accepted by Yifeng into his own territory. After all, the demons were not very safe. Soon Yifeng issued an order, and all the Iron-Blooded Alliance gathered again. There was no silence now. A few days later, the Iron-Blooded Alliance was dispatched again. What was the purpose of this dispatch? Many people are not sure. After all, the demon race has been eliminated from the scope of the human race. Could it be that Yifeng wanted to attack the Demon Emperor? But the Demon Emperor's city was not so easy to attack. After all, it was the Demon Emperor's home base. Although many players speculated, it was of no use because they had no idea what happened. Only Yifeng and Xiaohei knew about it. Your Xiaohei will definitely not say anything out loud. After all, after being with Yifeng for so long, Yifeng has never seen Xiaohei being nagging. Yifeng and others quickly found the location mentioned by the Demon Emperor. This is a level 80 leveling area, but there is a formation here. The name of this shot is called the Five Elements Formation. This was also the place where the Demon King had arranged the forensic evidence. But when Yifeng and others came to this location, they did not find anything strange. Moreover, this formation platform is also relatively shabby, and it doesn't feel like it has any power. Boss, is this place really feasible? Is the memory NPC reliable? Xiaohei questioned. In fact, even Yifeng was a little hesitant. Who could this thing control? Let alone a terrifying figure like the Pope. But since it was this location, Yifeng and others began to arrange it. All the people had withdrawn from the range of the formation, and no one could even see them. All the people were hiding in big trees, rocks, or tree holes. Anyway, try to hide the people of the Iron-Blooded Alliance wherever possible, and quietly wait for the arrival of the Demon Emperor. From now on, any member of the Iron-Blooded Alliance is prohibited from making loud noises or moving around. Stand still in your position. Remember, the assassin is invisible. You are not allowed to attack without any orders. Yes. Although the members of the Alliance don't know what Yifeng is doing. Are they coming here to fight a legendary boss and mobilize the entire Alliance? Because Yifeng, Pope, and others are currently in an alliance. Even if the Demon Emperor comes, his name will still be green. Soon the Pope came to the formation alone and stood up without any hesitation. Not only that, the Pope who walked to the political and legal stage sat cross-legged and started practicing. Members of the Alliance cannot speak, but typing in the guild is okay. Pope? Why did this Pope come to this place? Is it a mission he took on when the President and the Pope walked together in the morning? Many people know that Yifeng and the Pope entered the Law Enforcement Hall in the morning. Chapter 655, Encirclement, Suppression and Lure. On the other side, the Demon King once again found the man's men, and this time, He wanted that man to take action to destroy the Pope. Where is your master? Now the Pope has been invited to the formation platform by me. The 5 Elements formation platform? You have been preparing for that place for a long time. Why did you invite the Pope to that place? How could he believe you so easily? The Demon Emperor said, Don't I even have this ability? You underestimate me. The Demon Emperor. And I need to talk to your adults. Not you. Haha. Lord Demon King. Although I know you are very capable. It is only natural to ask about the situation. Don't be angry. Snort. Lord Demon Emperor. I'm going to inform my family now. But you have to wait and hold the Pope back first. Otherwise his departure will have nothing to do with us. Humph. You have to hurry up and hold the Pope back. Do you think it's that easy? It's not easy to get her to that place. Okay. Okay. In a very dark place. You can no longer see your fingers. But you can occasionally see a green firelight flickering. My lord. The Demon Emperor has made an appointment with the Pope. The Demon Emperor requires you to join forces with him to kill the Pope now. A hoarse and sinister voice came from the darkness. Really? I didn't expect this kid's ability to improve. He asked the Pope out so quickly. The Pope has always been wary. Why was he dragged out so easily this time? Is there something wrong with it? Obviously. The man in the darkness was also extremely alert. He did not believe that someone as alert as the Pope would believe in the Demon Emperor so easily. Reply, Your Majesty. We have checked and there is no one else there except the Pope. Well, in that case, let's set off. I don't know how that boy the Demon King managed to get the Pope. I'm really curious. Sir, if the Pope is killed, can we? Well, as long as the Pope is killed by us, then this world will be ruled by me. Haha. That gloomy and hoarse voice sounded extremely unpleasant when laughing. Congratulations. Sir. Congratulations. Sir. You are about to become the overlord of the world. Haha. You have a lot of merit too. Before the 5 Elements formation, the Demon Emperor appeared alone in front of the Pope. In order to perform the play well, the Demon Emperor came to this place alone to confront the Pope. The Pope asked my master to hand him over. Otherwise you won't be able to leave today. The Pope said, Why did you come to me here today? Didn't you say you had something important to talk to me about? That's why I came here. Ha ha ha. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Just stay here. The Pope frowned and shouted, What do you mean? Do you want to trap me? Don't think that I don't know what is in this 5 Elements array. So what if you know? Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. As long as I kill you, I can rescue my master. The Pope said with an angry look, Don't even think about it. If you want to kill me, you have to see if you have the ability. The Demon Emperor couldn't control that much. In order to make the scene more realistic and let the person hiding in the dark come out, the Demon Emperor directly activated the formation. At the feet of the Pope, the 5 Elements formation directly applied to trap the Pope within it. The Pope attacked everywhere within the formation, trying to break out, but was unable to break through the formation for a while. Boss, what should I do if they fight? Stand still. The person we are waiting for has not shown up yet. Yes. The Pope and the Demon Emperor were already fighting each other. But the guy hiding in the dark was extremely vigilant and did not appear immediately. The Demon Emperor was also looking for that guy, but he never found him. The Demon Emperor and the Pope looked at each other uneasily, and both sides increased their strength in their hands. In this way, it is obvious that both sides are trying their best. The Pope wants to break through the formation, but the Demon Emperor wants to kill the Pope. But for a while, the two sides were locked in an inseparable fight, unable to kill each other at all. At this time, the Demon Emperor could no longer bear it, and the scene should be enough here. Come out quickly. I can't control this guy for long. After the Demon King finished speaking, about 10 seconds later, a hoarse and sinister voice finally sounded. Jia Jia. Finally let me catch your Pope. Do you still recognize me? While the Pope was attacking the Demon King, he frowned, trying to imagine who the voice belonged to. But he never came up with it. Jia Jia. That's right. I've changed so much now. You definitely don't know it. But you should know it now. As he spoke, a cloud of black energy suddenly appeared in the air. When the black energy dissipated, a man wearing a black robe appeared. The man was very old. When it looked up and revealed his face, he turned out to be an old man. When the Pope saw his face, he couldn't help being shocked. It's you, Fenshin. The Demon Emperor was also extremely surprised. Of course she knew this spring that he was the top master of the Magician Guild. But what they knew was that the guy was not called Fentian, but another guy. I just don't know where the guy that Master Gu mentioned went. Originally they thought it was the person Master Jia said who caused him to be possessed by a demonic spirit. But now it seems that it is not the case. Seeing this scene, the Pope and the Demon Emperor stopped. The Demon Emperor said, "How could Fentian be you? Was it you who harmed my master?" Fentian laughed and said, "Your and my names are not Fentian but Ma Qian. I am a member of the Heavenly Demon Clan in God's continent." Now it was Yi Feng and others' turn to be surprised. There were people from the Heavenly Demon in God's continent. What was going on? Could it be said that this game has been invaded by the devil? But Yi Feng shook his head again. This was impossible. Could it be that the guy who designed the ring did it? Yi Feng thought for a while. And this was the most likely explanation. Otherwise there would always be a film sticker. But I'm surprised. I didn't expect you, the Demon Emperor, to join forces with the Pope. It took a lot of effort to lure me out. The Pope pointed at Ma Qian and said, "Yes. We have worked hard to seduce you. How can Ma Qian rescue my master? My master has been kind to you. Ha ha ha. Do you think you can do anything to me just because you lured me out? You really underestimate me." Ma Qian. A magic circle sprang up from all around, directly surrounding everyone within it. You guys really put a lot of thought into the formation of the Situ family. The Clan of Gods. The Fong Tian painting halberd formation for me. That's right. Situ's formation was discovered by the opponent as soon as he started. It was obvious that this guy was not a fuel-efficient guy. Chapter 656 Encirclement and Suppression of Demonic Heaven. Yesterday you, the Heavenly Demon Clan, were not a good person in our God's continent. I didn't expect you to come to this place and harm the ancient master. Situ walked out from the side. And beside him was Oyezi. After Ma Qian saw his master and apprentice come out, he looked at Oyezi beside him in surprise. He never thought that with Oyezi's carefree character. How could he care about such a thing? What's more, they, the Demon Clan, don't want to offend this guy. After all, Oyezi's weapon training skills are too good. If he is here, he can create more main artifacts for his Demon Clan. Ma Qian said, "Senior Oyezi, this matter has nothing to do with you. Please leave. After all, I don't have much hatred for you." Oyezi. On the contrary. Oyezi said angrily, "How can you, the Demon Clan, be involved in the affairs of this continent? You actually made Master Gu look like this. If you don't give me an explanation today, you can't even think of leaving." Ma Qian frowned. It seemed that Oyezi was really going against them. But Ma Qian also has his own ideas. Even if you are against me, it doesn't matter. If I control you then, you will still be used by my Demon Clan. Senior Oyezi, I still say that this matter is none of your business. Even you people may not be able to keep me. The Demon King shouted, "Huh? Whether I can keep you or not depends on your ability. He. I'm afraid you have never seen the soul separation technique of my Heavenly Demon Clan. You didn't even fight. How did you know that we couldn't defeat you? Besides, there are so many of us. As long as you are willing to tell us how to save Master Gu, we will consider giving you a decent death," said the Pope. Jie. Ma Qian became gloomy again. It was impossible for him to tell these people how to rescue the ancient master. You want me to tell you how to save Master Jia? But you are really just talking in your dreams. I finally let him be fooled. You are trying to make all my efforts go to waste. Aren't you afraid of dying here? It's better to stay alive than to die. Jia. Who said I would die here? Even if I die, I can get a stock master, which is already very profitable. You? If there is really something wrong with my master, I will definitely wipe out all your Demon Clan. Ma Qian laughed and wanted to annihilate his Heavenly Demon Clan. That was simply nonsense. The entire God's continent had united to attack his Heavenly Demon Clan several times without any success. It was just up to you. Is it worthy? Jia. Then I would like to see what kind of abilities you, the Demon Emperor, have. For a moment, the Demon King immediately launched an attack, followed closely by the Pope. The two of them attacked the sky one after the other, and the war between the NPCs was about to break out. The skyscraper they saw in Yi Feng already had a red name, indicating that they could attack. After all, Yi Feng and the others seemed to belong to Oyezi's side. Is it time for the president to take action? Don't let this guy go. Yi Feng did not answer Chu Tianai. After all, the level of Ma Qian was level 95, which was the highest level among them. Even Oyezi is only level 94. The reason why Oyezi is said to be powerful is because he is stronger than others. So far, Yifeng still hasn't identified the levels of two people. One is the Dragon King, and the other is Li Bai. Of course, if we insist on adding someone who cannot move, it would be Master Gu. If he can become the pinnacle of this continent, I am afraid that neither the Dragon King nor Li Bai can reach his height. As a level 95 Matian, when he faced the level 90 Demon Emperor and the Pope, although his face was a bit hard, he was not easily killed. If Matian really fought to the death, I am afraid no one can stop him. Yifeng said, wait a minute. This guy's level is too high. He is the highest level boss we have seen so far. Yes. Look at those NPCs whose levels are only level 94. And even the Demon Emperor is only level 91. When the Demon Emperor and the Pope join forces to deal with Demon Tian, Yezi watched the battle, ready to help at any time. Situ on the side has already taken action, even though he does not have any magic power. His formation can be used on the bodies of Demon Emperor Yezi and the Pope to increase their combat effectiveness. It was precisely because of the help of Situ's formation that the Pope and the Demon Emperor were able to confront the Demon Sky for a while. After Matian was entangled by the Pope and the Demon Emperor, Situ looked at him ferociously. He did not expect that the Master and Apprentice table would be so difficult to deal with. This type of formation that increases attributes gives Matian a headache. After all, there is Yezi below, and whether he can escape is a question. So Matian wanted to attack Situ. But this guy's intention was not obvious. Instead, he slowly turned to Situ's direction, preparing to give him a fatal blow. But who among you is not a veteran of the battlefield? Seeing Matian's appearance, you will know that Situ, who is powerless, will be his first target. Yezi whispered, go to Yifeng. Situ nodded, and quickly ran towards Yifeng's direction. When Yifeng saw Situ running over, he nodded to Situ, jumped out, and landed in front of Situ. As soon as Yifeng moved, masters behind him also appeared one after another. These level 80 masters were quite powerful even among NPCs. Matian was stunned for a moment after seeing Yifeng. He never expected that Yifeng would appear in this place. Boom! It was precisely because of the moment when he was stunned that the Demon Emperor and the Pope slapped his chest mercilessly, knocking him to the ground and splashing dust all over the sky. Call out. A voice reminded Shannon that the leader was drinking and came out, only to see a trace of blood flowing from the corner of the figure's mouth. It's just that the blood is completely different from ordinary people. It's actually green. Ahem. I really didn't expect you to go to such great lengths to treat me. Even this guy showed up. Matian looked at Yifeng. He was not afraid of Yifeng, but he was afraid of the strength behind Yifeng. Yifeng said, there is no way. Who makes you our common enemy? Jia. Do you really think you can keep me? After being unable to attack Situ, Matian has changed his strategy. He would rather face Mimic or the Pope than face Yifeng's group of forces. After all, he had long noticed how terrifying Yifeng's strength was. Humph. You can't even think of escaping from this Fontian painted halberd formation now. Haha. I just told you that you haven't realized the power of the soul separation technique of my demon clan at all. Yezi shouted coldly. Capture him first. Let's go together. Yezi also knew that the Demon Emperor and the Pope alone could not stop him. So he asked everyone to come together. Yifeng shouted, everyone told me. Don't let this devil escape. I have to risk my life to pull him down. Yes. Chapter 657 Encirclement and Suppression of Demon Tian Air. Yifeng rushed forward with Chu Tianai and others, which put great pressure on Matian. Moreover, Yezi rushed forward without hesitation. His biggest target was Imo Tian. Facing the huge pressure coming from all directions, Ferris moved again. This time, Matian's one person turned into two. The 2 people turned into 4. The 4 people turned into 8. And the 8 people turned into 16. In front of Yifeng and others, a total of 16 demons appeared. In the eyes of players, the real Ferris deity is obvious, and its clones will display the word clone. But what surprised Yifeng was that Matian's clones were exactly the same as his original self. And 8 of them showed minutes. And 8 of them showed his true form. What's going on? There are 8 books. Which one is correct? Xiao Hei and others were also confused. Not only that, Xiuhei Yifeng's side stopped. And even Yezi's side also stopped. They couldn't determine where Ferris was at all. Yifeng said, Euros are valuable. This one and this one. These 8 are all fake. Yifeng knew that there was no such thing as a clone from the NPC perspective. And they couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake. You're sure? But there are 8 more. Yifeng shook his head and said, yes. There are 8 more that I can't distinguish. But these 8 must be fake. Yifeng couldn't decide which one to attack. After all, their main character was Yezi. Yezi said, "Kill the fake ones first." Yes, brothers. Get rid of those 8 fake ones. Even though they were fake clones, it was still difficult for Yifeng and others to fight. After all, the level gap between the two sides was still there, with a 15-level difference. But compared to the original deity, it is much easier for the clones they deal with. And Yifeng and other super masters have already faced off against several of them. Those clones were quickly eliminated under the attack of the large group of players behind Yifeng. At the same time, those themselves began to come under attack. Matian's original self also realized the power of many players, and one of them directly rushed into the group of players and started fighting. How can ordinary players beat the level 95 demon god? Just the moment Matian entered, a large number of players were knocked down. After seeing this situation, Yifeng vibrated and knocked away the demon god in front of him. With a bang, he rushed forward and directly knocked Matian himself away among the group of players. Night Breeze has become demonized at this moment. In order to prevent more players from losing, he must reach this guy as quickly as possible. That's right. This body is indeed perfect. If you had appeared in an era earlier than Master Gu, maybe Master Gu wouldn't be what you are now. But you? Yifeng said, although I don't know how you did it. There are so many clones and deities. But even so, you still can't escape today. Escape? Did I say I was going to escape? Ha ha. Yifeng frowned. This guy was too weird. He was obviously under siege and death was only a matter of time. But he didn't show any signs of panic. Could it be that Yifeng and others were all wrong? Yifeng said, "Stop confusing people here and hit me." With Yifeng holding the demon sky himself, the other ordinary players behind him can finally attack with confidence. Fortunately, Yifeng summoned all the players from the Iron-Blooded Alliance. Otherwise it would be really difficult to kill this thing. The blood volume is too thick. The clone's HP is only 500,000. And it only takes a few minutes for them to kill it. However, my blood volume is 1 million. And my defense is increased. So it is particularly difficult to kill him. After Yifeng saw this situation, he directly reached out and sacrificed his demon refining pot. The demon refining pot is indeed in the hands of this boy like you. Yifeng shouted coldly, "Attack!" But Yifeng discovered a strange phenomenon. Even after the demon refining pot launched its attack, the demon sky himself had no intention of dodging, and was directly hit by the demon refining pot. Boom! After being hit, Matian's health dropped by 500,000. Adding in the blood from previous kills, Matian's health was already less than 10%. Jia. You are so naive. Do you think you can kill me with the ancient artifact? You underestimated me. Even the ancient master couldn't kill me at the beginning. Just because you are not qualified. But Yifeng can't control that much. If you say I hit you, I will definitely kill you. In less than 5 minutes, Matian himself in front of Yifeng was killed directly. After being killed, he dropped a large number of items. Even this did not surprise other Ferris deities. Yifeng was very surprised. What happened? Do we really need to kill all 8? Not only Yifeng thinks so, but other NPCs are also thinking about this issue. After all, Yifeng was the first to kill the demon sky himself. At the same time, Yifeng moved to another Matian deity and directly launched the attack of the demon refining pot, once again crippling the Matian deity. But it didn't make Matian himself feel any panic at all. What on earth is going on? Yezi said in a low voice, "Are these all fake?" Yifeng's heart moved, and he quickly asked, "What did the demon god who was killed just now explode? Tell me quickly." Report to the president. They are all rubbish. According to this kind of super boss, the artifacts are likely to explode. But there is not even platinum equipment. Only an orange piece of equipment. And some rubbish. Yifeng already knew that the demon king himself must be fake. Plus what he said before. The soul-leaving technique of the demon clan. Now it seems that the remaining demon sky itself should be fake. And the real sky itself is not known where it is hidden. Yifeng quickly came to Yezi, and helped Yezi to take away the demon in front of him. "Oh, Senior 2. I suspect these clones are all fake." Yi only nodded and said with a serious face, "I also guessed that this guy is too weak." As time went by, all the demon lords were killed. But they didn't say a single strange word yesterday. It was obvious that something was wrong. Yezi whispered, "Everyone, be careful. Matian is not dead." Even if Oye didn't say anything, every NPC here knew that Matian was not dead. But they just didn't know where this guy was hiding. Is it because of his clone just now? The Demon Emperor shouted. Demon Heaven has the ability to come out and hide. An eerie and hoarse voice sounded again. Jia. Seeing you fight for so long, I feel a little sleepy. I didn't expect that you guys are not stupid either. I also know that the fights you made are all fake. The facial expressions of Yifeng and others were very gloomy. This motorcycle is indeed a top boss. And it is too difficult to deal with. Chapter 658 Encirclement and Suppression of Demon Tianxin. Jia. You guys are really unyielding. It's almost okay. You can't kill me. As a disciple of the ancient master, the Demon Emperor certainly wanted to save his master. However, the person who harmed his master was right in front of him, and he was unable to do anything. You can imagine the anger in his heart. Ma Tian, come out here. How about we fight in a duel? Single fight? You've probably forgotten that there are so many people around you. I'm not that easily fooled by you. However, just when everyone was frowning, Situ, who was next to Oyezi, said something that finally made everyone feel relieved. Don't worry. He's still in this formation and can't leave. Jia. Even if you control me with the formation, you are also controlled by you. As long as you can get out, I can get out too. Unless you are like me, you can't even think about getting out. Yifeng said, Senior Situ, can you find exactly where it is in the formation? Situ closed his eyes and slowly looked at the entire formation, but quickly opened his eyes, shook his head and said, Not at all. This guy is so well hidden. I only know that he is in this formation, but I don't know where he is. Location. It's not good to keep wasting them like this. Sooner or later they will all be wasted. After all, both the demons and the Pope have a lot of things to do. It's okay to leave temporarily for a few months. If you are stuck here for a long time, no one can say that there is nothing wrong. Yifeng looked around, and then planned to use his NPC's perspective to see if he could spot some heresy. After all, he was a special type of NPC. Yifeng summoned Chu Tianai and others to gather around him and said, You all have fed me. I'm going to switch identities. Don't let others find out. Chu Tianai said, This is very dangerous. I'm afraid people will find out your identity. It will be difficult to explain it at that time. Yifeng said, What should I do? I want to switch identities and see if I can find the guy. Otherwise spending time here is not the answer. How about this? How about you take me to another place and take the opportunity to change my identity? Yin Yu said. Other places? But Situ's formation doesn't seem to be very big. It will be seen no matter where it is. Why don't you ask Oyezi or the Pope and see what they can do? After all, your identity is really difficult to expose. It's too troublesome. Yifeng nodded and walked towards Oyezi. Have you found it? Senior? Not yet. But the approximate location should be determined. But I just don't know where he is hiding or how he hid it. It's so weird. Yifeng didn't expect Oyezi to find the approximate direction. Even Situ had no way to find Oyezi. His ability was really terrifying. Yifeng asked, Where is it? I'll go take a look. Oyezi nodded and let Yifeng go. It was the wisest choice. After all, Yifeng could be resurrected even if he died. But they could not. Go to that place. Good. Following the direction pointed by Oyezi, Yifeng walked over. All of Yifeng's movements were in everyone's sight. So Yifeng did not dare to change his identity easily. Jia. Boy. Are you here to seek death? You don't even know where I am. Yet you dare to come to this location. Of course, Ma Tian's soliloquy could not reach Yifeng's ears. But Yifeng walked in that direction very carefully. The closer Yifeng got to that location, the more Yifeng felt someone was staring at him. It was obvious that what Oyezi said was right. It was right here. But Yifeng walked to the edge of the formation, and did not find the existence of this guy. Where is it hidden? Apart from trees and trees, there is not even a human figure here. Where is it? However, just when Yifeng frowned and wanted to know where Ma Tian was, a black dagger appeared silently behind Yifeng. The dagger sank into the back of his heart, making the sound of a dagger piercing his chest. But a confused voice came from the air. Hey! There is an assassin. And even I was deceived. Yifeng then turned around and saw a figure standing behind him, with a dagger stuck in his chest. And his blood was falling desperately. Careful! This person was secretly following Yifeng's shadow. The moment the demon wanted to attack Yifeng, it blocked Yifeng's back. That is the fatal blow of the top boss. The continuous loss of selections will cause the shadow's health to drop rapidly. Yifeng shouted loudly, What is the priest doing to increase blood? However, Ying's body just flashed with green light. But the next moment, he fell to the ground with a plop. And Ying's blood volume had returned to 0. Yifeng looked at the sky angrily and said, "Get out of here. And I can give you a decent way to die." Jia. This is so angry. Don't you have the ability to resurrect? Are you still afraid of this? Yifeng is not because Ying will not be resurrected if he waits. Nor is it because Ying loses experience if he waits. But because he is so careless. If this were in real life, they would pay the price for their carelessness. When they faced the devil, there would be no chance of their carelessness. 30 seconds later, Ying was resurrected, but was pulled up by Yu Mingming. Yifeng privately said nervously, "I know where he is." Yifeng quickly asked, "Where is it?" "Don't be nervous. Listen to me, and don't look at that location. Just above your head. About 3 meters away." It turned into a crow. Yifeng already knew, nodded, and held the weapon tightly in his hand. He only had one chance, and he didn't know where he would be next time. Yifeng walked slowly, looking for the best location to deliver his most powerful blow. In order to distract Ma Tian, Yifeng shouted, "Ma Tian, come out here. Otherwise, I will turn your nest upside down after I go to God's continent." Jia. With your strength, I'm afraid you can't even get through our gate. I think. Before Ma Tian finished speaking, Yifeng could no longer hold the weapon in his hand. Go to H.L. Boom. Death Harvest. With 200% attack damage. Yifeng's most powerful blow directly remembered the Black Crow. The Demon Refining Pot. Attack. The dragon raises its head. Kill. Yifeng's movements could be described as fleeting. Yifeng's most powerful attack fell on the Black Crow in just an instant. Even Oyezi and others didn't react as Yifeng's attacks had all hit. The Black Crow was shot down from the branch directly to the ground. The shape of the crow directly transformed into the appearance of Ma Tian and fell to the ground. Chapter 659 Encirclement and Suppression of Demon Tianxi. Ahem. Ma Tian lay on the ground coughing blood and quickly got up. He never thought that Yifeng would attack him. Ma Tian looked at Yifeng in disbelief and said, "How did you discover me? You don't care how I find out that your killer will have to pay the price." Ma Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed, "Haha. It's just you. It must have been your strongest attack just now. And it just caused me some superficial injuries." Yifeng frowned. Except for the attack of the ancient artifact demon refining pot, which dealt a fixed damage of 500,000. His other 2 attacks caused her tens of thousands of damage at most. But this guy's overall health volume has only dropped by 10% at most. Which is too scary. 1 million blood is already terrifying. But this guy has 10 million. It's a top boss after all. But now that you've shown up, I'm sorry. Yifeng rushed forward again. But this time the counterattack made Yifeng a little bit too much. After all, there was a 15-level difference between the two sides. I'm here to help you. The Demon Emperor immediately stepped forward to help Yifeng resist the pressure. Yifeng looked at the Demon Emperor and said, "Thank you. Humph. I haven't forgiven you just yet. Our affairs are not over yet." Yifeng said with a dark face, "Don't you have any sense of humor? You can break such a good situation. Don't let me get killed." It is not that easy for Motion to kill Yifeng. Even if Yifeng cannot defeat Motion, he can still hide. However, Motion finally appeared once. And this time, he would definitely not let him escape again. Kill the members of the Iron-Blooded Alliance for me. But I want to see how long it takes to fight with 10 million blood. All the members were shocked when they heard the 10 million blood volume. They had never seen a boss with more than 10 million blood volume. The 1 million blood volume just now was enough to surprise them. This million was beyond their imagination. But being able to kill a top boss with tens of millions of HP is also a rare thing to remember. The members took action one after another, and all attacks fell on Ma Tian. With the addition of Yifeng's Iron Blood Alliance, the attack was more comfortable this time. But one day, it was not so easy to deal with. Yifeng's health volume, and the health volume of Yifeng's group of masters are not much. Only 10,000 to 20,000 at most. But the damage of Ma Tian's attacks can reach more than 10,000 each time. Therefore, the masters attacking Yifeng are also very exciting. As long as the priests behind him don't keep up and add blood, they will kill him immediately after the next attack. Even Yifeng could withstand 4 attacks at most. Chu Ti and I could finish it in 2 at most. And some people were killed instantly in just 1 attack. Therefore, those melee professions were all placed in the rear by Yifeng. After all, they had no effect at all. And the long-range professions were still popular. They can attack from a distance and move around. The most important thing is that they reduce the pressure on the priests. The priests only need to take care of Yifeng for more than 10 years. But things were not so smooth sailing. When Ma Tian's blood volume dropped to half, it had already taken everyone nearly an hour. Because many players can only forcefully deduct 1 to 10 blood points from their attack damage. They can't even break through the opponent's defense. For many high-level elite players, their attack damage is only a few hundred points at most. For Mo Tian, who has tens of millions of blood, automatic blood recovery can instantly make up for his losses. So the main attack damage still comes from Yifeng and the group of NPCs. But when Ma Tian's blood volume dropped to half, something changed. Roar! Damn it! I won't let you succeed. Come out, my slaves! Roar! A black arm stretched out from the ground. At the same time, thousands of arms stretched out from the ground. And black figures crawled out. Slaves. Devour them. These black slaves are all at level 70. The appearance of such a large area of black land rovers caused the people of Yifeng's iron-blooded alliance to suffer huge damage all of a sudden. It also made Ma Tian's side feel a lot more relaxed. These level 70 black farmers are also extremely powerful. They are equivalent to an elite wild monster, and require at least 2 to 3 people to attack them to kill them. But this really caused a lot of trouble for the iron-blooded alliance. Bai Yan shouted loudly, Zushuwei, come! The summoning technique that also belongs to the summoning white flame is completely different from the previous summoning technique. Now, Bai Yan's summoning technique can summon all kinds of blood-killing guards. The largest number is the ordinary blood-killing guard. If you want to summon the advanced blood-killing guard, Ares needs to withstand huge damage. And its number control is also within Bai Yan's own customization range. Faced with so many black maids, Bai Yan chose ordinary blood because it could summon a large number of ordinary blood-killing guards without hurting himself. Just after the black slave appeared, a white arm stretched out from the ground, forming a sharp contrast with the black blood. Old Man Bai's blood-killing guard. Is this guy his descendant? Not only Ma Tian was surprised, but also other NPCs were surprised. It seemed that Bai Yan's master was not such a simple person. After thousands of blood-killing guards appeared, they bit the black slaves crazily. With the addition of the blood-killing guard, the players of the Iron-Blooded Alliance were finally relieved. Unfortunately, these were just ordinary blood-killing guards, and their combat effectiveness was not strong. But a very important person was ushered in, which was also something Mo Tian was very worried about. After the white blood-killing guard appeared, in less than a minute, an old man stood there outside Situs Fong Tian Huaji formation. Ma Tian was shocked and couldn't believe it. Why is this old guy really here? Oh, Fenshen? Why aren't you dead yet? I remember I slapped you to death. Ma Tian said with a gloomy face, Old Man Bai. I just said the wrong thing back then, and you wanted to shoot me to death. Fortunately, I ran fast. Otherwise I would really have died. Humph. So what if I ran away? Why don't you still appear in front of me now? Ma Tian said, this matter is none of your business. Just stay outside and it'll be fine. Old Man Bai said, my apprentice is inside. Of course, I have to watch him in case he dies. I have put a lot of effort into training him. Ma Tian said with a gloomy face, he can't die. Even if he dies and can be resurrected. Why waste your time? I say waste is waste. Do you care? I'll beat you. But don't touch my apprentice. Humph. I understand. But you better not do anything. Otherwise I'll be rude to your apprentice. Yifeng listened for a long time. But he didn't expect Bai Yan's master to be so protective of his shortcomings. It's great to have a good master. But it's a pity that he doesn't have one. Chapter 660 Encirclement and Suppression of Demon Tianwu. With the sudden appearance of this old white man, Ma Tian was still timid when fighting. But he was already besieged. No matter how timid he was, he could not escape Yifeng's attack. Although the appearance of the black slaves posed a great threat to Yifeng and others, it could not prevent Ma Tian's blood volume from decreasing. Watching Ferris' blood volume decrease little by little until it reaches January 3rd. If you hadn't told us, Persian, you would have died here using Master Goose method. Haha. Who said I'm going to die here? I still said the same thing. I won't die. Oh, Yezi shouted, at this time. You still dare to talk nonsense. It seems that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Kill him, and I won't believe there won't be any clues on him. But Ma Tian did not panic because of this, which made Yifeng and others frown again. Is this guy really immortal? But the moment Old Man Bai appeared, the guy was obviously panicked. But after seeing that Old Man Bai didn't take action, he didn't react at all. Yifeng and others didn't know what happened during this period. But soon this guy's blood volume would return to zero. Yifeng shouted, "Everyone will be angry after retreating from the boss." Just after Yifeng told the members to retreat, Ma Tian had launched his final struggle. "Jie Jie. If you want to kill me, you will have to pay the price." I saw Ma Tian's pitch-black body actually emitting a blood-red light. "Oh Yezi," shouted, "be careful. This guy wants to blow himself up." Just after I finished speaking, Ferris's body expanded violently, which was obviously a precursor to self-destruction. If this guy exposes himself, Yifeng believes that all the players present will be blown to ashes and wiped out. The demon refining pot. Guard. This was the first time Yifeng used the defensive skill of the demon refining pot. When Yifeng used the demon refining pot, a huge lid appeared in front of Yifeng and others. This huge cover is like a city wall blocking Yifeng and others, although it is a transparent cover. But this does not hinder the powerful defensive ability of the demon refining pot. With the demon refining pot's defensive capabilities, Yifeng and others were not harmed at all. The demon refining pot only trembled slightly at the moment when the demon sky exploded. It blocked all the damage. But the aftermath of the explosion still knocked down many people. Fortunately, there was not much substantial damage. A lot of things fell from Ferris' body. This was the top doctor of all ages. But he was killed by Yifeng and many NPCs under siege. Yifeng was not in a hurry to pick up those things. Yifeng had already seen 2 pieces of equipment glowing with colorful light, and actually exploded 2 artifacts. Not only Yifeng saw it, but also the players in the entire Iron-Blooded Alliance Guild saw it. They could be said to have gleaming eyes. It was an artifact. Apart from the president and the group of masters, there were still relatively few people who owned the artifact. Oh Yezi came to the place where Ferris was playing, looked around and shook his head. Damn this guy. He would rather die than tell us how to save the master. What should we do now? The Demon King said angrily. Oh Yezi said, then we can only go to the God's continent to find a trace of the legendary immortal energy to resist the trace of evil energy in the ancient master's body. But how is it possible to find the legendary trace of immortality? That is an ethereal existence. After waiting for Oyezi and others to check, Yifeng said, Chu Ti and I, go pick up those equipment. Yes. There was a lot of stuff. Although Yifeng didn't look at the specific items, there must be a lot of good stuff. But when the NPCs were having a headache, the old white man standing outside said, Do you really think you killed him? Oh Yezi asked, Old man Bai. What are you saying? Just come and help. Are you mocking us? Of course not. This guy is not here at all, because his true self is not here. Oh Yezi and others looked at Old Man Bai in great surprise. Judging from the previous conversation, Old Man Bai seemed to have killed this guy before. But he didn't know what method he used to revive him again. What do you mean? Asked the Demon King. This guy's true identity is at the Heavenly Demon headquarters in God's continent. Do you really think he would be stupid enough to let himself come here alone? The soul-leaving technique of their Heavenly Demon clan is a very powerful ability in God's continent. I just heard this guy talk about the art of soul separation. But we don't know how powerful it is. Old Man Bai said, in the continent of gods. I was fortunate enough to see the method of cultivating the soul-leaving art among the demon clan. However, if you kill his clone now, his body will also suffer 50% damage. That is, it's said that its body is extremely weak now. But it's a pity that you can't go to God's continent. Old Man Bai has been to God's continent. There are few people here who don't know it. Because not many people could go to God's continent in that era. And there were even fewer people who could come back. Master Gu and Old Man Bai were 2 of them. Of course, Old Man Bai is still not as powerful as Master Gu. So even Ma Tian is not very afraid of Old Man Bai. If this doesn't mean Yifeng discovered where Ma Tian's body is, it was really hard for them to find him and kill him. Jie, I said I won't die, but if you dare to kill my clone, I will definitely make you look good in the future. A gloomy and hoarse voice resounded through the sky. It seemed that the demon was not dead, and what the old man said was right. After Bai Yin saw his master, he quickly walked up and said, Master, why are you here? Aren't you living a leisurely life in the canyon? Old Man Bai said, You are my only disciple. As a master, of course I can't just ignore everything. After all, what you are encountering this time is the demon god. Thank you for your concern. Master, I care so much that I can't even talk about it. But now that you are already at the 8th level, it's time to teach you some more things. Come with me. I seem to have something to do here. I guess I can't live without it. As a result, The old man Bai looked directly at Yi Feng and said, "Boy, what else does my apprentice say he has to do?" After being glared at by old man Bai, Yi Feng quickly said, "It's okay. It's okay. Just take him there. You see? People say you're fine. Don't make excuses." Bai Yin had a long face and said with great reluctance, "Master, your tone is like asking someone. I'm afraid of you even if you want me. Don't waste time here after leaving. There will be a lot of battles in the future." After saying that, old man Bai directly picked up Bai Yan's clothes and disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 661. The server has finally been upgraded. After the old man Bai left, Yi Feng couldn't help but ask, "Senior Oyezi, what is the background of this old man? You seem to be in awe of him." Oyezi nodded and said, "That's natural. Although he likes others to call him old man Bai. In terms of seniority, I should call him senior." "You want to call him senior? So isn't he the same as Master Gu?" "That's right. Although his strength is not as good as Master Gu, he has left us far behind. His strength cannot be underestimated. This is why the devil is afraid of him." Yi Feng nodded. "This old white man must be too scary. Even such a difficult guy as Ma Tian is afraid of him. But the current situation is extremely complicated. They have not found any way to cure Bone Master at all. So they have to think long term." Everyone returned to the main city, and Yi Feng was no exception. But Chu Tianai and others were already arranging the value and profit distribution of the things obtained from this battle. For safety reasons, all NPCs came to Yi Feng's territory again. After this cooperation, Yi Feng didn't even know where to divide the Demon King into. "That Demon King. Are you on the same team as us? Or on your own team?" Yi Feng directly expressed his doubts. After all, the Demon Emperor was hostile to them before. "This has nothing to do with you. I am still myself. I will not obey anyone's arrangements. The same goes for going to God's continent." Yi Feng said, "Then you have to listen to me. The key to the God's continent is with me." "Humph. If you don't let me go, I will overturn your territory." Yi Feng said, "You should try to lift it off. I'm afraid that Senior Oyezi will pull your skin off." "Okay. You too. Stop arguing. Demon Emperor. What are you going to do in the future?" The Demon King thought for a while. Since he was going to the God's continent, he had to develop his own strength. "Right. I plan to practice in seclusion and not engage in worldly affairs, waiting for the day when the door to God's continent opens." "Do you still want to attack the main human city? The Imperial City? Or the Holy City?" "Humph. What happened before is what happened before. And now I have other ideas." "Well, please restrain your demon clan members." "Well, if nothing happens, I will go back first. I will be back when I wait for the day when the God's continent opens." It is said that the Demon King soared into the sky and left Yi Feng's territory directly. After waiting for the Demon King to leave, the system sounded a notification tone. Ding! System prompt, from now on, the demons and humans will live in peace. And the Demon Imperial City will be fully open for players from now on. Ding! System prompt, congratulations to the player Yi Feng for bringing a new light to the peace of the mainland and winning the title of Peace Ambassador of the Fantasy China region. Ding! System prompt, the server will be shut down for upgrade in 10 minutes. The upgrade time is 2 hours. All players are requested to log off within 10 minutes to avoid unnecessary losses. Ding! System prompt, this upgrade opens the National War System. The Chinese and Japanese regions will be opened immediately after the update. The opening time of other regions is to be determined. Ding! System prompt, there are still 9 minutes and 40 seconds left before the server is shut down. The system prompts kept jumping and counting down. Yi Feng did not expect that he would be awarded the title of Peace Ambassador. I never thought that this server upgrade was to start the National War System. And to start the national war between China and Japan. Of course, this system upgrade was caused by Yi Feng. So Yi Feng became popular again. Yi Feng is really awesome this night. Now the main player of the demon race can be said to be a family. Finally, we no longer need to be looked down upon by the human NPCs. Damn it. Yi Feng finally did something good. From this point of view, the internal worries in the Huaxia region have been resolved. And now it is time to prepare for the national war with peace of mind. After waiting for several months, the National War System was finally launched, which made the players completely excited. It had been a long time since I had fought, and I could finally release the resentment I had been holding in my heart. Yi Feng and others also went offline one after another. Yi Feng walked out of his room, and everyone gathered together and came to the conference room. Yifeng said. Let's have a simple meeting. What are we going to eat tonight? Boss, I thought something had happened with your serious expression. But it turned out you were thinking about what to eat tonight. It scared me to death. Yifeng smiled and said, That's not true. I just wanted to talk while eating. Zissou said excitedly, Of course. The weather is so cold. Let's go eat hot pot. What an atmosphere. Yes. Boss wants seafood hot pot to eat hot pot. It tastes really exciting. Arrogant brother said. Are you paying? When asked by Yifeng, Arrogant brother immediately shrank aside and said, I'm just talking about my sister-in-law's big belly. I can't afford it. So you should pay for it yourself. Haha. Sister-in-law. You are so arrogant that you have a big belly. Zissa looked at brother Arrogant with an angry look, clenched his fists and said, Don't count on me for your lifelong affairs. Don't. I'm not joking. Sister-in-law. With your figure, your thin waist, and your long legs, it took 8 lifetimes for my boss to find you. Zissou said with a proud look on her face. Humph. If you come back and make peace, I won't punish you. Let's go have hot pot. I'll treat you to the seafood. Oh yeah. Long live my sister-in-law. Yifeng shook his head with a wry smile. These guys were quite cute in private. We finally arrived at the seafood city. But it was already crowded with people. It was really difficult to get a seat. After all, Fantasy World is being upgraded and repaired at this time. And all the players have come out. After all, the weather is so cold. And it is not something Yifeng and his group can think of eating hot pot. Wow. There are so many people. Boss, we are late and there is no room. Yifeng said, I'll ask you. Wait here. Okay. You must have a seat. It's not easy to come out in the cold weather. The reason why Yifeng chose this seafood city was because Wu Tian gave him a VIP card. Because Yifeng knew that he loved seafood. He specifically asked Wu Tian for such a VIP card. I'm sorry. Sir, our seafood city is already full. If you want to eat seafood hot pot, you need to wait. If you are currently in line, it may take more than 2 hours. Before Yifeng could speak, the waiter at the door had already rejected Yifeng. Yifeng took out a pair of black and gold cards from his pocket with a smile. Although he didn't know what this thing was used for. Wu Tian said that this card can make everything you do go extremely smoothly. And you don't have any problems eating. Look at my card. Can I eat here? When the waiter saw the black and gold card in Yifeng's hand, his eyes widened. This card had not appeared for a long time. Even if the character appeared, it would not be simple. Chapter 662 Psychosis. Dear VIP customers, you originally had this card to enter our specific VIP room. But you were a step late. Someone just held this card and entered that room. What surprised the waiter was that there were 2 customers holding such cards tonight. This kind of situation has never happened to him after working here for several years. But this kind of customer has a high position, and they can't afford to offend him. Yifeng frowned. He really came a step too late. He couldn't let others come out. The status of the person who has this card must not be bad. Just as Yifeng was about to leave, the waiter called out again, Sir, I'm going to talk to our boss and see where we can free up a table for you. Good. This is the only hotpot seafood city in the city that is better. Other places may not have such fresh seafood. Or the taste may be slightly worse. It would be nice to have a table available. So Yifeng planned to wait a while. The waiter trotted to the backstage to find his boss. Where's the manager? Manager. Boss? Of course the boss went to have dinner with the client. But he didn't see that the black gold card customer just arrived. The waiter said, but now there is another black gold card customer outside. I can only find the boss. Damn. It's such an unlucky coincidence. What happened tonight? 2 people came here. I don't know either. I just want to ask the boss if we can make room for that customer. Okay. You go entertain him. And I'll go find the boss to discuss it. Good. The manager trotted up to the top floor. In a room on the top floor, the owner of this seafood restaurant was drinking with a group of young people in front of him. Button! The manager stood at the door and knocked on the door. Then came to the hotel owner. He leaned close to his ear and whispered, Boss. There is a black gold card customer coming outside. The boss's hand holding the cup trembled. He had just found out the identity of this group of customers. He couldn't afford to offend him. Why was there another one? Masters and ladies, you drink slowly while I go down to receive the guests. Boss, don't leave. Who else can have my identity? What you just said must count. Don't even think about leaving until you finish this bottle of wine. The person who spoke was a young man. And it was he who came to the seafood restaurant with the card. This young man is the grandson of a military boss. And he can't afford to offend him at all. This young master has a guest who also has a black gold card. If I don't go to entertain him, why should I ask the waiters to entertain him? I want to come back immediately after entertaining him. The young man said, "Oh, there is such a thing. I want to see who that guy is." The boss is someone who has seen big events. Especially young people like this who are young and energetic, and have a strong desire to compare. So they are likely to cause trouble. Young master, please don't go. If you feel that the wine is not enough, I will ask the waiter to add more for you. How about that? We'll pay you as much as we eat. This is what my grandpa told me. You can't eat other people's food for free. I'm just curious. Who can get such a black gold card? This okay. Please take me and this young master down to have a look. Yes. The manager also looked helpless. He really couldn't afford to offend such a young man. Yi Feng and others have been arranged by the waiter in the VIP back living room. After all, it would be cold to wait outside the door. And their identities cannot stand outside the door in the cold. Yi Feng and others were laughing happily. Xiao Hei's lively role was not for nothing. At this time, 3 people walked into the VIP back room. One of them clearly looked like the boss. But the young man behind him didn't know what he did. Dear guests, we really can't free up this table. If you feel like you have to wait too long, you can go somewhere else to eat. If you come to our place next time, you will get a free meal. What do you think? The boss is extremely tactful in dealing with people. He said these words right from the start. It is obvious that he has experienced a lot of storms. Yi Feng couldn't do anything when he heard this. After all, he couldn't drive people away. Yi Feng stood up and said, "If it's okay, let's go shopping somewhere else." The boss didn't expect Yi Feng to be so easy to talk to. It would be great if all the black gold card customers are like Yi Feng. The boss quickly leaned over and said, "I'm really sorry for making you wait for so long. I will definitely make you happy next time. I will waive your order." Zissou said happily, "You said this. I eat a lot. Miss, you can eat whatever you like in my store. I guarantee you will feel comfortable." Yi Feng said, "Let's go." Yi Feng and others were about to leave, when Yan Yu and Zissou took Yi Feng's arms. Before he could take 2 steps, he was stopped by someone. It was the young man. The man stood up and said, "You also have a black gold card. You don't look like it. Did you pick it up somewhere?" Yi Feng frowned. He originally thought that this young man was just working in the store. But he didn't expect that this was what he said. "Hey, what are you talking about? Speak clearly." Xiao Hei will always be Yi Feng's speaker. The young man was a little stunned when someone pointed at his nose and spoke. Not many people dared to speak to him like this. The reason I stopped them was because I felt a little unhappy when I saw Yi Feng holding 2 such top beauties. Put your hands down. Kid, you can point at me as you please, no matter who I am. Yi Feng frowned and said, "Why do we have that card again? It's none of your business. We didn't stop you from eating either. Please get out of the way." The young man smiled evilly and said, "It's okay to be lazy. How about you lend me the 2 beauties around you, and have a glass of wine with me? It won't take long." Yan Yu looked at the other party coldly. He had immediately changed his mode, and had completed the virtual reality transformation. Frost had already appeared in his hands. Yi Feng directly grabbed Yan Yu's arm. If he really beat him to death, it would be difficult. After all, the identity of the person with the black gold card is not simple. Yi Feng said, "I know your status is unusual, but are you sure you want to block our way?" "Uh-huh. Since you know that my status is extraordinary, you should come over and have a drink with me. Otherwise no one will want to leave today." Yi Feng said, "Are you sure?" "Of course. Now that I've grown up, no one dares to point at my nose and make irresponsible remarks." So, boom! Before this guy could finish his arrogance, a man had appeared where the young man had just stood, clapped his hands and said, "There is no end to the neurosis." Chapter 663 Interlude. The hotel owner and manager looked at the young man lying on the ground in pain with their mouths wide open and their eyes wide open. It was Xiao Hei who had just taken action. They didn't even see Xiao Hei's movements, and the young man had already flown out. "Master, are you okay? Do you want me to call an ambulance?" "Oh, how dare you hit me? Boss, call me quickly. I'm going to call my grandpa. I'm going to make them sit in jail and suffer a lifetime of pain." The boss has not understood Yi Feng's identity so far. If Yi Feng and the others dare to hit him, they are obviously very powerful. If they really need to make a phone call, the matter will become a big deal. Yifeng said, "Boss, I'm sorry to bother you. Let's go." As he spoke, Yifeng patted the boss on the shoulder, and then led others out of the seafood restaurant like leg warner. "Don't leave. Don't even think about leaving. You beat me and you want to leave. But there's no door." Things suddenly became a big deal, and everyone in the seafood city was watching. The guy's friends also rushed down from upstairs because a waiter was informing them. Looking at the young man sitting on the ground, a man ran over to help him up and said, "Brotherly, what's wrong with you? Who beat you?" "I came just in time. Those guys who stopped me dared to hit me. I want them to know what regret means in their lives." "Okay. Don't leave. You guys. You beat your brother and try to leave. You are really brave." Yifeng frowned, wondering why he always met a group of blind people every time he went out to eat. Yifeng said, "You'd better not come over. I'll warn you again. Damn it. Don't think you dare to warn me even if you have $2. Boom. A figure flew out again and landed directly next to Brotherly. "Ah. It hurts me so much." "Well, your brother just finished making a phone call and saw a person falling from the sky next to him. It was his partner just now." Brotherly pointed at Yifeng and others and said, "You are dead. My grandpa will send someone over soon." Yifeng didn't want to cause trouble at all tonight. He just wanted to have a simple meal to discuss something. But now it has become like this. It seems that it will not end well. Yifeng said, "It's best not to let your people come. Otherwise you will regret it." There are really not many people in China who would dare to say anything that would make me regret it." Yifeng chuckled. Is this because the cow group is not afraid of tigers? Or is there something wrong with his brain? At this time, the boss finally stood up. If this continues, the restaurant will really suffer. Although they know some people, they can't stand up to those high-ranking people. "You two young masters, please stop making trouble in this small place like mine. I can't afford to make trouble. How about free of charge for the two of you to dine in our restaurant in the future? As long as you don't make trouble in our restaurant." "What's the matter?" "All right. Snort." Yifeng said, "This is none of your business. In that case, I am waiting here to help you handle this matter." The boss finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Yifeng's words. If he was left to handle it by himself, it would be really troublesome. Not long after, several black cars stopped at the entrance of the seafood restaurant. Several men in straight suits walked down from above, and they looked like they were no ordinary people. However, what surprised Yifeng was that a strong man who had attained the enlightenment level actually walked out of the car. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. If something happens, you can send a strong man from the light realm to protect this guy's identity. It seems not easy. But the moment the strong man in the consecration realm saw Yifeng, he walked directly to Yifeng and said respectfully, "I've met Senior Yifeng." Yifeng said doubtfully, "I don't know you." "How do you know me?" "Wu Tian told us." "I didn't expect to see Senior Yifeng here." Yifeng said, "You are older than me, so it's a bit awkward to call me senior. You'd better call me Yifeng." "Then how come the master of Xingda is the teacher first? How much higher is your cultivation than me?" "Of course you are the senior. I am Sun Yuan, who is in the early stage of enlightenment." Yifeng had no choice but to nod. In the eyes of many immortal cultivators, anyone with a higher cultivation level than them is a senior. No matter how much you say, they don't dare to talk nonsense. Then after your brother saw his supporter coming, he actually exchanged greetings with Yifeng. "What on earth is going on? Even though this guy is the one beating me, you have to make the decision for me." Sun Yuan glanced at Brotherly, who was still sitting on the ground, and said, "Senior taught you that it is your problem. With the reputation of senior, how can you hit people casually? So go back with me quickly." "Uncle Sun, my grandfather asked you to protect me, but he didn't ask you to be like this. Are you my grandfather's person or his?" Sun Yuan said, "Even if your grandpa sees Yifeng, he has to call out senior. If you don't get in the car, take the young master away for me." "Yes." Several men dragged Brotherly into the car without giving him a chance to explain. Sun Yuan apologized again and said, "I'm sorry. Senior Yifeng has caused you inconvenience. It's because our family has lax discipline. We will definitely punish him severely when he returns." Yifeng said, "It's nothing wrong. It's just that this time it's me. If it's someone else, it won't be so easy to talk to." "Thank you, Senior Yifeng, for showing mercy. I will definitely teach him well." "Well, let's go quickly. Don't block the road here." "Yes." After Sun Yuan and others left, the people brought by Brotherly could not continue to eat here. After all, they did not dare to stay here since Brotherly was not here. So soon their room became vacant. Seeing that Yifeng was about to leave, the boss quickly said, "This young master happens to have an empty room for you to use." Yifeng nodded and said, "Okay. This is it. We are too lazy to leave." Finally, after a small interlude, Yifeng and others finally sat in the top room of these seafood buildings. Perhaps because Yifeng helped him solve a big problem. Yifeng's room was filled with all kinds of fine seafood. Zissou looked as happy as a flower, finally having a steaming and delicious seafood hot pot. While eating, Yifeng was discussing about the opening of the national war system in the fantasy world. "Boss, we are starting a national war system with Japan. What are we going to do? We have a grudge against them. You destroyed an entire city back then. Thinking about the time when I went to Japan to do a mission, I bombed an entire city. It was indeed a bit hateful. Players in Japan definitely hate Yifeng. They will definitely gather their strength to attack us. But we shouldn't just defend. Right? Their area is so small. But our area is so large. So we should be the first to attack. What do you think?" Chapter 664. Everyone has their own thoughts. "Boss, should we focus our firepower on them this time?" "That's right. The players in Japan already have problems with us." Yin said, "In the past, when offline professional players competed for rankings, players from the Japanese region and our players from the Chinese region were the most intense every time." Yifeng nodded. Although he had not played games before, it could be seen from many aspects that the players in the Chinese area were the players in the Japanese area and were not very friendly. On the contrary, the same was true for them. The map of the Japanese region is small, so they have fewer resources. If they come to seize the territory of the Chinese region, it is a matter of course, and they can add more regions of their own. Therefore, it is very normal for players from the Japanese region to want to come to the Chinese side. However, players in the Chinese region do not want their area to be occupied by players in the Japanese region. So a very fierce conflict will definitely break out between the two sides. Yifeng and the others were discussing, and at the same time, they were also maintaining the Japanese server, because the national war in the Chinese region and the Japanese region has been temporarily opened. Both sides have appeared, and now this situation is not online. Many players have already started heated discussions on the forum, and at the same time, a brand new forum soon appeared on the official forum, the National War Forum. But no functions have been opened yet, because the National War system has not yet been fully opened. Players are not supported to speak in it for the time being. I am afraid that this national forum will be opened after the maintenance is completed. Although players in the Japanese region were surprised why the server was suddenly upgraded to start a national war, they had also been preparing for this day for a very long time. The three major guilds in their Japanese region have already made preparations. As soon as the national war system breaks out, they will definitely attack the Chinese region. Now the presidents of Japan's three major guilds have gathered together to discuss. Two presidents. What is my plan? President Yamaguchi's plan is indeed good. But do we know if they have any plans against us in the Huaxia district? As the president of the Viper Guild, although they rank second among the three major guilds, their abilities are not weak. President Viper, you don't have to worry about this. They have always been very arrogant over there in the Huaxia district. How could they have thought of our sudden attack? Yes, they have always been arrogant. Even if the national war system is turned on, they may not take any action. Yeah, but we have to be on guard. After all, you should know what happened before. That Yifeng blew up our entire city. We really need to settle this score with him. Of course this guy must be our main target. But I don't know what's going on with this guy lately. Listen to the report from the spies over there. This update is entirely caused by that one leaf maple. So we can't underestimate him. Humph. So much time has passed, and the strength of our side has increased a lot. I'm afraid that Yifeng can't bear our blow. Yes, the guy ranked first in Japan is Hanano Yamaichi. Now that so much time has passed, he has become so powerful that it scares the entire Japanese players. Hanano Yamaichi is just like Yifeng in the Chinese area in Japan. They are both very famous for their toughness. But I don't know what kind of sparks will happen after the two collide. But in the past few days, from the moment the system prompt appeared, one girl was extremely excited. She is Ida Sakura. And she has finally waited for this day. And she can finally see Yifeng again. It's great. I can finally see him again. I don't know if he still remembers me, but I will never forget him. Looking at his sister's obsessed look, Naoyama Taichi couldn't help but shake his head and sigh at his sister. She still hasn't forgotten him after so long, and is always asking about her situation. Yifeng disappeared for more than a month. But he was very anxious. When he appeared, he finally returned to his normal appearance. Sister, if you look like this, you will be very sad if people have forgotten you by then. So you better not have high expectations. As a result, Ida Sakura didn't listen to Naima Taichi's words at all. She just kept thinking about herself. After seeing Yifeng, what kind of image should she use to appear in front of Yifeng? On Yifeng's side, after eating and drinking, he finally returned to his studio. Now it's less than 10 minutes before the server starts. I'm so full today. I must go to this restaurant again next time. It's so delicious, Zissou said with a satisfied face as she touched the bulging ball she ate. Yifeng scratched Zissou's little nose and said, You little girl. If the boss sees you and goes, I'm afraid he will go bankrupt. Humph. How could such a big store be bankrupted by me? Didn't he say that? It's enough for me to eat. Yifeng said, You ate 2 top-quality king crabs by yourself. But you didn't see the distressed expression on the boss's face at that time. Humph. We solved a big problem for him. He should thank us for treating him with 2 Earth Kings. So what if, before I left, I told him that he must prepare a few more such king crab is so delicious. I will come again next time. Yifeng was speechless. No wonder the boss's face was as dark as coal when he left. It turned out to be Zissou who said this to her. Not only the top-quality king crab, but also half a big abalone. Each one costs tens of thousands. Zissou asked for 1 for each person, and she ate 2 for herself. Just half an abalone cost the boss hundreds of thousands. After this meal, the boss's heart was bleeding. Yifeng said, My eldest lady, let's talk about the future later. The server is about to be launched now. Let's go into the game and see what changes there are. Okay. I can't even walk anymore. Let's sit here and play games. I can't even lie down. Yifeng looked at Zissou's bulging belly and realized that this guy was too good to eat. In order to make Zissou less uncomfortable, Yifeng circulated his own spiritual energy and injected it into Zissou's belly, making him feel much better instantly. It's better to have my boyfriend. It's much more comfortable, Zissou said with a happy face. Yifeng touched Zissou's head, sat next to Zissou, and entered the game with her. Yifeng and the others are considered to be among the first batch of players to enter the game, and they have already entered the game just after the update. Yifeng opened the map as soon as he came in, because there would definitely be changes on the map after the update. And sure enough, a national front appeared on the edge of the map. On the periphery of the national front is the territory of Japan. This map, that did not exist before, has now been fully displayed. Moreover, Yifeng, as the city lord of the main human city, has a new mission. Quests can be issued to summon players to attack neighboring countries. Chapter 665 Surprise. After many players went online, they hurried to the area where the national war met. After all, this is a new map, and players may spend a large part of their time fighting here. Yifeng and others are no exception. After all, it's just the beginning, so there will definitely be something new to go there to see. This time Huang went to the junction of the Japanese area and a place not far outside Jilin City. Kirin City was originally close to the border of the Japanese area, but now that area has been opened, so the location of Kirin City feels a little bigger. When Yifeng and others went to that location, many people were already here, all coming to watch the excitement. The setting of this place is quite special. In front of Yifeng, there are 2 tall towers. This tower is their tower in the Huaxia district, called the Watch Tower. There are also 2 in the Japanese area opposite. They are also called Watch Towers. But Yifeng and the others can directly see that its color is red, and even the blood volume is red, indicating that it can attack. Of course, the distance between her and him was quite far, but the same 2 towers could be seen in the distance, standing opposite each other. Look, there are players over there. Players from Japan. Where are they? I want to see how the players in Japan are different from us. Yifeng and others took a closer look and saw that a group of players did appear in the distance. But when I looked at the names, I knew why the players in the Huaxia district had such names. After all, the system directly translated their Japanese names, and the names presented to Yifeng and others were in a mess. Moreover, some of their equipment are also strangely shaped. After all, the professions are different, and the appearance of the equipment must be different. Boss, these are the players in Japan. It seems that some of them have pretty good equipment. Yifeng nodded. The equipment of this group of players was really good. But Yifeng felt something was wrong. The equipment of this group of players was also too good. For example, many players in Yifeng's Huaxia district do not have enough equipment. Some are good and some are bad. After all, everyone is here to watch the fun. But the opposite side is different. They have uniform and good equipment. And even the unions are the same. When he saw their neat pace and neat team, Yifeng suddenly realized something was wrong. If we don't go to Japan, the players will attack us. Yifeng yelled. He never thought about going to Japan. Players would fight with him at this time. The most important thing is that there is no organization at all in the Chinese area, while the players in the Japanese area are obviously prepared in advance. Yifeng's shout made everyone react immediately. No wonder the people on the opposite side were so well equipped. Damn! The players in this Japanese region are so abominable. They are ready to fight as soon as the national war system is launched. We are trying to catch us by surprise. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and call someone. Are you there? Hainan Jilin City may be captured by others. When someone said this, everyone began to call their friends and guild. Yifeng and others also hurriedly said in the guild, everyone in the National War Department must gather quickly. The other side is about to fight. Why is the opponent trying to fight now? This is too fast. The fight has just begun. Damn. We are all here. Many of us are not going to play games today. After all, we finally have a rest. Hurry up and make phone calls to urge people to hurry up. If we are rowing like this, don't let others attack us. That would be really embarrassing. Even Bayonet didn't expect that the players in Japan would organize their manpower to attack them so quickly. Fortunately, the Military Soul Guild was very good at recruiting people. So they were the fastest to gather, and arrived at the scene as soon as possible. Although Yifeng's Iron Blood Alliance is the largest alliance in China, its current staff is uneven, and many players are temporarily unable to join. If you fight the opponent's well-prepared team like this without all the personnel, there will definitely be a large-scale defeat. While Yifeng was still recruiting manpower, players from the Japanese area on the other side had already attacked. However, in Japan, which was at the forefront, the players were killed one after another by the two watchtowers on the border of the Chinese area. But this could not withstand the attacks of many players from the Japanese area. For a time, players from the Japanese region flocked to the Chinese region like a tide. Of course, Yifeng and others would not retreat because of this and began to fight back desperately. But the ordinary players around them will always be the opponents of the elite players in Japan. The two sides had clashed, and the players in the Huaxia area were immediately defeated and killed one after another. This directly angered the players in the Chinese region. Damn it. They came prepared. Our people can't stop this Jilin city at all. I'm afraid they will miss. Damn it. If this Jilin misses, where will my face be? We will become a joke in the world. We have to defend even to the death. Where are the people from the Iron-Blooded Alliance? Why haven't they shown up yet? It's just that there are too few people here. I guess they didn't expect the players from the Japanese area to start a war with us at this time. It's so unethical. The players in the Japanese region are indeed cunning. Aren't they afraid that our players in the Chinese region will react and attack them? Now that we have reached this point, we should find a way quickly. Otherwise, if we really fail, it will be a big loss. The Bayonet found Yifeng. Although the moment their Military Soul Guild appeared, the bleeding on the station was indeed stopped. But it was only temporary. After all, there were many people coming from the other side. But there were too few people on this side. What should we do? The people on the opposite side are going to give us a fatal blow. When will our people be able to gather together? Yifeng said with a gloomy face. I'm not sure. After all, we don't have this plan at all. Who knows if they will give us a heads up? Or if we underestimate the enemy too much? Bayonet nodded and said, I can't blame you. After all, the national war is also the first time for all players to play. So they struck first. Yifeng nodded. He was indeed careless. Guild Master Zhui Feng, Chairman Fanatic, and many other presidents. Where are your people? Many of the presidents, who were named by Yifeng, felt bitter. They did not expect that Japan would attack at this time. They have been working hard to recruit people. But not everyone can go online immediately. This is not the way to go. Aotian said. President Aotian, what can you do? We are short of manpower now. Just a few of us cannot withstand so many players. Yifeng said worriedly. Aotian said, the only way now is to retreat to Jilin City. Bayonet was the first to refuse and said, absolutely not. Wouldn't we lose most of our territory? What do you think? President Bayonet? Do you want these players to lie here one after another, and let them slaughter them? Chapter 666. The troops are approaching the city. Yi Feng looked at the players around him. After coming out of the resurrection point, he ran into the battlefield and lay down again. Ran out again. Went in again, and laid down again. Although after this update, players killed by hostile countries will not lose experience. But they will lose equipment if they die too many times. Even now, some players are complaining that their equipment has been dropped. If this continues, it will only be cheaper for players in the Japanese region. We must not retreat. Bayonet remained firm in his thoughts. Altian frowned. Why is this guy so smart? Doesn't he know how to turn? Yi Feng said, strategic retreat. Do you understand? I understand. But this will cause us to lose our territory. I am here just to prevent our territory from being lost. Otherwise, what is the use of me joining your iron-blooded alliance? Yi Feng said, let's go and let him guard here by himself. As soon as Yi Feng's words came out, the iron-blooded alliance players on the battlefield retreated one after another. The iron-blooded alliance players, who had not yet arrived, were all arranged in Qilin City. Bayonet looked at Yi Feng angrily. Yi Feng's behavior caused them to lose a great battle. In the end, they were waiting for others to attack the city. But Bayonet also saw the constant casualties among his guild members. And it was simply not an option for a long time. What's going on with our guild now? Sir, after the iron-blooded alliance retreated, our casualties were even greater. Should we also retreat to Qilin City? Fighting like this is simply not an option. We can't beat the other side. So we came prepared. President Yi Feng is right. There is nothing embarrassing about a strategic retreat. The worst we can do is get back the territory we lost. Sir, there can be no more damage. Many of our brothers have already lost a lot of equipment. Bayonet gritted his teeth and looked at the tide of Japanese players in front of him, and could only say cruelly, retreat. Less than half an hour after the two sides started fighting, the players in the Chinese region had suffered heavy losses. When ordinary players saw that the iron-blooded alliance and the major guilds had withdrawn from the battlefield, they also returned to Qilin City. They knew that this place had been lost. At the same time, the players in the Japanese area cheered loudly, because they occupied the border of the Chinese area from the beginning. Haha. The players in this Chinese region are just like this. They are so incompetent. Don't be too complacent. They just haven't made enough preparations at the moment. It won't be so easy next time. Guild presidents, how about we take down Qilin City in one go? Based on the current situation, the best way to capture the alluring man is when we have the best chance. Okay. Since all the presidents have agreed, let's set off and attack Qilin City together. A large area of Japanese players rushed towards Qi Yinqing's direction. Yi Feng and others stood on the city wall, watching the players gathering in the city. Although they felt confident, they still didn't have much confidence. At the same time, many people on the World Channel in China were talking about Yi Feng. Yi Feng, you little brat. If you don't hit me, you'll hit us in Qilin City. Yi Feng, as the leader of the iron-blooded alliance, you don't have any countermeasures. We have already lost a place. How can we still defend Qilin together? Yi Feng, if you don't have the ability, don't sit in the position of leader of the iron-blooded alliance and replace it with someone else. Yi Feng silently watched the criticism on the World Channel without any complaints. This time, it was indeed because I didn't do a good enough job that it led to this situation. Boss, what should we do now? At most, half of our people are here. Wait. Let the presidents of the major guilds contact people quickly. Yes. Yi Feng and other guild leaders stood on the wall of Qilin City, frowning. It won't be long before players in the Japanese area can come under the walls of Qilin City, and they will really be besieged by then. At this time, as the Lord of Qilin City, the Lord of Qilin City appeared next to Yi Feng. City Lord Yi Feng, what is going on? Why do people from the Japanese area come to us? As if they are very detrimental to us. Yi Feng said, the Lord of Qilin City quickly mobilizes the army. Their people are going to attack our Qilin City. Looking at their menacing appearance, I said that nothing good is going to happen. Hurry up and mobilize the troops. I also asked the Lord of Yi Feng City, and ask your troops from Qinglong City to come and assist. Yi Feng said, there is no way to mobilize here. Except for me. No other guards from Qinglong City can come here. We can only rely on us. Why is this happening? Is there something wrong? Yi Feng shook his head. This was impossible to explain. After all, the system wouldn't let them out. What could he do? The worst case scenario we have to prepare now is for Qilin City to fall. The Lord of Qilin City said angrily, even if it costs me my life. I will not let his ice cream become luolu and get into the hands of the Japanese. Well, I will help you. Thank you very much, Lord Qinglong, for your help. I'll arrange the manpower right away. Because of Yi Feng's relationship, Qilin City had a premonition of the danger and made preparations in advance, thus avoiding many unnecessary casualties. About 10 minutes later, players from Japan appeared one after another under the walls of Qilin City. All players in the Chinese region have retreated to Qilin City. After the Japanese players appeared, a large number of Japanese players appeared outside Qilin City, and they were very orderly. Players in the Chinese region, listen, I only want your Qilin City. As long as you can let us go, we will not attack by force, so as not to cause you unnecessary trouble. Hack you. Who told you I would give it to you? Even if it means death, I will drag you into this. You really think that our players in the Huaxia area are weak persimmons and are just attacking us? When our real troops are assembled, you will not be able to resist them. Get out of here, you bastard. If you want to hit me, hit me. Of course, players in Japan must know that Yi Feng and others will not hand over Qilin City easily. But it's just a show. Once the show is done, the attack will begin. Roar! With a roar of a giant beast, a very large snake appeared in front of the Japanese player. This is a super big divine pet. Exactly the Yamata no Orochi that Yi Feng has seen before. Today's Yamata no Orochi is an adult mythical beast, and its length is on the same level as Yi Feng's mythical beast, the giant dragon pig's feet. No, the other party has a divine beast. When Yamata no Orochi appeared, it was an extremely shocking performance. But that was all, because a loud dragon roar appeared in the sky above Qilin City. Roar! Chapter 667 Evenly Matched. Yi Feng's mythical beast pig's feet finally appears. The 100-meter-long pig's feet were directly in opposition to the Yamata no Orochi. After the two mythical beasts met, they let out low roars at each other. It seemed that the mythical beasts from different camps hated each other. In just a moment, Yi Feng felt the anger emanating from the pig's feet. The mythical beasts from other countries dare to come to China, and the pig's feet will definitely not let them go. Of course, Yamata no Orochi, as a mythical beast in Japan, will definitely have a sharp increase in combat power after seeing the pig's feet. If the 8-7 Orochi defeats Yi Feng's pig-footed dragon, it is likely to have serious consequences. After all, the local mythical beasts cannot defeat the alien species. When players in the Japanese region saw Yi Feng's dragon, they all expressed surprise. Although they knew that Yi Feng also owned a mythical beast, they were very surprised when they actually saw it. I don't know who said what, but people from both sides started attacking at the same time. Swallow that snake with your pig's feet. Roar! The waving wings of the pig's feet flew out directly, and the huge wind and waves caused by the huge body caused the players in the Japanese area to fall down one after another. Of course, as a mythical beast in Japan, Yamata no Orochi also roared when the pig's feet attacked. The big snake bit me the giant insect into pieces. Yamata no Orochi and Yi Feng's giant dragon beast were fighting fiercely in the sky. It was really not something that ordinary people could interfere with. After all, the battle between two super behemoths. Players around him are only the size of his toes. And if you really fight them, you will die. The players were relieved by the containment of the mythical beasts. But Yi Feng and others were also dispatched on the frontal battlefield. Yi Feng moved on his side, and as a super player in Japan, he also moved. Yi Feng had just rushed into the Huaxia district, and was stopped by someone before the crowd of players took action. As long as I'm here, don't even think about touching them. Yi Feng glanced at it, and it turned out to be Hanano Yamaichi. My defeated general. I have no interest in fighting you. When Yi Feng was kind to him, this guy was no match for Yi Feng. But now Yi Feng doesn't take him seriously at all. In Yi Feng's eyes, as long as he repels all the Japanese players in front of him, this battle can end early. Moreover, the number of players on their side is increasing rapidly. No one wants to lose a main city in their territory as soon as the national war starts. The Chinese district and the Japanese district started national wars. At the same time, other regions also started national wars in two regions. However, other regions did not start fighting as soon as the national war started like the Chinese and Japanese regions. Instead, they waited and watched the battle between the Chinese and Japanese regions. The players in the Japanese region are really anxious. They have just opened the domestic system and are ready to invade the Chinese region. Isn't that right? We don't dare to start a battle easily. We didn't expect the players from the Japanese area to directly challenge the Chinese area. Although the Chinese region ranked among the top 10 in the online game industry in previous years. Although the ranking is not very high, it is not bad. Haha. The players in Japan are ranked 3 or 4 higher than the players in China. Of course they want to win over China, which is ranked number 1. This will definitely be good for them in the future. That's not necessarily true. You see, neither we nor the other party are at war. Our ranking is much higher than the other party. I think it is because the two countries have deep grudges. That's true. Players in China and Japan are incompatible with each other. Now that the national war system can be opened, they will definitely be the first to be jealous. Let's wait and see what the national war system will be like. Something appears. That's right. Almost all high-level countries did not start national wars, but only watched the battles in the Chinese and Japanese regions. Yifeng and others don't know this information yet. After all, they are already deep in the battle. As time goes by, the number of online players in the Huaxia region has reached normal levels. At this time, the players in the Japanese area were unable to attack for a long time and had begun to appear out of touch. As the presidents of the 3 major guilds in Japan, they were frowning at the moment. After all, they had been fighting for so long. Not only had they failed to capture Jilin City, but they also had a faint tendency to retreat. Should we retreat or continue to fight? I think our advantage is gone. Just because the advantage is gone, it doesn't mean we can't beat them. 2 presidents, please stop arguing. If we continue fighting like this, we will definitely suffer the consequences. After all, they are huddled in Jilin City. As long as we cannot break the city, they will always be the winner. The president of Yamaguchi Guild said this, and the presidents of the other 2 major guilds nodded. As long as the city is not destroyed, their losses will always be more serious than the losses in the city. The 2 mythical beasts looking up at the sky were fighting. Although they refused to give in to each other, the winner could not be determined immediately. On Yifeng's side, after many players came online, they began to play with ease, and even had an overwhelming advantage, and began to repel them. Yifeng shouted, all the players on the city wall, come down and drive these Japanese players out. Yifeng and others have already pushed back the players in the Japanese area below, reaching the attack range outside the city wall. The long-range profession standing on the city wall can no longer attack. If they pursue the victory at this time, they can wipe out the players in the Japanese area on the road. Hanano Yamichi, who was facing Yifeng, could not do anything to Yifeng. But Yifeng was unable to capture him for a while. I don't know why. Is it possible that the other party is also an immortal cultivator? Or is his level similar to mine? In the Huaxia district, no matter the level of equipment, they are exactly the same as Yifeng. And they cannot compete with Yifeng, because Yifeng is a master of the Bigu realm. Those guys couldn't resist Yifeng's 10 attacks. Ordinary players were even more pitiful. They couldn't even catch Yifeng's move and killed him instantly. But now the Hua Yishiani in front of Yifeng not only blocked his attack, but also fought evenly with him. The same question kept replaying in Hanano Senichi's mind. I am a Jounin, but the other party is actually on a draw with me. And I feel vaguely that I can't control what is going on. I originally wanted to regain the face I had lost during this national war. But now it seems that I have to put this plan aside. Boom! Both sides bounced away and stopped taking action because they knew they couldn't defeat the other party even if they took action. Who are you? You can actually compete with me for so long without losing? Hananoyama asked. Yifeng squinted his eyes and looked at Hanano Sanichi. It was obvious that this guy was very problematic and was not an ordinary person at all. I don't know exactly who you are, but I know you are definitely not an ordinary person. Hananoyama frowned gloomily. Chapter 668 The Border is Lost. Hanano Yamichi already knew that Yifeng was definitely not an ordinary person. After knowing that he could not take down Yifeng, Hananoyama could only retreat and slowly withdraw from the battle with a large army. Yifeng could finally calm down and watch the entire battlefield. Because the opponent did not capture Jilin City, their resurrection point is still in their country. Therefore, after the players in the Japanese area die, they are resurrected on the edge of their national war. And the time difference between each return is only a few minutes. In this way, the players who died cannot be replaced in time, resulting in a shortage of personnel. Players who slide down on Yifeng's side are completely different. The resurrection point is in Jilin City. After death, they only need to wait 30 seconds to resurrect immediately and rush out again. Although players in the Japanese area have priests who can resurrect them. And players do not need to run away. When there are many players, priests cannot be resurrected at all. And after the priest dies, there is even more no way. On the other hand, there are a large number of players on the Chinese side, and they are beginning to press towards the border of the national war, trying to regain the territory there. At this time, all the players in the Japanese area were finally driven out of the Kirin city, and began to rush towards the border of the national war. At this time, he finally came to Yifeng and whispered, "I'm sorry, President Yifeng. It was my fault just now." Yifeng said, "I also know that you are like that because you are afraid of losing your territory. I don't blame you." "Yes. But it was my approach that caused heavy casualties to the players in my military soul area." Yifeng patted Bayonet's shoulder and said, "Sometimes you have to use your brain. Especially when playing games. Is it true that just sticking to it is loyalty to the country?" Yifeng passed by the Bayonet, and went to the front battlefield to direct the battle. Bayonet whispered, "Isn't this what we soldiers should be like?" But no one responded to him. Yifeng and others had left, and ordinary members would not pay attention to him. On the battlefield ahead, because the watchtower on Yifeng's side was shattered, they could occupy the border on Yifeng's side. Moreover, the border on this side is also close to the resurrection point in the Japanese area, so it is really difficult to capture them quickly. "What should I do, boss? We've been here for nearly an hour, and we don't even want to return to the territory we lost." Yifeng also frowned. He didn't expect the players in the Japanese area to be so difficult to deal with. They were like bonbons, and refused to leave this area. They always wanted to capture the national war border. Yifeng said, "Order all players in the Iron-Blooded Alliance to stop attacking and gather here." Yes. Not only the players of the Iron-Blooded Alliance, but also the members of the Bayonet Army Soul immediately put down the fighting in their hands, and gathered behind Yifeng. After the Iron-Blooded Alliance withdrew from the battle, individual players also stopped. At the same time, players in Japan also got a break. Although the distance between the two sides was less than 100 meters, they could still feel Shang Fang's wolf-like aura. The presidents of the three major guilds in Japan gathered members to discuss. "I don't know what the players in the Huaxiao area are discussing. They haven't captured us for so long. It seems that we have defended this place. As long as they give up the attack, of course this place will be captured. It's a pity that Jilin City couldn't be captured." Humph. If Jilin City could be captured, how could they gather so peacefully? Hananoyama frowned and sat aside, listening to everyone's conversation without saying a word. "Hanano-kun, have you tried Yifeng's ability?" Hanano Yamaichi said in that deep voice. "It's very strong. Most people can't defeat it. Even I'm not sure." These words came from Hananoyama's mouth, which surprised everyone. If it were said from the mouth of an ordinary player, they would be dismissive. But it would be different if Hanano Yamaichi said it. It can be seen that this Yifeng is really difficult to beat. "Hanano-kun, you are our #1 expert in Japan, and we all know your strength. Is he still stronger than you?" "I have to admit that he is very strong." This Hanano Yamaichi is their biggest guarantee in the Japanese region. Even he thinks Yifeng is a trouble, which is really troublesome. It seems that the Chinese region is not as simple as they imagined. It's time to change our plan. It's completely impossible to win a main city in a week. There may be some chance in a month. How is this possible? We have negotiated good terms with the Prime Minister. If this is the case, wouldn't we lose our inherent advantage? Hanano Yamaichi said with a sneer. "This is what you talked about with him. Not me. I can't do it in a week. So you can do it yourself." This, if Hananoyama doesn't agree, they may not be able to touch the scope of Kirin City for a month, let alone a week. The senior management in the Japanese district was very anxious. And similarly in the Chinese district, Yifeng and others were also very anxious. What should President Yifeng do now? Although our manpower has been gathered together, we have lost our innate position. Our watch has become the opponent's watchtower, and their combat effectiveness is not weak. Yifeng also had a headache because of this. Unexpectedly, after breaking through the opponent's watchtower, the watchtower directly became the opponent's. It means that this area has been occupied by the opponent, which makes Yifeng and the others feel very embarrassed. It directly allowed players in the Japanese area to take away the national war border territory at their doorstep. The same thing also made other countries laugh. Yifeng said, "There is indeed some trouble. Does the organizing committee have any good suggestions?" The other presidents also frowned. It was impossible to strengthen the East like this at the moment. The previous wave of consumption had caused them serious losses. although players in Japan also suffered serious losses. Overall, players in China suffered greater losses. Seeing that all the presidents were silent, Yifeng said, "Secure Jilin City. This is our final bottom line. If Jilin City is occupied by the other side, I don't think there is any need to fight this national war. President Yifeng, don't we take back the territory we lost? Now that they have been consumed by us for so long, they definitely don't have much follow-up energy." Yifeng frowned. And the president who responded said, "Look back at our people. Yes, although players cannot lose experience during the national war, they can lose equipment. Many players are exhausted physically and mentally. And there are many who do not have complete equipment. The combat effectiveness is much worse than before. And it is not an option to continue fighting like this." Bayonet said, "You mean to just stay here today and defend Jilin City? Right? Well, how about you, the president? Tell me how to attack by force now. Let's see if our people can do it." When asked by Yifeng, the other presidents didn't know what to say. After all, the current member's condition was indeed not good. And the time is already late. It is already past 12 o'clock. And there are still many people who need to go to work tomorrow. Even if they continue to attack, there will be fewer and fewer people. This is not a wise choice at all. Hey, let's retreat then. That's it for today. Retreat. A push made all the ordinary players breathe a sigh of relief. If they continue to fight like this, they will indeed be able to fight. But I'm afraid it won't make much sense. Chapter 669 Arrogant Japanese Players. After Yifeng's people retreated, the players in the Japanese area finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the opponent didn't want to fight either. Of course, when Yifeng and others decided to retreat, they encountered opposition from many players. After all, those players believed that they would not lose and would definitely take back the territory. But there are also many players who say this is the right approach. After all, no one has the energy for the time being. If they retreat now, they can still retain a lot of strength. And they can better regain their lost territory when the time comes. Of course, after the players in the Japanese region captured the border territory of the Chinese region, they became extremely arrogant. Beyond the borders, players in the Japanese region have begun to clamor. Not only that, players in the Japanese region also went to the forum in the Chinese region to start showing off. Of course, after going to China and yelling at the forum, it will certainly cause a lot of wars of words. This time, the Chinese region really lost. And they were too embarrassed to go to the other party's forum to clamor for anything. But the other party actually went to his own forum to scream. And he couldn't bear it anymore. The forum suddenly became popular. Many players did not log off, but went to the forum to start a quarrel. "You Chinese players. We took over the border territory so easily. You are so useless. You are a bunch of useless things. Damn it. Tell me one more thing. How about we come out for a duel? I beat you so hard that you don't even know your mother. If we hadn't organized manpower here in time, if you could have crossed our border, I would have taken your last name. Haha. If you lose, you lose. Why are you making excuses? You Chinese people love to make excuses. This is a fact. You attacked us sneakily. Ouch. The national war has started. How can we call it a sneak attack? You are too stupid. Especially your leader. That Yifeng is so stupid. Sir, if our president has ever offended you, just wait for us. We, the Iron-Blooded Alliance, will definitely crush your Japanese district. The forum was extremely popular. And there were a lot of players from Japan. And they were all very arrogant. At any time at the border between China and Japan, a woman and a man were having a conversation. Brother, why did you hold me back just now to prevent me from seeing him? He was clearly right in front of me. If I didn't hold you, why would you rush to find him in front of both parties? Are you looking for death? I don't care. I just want to see him. And I want to find him now. The man grabbed the woman and said, "Are you crazy? If you go to slide down now, you will definitely be killed by someone else. You won't be able to see him at all. And he will be killed before he comes back. You just thought about it." Looked at your brother angrily and said, "It's all your fault. I could have talked to him just now. It's all your fault." The man said, "Now is not the time to see her. I will definitely take you to see him next time. But not now. Moreover, they have withdrawn their troops, and you can't find him." The woman returned to her own border angrily. The man could only sigh and shake his head. If he hadn't grabbed his sister during the previous battle, it might have caused a bigger riot. After all, they were in different camps. Moreover, His sister is one of the top 10 beauties in Japan. If she rushes in front of Yifeng in this way, I am afraid it will easily cause the anger of the players in Japan. These two people are Sakura Ida and Taichi Naima. Looking at Ida Sakura's retreating back, Minshengta could only sigh. He was powerless and his sister was too persistent. The only reason he had to blame was why Yifeng came to them in the first place, and why he gave her to them. My sister left such a deep impression. As the top commander of the Chinese region, Yifeng was not in a good mood to talk about the loss of territory at the moment. After all, it was entirely their fault that the border was lost this time. It was their iron-blooded alliance's failure to take precautions that led to the success of the other party's sneak attack. They did not relax after the retreat. Of course, they would be wary of whether the players in the Japanese area were taking any action. It wasn't until the players in the Japanese area completely relaxed that some people from both sides gradually went offline. This war was finally over. Yifeng and others also went offline one after another. After all, staying here would only waste their energy. After logging off, Yifeng went to the bathroom and splashed a handful of water on his face. At this moment, Xiaohei came behind Yifeng. Boss, what should we do tomorrow? After the border was lost today, it aroused the anger of many players. And the players in the Japanese area were too arrogant and cursed on our forum. Yifeng washed his face and said, let's talk about tomorrow's matters tomorrow. Take a good rest today. But tomorrow won't be so easy. It's the boss. Everyone knows that tomorrow may be a very anxious day. They cannot let players from the Japanese area stay in the border territory for too long. Otherwise, where will the face of such a large area like the Chinese area be? Yifeng walked to the balcony and sat down quietly. At this moment, Yinyu came to Yifeng with a pot of tea and placed it on the coffee table on the balcony. If you can't sleep, let's take a sip of tea. Yifeng took the teacup from Yinyu's hand and said, thank you. What happened today is not entirely your fault, so you don't have to feel too guilty. We will just get the lost territory back tomorrow. Well, we may have a very tiring period after today. After all, the #1 player in Japan is not a kind person either. I can see that the person who can tie with you is definitely not simple. Although I can see that guy is not as high as you in cultivation. He is not bad at all. Yeah. So it will be a bit difficult to drive them out of the border. It's okay. Let's think of a solution tomorrow. After all, as a family, we may not be able to come up with too many good solutions. Maybe we can come up with better solutions together. Well, aren't you going to sleep? Yinyu shook her head with a smile and said, I'll accompany you. It's been a long time since we've had time together. Yifeng smiled and took Yinyu into his arms. When a cold voice sounded from behind. You two are so relaxed and elegant. Drinking tea and looking at the stars. Leaving someone behind. Yifeng heard the voice and knew it was that girl Zisu. Yifeng didn't say much. Waved Zisu over and directly took her into his arms. Just like this, I held the two girls and leaned on the lounge chair, looking at the stars in the sky. It seemed that the weather would be good tomorrow. And there were an unusual number of stars. Humph. That's pretty much it. At the same time, after the Huaxia district lost its border territory, Bayonet was of course reprimanded. I'll give you some time to return to the territory. Or else you'll be dealt with by military law. Yes. Chief. Chapter 670 Countermeasures. The next day, when Yifeng and others came online, all the players in the Chinese region were extremely excited. Today is different from the past. In the past, players who came online were procrastinating. But this time, they came very early to wait for Yifeng. What's going on? Why are you all online so early? Didn't you go to bed yesterday? Yifeng also woke up early today. After all, he was thinking about things in the game and couldn't sleep late. Aotian, who was not with Yifeng, responded, President Yifeng, because of what happened yesterday. Our players are now very motivated and want to regain the lost territory. They are all waiting for you. Yifeng asked with a question on his face. Wait for me. But even if I come, what will happen? I just discovered now that you are the only spiritual support for these players in this fantasy world. Without you, I am afraid that the Huaxia region will soon be lost. Yifeng said with a smile. Don't blame me for getting up so early. Have you seen the players in Japan? Yes. They also got up very early. And there were even outdoor battles between players from Japan and our players. But it was only a small scale. Yifeng nodded. It seemed that the Japanese players were not planning to give up their advantage so easily. Are all the presidents here? We're almost here. If you arrive, let's start. It doesn't matter if you are the president of some small guilds. Yifeng nodded and said, well, let's wait for everyone to gather. But let's go there first. Okay. They are already waiting for you in your Qinglong city. Well, let's go! As soon as they went online, Yifeng and others were about to enter a fighting state. After all, the loss of territory this time was something they did not expect at all. After seeing Yifeng coming, all the guild presidents stood up and surrounded Yifeng. President Yifeng, you are finally here. What do you want to do today? We will do as you say, said a president. Some other presidents echoed, that's right. As long as you tell me to do it, I'll do it. Even if we lose, it doesn't matter. We have plenty of time to waste with them. President Yifeng, I know you were blaming yourself yesterday, but this is none of your business. After all, among all the areas where the national war system has been activated, only our side is fighting, and no other areas are fighting. Yes, the players in Japan are too cunning. Yesterday we made up for it with a confused response. It was good to be able to protect Jilin City. Today we have plenty of time to launch a counterattack. Yifeng knew that these players were encouraging him. Everyone would think that Yifeng must blame himself for what happened yesterday. After all, Yifeng is the top leader of the Chinese region. Yifeng said, as long as you don't blame me, I will be happy. What happened yesterday was indeed my fault. There is no excuse for this. President Yifeng, please find a countermeasure. Yes. With so many of us, we can always find a way to conquer them and regain our border territory. Yifeng pressed his hand to stop them from talking. After all, Yifeng, who kept talking to each other, couldn't hear what they were saying. Let's do this. All the presidents are here, so let's collect some opinions and see how to deal with them. Of course, I need you to send all your opinions to my mailbox. I will watch them one by one and then share them with you. Take a look. How is it good? Okay. It's not confusing this way. Otherwise, you don't know how long it will be until you say it to me. It's more convenient for me to send you an email. I'll write it now. After the president agreed, many people agreed and began to use their imaginations. Yifeng also said to the several presidents around him, you also think about how to expel them. Good. After brainstorming, Yifeng received information emails from more than 50 presidents. In the foreign war, it seems that the guilds in the Chinese region have been unified. After all, yesterday's losses forced them to unite. Yifeng checked the letters one after another, which contained the thoughts of the presidents. Some people thought that they were positive. After all, they had many people and sufficient resources. Some people think that the attack should be divided into several areas. After all, if they slide down, such an attack should be very effective. Of course, some people think of setting up a sneak attack force. Anyway, there are all kinds of ideas. And of course, there are many similar plans. Yifeng had already spent more than half an hour reading these plans. However, everyone was not anxious because of this, but patiently waited for Yifeng's response. Yifeng sat on the floor and said, everyone, please sit down and speak slowly. Good. Including the presidents of the 3 major guilds. They all sat around Yifeng. Of course, Xue Feng, who had always been at odds with Yifeng, did not say much this time. Previously, he had always believed that just by virtue of their guild, Tu Fenghui, they could defeat the players in Japan. But in yesterday's battle, he found that his Tu Fenghui had no effect at all. It can be said that in the national war, they only have a place. If you want to truly conquer others, you have to rely on a team. Yifeng said, thank you, the president, for trusting me so much and telling me all your ideas. Now I will tell you whether your ideas are advisable or not. The presidents will agree or disagree. After all, the president's subordinates, the members' equipment is also hard-earned. The others nodded. That was for the best. The minority obeys the majority. So let's go with the first plan first. I saw many presidents sending me emails asking for a head-on attack. Do you agree? Of course I don't agree. A head-on fight is the most stupid approach. Unless our ability is several cities higher than the opponent's ability. But judging from the current situation, the strength of both sides is about the same. The fanatic was the first to object. That's right. Judging from your battle yesterday, there is indeed not much difference in strength between the two of us. The head-on one really can't gain any advantage. And in the long run, the losses will be both sides. We cannot agree with this method, Xue Feng said. Of course, many presidents disagree. After all, this method is stupid and thankless. Very good, This plan is over. Since so many people don't agree with it, then don't implement this plan. Then start the second plan. A frontal attack. With a sneak attack unit nearby. What do you think? All the presidents started a heated discussion. Some agreed and some opposed. The plans were passed one by one. Some agreed and some opposed. Yifeng put aside the ones he agreed with and deleted the ones he objected to. After the last plan, Yifeng held 3 agreed-upon plans in his hands. These 3 plans may be their final attack plans. Chapter 671 Plan. These 3 plans are: the first one is to use the method of attacking in the east and attacking in the west, using the fewest people to attract their large troops, and then use their own large troops to attack their territory, smash the watchtower, and regain their own territory. Article 2, multi-formation play is used, which means that after one side is played and then the other side is played, it does not consume everyone's physical strength, and it is easier. In other words, after one side is played and then the other side is played, it does not consume everyone's energy. The physical strength can also cope with the battle more easily. Article 3, continuous harassment makes them huddle under the watchtower. If someone comes out, the large army will be directly destroyed. If the opponent shrinks, then slowly encroach on the territory they occupy. Okay. The above 3 items are the plan that we all agree on. What do you think? Are there any modifications that need to be made? Of course, it is good to have 3 plans. But for Yifeng and the others, one of the 3 plans is definitely the best. After all, they don't have that much time to slowly implement these 3 plans. The longer time goes by, the less face they will lose. President Yifeng. I think it's not good for the third one to slowly try the territory they occupy. I think it's okay, as long as they're beaten to the point of suffocation. Some people think it's okay, and some think it's not. There was quite a debate on this at the time. Yifeng said, this plan may take too long to achieve the final goal. I don't think it is good. What do you think? It takes a long time. But this plan is the safest. Yifeng also agrees with this. Not only Yifeng agrees with this, but many people agree with this, because this plan is indeed safe. But it takes a long time. The fanatic stood up and said, it's been too long. I think it's better not to give up this plan. We can't let players from Japan stay in our territory for such a long time. Yes, I feel uncomfortable if I stay for one more day. I have to get them out earlier. I think the second plan is good. I think the first set is good. I also think the first set is good. What's so good about the first set? I think the second set is even better. Suddenly the president's present began to argue again. Yifeng was a little confused about whether to choose the first plan or the second plan. After all, both plans were feasible. Yifeng remained silent while the presidents around him were arguing. However, none of the people around Yifeng made a sound, and they were all quietly waiting for Yifeng's decision. Yifeng was actually already thinking in his mind that if the second plan was implemented, even though it would be a multilateral battle, there would be no pressure on them. After all, there would be nothing but too many people if they were to slide down. Although the Japanese region occupies a geographical advantage, multilateral attacks are indeed very effective. But if the players in the Japanese area discover the shortcomings of their formation, I am afraid they will use the strongest force to attack. As long as one side is broken, the formation may be messed up. Although the first plan states that players attacking from the front may suffer heavy losses, players attacking from the side can guide the rear very well. Generally speaking, both plans have shortcomings, and they are not perfect. In fact, the third plan is the best. But under the current situation, it is very difficult for them to implement the third plan. After all, it is their territory that is lost, not the players in Japan. While many presidents were chattering in discussion, Yifeng finally made a voice. Okay, listen to me. It doesn't matter whether it's the first plan or the second plan, but I personally agree with using the first plan. As soon as Yifeng's voice came out, the presidents present stopped their discussions and looked at Yifeng. As Yifeng's top alliance, Junlin Tianxia immediately stood up and echoed. I agree with President Yifeng's decision, which is to use the first plan. If it doesn't work, you can also implement the second plan. That's right. We firmly support President Yifeng's decision. At worst, we will come up with both plans. Okay. Since you support it, I also support it. For a while, the presidents present all supported Yifeng's decision and implemented the first plan. Yifeng said, very good. Then let's arrange the order of the battle. Our first plan is to have a small group of people provoke the battle from the front. But this group of people may be killed soon. You have to do it well. Prepare. Of course we know that the provocative pair of troops must have died. How about letting some cannon fodder go? Yifeng shook his head and said, we definitely can't let the cannon go back. If it's cannon fodder, wouldn't it make the other party aware of our intentions? Xue Feng said with some disapproval. How can that be done? If our main force goes there to die, then why do we attack their rear? Yifeng said, of course not. There are some other guild members from outside our glory guild ahead, who are provoking us. All other major unions will stay behind. No! Zhu Lintaixia's president was the first to stand up and object. How could it be that your glory guild is provoking us? This will greatly weaken our strength. Guild leader Yifeng. Let our guild go. Although our guild is not big, it is not a small guild either. Our guild can still handle such a scene. President Yifeng. Our guild can do it too. How can you, as the main force, do such a thing? Yifeng looked at the presidents with great relief. If he really let them go, he would probably not be able to attract the experts inside. But if you take players from the Glory Guild and other guilds with you, you are likely to attract a large number of experts, making their rear protection very weak. In this way, they have a high chance of crushing the watchtower at once and regaining their lost border area. Now that I've said it, it won't change. But it's definitely not going to be possible for my guild to take the lead alone. Other guilds need to join in. And there are several guild members who are willing to join me. President Yifeng is not afraid. So what should I be afraid of? Our Blue Sky Guild is with you. And our God of War Guild. My 100 Wars Guild. At one time, more than a dozen guild presidents raised their hands and asked to follow Yifeng. Although they all knew that the chance of going to history this time was definitely very high. Yifeng nodded and said, very good. I don't need all your guild members to go. I only need half of the people from each guild. And the other half will follow Zhu Lintaixia and Tu Feng to retreat, and only launch the attack after receiving the order. You understand? Clear. Chapter 672. The battle breaks out. After the plan has been laid out, all that remains is the meeting place. Of course, it is impossible to gather in front of players in Japan, as this can easily arouse their vigilance. Of course, another thing is that there will definitely be many spies on the Japanese side. After all, their ninjas are equivalent to those in the Chinese region, and the assassins here have the ability to become invisible. What's the online status of members of each guild now? The current online rate of the guild is about 60%. After all, many players have to go to work during the day. By night, the online rate can reach 80%, which is already very good, said Demo, standing next to Yifeng. After all, Demo is currently managing statistics on Yifeng's side. Knowing that they wanted to regain the lost border, the guild leaders had already reported the data to Demo. Yifeng nodded. An online rate of 60% was already very good. After all, there were still a lot of people working. Yifeng said, the player guilds that were willing to go with me to lead the battle will all go to Qilin village to gather. The remaining players will all gather in Jinglong City. You must set off after hearing the order. Do you understand? Clear. Now that you understand everything, act quickly and make sure to take back the lost border territory before today. Yes. Yifeng just wanted to go to Qilin City, but was stopped by the Bayonet beside him. President Bayonet, do you have anything else to do? Bayonet frowned and said solemnly, after losing the border territory yesterday, I was scolded by the superiors. I feel that there must be some pressure from the superiors. What kind of pressure can this department put on you? It's just a game. You shouldn't be there in the first place. Bayonet said, you didn't notice yesterday that the players in the Japanese area were mixed with troops from the Japanese area. Yifeng expected Bayonet to say this. After all, if the troops from the Chinese region appeared, how could the troops from the Japanese region not show up? So the Japanese region is mocking our Chinese region? It should be like this. After all, in today's world, video conferences with world leaders are held every day. It seems that our leaders have been ridiculed by the leaders of the Japanese region. You are so courageous. You just took away our border territory. You thought it was too much. And the entire Huaxia region is gone. So are we sure we can get it back today? Yifeng pondered for a while and said, I can't guarantee this. After all, the opponent's strength is definitely not weak, and they may have the same idea as us now. Or they may have gathered members waiting for our attack. Well, you are restrained. We will definitely give the rear a sharp blow. Well, if nothing happens, go and notify your troops. Yes. When Yifeng came to Qilin City, He saw that members of his own glory guild had gathered in large numbers. At the same time, members of other major guilds also began to appear in Qilin City. Of course, the appearance of Kirin soon fell into the eyes of Japanese players. 3 presidents. What do you think? They are already gathering people. What else can we do? At least we have captured their border. The rest, of course, is to slowly encroach on their Qilin City. They didn't beat us yesterday, and they want to beat us today. It's not that easy. The most they can do today is to beat us and wear us out. I think the same as you. It is probably impossible for them to regain this border territory in a short time. So they are likely to fight a war of attrition with us. After all, they have an innate geographical advantage. And we are in their territory. Beat. Several presidents nodded one after another. They simply did not believe that Yifeng and others would really fight them. Since it was a war of attrition, they should just consume it slowly. Anyway, the longer time passes, the brighter the faces of these presidents will be. But the faces of Yifeng and others will be even uglier. A large number of players have gathered in Qilin City. These players come from various guilds, and they all follow Yifeng's arrangements. Boss, there has been movement in the Japanese area. They should be aware of our actions. So the people are almost gathered. Xiaohei walked up to Yifeng and said in his ear. Yifeng nodded. It seems that there should be many Japanese spies in the Chinese area. Yifeng raised his arms and shouted, "Let's go to our border territory and take it back." Yes. Yifeng's Glory Guild led players from other guilds to take the lead out of Qilin City and headed for the border territory. How are your preparations going? Yifeng's secret fanatic asked. The fanatic responded, everything is ready to go. And we gathered in the forest. So it didn't cause much reaction. Oh, this is a good method. Who thought of it? The bayonet said it. He said it's better to hide yourself this way. Yeah. Wait and obey my orders. Yes. The number of people gathered on Yifeng's side is also very large. But compared to the players in the Japanese area, the number of people on his side is indeed a bit thin. But this does not hinder Yifeng's power. The reason why Yifeng came to this vanguard force is because it can attract a large number of masters. At the same time, the masters around Yifeng were able to withstand a lot of damage. About 100 meters away from the border territory, Yifeng waved and everyone stopped. Because in front of them, the players in the Japanese area were ready and waiting for them. Standing in front of Yifeng was Hanano Shinichi. They had no choice but to know Yifeng's power from Hanano Shan's mouth. They did not dare to ignore Yifeng's existence. Yifeng, you want to take us down with just a few people. But you are really wishful thinking. Yifeng said, how can I beat you to pieces with just a few people like me? Do you believe it or not? Haha. We are equal. As long as I restrain you. Don't you know how much trouble those people under your command can cause? Haha. Yesterday was yesterday. But today is different. Yesterday we were attacked by you. But today we are well prepared. Yifeng responded. On the other hand, Hanano Yamichi laughed. He felt that Yifeng was talking big words. If he really had the strength, they would not have been able to take over this border territory yesterday. Come up if you can. Behind us is your border territory. But it's a pity that it's ours now. Humph. Come on. Yifeng raised the magic wand in his hand, waved his hand, and the pig's feet flew out directly into the air. At the same time, a large piece of black magic fell from the sky. The players standing behind Yifeng shouted, kill! Pig's foot roared and sprayed flames towards the players in Japan. The battle was about to break out. And Hanano Yamichi showed no sign of weakness, and summoned his Yamata no Orochi. The battle between the two sides broke out again. Chapter 673 The Battle Reverses. The moment the battle broke out, Yifeng had already revealed the secret to the fanatics, and asked them to take action. Yifeng had already arranged their route. They went around from the side. Although it took a long time, Yifeng felt that they could hold on. Moreover, they retreated while fighting, intending to lure players from the Japanese area deeper into Qilin, the location of the city. Of course, Yifeng still collided with Hananoyama. But this time Yifeng had no intention of holding back. The three professions plus his own demonization skills made Hananoyama miserable. At the same time, Yinyu and others launched a very powerful attack. After all, they lost the opportunity last night. And fighting with them now would definitely be much better than before. For a moment, they thought that Yifeng and others were here to fight a war of attrition. But they found that although Yifeng and others were small in number, they had extremely powerful firepower. In less than 5 minutes, more than half of the players in Japan were killed or injured. Damn Chinese people. They still want to fight us off with just this. It seems that if they don't teach you a lesson, you really don't know how powerful our Empire of Japan is. Several other presidents also nodded. They just dispatched some members into the battle at first. But now it seems that they must give Yifeng a heavy blow. Only a few people were left to guard the territory, and most of them had already gone to the frontal battlefield. The large number of players in the Japanese area caused Yifeng and others to suffer casualties instantly, and they began to retreat one after another. Golden Arhat. A golden figure shimmered not far away, and the players in the Japanese area around it flew away from it like flying insects. Chu Tianya's Golden Arhat is not an ordinary member that ordinary people can resist, and it is impossible to even break through his defense. You must know that the people around Yifeng all possess artifacts, and the skills attached to their artifacts are also extremely terrifying. A Chu Tianyi was fighting unscrupulously among a group of Japanese players. What's more, there is the top assassin beside Yifeng. He appears and disappears, and players in Japan are killed wherever he goes. Of course, players in Japan also have such powerful presences, especially those more terrifying ninjas. Members of Yifeng's Glory Guild were also killed wantonly. Yifeng shouted on the Alliance channel, "Hold on. Our people will show up soon." Even though Yifeng was cheering for him, he couldn't resist the large number of people. They were 3 or 4 times the number of players from the Japanese area. Yifeng and others retreated while fighting. Players in the Japanese area kept attacking. After the members of Yifeng's side died, they quickly ran out of the resurrection point and joined the battle again. But in just 10 minutes, the average number of casualties was already 2. The average player in the Japanese area only suffered 1 casualty, and many players in the Japanese area never died even once. The opponent has too many people, and even Chu Tianyi and others will suffer casualties, as long as their artifact skills are over. Although their combat power is stronger than ordinary people, they cannot withstand the attacks of too many people. Hey, do you really think you can take us down with just this few people? Look behind you. We are all defeated. Hanano Yamichi, who was opposite Yifeng, sarcastically said to Yifeng. Although Yifeng was not injured, he felt unspeakably uncomfortable when he saw that he was the worst player in the history of sliding down. Although that group of players didn't have any actors in mind, they even rushed out again without saying a word after death, without even replenishing their status, just to kill one more Japanese player. Yifeng did not respond to Hanano Yamichi's words, but looked at each other silently. As long as he didn't take action, their people would suffer greater losses. Just when the Japanese players were happy, they watched Yifeng being pushed to the ground and being rubbed. At the border of the Chinese district, the 2 towering watchtowers suddenly collapsed. The originally symbolic red watchtowers of the Japanese district became the blue watchtowers of the Chinese district. After this situation occurred, players in Japan were greatly surprised. What happened? At the same time, a large number of people came from behind. All players from the Huaxia district. At this moment, Hanano Shinichi, who was standing opposite Yifeng, had received the news and looked at Yifeng angrily. "You are so despicable that you attacked us unexpectedly," Yifeng said coldly. "Isn't this what I learned from you? If we want to make a sneak attack, you should attack us first." "You? Do you really think you can defeat us with a sneak attack? I will let you know what it means to be powerful." Hanano Shinichi in front of Yifeng suddenly launched an attack, and the speed was unusually fierce. Hanano Yamichi wanted to celebrate the festival as soon as possible, but Yifeng asked Yifeng not to stay within these 30 seconds, causing a large number of casualties among the players in the Chinese region. But Yifeng is not that easy to kill. "If you have a trump card." "Don't I?" Yifeng. "Have the trump card?" A small alchemy furnace appeared directly in Yifeng's hand, which was the demon refining pot. "Defend." In just an instant, a barrier formed in front of Yifeng, blocking Hanano Shinichi's attack. Unexpectedly, it made a huge noise, and Huayia's well-intentioned attack was too terrifying. Fortunately, Yifeng had ancient artifacts to fight. Otherwise it would be really hard to tell. "Impossible. How could you block it? Do you also possess an ancient artifact?" Yifeng frowned. Sure enough, the other party actually used an ancient artifact to attack him. No wonder he had such confidence to talk to him. The demon refining pot in Yifeng's hand was spinning crazily, even though it had just been attacked. Its defense was still not destroyed. "Don't think you are the only one who has it. I also have the ancient artifact." Hanayama was extremely surprised. He thought that he had paid a huge price to get this ancient artifact in his hand, but he didn't expect that the other party also had it. But now there is no room for Hanano Sanichi to pause. Because the players in the Chinese region have begun to fight crazily. And the players in the Japanese region have begun to fight. Since Yifeng also possesses ancient artifacts. Huishan turns around and attacks other players in the Huaxia area. If you want to leave, could you ask me about the demon refining pot in my hand? Attack! The attack of the demon refining pot is no joke. When the demon emperor was attacked, he lost 500,000 HP. But just as Yifeng expected, the opponent's ancient artifact also had defensive power, directly disintegrating Ling You's attack. But Yifeng's goal was achieved, and he successfully restrained Hanano Yamichi, so that he could not threaten the players in the Chinese area. What on earth are Hanano-kun doing? Don't you know that we are being attacked by the other party? Our priest group has been almost wiped out, and we have no ability to continue fighting at all. What's going on? Didn't you ask him for help? Why are you still entangled with the Yifeng? What they didn't know was that Hanano Yamichi didn't want to leave, but couldn't. Chapter 674 Take It Back. Although Yifeng and others have successfully restrained most of the masters, is it really so easy to capture their lost border territory? Of course, they were not players in the Japanese area. After discovering that they had been ambushed, they launched a vigorous counterattack. Moreover, after the dead Japanese area players were resurrected, they ran over from the border of the Japanese area. This caused the large force in the middle to be attacked from two sides. This was a long battle that started at 7 o'clock in the morning. Many people didn't even eat breakfast and went straight to 12 o'clock at noon. This is not only true for players in the Chinese region, but also for players in the Japanese region. They fight over territory. No player on either side of this station said they won because the equipment you exploded was picked up by the opponent. And the equipment the opponent exploded was picked up by you. And the most important thing is that the Huaxia district finally regained the border areas they lost. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, all the players in the Japanese area were finally driven out of the border of the Chinese area and returned to their own territory. When the Chinese players drove the Japanese players out of the border territories of the Chinese area, all the players cheered loudly. Wow! It's so cool! I'll give you one. These little Japanese guys will be kicked out. Damn! You were so arrogant this morning. Why didn't we beat you back? Even after the Japanese players retreated to their own borders, many players sat on the ground out of breath and tired. More players can no longer afford their equipment. And some even have no clothes or weapons. You can only hold novice clothes and novice ebony swords. Because these two items will never be exposed and will be stored in your backpack. Seeing this situation, Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief and finally drove the players in the Japanese area back. He didn't expect that this battle would last so long. Even though they had carefully adjusted the plan before, they still didn't expect the Japanese area. Players are so tenacious. Bayonet stood next to Yifeng with a relaxed expression and said, President Yifeng, we finally won and took back the territory. Finally. I won't be scolded. Yifeng patted Bayonet's shoulder and said, Okay. Hurry up and arrange for the members to go out for dinner. But you can't relax here. Arrange it in batches. Yes. Today's Bayonet can be said to obey Yifeng's words. If Yifeng hadn't blocked the master of Japanese players, it would be difficult to come back this time. Although everyone suffered heavy losses this time. Fortunately, they have regained the border territory. Boss, I'm starving to death. Please log off and eat. Well, you guys go down first, and I'll make some arrangements. Good. Yifeng once again summoned all the guild leaders, and asked them to arrange for the members to go out to eat in batches. Otherwise, if everyone left here during this period, and the Japanese players suddenly launched a counterattack, then the border territory they had finally regained would probably be lost again. Take it away. Okay. Let's make arrangements now. Although the players in the Japanese area are very unconvinced, and want to take back the territory again. After all, they have lost a huge advantage now. Asshole. These Chinese players are so cunning. What do we do now? Now our people are exhausted physically and mentally. If we continue to fight like this, we may lose their support. Let's let them rest for a while. But now is also the best time. They are also so tired. If we persist for a while, maybe we can take it back again. At this time, Hananoyama said, no need. Let's all go down and rest. The people on the opposite side should also rest. Everyone is tired after fighting like this. Not to mention that we can't do anything to each other. We won this place originally. But it's because the other party has no defense. It's hard to tell now. Hanano-kun, why didn't you come to help us just now? Instead, you kept fighting with Yifeng. Hanano Shinichi said angrily. Do you think I don't want to? But Yifeng always pesters me, making it impossible for me to get away. Okay, let's all go and rest. Of course, in order to prevent the other side from sneak attacks, both sides left a large number of members waiting in the border areas. Fortunately, they showed no signs of attacking again, so it was considered a rest time for both sides. Yifeng came to the border between the two countries alone and looked at the Japanese area quietly. Although they regained the territory throughout the morning and noon today, they suffered heavy losses. If wars between other border countries were launched, I am afraid they would be attacked from both sides. This is not the answer Yifeng wants. If he wants to solve this situation of being surrounded on all sides as soon as possible, Yifeng must win one side as soon as possible so that he can be safer. When Yifeng looked at the players in the Japanese area quietly, the players there also looked at Yifeng nervously, fearing that if Yifeng accidentally attacked them, they would not be able to withstand Yifeng's attack. Hanano-kun is not good. That Yifeng has been watching in front of our border territory, not knowing what he wants to do. Hanano Sanichi is currently the only person who can cause harm to Yifeng. So seeing Yifeng's appearance, someone quickly informed Hanano Sanichi. Like Yifeng, he didn't dare to go offline easily because he was afraid that the other party would attack. If they were around, he could resist for a while. Yifeng led people to the battlefield and looked at Yifeng from a distance. Although there were no teammates behind Yifeng, Hanano Yamaichi didn't think so. Yifeng is in the truce now. I don't want to fight you. Yifeng also nodded and said, I don't want to fight you either. My people are tired. And your people must be too. Well, then what are you doing in front of our formation? Just for a look. Have a look? Huayi Xiangyi didn't think that Yifeng was just taking a look. Could it be that the other party wanted to find their shortcomings? But there was only one way to attack them. And that was the border battlefield. Only by breaking through the border battlefield could they come to their Japanese area. Hananoyama frowned. But Yifeng didn't make any movement at all. And he had nothing to say. However, at this moment, a loud female voice spoke. Yifeng. Everyone followed the sound and looked over. This person was none other than Sakura Ida, one of the top 10 beauties in Japan. Yifeng also looked at the woman. But for a moment, he didn't remember who she was. After all, even Sakura Ida's appearance has changed after so long, because the low-level and high-level equipment in the game must be different. Moreover, Yifeng didn't activate NPC mode and didn't know the other party's name. Yifeng asked doubtfully, Do you know me? Chapter 675 Meeting Yifeng. Seeing Yifeng's confused expression, Ida Sakura felt a little scared, afraid that Yifeng had really forgotten her. Sakura, what are you doing? This guy is our enemy. Players in Japan all know that Hanano Yamaichi's pursuit of Inada Sakura is no longer a private matter. But Inada Sakura has not agreed to anyone's pursuit. It is said that she already has someone she likes. Returning to the viewing pavilion, the aunt ignored Hua Yan's well-intentioned advice, but walked towards Yifeng step by step and said, Don't you remember me? I'm Ida Sakura. And we went to Hotan Temple together. Have you really forgotten me? Yifeng didn't know it was her. He originally thought that as time went by, Yifeng's memory would slowly fade away. It had been so long. But the other party hadn't forgotten him yet. Yifeng showed a wry smile and said, Of course I remember you. But you shouldn't remember me anymore. It's just that I haven't seen you for so long. And I didn't recognize you for a while. After seeing Yifeng recognize her, Ida Sakura showed a happy expression and said with a smile, As long as you remember me, I will never forget you. Yifeng shook his head and said, But we are in different camps now. You and I are both enemies. I don't care. As long as you still remember me, and I haven't forgotten you, I will always be yours. I will never forget what I said. Yifeng was a little embarrassed because the two sides were in a hostile state. Not to mention that Yifeng had not promised anything to Sakura Ida. Seeing this situation, Hanano Yamaichi angrily accused Yifeng and said, Yifeng, I remember you have a girlfriend. Why are you here to hook up with people from our Japanese area? Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and said, You can't blame me entirely. I only went to your Japanese area to do a mission. But I met her at the beginning. You also know the last thing. Although I know that you all hate me so much. You know we hate you. So why don't you leave quickly? Sakura is one of the top 10 beauties in Japan. Don't even think about abducting her. Yifeng smiled bitterly to himself. When did he want to abduct her? I really don't know why Japanese women are so determined. Sakura, what are you doing? Come back with me quickly, and don't mess around here. A man ran out from behind the crowd and hurriedly grabbed Ida Sakura to take her away. Brother, I won't leave. I finally managed to talk to him. Don't let me go back so soon. You are fooling around. Now that the war between the two countries has reached this point, you are still getting angry here. If you continue to do this, you will stop playing games from now on. Yifeng knew that this was Ida Sakura's brother Naima Taichi, but it seemed that Ida Sakura didn't care about her brother at all. Even Ida Sakura quickly ran to Yifeng's side, which made Yifeng panic a little, because behind Yifeng, a large number of players from the Chinese region have arrived. Hey, that Japanese woman, get away from our president. Someone pointed a sword at Ida Sakura and said, seeming to hate the players in Japan very much. What can happen even if they are women? Yifeng stretched out his hand and said, It's okay. This is my friend. Oh, remove all the skills. Yifeng held Ida Sakura's shoulders and said, Didn't I tell you? Forget about me. I already have a girlfriend. Didn't I tell you clearly? I know. And I also know that you have two. So you won't care about one more. Yifeng was sweating profusely. What the hell is going on? This woman is so unreasonable. After all, I knew her and had been together for so long. It would be a bit unbearable to really kill her by myself. Yifeng said speechlessly, You should go back. Will everyone who doesn't see you eat me? I'm not afraid. What do you, a grown man, have to be afraid of? Yifeng was completely speechless. He had only used her for tasks before, but he didn't expect that she would get into such a big trouble. The next action made the players in the Japanese area grit their teeth. Because Sakura Ida suddenly hugged Yifeng and refused to let go, Yifeng opened his hands, motionless, and said quickly, with so many people watching, it will be misunderstood. Humph. I finally saw you, and I won't let you run away. Just when Yifeng was helpless, a cold and domineering voice came from behind Yifeng. Hey, girl, is it a bit too much for you to hug my boyfriend so blatantly? As soon as he heard this voice, Yifeng knew that the savior was coming. Yenyu was more intimidating than Zissou. Sakura Ida raised her head and saw the cold Yenyu. She was not shy but calmly let go of Yifeng and walked to Yenyu. He actually said politely, You must be Sister Yenyu. My name is Ida Sakura. I am Yifeng's third girlfriend. The first two sentences were nothing, but the next words almost made Yifeng suffocate. How could she be his third girlfriend? On the other hand, Yenyu still said calmly, He agreed? Sakura Ida said, No, but I believe he will agree one day. We Japanese women are very good at running a house. If the two sisters let me move in, I will definitely satisfy you. Yenyu crossed Ida Sakura and came to Yifeng and said, Is this why you don't go offline to eat? Aren't you afraid that the people on the other side will eat you? Yifeng said with an aggrieved look, This is all happening. It's really not what you think. If not, kill her. Kill her? To be honest, Yifeng really couldn't do it. After all, they were friends before. Yifeng shook his head and said, It's not necessary. We are friends after all. Yenyu said, I'm going offline first. Come down and eat quickly. Don't let everyone wait for you. The food is already cold. Just as Yifeng was about to respond, Yenyu was already offline. Yifeng smiled bitterly. Now he was in trouble. Yifeng said, You better go back. I want to eat. Sakura Ida said ecstatically, I know you are reluctant to kill me. I know you still care about me. Go eat quickly. Don't starve yourself. Saying that, Ida Sakura happily returned to her own border. Of course, she was scolded by her brother, and also hurriedly logged off. Yifeng, remember? Xiaoying can only be mine. Don't even think about touching her. Yifeng said with a wry smile, Then please accept her. Hanano Yamaichi was stunned by this. If he could take Ida Sakura, why would he wait until now? Chapter 676 Supplies. Yifeng stood in the room after going offline, not knowing what to say after he went out. However, Yifeng felt that he had done nothing wrong, so he resolutely opened the door. Just the moment he opened the door, two figures jumped down from the door. Just as he fell into Yifeng's arms, Yifeng knew that these two girls must be peeking at him. Have you two eaten? Zissou said, We are all waiting for you. We thought it would take a long time for you to come down, but we didn't expect it to be so soon. Humph. It's time to explain. Yifeng said, This really has nothing to do with me. Right? I've already told him. And he and I are just friends at most. Don't get me wrong. Yin Yu said. He said he is your third girlfriend. So what does that mean? Yi Feng couldn't explain it. After all, he had never encountered such a thing before. Do you believe me or her? Zissou said. I believe what Sister Yin Yu said. She will definitely not lie to me. Yin Yu said. It's unlikely that a girl would lie to us. And she would say it in front of you. Yi Feng was going crazy in his heart and refused. He had already responded at that time. It was not that at all. But how could Yi Feng understand a woman's thoughts? Yi Feng said, anyway, I haven't done anything sorry for you. I have a clear conscience and it's okay. As for whether you believe it or not, you can ask carefully. Yin Yu said, I know you won't panic. But I also believe what that girl said. Do you just want to leave him there for the rest of your life? Yes. I heard that Japanese girls are very cute. Are they as cute as me? Meow. Zissou said, pretending to be cute. Yi Feng said, of course you are cuter. I have told him very clearly. And you heard it in the game just now. Although I did take advantage of her in order to complete the task. I also made it clear to him. But she just can't forget it. Yin Yu said, okay. Let's make it clear to her sometime next time. You can't delay her for the rest of her life. Yi Feng agreed with both hands. This was the best. It would not only eliminate his misunderstanding, but also save himself a layer of trouble. After Yi Feng and the two girls walked to the dining table to eat, Xiao He kept staring at Yi Feng and even raised his thumbs to Yi Feng. Boss is awesome. The Japanese girl is kawaii. Xiao He whispered. Uniforms. The temptation of the system. Brother Arrogant echoed from the side. Zissou stared at her two big round eyes, looked at Xiao He and Arrogant Brother and said, if you two still want to eat, just shut up. The two of them were so frightened that they ate quietly without moving, not even daring to raise their heads. Although this is a small episode, it has still become a topic of conversation for many players after dinner. After all, Yi Feng, as the #1 person in the Chinese region, actually hooked up with one of the top 10 beauties in the Japanese region. This woman was even the target of Hanano Yamaichi, the #1 player in the Japanese region. So there were a lot of rumors. For example, Yi Feng had a fight with Hananoyama because of this Japanese woman. It is also said that Yi Feng even fought with Hanano Yamaichi in real life in order to get that woman, which is extremely true. But people like Xiao He, who knew the truth, were so happy that they could hardly stand up. These guys are really good at making up stories. They are the boss in real life. They have never even been to Japan. That's right. Between our two sisters-in-law, which one is worse than that Japanese woman? I think our sister-in-law is the prettiest. Yes, it's the best. Xiao He and Arrogant Brother singing together warmed up the scene. Yi Feng and others came to their own border again. And finally this was the border of their Huaxia district. After Bayonet returned, he was also praised. But the superiors issued him a task again, hoping that they could capture the other side's border within a week. So after going online, he immediately found Yi Feng. President Yi Feng, what do you think we should do? Can we win it in a week? Yi Feng neither nodded nor shook his head. I can't guess this. If we can retake the border of our territory, we have succeeded in a sneak attack. If it is a frontal attack, it is not certain who will lose and who will win. Bayonet said, what should we do? If we gather all our strength to attack head-on, we should not be at a disadvantage. Yi Feng said, we have a lot of people, and there is really no problem if we attack head-on. It's just that we have spent a lot of equipment before. I don't think we can fight for the time being. It is true that the battle between the two sides this morning was extremely fierce. Some players even applied for 3 to 4 pieces of equipment. Although they were allocated 1 or 2 pieces of equipment after the end, it was still not enough for a complete set. With uneven equipment, it is impossible for them to go to the battlefield again, which will only give points to the opponent. Yi Feng said, let's do this. Let's first organize people to fight for the equipment obtained by the boss. If anyone needs it, they can invest points. Whoever has more points will get it. Bayonet said, of course this is good. But there are still many individual players. What should we do? Yi Feng said, you don't have to worry about me handling these things. Just do what I say, and that's it. Yes. War is fought with money. And today's equipment is about twice as expensive as usual. Some businessmen accumulated a large amount of equipment on hand just to make a fortune during the national war. Although you are claiming glory for the country, in the eyes of those businessmen, the money you get is real. Yi Feng had no way to gather again. After all the presidents met and decided to buy whatever they could, the price was too high. After that, All guild leaders began to organize manpower to attack the boss or download dungeons. As long as the equipment could be used, they could not be sold. And they were all kept just in case. For a time, a large number of players gathered at the entrance of the originally sparse dungeon. And the golden boss, who had no one to greet him at first, was already occupied. Players throughout the fantasy world began to actively prepare for the war, because they knew that there would be a bigger battlefield to fight next. Of course, those players who have not joined the Union but still decide to participate in the national war will suffer the greatest losses because they have no guild supplies. At this moment, Yifeng spent 100 gold coins to speak out on the world channel. For the individual players who participated in this national war, I am here to say thank you on behalf of the major guilds. If you are willing to join the major guilds, the door of our guild is open to you. We will replace the equipment you have lost. Of course. By the way, you businessmen can make just about enough money. Although Yifeng's last words didn't sound very nice, at least Yifeng performed very well overall, which made many individual players want to join the Union. Chapter 677 Another Purpose. The players in the Chinese region acted like this, and the players in the Japanese region were in the same situation. After all, the equipment of both sides would definitely suffer losses when you come and go. After all, some players do not donate the equipment after picking it up, but secretly sell it. Although there are not many such cases, there are still many. Therefore, the total number of equipment does not match up, which is why the scene that Yifeng mentioned needs to occur. However, in the border areas, riots still occur from time to time, and players in the Japanese area and players in the Chinese area often collide. Both sides come and go, but they are all small scale, and they are all for the sake of protecting the country's points. But the war will come soon. This is unanimously agreed by everyone. After all, it is impossible not to fight when the national war begins. Occupying the opponent's territory is the ultimate goal of the national war. Soon on the 5th day after the Huaxia district regained the border territory, both sides unexpectedly prepared manpower in one day. Boss, players from Japan are also gathering. What's going on? Does he know that we want to fight them? Xiao He asked in confusion. Yifeng nodded and said, You understand 007? There may be 007 anywhere. As soon as we prepare, the other side will prepare. If the other side prepares, we will also prepare. So no one on either side can try to gain an advantage. Oh my god! There will be 007 in a national war. This will be difficult to fight. And we can't take him by surprise. Yifeng nodded, and it was true that he couldn't do a sneak attack. He could only fight the opponent head-on. Unless one party was particularly strong, and the other party was relatively weak, he could directly attack their interior. But judging from the current situation, the players in the Japanese region and the players in the Chinese region are equally powerful. Although there were 10 major guilds in the Chinese region before, there were only 3 major guilds in the Japanese region. In fact, in the online game industry, the Japanese region has always been ahead of the Chinese region. So even if there are more unions, the elite members are still higher among players in the Japanese region. The Huaxia district makes up for this shortcoming precisely because of its large number of people. So there shouldn't be much of a gap between the two sides. President Yifeng, we have almost gathered here. Should we head to the border? The madman and other presidents came behind Yifeng. Yifeng nodded and said, after preparing for so long, it's time to have an upright battle with them. That's right. They attacked us sneakily before and caused us to lose a lot of equipment. This time, they made a big fuss head-on. Let's see how powerful they are in Japan. I don't think they are that powerful. They occupy such a good geographical location. But we have taken back the border territory. Japan's online gaming industry is nothing more than that. That's natural, because we have Yifeng here. And it's only a matter of time before we attack the Japanese area. Yifeng knew that these presidents all respected him. But there was no need to talk about himself in such a great way. Yifeng said, we still can't underestimate the enemy too much. After all, Japan is already a big country in the online game industry. It would be fatal for us to underestimate the enemy. President Yifeng is right. We must not underestimate the enemy. We must give them a heavy blow and let them know that there will be a price to pay for sneak attacks on us. That's right. Yifeng waved his hand, and everyone started heading towards the border territory. When everyone gathered in front of the 2 watchtowers, 100 meters apart in front of them were the players in the Japanese area. And they had also gathered. Yifeng and other guild presidents stood in the front row. Even in the sky above the Huaxia district, a large number of pets gathered. At the top of the sky, a giant dragon was hovering. The same is true for the Japanese district, which is equivalent to the Chinese district. Both sides seem to be ready. Yifeng, we are both about the same strength. If you really want to fight, it will do no good to either of us. A voice came from far away, and it was Hanano Yamichi's voice. Yifeng said, you attacked us before. If we don't fight back, our Chinese region will not have a firm foothold internationally. If our two countries fight against each other, it will only benefit others. The United States is watching eagerly. No matter which side of us is harmed, I am afraid we will become their food. Yifeng said, no matter what, it is you and I who have started a national war for the time being. Since you have taken action, we must also fight back. As the saying goes, it is easy to come back but not to reciprocate. And a fight must be fought. At least let international players see the toughness of our Chinese region instead of weakness. Hanano Shinichi frowned. Not because he was afraid of Yi Fu, but because the two sides were about the same strength. If they really wanted to fight, it would only be a war of attrition, which would probably allow other countries to develop better. But Yifeng has said so, and it will definitely not end well. The two sides can only fight. After all, it is not known when the national war system of other countries will be opened again. This 100 meters is neither long nor short, especially for long-range professions. Some of their casting distances are dozens of meters. Yifeng and the presidents of the major guilds rushed forward. At the same time, the president of the major guild in the Hananoyama area in Japan also rushed forward and had a head-on confrontation with Yifeng and others. While the Chinese district and Japanese district were fighting fiercely, they and other countries were watching the excitement. These two Asian countries are fighting again. Guess which country wins? No matter which wave he is in, he is not as powerful as us. Wouldn't it be easier for us to handle it all at once? That's great. Let's just watch the show. I don't know when the national war channel between us and them will be opened. Now that the national war system of the forest country has been opened, other national war systems should not be far away. Let's wait. As players from the United States, they have an inherent advantage. The people there are physically strong and are very suitable for certain roles in the game. Therefore, in the online gaming industry, the United States has always been at the top of the world. The neighboring country of Canada can be said to be a very powerful country. But after the national war started between them, both sides remained safe and did not take any action. It is obvious that both sides are afraid of the other and do not want to break the balance. Of course, there are also players from other European regions. Although the national wars in some countries have already begun, and the fighting is very lively, none of those powerful countries have made any movement. They are all waiting for who will win in the end between China and Japan. The battle that broke out on the border between the two sides on this side was extremely fierce. Yifeng's opponent was still dazzling Trinity. But Yifeng knew that the opponent had an ancient artifact and directly used the demon refining pot to attack. The attack of the demon refining pot is extremely powerful, and no grass grows wherever it goes. However, the opponent's ancient performance has always been like this. So there are very many players who only have it in the hands of Yifeng and Hanano Sanyi. But for this battle, Yifeng and others seem to have another arrangement. Very few people knew about this arrangement. Even Yifeng. Only Yin Yu knew about it. Chapter 678 Secret Plan. Yifeng is implementing a secret plan here, but he doesn't know if Japan has the same method as there. However, under Yifeng's observation, he didn't seem to find anything unusual about the players in Japan. Yifeng was fighting against Hananoyama while secretly chatting with one of the players. This player is the leader of Yifeng's secret operation, something that even many guild presidents don't know about. How's it going over there? I only heard a somewhat excited voice coming from the other side. Everything went well on our side at the reporting industry summit. Although a few members were killed, the rest of us have already arrived in the Japanese area. Yifeng said, it's easy to hide. You must protect your identity and don't be discovered by them. Yes. And there aren't many people like Yifeng meeting us. Is it really possible? Yifeng said, you are our secret weapon now. There will be many tasks for you to complete in the future. In terms of remuneration, you don't have to worry. Well, we believe you. And we won't tell the truth. Very well. Keep hiding. Yes. After Yifeng received the response from the other side, he finally felt at ease. Facing Hanano Yamichi's attack, he could only defend himself at most. Hanano Sanichi also felt Yifeng's absent-minded look. So he said, if something happens to Yifeng, let's retreat for the time being. You can't fight us anyway. Yifeng said, we must fight. Since we can't attack today, I will withdraw. Yifeng said that the players in the Huaxia area who retreated were of course very obedient to the order and retreated. After all, there was no point in continuing to fight without any sign of a breakthrough for so many hours. Seeing the withdrawal of troops from the Chinese region, the players in the Japanese region breathed a sigh of relief. There was nothing the two sides could do anyway, so the fight was meaningless. However, the Huaxia district also did not notice any abnormalities. But the next day, the Chinese side launched another attack under the leadership of Yifeng. And it's like this every day. Anyway, it's all about playing with players in Japan. Now Japan's three major super unions are frowning. What's going on with this Yifeng? He fights us every day. And only for an hour or two. What the hell is he so crazy about? We can't win after fighting. And we still have to do it every day. Doesn't he know that other countries are watching our two countries eagerly? I think this Yifeng has no brains. This consumption will reduce the strength of our two countries. At that time, we can only wait to be annexed by other countries. And Nano-kun, don't just sit here. Can you give me some ideas? Now that we're in this situation, you don't talk about anything every day. What else can you do except fight with that maple? Hanano Yamaichi is indescribable how miserable he is. He is pestered by Yifeng every day. He can't do it if he doesn't go out. As long as Yifeng comes, he has to fight. Otherwise, how can he stop Yifeng with the help of those players in Japan? Attack? What can I do? I'm helpless too. Otherwise, if I don't go when he comes to fight again tomorrow, how about you fight on your own? You can't say that in Huajian. Only you and him are at the same level here. If you don't fight with him, the rest of us can't beat him at all. Then don't talk nonsense. I'm annoyed too. Can't you guys think of some way out? Don't you feel tired after being harassed by them for an hour or two every day? And Nano-kun, we are tired too. Look at how much money we have lost these days. The Japanese region's brows were indeed furrowed. But many presidents from the Chinese region also didn't understand what was going on. Because some members of his guild don't listen to his orders at all. And they are not online at all times. Even though they were notified that there was a battle with the Japanese area on the border today, they did not come online. This happened every other day. Some members mysteriously went offline and never came online again. President Yifeng, a strange situation has occurred among our guild members. I don't know whether I should say something or not. Yifeng asked, what's going on? Has it affected us? The president said, have you noticed that there seem to be fewer and fewer members of our team attacking the borders of the Japanese region these past few times? What you said is true. Many members of our guild are not online. I have noticed this situation a long time ago. After going offline, I never come back up again. I thought they gave up the game. At the same time, the same situation also occurred among the three major guilds. The most incredible thing is that Bayonet's Military Soul Guild now doesn't even have an ordinary player. Only one president. Of course, no one knows about the matter she and Yifeng planned. Everyone looked at Yifeng in confusion, wondering if this had something to do with Yifeng. Yifeng said, this is a secret, and you will understand later. If the secret continues like this, I don't think we can hold it in the frontal battlefield. When we fought today, I felt that we were a little unable to hold up. There were obviously more people on the opposite side than us. But the people on the opposite side didn't dare to go too deep. Come to our side. Of course, Yifeng has also discovered this. But the opponent has been completely confused by Yifeng's tactics. If you fight like this for a long time, there will definitely be many players who will not participate. Therefore, even if there are few players participating in the war, it does not represent the number of players in the Huaxia district. Bayonet said, this is a tactic that President Yifeng and I have formulated, and everyone should be able to see his results soon. Everyone is wondering what kind of tactic this is to make the people in their guild obey Yifeng Yin. And even the president of their guild cannot reveal any information from them. Yifeng said, if we attack head-on, what are the chances that we can capture the border of Japan? The president's present shook their heads. Don't they understand after fighting for so long? Both sides are equally powerful and cannot win. Yifeng said, if you can't, then you have to find a way. The madman stood up and said, although I don't know what kind of strategy President Yifeng used, I think President Yifeng will not joke with us. Others also nodded. After all, they had tasted the benefits under Yifeng's leadership. If it hadn't been for Yifeng's slide, they would have been captured by Japan. Yifeng said, give us a little more time. Maybe you will know what kind of strategy it is. Although they don't know if Yifeng's method is right or wrong. But at least they have come up with a way, which is better than waiting here. Chapter 679 successfully captured the border territory. More than 10 days have passed since the opening of the national war. Not only the Chinese district and the Japanese district started fighting, but other districts also began to launch attacks, because they felt that if they continued to fight against Japan, they might not be able to tell the winner for a while. So they didn't wait any longer. Those powerful countries quickly took over the weak countries, and even some weak countries had all fallen on the second day of the attack. It was at this time that Yifeng and others learned about the rewards they would receive after winning the national war system. When all components of a certain area fall, the players in this area will not be able to launch a counterattack again, and they will become a colony of that country. Nearly 20% of the value generated by all things will go to the country of that workstation. Moreover, the conquered country cannot launch a counterattack against the conquered country. They have lost any ability to resist. 20% of a country's interests is quite terrifying. Therefore, after this news appeared, players from major trade unions and major regions began to launch more violent attacks. The national war system completely broke out at this moment. On this day, players from the Chinese region and players from the Japanese region once again stood on the border between the two sides. Yifeng and many presidents stood at the front. And the same was true for Hanano Yamaichi opposite him. However, Huaya Shan was angry at the moment. Yifeng had been so good, but they had already spent more than 10 days, and their funds were almost unbearable. Yifeng, your Chinese region has had enough. If we continue to fight like this, it will not benefit any of us. Yifeng looked at the other party's manpower. After these days of confusion, the other party also reduced the number of people. Now it seems that the number of both sides is about the same, at least compared to when the national war just started. The number of people on both sides has been reduced by at least half. After being unable to attack for a long time, players in the Japanese area have also lost their sense of combat. So they don't want to waste time on it and just buy equipment, download dungeons and so on. Yifeng said, I don't think so. But I want to give you a big gift today. Hanano Yamaichi said, if you give me some peace, we will sign an agreement not to go to war. This will be the greatest gift you can give me. Yifeng laughed. Could he still be so stupid? Seeing that other countries are about to end their national wars. But our own side has not even captured the border. It is indeed a bit embarrassing. Yifeng said, I think you will like this big gift I will give you next. Like it? So, you want to sign a no-war agreement with me in Japan? Hananoyama was a little happy in his heart. Finally, he didn't have to fight. He was almost exhausted and fell apart. I don't know what Yifeng is made of, but his morale is still so high after so long. Yifeng shook his head and said, my gift is that from today on, you don't have to guard this border, because it will be ours. Hearing Yifeng say this, Hanano Yamaichi thought he heard it wrong. He actually said that he didn't have to stay here. This place would become their territory. This is too funny. You guys fought for more than 10 days, and still didn't defeat them. Yes, even this small number of people can get it today. Hananoyama laughed. And Yifeng could really make a joke for himself. Yifeng, your joke is not funny at all. If I believe you, my name will be yours. Then just wait until my last name is Yi. The brothers will take back their territory today, and let them taste what it feels like to lose their territory. Good. Although I don't know why Yifeng said this. Seeing Yifeng's confident expression, the players in the Chinese region couldn't let Yifeng lose face. Yifeng and others rushed forward and started fighting with Hananoyama and others. It seems that the players have forgotten one person here. That is the bayonet. Since the past few days, bayonet has no longer appeared on the battlefield. Like other players, it has completely gone offline. Just when Yifeng launched the battle, the players who were originally offline came online at the same time. And the speed of going online is extremely fast. As if we have been waiting for this day. At a certain location in the Japanese region, a large number of players from the Chinese region gathered here. Led by Bayonet. Brothers, it's time for us to take the field, and let these little Japanese know that China is not that simple. When the frontal battlefield on Yifeng's side was fiercely fought, a violent commotion suddenly occurred behind the players in the Japanese area. The priests behind him were all killed in just an instant. And the two watchtowers also burst into pieces within a few seconds. What happened? Why are so many players from the Chinese region appearing behind us? Hanano Yamaichi and many presidents from the Japanese region looked sideways. They could no longer describe the situation in their hearts. I'm afraid they never thought about why there were. And they attacked them directly from the rear, and took over the border territory. Hanano Shinichi glared at Yifeng and shouted, Yifeng, What on earth did you do? Why are those Chinese players behind us? When did you run over? Why didn't we know? Yifeng laughed and said, how about this great gift? Go to H.L. Hanano Shani showed a ferocious expression. He just wanted to kill Yifeng. But he couldn't do it. Players on the frontal battlefield finally know where the group of players who have gone offline are now. They were actually in the Japanese area. But they never imagined how they did it without leaking. In fact, during this period, Bayonet had a large part of the credit for signing a secret agreement with all players who went to the Japanese area. It was precisely because of this secret agreement that this battle was so perfect. President Yifeng, you are really amazing. How on earth did you do this? It's so awesome. You can think of such a method. This little Japanese was beaten by us, but he has no ability to react at all. The battlefield shrank extremely quickly, because the opponent's border had been captured, and they were resurrected in a nearby main city. So they were too far away to survive. At this moment, the guild leader in Japan is extremely anxious, and has now summoned a large number of players in Japan on the World Channel to come to the border to fight. But now they have lost their best opportunity, and the border has been captured by Yifeng and others. Even Hanano Yamaichi died under the attacks of many players, not to mention the presidents of other guilds. We finally won. We finally won their border territory. It's so refreshing. Today's battle was fought so smartly. How did President Yifeng do it? It's so admirable. Everyone was praising Yifeng. The victory in this battle was entirely due to Yifeng's plan. Chapter 680. The troops are approaching the city. After occupying the border of the Japanese region, Yifeng's iron-blooded alliance launched another attack and headed towards their nearest city. At this time, the players in Japan finally realized that they were too careless. Yifeng, the player who went to China this time, finally wanted to spit out the breath that he had been holding for nearly half a month. The city closest to the border is called Sakura Castle, and the cherry blossoms in the mountains outside the city are really beautiful. But Yifeng and others are not here to admire it, but to take it down. Now that players from the Japanese area have quickly gathered in Sakura City, they never expected that the border battle that had been stalemate for half a month would suddenly be broken by players from the Chinese area. Moreover, they came so quickly towards the west of Sakura City. On their way, all players in the Japanese area were killed. Moreover, Yifeng and others moved towards the Sakura program at the fastest speed without giving the Japanese players any time to prepare. Yifeng said, speed up and don't give them time to prepare. Otherwise it will definitely not be that easy to take over Sakura City. Yes. Everyone was extremely excited after taking the border. Everyone used all their strength and walked towards Sakura City. At the same time, the advance force of the Iron-Blooded Alliance, the assassin team, has arrived at Sakura City, and they have already groped their way in. As assassins, they have already lurked in Sakura City, waiting for the arrival of Yifeng and others. Among this group of assassins, Ing is their leader. They arrived at Sakura City in advance without any obstacles. This was also arranged by Yifeng. For this national war, Yifeng has arranged a lot of things, and now it seems that it has not been in vain. When the city gate was closed, all the assassin teams who had signed up for the alliance had entered Sakura City and were hiding in every corner. Shadow, tell me what's going on inside. They are currently gathering a large number of players. We must attack here as soon as possible. Otherwise it will be difficult to win. Well, go and find the location of their Sakura Crystal Defense Tower. Yes. After the national war system is turned on, a crystal room appears in each city. But the location is not the same, so players need to find it. But this thing is a big building after all, and can be found quickly. Shadow searched around Sakura City, and finally found it in a remote corner. There are currently no players guarding this crystal defense tower. It seems that the players in Japan have not thought about this problem at all. All the assassin troops gathered by Ing quickly came around and surrounded the place. As soon as Yifeng and the others broke through the city, they would immediately attack the crystal defense tower. The Yifeng crystal defense tower has been found, and there are currently no troops defending it. I know. Hide it, and don't expose it. Well, you should be careful over there. There are more and more of them. Good. As the city lord of Qilong City, Yifeng has a bug-level existence. That is, he has unlimited siege machinery. After arriving at Sakura City, Yifeng directly activated the engineering system and took out the siege machinery. The last time players in Japan attacked Qilin City, it was because they had limited engineering equipment. If they were like Yifeng, Qilin City might not be able to defend it. After possessing a large amount of engineering equipment, Sakura City, which was originally peaceful, was in a precarious situation. How come the damn Chinese players have prepared so many siege equipment? Did they already know that we don't have many troops? They must have been preparing for a long time. Otherwise, why would they suddenly launch an effort to seize the border and rush directly to Sakura City? Damn it. Yifeng actually acted like this. I really underestimated him. At this moment, Yifeng was standing under Sakura City, commanding various members to launch siege equipment, like the attack launched by Sakura City, in order to break down their city gates. Yifeng, don't go too far. We didn't attack your Qilin city back then. Looking at the angry Hanano Yamaichi, Yifeng felt a little funny. If you hadn't been unable to win Qilin city at that time, would you still have said this? Yifeng shouted, do you still like the big gift I gave you today? What the HL? I want to see how you take down our Sakura city. Yifeng said, then let you see how your Sakura city was occupied by us. Boom! The Huaxia players, who had a large number of engineering equipment, breached the gate of Sakura City in less than half an hour. The moment the city gate shattered, the players in the Japanese area were trembling. They didn't expect that the city gate would be breached so quickly. On Yifeng's side, at the moment when the city gate shattered, Yifeng raised the golden sword in his hand and shouted, it's disrespectful to come and go without reciprocating. Brothers, let them see the power of our Chinese region. Come on! Kill! The Union in the Japanese area standing on top of the city wall issued the order. For long-range professions, attack them quickly. Don't let them get close to the city gate. For melee professions, go to the city gate to block the intersection. Hurry up! At this moment, the players in Japan are in dire straits. The long-range professional players standing on the city wall not only have to attack the soldiers rushing towards the city gate, but also deal with the long-range professional players behind them. Long-range professions are not that easy to deal with. If they are not careful, they may be killed by the opponent's long-range professions. After playing games to this stage, everyone knows that the long-range profession is the most popular, and it is also the profession with the strongest explosive power, especially when fighting in groups. The damage and feeling are absolutely exhilarating. On the other hand, melee professions can only be used as human shields. Sometimes melee professions can't even touch the opponent's crispy skin, and they have been killed by the opponent's long-range professions. But at the same time, after they paid the price, they would give the remote professions behind them a better output environment. There are twists and turns, but apart from group fights, the warrior profession is still more powerful when it comes to single combat. After all, as long as the career is temporarily promoted to crispy skin, it will certainly not be able to bear the damage to the crispy career. Facing the attacks from long-range professions on the city wall, Yifeng and others rushed outside the city gate. The next moment, a large number of melee professions from the Japanese area poured out. They shouted in waves and collided with Yifeng and others. But with Yifeng's team, no one can stop it. Yifeng alone can be said to directly kill any human shield warrior in front of him. At this time, Hanano Yamaichi's role is immediately highlighted. Ananajan, why are you still standing here? Go and stop the Yifeng. Hananoyama frowned. He also wanted to stop him, but he seemed to feel that the city was unsafe. Chapter 681 Reappearance of Ancient Artifacts. Hananoyama looked at the castle, frowned and said, look at the castle. I don't think it's safe inside the castle either. The several Union presidents around him looked at the quietness in the city with confusion, and there was nothing unsafe anywhere. Okay, as long as you lock the gate inside the city, we will solve it. After the explanation, Hanano Shinichi finally came to the city gate and stared at Yifeng indifferently. Yifeng, you still have manpower in our Sakura city. Yifeng was stunned for a moment and said, no. If so, how could you be so safe? Hananoyama said coldly, your expression betrays you. It seems that my feeling is right. There is someone in the city. Yifeng also realized that the other party must have caught the details of the moment they just met, and it seemed that he would have to be more careful in the future. Yifeng said privately, be careful. The other party has already noticed your presence. Good. After taking a group photo and saying hello, Yifeng finally felt at ease. Yifeng could calmly deal with Hanano Yamaichi in front of him. But Hanano Shinichi didn't take action. He knew that he couldn't beat Night Breeze, and Night Breeze couldn't beat him. Both sides have always been a balanced existence. If you really take action, it will be in vain. It is better to just guard him like this. If he wants to attack others, just stop him yourself. Yifeng frowned. This guy was really becoming more and more effortless. Just looking at him like this. You really don't want to fight me anymore? Humph. There's no need. Anyway, between you and me, we can't tell the winner even if we fight each other. So why not save some energy? Yifeng said with a smile, then you come after me. As he spoke, Yifeng bent his knees slightly, jumped up suddenly, and a dragon roar sounded above him. Roar! Yifeng landed firmly on the top of the dragon's head. Yifeng patted the pig's trotter on the head and said, Let's go inside and play. Roar! A roar came, and the opposite Yamada no Orochi appeared in front of Yifeng with Hanano Sanichi. It's not that easy to leave. Then come and give it a try. Humph. You can't do any tricks anymore. I'm here. Yifeng grabbed the dragon's horns of the pig's foot with both hands and lightly stamped his foot. Upon Yifeng's signal, the pig's foot immediately flew towards Sakura City. Roar! The pig's feet moved, and the Yamada no Orochi also moved. But the purpose of the pig's feet was not the Yamada no Orochi at all, but turned into a huge flame and sprayed it down, causing the city to immediately burn with fire. You changed to death. Aren't you afraid that I will kill your Chinese players? Yifeng smiled and said, If you have the ability, go ahead. Hananoyama glared at Yifeng himself. How could he abandon Night Breeze and attack their players? As long as they leave, Sakura City will turn into a sea of flames within a few minutes. The casualties will be heavy, and they will not be able to defend Sakura City at all. How can I have follow-up capabilities without Sakura City? If I really attack the players in the Huaxia district, although I can cause heavy damage to them, compared with Sakura City, it is obviously not worth the gain. This is why Yifeng is so arrogant. Because Yifeng knows that Hanano Sanichi does not dare to leave him at all. A pair of super players in the sky are chasing the pursuers. It seems that Yifeng is afraid of Hanano Yamaichi. But the actual situation is that Sakura City is already filled with flames. And Hanano-kun, what are you doing? Our losses will be even more severe if you do this. Why don't you drive him out? The raging fire in the city, especially the flames that spewed out from time to time, caused the newly resurrected Japanese players to die. Ah! Yifeng, stop here. Believe it or not, even if I don't want this Sakura City, I will kill all your players. Yifeng looked back at Hanano Sanichi behind him. This guy was already furious. Yifeng patted the faucet and turned around to face Hua Yi. Her harassment had already achieved its effect. If he continues like this, he will really anger himself. And he has to be restrained. He can't let the players in the Chinese region die too many. Right? Hananoyama just set a fire. Is there any need to be so angry? Hanano Shinichi looked at Yifeng angrily. It was precisely because of Yifeng's fire that they had lost a lot of advantages together. Especially the long-range professional players on the city wall had been killed and injured by Yifeng's divine beast attack. Tragically, even now that he has been resurrected, he has lost his innate advantage. Players from the Huaxia district have begun to arrive in the city one after another, although there are not many people. As time goes by, more and more people will come in. Yifeng, I advise you to retreat as soon as possible. Otherwise we in Japan will make you regret it. Yifeng looked at Hanano Yamaichi with a smile. At this point, you actually asked me to withdraw my troops. What a big joke. It seems that your Sakura City will belong to my Chinese region today. I saw a strange smile on Hanano Sanichi's ferocious face. Hee hee. You can try to see if our Sakura City can become your main city in the Chinese region. In Yifeng's mind, it seemed that Hanano Yamaichi had a trump card, and he was reluctant to hand over this trump card, which should be very troublesome. Yifeng immediately offered up the demon refining pot. With this thing, Yifeng felt comforted. Humph. Even though you have ancient artifacts, it doesn't mean you can really protect them, because there is another ancient artifact above Hanano Sanichi's head, which should look like a silver snake sword. This is an ancient artifact that mainly attacks. I never thought that this guy actually has two ancient artifacts. Yifeng had seen the previous ancient artifact. Looking at Yifeng's cautious expression, Hanano Yamaichi said, It's still too late to retreat now. I don't plan to use this thing against you, because you are not worthy of me using this thing at all. Yifeng was originally a little wary, but Diao was also good at such a small glance, and he was a little disbelieving. I know the attack of the demon refining pot, and I also know the defense of the demon refining pot. But the demon refining pot has other functions. Yifeng picked up the demon training pot and said to Hanano Shinichi, take it. A strong suction force appeared in front of Hanano Sanichi, trying to suck Hanano Sanichi into the demon training pot. Orochi. Retreat. Yamada no Orochi desperately backed away. But the demon refining pot was an ancient artifact. So how could he resist its suction? The voice of Yamada no Orochi was getting closer and closer to the demon refining pot. And at this time, the silver snake sword above Hana Yashang's head moved. The silver snake sword emitted a fierce light. And its head was like a giant snake. It opened its mouth and pounced on Yifeng's demon refining pot. Boom! After a loud noise, the demon refining pot's attack stopped unexpectedly. And Yifeng, his men, and the dragon were repelled dozens of meters away. Of course, Hanano Yamaichi was not much better. This time the two sides collided. It could be said that they were evenly matched. Chapter 682, Capture Sakura City. Yifeng looked at the opponent in surprise. He didn't expect that this was an ordinary weapon. But it was so powerful that it could directly defeat the demon fox's attack. And Yifeng also suffered a little damage. Although not much. But the people around him were unlucky. Whether it was the Chinese players on Yifeng's side or the Japanese players. They were all instantly killed. Leaving a big gap in this area. Everyone, stay away from us. The guy opposite is a bit evil. Yifeng shouted loudly, warning many players. Of course, many players were already wary of the powerful power just now, and had already left early. Hanano Yamaichi on the opposite side looked at Yifeng and said coldly, I said, I won't let you take Sakura City so easily. It's still too late for your people to retreat. Don't let us fight and lose. It will hurt both you and me. Not good. Of course Yifeng knows that. And it seems that they can at best contain him. Now they must break through Sakura City as soon as possible. Otherwise Hanano Yamaichi will be a bit difficult to deal with. Shadow. What's the situation over there? The situation is very good. They did not find us. And they are still concentrating on the city gate. Yifeng looked up and saw that almost all players from the Huaxia district were entering the city gate. And many players had already arrived in the city. Yifeng said, hurry up and attack the crystal defense tower quickly. Yes. The assassins who sneaked into Sakura City were all the best in the Iron-Blooded Alliance. Although they numbered less than 100. No one would hold back when they started to attack. Ing said to his small team, after receiving the latest information, let's attack the crystal defense tower. Clear. Just when the frontal battlefield was getting heated, the Japanese players, who didn't have a big advantage in the first place, suddenly received a system prompt. Ding! System prompt. Our crystal defense tower is under attack. Requesting support. The crystal defense tower didn't have any attack methods. It was just a bit thick with snow. But under the attack that led them, its health dropped sharply. In less than a minute, 1/3 of the blood volume has dropped. Yifeng, you actually arranged manpower in our Sakura City. Yifeng could stand in front of Hanano Sanyi. This guy was furious and wanted to save the Sakura City. But after being blocked by Yifeng, Hanano Yamaichi's face became even more livid. As long as I can capture your Sakura City, I can use any technique. Right? I will only let you succeed so easily. Just watch your moves. Hanano Yamaichi wanted to force Yifeng back. But how could Yifeng give in like this? As long as they retreat, the possibility of them capturing Sakura City is almost zero. Chen Lei's crystal defense teacup attack. The players who went to Japan were all panicked. They had never thought of this at all. Because they closed the city gate early. Even now, they are careful not to let anything break through their blockade and go to the side of the crystal defense tower. But the system prompt surprised them. Apparently, Yifeng had arranged for someone to come to Sakura City early. Come and help me go to the crystal energy tower and protect it. A large number of players from the Japanese area left, which made the frontal battlefield feel a lot easier. This caused the players from the Chinese area to speed up and rush towards the central area of the city. Such a scene made Hanano Yamaichi very anxious. The presidents of the 3 major guilds were already contacting Hanano Yamaichi. But Hanano Yamaichi could not escape. While he was good at glaring at Yifeng, they had lost today. Even if they managed to capture Sakura City, waiting for their second attack would probably be ineffective. Not to mention that it was already impossible to capture Sakura City. Roar! A dragon roar sounded next to the crystal defense tower of Sakura City. And it was Ing who activated the skill. Because there are players from the Japanese area who have already come to the side of the crystal defense tower. But the back is enough to kill. As long as other eating and drinking players break the crystal defense tower, then all the opponents will be expelled from Sakura City. Ah! Yifeng, even if you take Sakura City, we will make you pay the price. Hanano Shinichi roared at Yifeng. Now he has no choice but to yell at Yifeng a few times. Even if he has 2 ancient artifacts in his hand, he can't get rid of Yifeng's entanglement. What's more, there is a time interval when using ancient artifacts. Unlike skills that only have a few seconds of cooldown, the more powerful the ancient artifact, the longer the skill cooling time. So this is why Hanano Sanichi is a little crazy. Hanano-kun, come and help. We are almost unable to hold on. Hanano Shinichi did not respond to him, but stared at Yifeng. What did he want to do to Yifeng now? Totally impossible. As the battle progressed, the crisp sound like broken glass and the joyous laughter heralded the end of this battle. The crystal defense tower of Sakura City ruptured, and all players in the Japanese area were teleported out of Sakura City. The only players left behind were players in the Chinese area. Hanano Shinichi, who was in front of Yifeng, also disappeared in front of Yifeng at that moment. Oh! We finally win. We won Sakura City. But we are still stronger. What does it mean that we are more powerful? It's because President Yifeng's strategy is superior. If it weren't for his arrangement, how could we have won the border territory and a cherry blossom city today? After capturing the opponent's main city, this place has become one of the map parts of the Huaxia district. This good news spread immediately, and players in the entire Huaxia district were excited. It can be said that the victory of this battle was entirely based on strategy. If it's a head-to-head confrontation, I'm afraid we don't know when we can take over the other side's border territory, let alone Sakura City. Almost everyone on the forum was opening posts to celebrate, and even those Chinese players who had been ridiculed by Japanese players began to boldly provoke them on Japanese forums. This is exactly the same as when Japanese players went to the Chinese player forum to provoke others. But this time it's just the other way around. The Chinese players were celebrating, but the Japanese players were frowning. This time, they were the ones who were nervous. Hanano-kun, you have to give us an explanation. The presidents of several conferences looked at Hanano Yamaichi angrily. They believed that this failure was entirely caused by Hanano Yamaichi. Why is Hanano-kun always entangled with Yifeng? Don't you know that we are in big trouble? Now Sakura City has fallen into their hands. This is a great shame for us. Hanano Yamaichi, you are our #1 master in Japan. Do you think you are worthy of such a result? Hananoyama has 10,000 reluctances in his heart. But Sakura City is currently lost, and he has a great responsibility. But don't you guys have a great responsibility? I'm not the only one who lets my guard down. But you do too. Hananoyama directly chose to go offline, and lost while standing. He actually blamed himself. This group of people had no bottom line. Hanano Yamaichi suddenly went offline, which caught these presidents off guard and didn't know what to say. Are they wrong? They can think that they are not wrong. They have exhausted their abilities. The opponent's Yifeng has caused them huge trouble, and Hana's good intentions have not caused any trouble to the players in the Chinese area. This is Hanano Yamaichi's fault. Chapter 683, Conquering 2 Cities in a Row. Ever since the Chinese region captured Sakura City in the Japanese region, all Chinese players in China have been celebrating. Even in real life, consumer places in many areas have started discount activities on this grounds. After capturing Sakura City, Yifeng and others are about to arrange their manpower to attack the second main city in Japan, based on the decisions of all the guild presidents in the Huaxia district. Yifeng pointed to the name of one of them on the map and said, "Then after all the presidents vote, this place will be our next target." He is Beihai City. The fanatic said, "This city is relatively close to the edge, which is very conducive to our actions. Although it is a bit far away from Sakura City, it is very beneficial to us. After all, we are caught by surprise." After Yifeng and the others captured Sakura City, players in Japan began to strengthen their defenses against the main cities around Sakura City. However, they believed that Yifeng and others would not go to the faraway cities at all. Under normal circumstances, they would definitely not go. After all, the first was a detour, and the second was the resurrection point. It was too far, which was not conducive to fighting. But Yifeng's people chose Beihai City, which was the farthest away. This was also a test for Yifeng and the others. "Boss, this city is too far away, which is very disadvantageous for us. Will it be counterproductive?" Xiao Hei, who is usually careless, raised such a question. "You can rest assured that our people decided to attack Beihai City after investigation," Hao Tian said. "After all, it is impossible to attack a main city without too much investigation. Unlike Sakura City, they were caught by surprise. Nowadays, players in the entire Japanese area are relatively sensitive. President Yifeng, What else can we arrange? After all, the long journey is indeed a test for us. Yifeng nodded and said, of course. But I will arrange it one by one. Or the presidents of the 3 major guilds will inform you. Understood. Just follow President Yifeng's arrangements, and as long as we capture the entire Japanese area, we will temporarily lose one area of threat. Yifeng is also very worried. If the national war system is activated in other regions, the Chinese region will definitely face threats from other regions. If it is resolved, the Japanese region will be the best for them. Under the arrangement of Yifeng's guild leader, the battle began to be arranged intensively. In the Japanese area, they also felt the quietness brought about by the war. Are Yifeng and the others preparing to attack us? Which city are they attacking? Have you found out? It's impossible to find out. All their information can only be known by the gang president. Ordinary members have no idea what will happen next. Then can't you bribe the presidents of some small guilds? Of course we paid. But they were not happy. You also know that there are already a lot of grievances between our 2 countries. This time they finally seized the opportunity. How could they give up so easily? Humph. I don't believe that if you can't buy them off today with a large amount. Give them 1 million. If 1 million doesn't work, give them 2 million. If 2 million doesn't work, give them 3 million. Until he is satisfied. But what if they get paid to give us false information? What else can we do? Of course we have solved it. Isn't it easy to make a person disappear? Yes. I'll do it right now. On the 3rd day after taking Sakura City, the players in Japan originally thought that Yifeng and the others would rest for a while before launching an attack. However, they did not expect that on the 3rd day, Yifeng's people would appear in Beihai City. It was because this was so unexpected that many players did not react. They were still in the 2 main cities around Sakura City. By the time they reacted, they had already breached Beihai City. And in less than half an hour, Beihai City was captured. Snapped. The sound of a water glass breaking sounded in a room. They never thought that Yifeng and others would attack Beihai City. They didn't even have time to let Haicheng fall with their robot hands. A bunch of idiots gave you so much time. But before you could figure out the direction of their actions, Beihai City fell directly. What on earth do you guys do? President. It's not that we are not well informed. It's that the other party doesn't have anyone who can be bribed. I don't believe that someone would struggle with money just for the sake of money. What they can get by taking over our team is just nonsense honors. How can they be comfortable with money? But President, we contacted several guild presidents, and they said they don't have 100 million. So don't try to fool them. 100 million is just 100 million. It's not much money. But what they want is rice dollars. What? Me yuan? Why don't they die? What will the president do next? If money doesn't suffice, then you can seduce me with sex. I don't believe that Chinese people can avoid being sexually attracted to women. Yifeng was of course overjoyed after taking Beihai City again. But Yifeng discovered a problem. That is, Hanano Yamaichi did not show up. It's not that he didn't show up by chance. Even the 3 major super guilds in Japan came. But he was the only one who didn't come. In order to verify this method, on the same day, Yifeng and others attacked another main city with lightning speed. This makes the Japanese players a little unbearable. They have just captured their Beihai City. Even if they want to attack another main city, it cannot be today. As a result, Yifeng and others just appeared directly outside another main city a few hours later. Fortunately, the players in Japan reacted and immediately launched a large-scale blockade against Yifeng and others. But that was all. It took Yifeng and others half an hour to capture Beihai City. But it only took Yifeng and others 2 hours to successfully capture this city called Osaka Castle. At this time, Yifeng and others directly captured 3 main cities, while the opponent only had 3 main cities left. As the presidents of the 3 major guilds, their facial expressions could be said to be gloomy at the moment. Hanano Shani could not be contacted at all, as if he had disappeared. Without the restraint of Hanano Yamaichi, they were simply seeking death against Yifeng. No one could stop Yifeng. Give me Hanano Sanichi. Is this guy going to be a shame to our country? Damn coward. We shouldn't have spent a lot of resources on him in the first place. But now we are making ourselves miserable. Hanano Yamaichi, you are a disgrace to our Japan. You disappear after a slight setback. You are simply unworthy. You are a member of our country. As for where Hananoyama went, no one knew. They only knew that after reprimanding Hananoyama last time, he went offline and never came online again. Chapter 684 Pursuit. Yifeng is wondering where Hanano Shani went. After all, this guy is the #1 expert in Japan. If such a big thing happened, how could he not show up? It's okay to say that Beihai Castle is short, but Osaka Castle is unjustifiable. With a battle of more than 2 hours, the time has come long ago. Did this guy stop playing? Or did he encounter some difficulties? And Sakura Ida? I haven't seen her past this time. Logically speaking, he should come to trouble me. I want to make things clear, but I can't find anyone. Boss, what are you doing here with your brows on your face? Are you still not satisfied after winning 2 cities in a row? Xiao Hei looked at Yifeng's frown, seeming to be worried about something. Yifeng shook his head and said, Don't you think it's strange? Isn't it strange? We are strong and we should conquer 2 cities in a row. Yes, we have a strategy. These Japanese guys are just waiting to be beaten. Chu Tianai said. Yifeng said, Didn't you notice that Hananoyama was missing? Hey, if you don't tell me, I really forgot about it. Why didn't this guy show up to stop you? I asked why it went so well. It turns out that this guy is gone. Wouldn't that be a better thing? Should we attack the 3rd main city? Yifeng rolled his eyes. And Xiao Hei said, What are you thinking? The other 3 Japanese tables must be well protected by them now. Attacking at this time is obviously an unwise choice. Yifeng is right. It is impossible to attack the 3rd main city now. And we also need to prevent them from attacking the 3 main cities we have captured. Altian explained the current situation. Xiao Hei scratched his head. For him, these troublesome things were not his business. He could just fight. Yen Yu stood next to Yifeng and said considerately, Maybe you are too preoccupied. Maybe Hanano Sanichi doesn't have time to play games today. Yes. Anyway, we have already captured 3 of their main cities. They must have been stunned by this. Ha ha. Zissou laughed. Yifeng nodded. Maybe he was overthinking. The news that the Huaxia district had taken over the 2 main cities in the Japanese region quickly spread to real life. The Chinese side was roaring for 2 days, while the Japanese side was so gloomy that it was about to rain. What's going on? Didn't you say that the Sakura Castle that was lost before was an accident? But now 2 floors have been lost in 1 day. What's going on? Isn't there anyone who can explain this problem to me? As the current Prime Minister of Japan, because he lost 2 main cities in a row, he is now so angry that he can hardly speak. Prime Minister, the Chinese people are too cunning. And our super expert Hanano Yamaichi can't be found. We don't know where he went. Or there may have been some accident. An accident occurred in Hoya Mountain? Do you think I don't know what his strength is? What accident could happen to him? This? But he didn't even show up when the Chinese attacked our 2 cities today. And we can't find his people now. The Prime Minister frowned, as if he had a bad premonition and said, Send more people to look for me. I don't believe what can be done to my people in my area. Yes. In the real world of Japan, in a certain area and a certain forest, a man and a woman are desperately trying to escape. The woman was panting from exhaustion, while the man looked around cautiously. No, I'm too tired. Let me rest for a while. The man said cautiously, Sakura, you can't rest now. Otherwise you and I will die here. The woman responded, It's not all your fault. You asked me to come to this place to meet you. If my brother hadn't insisted on asking me to come, I wouldn't have come. The man smiled bitterly and said, If you still want to see the Yifeng, get up quickly. Otherwise you won't even want to see him. The woman reluctantly stood up, but her trembling feet obviously told him that it was impossible. With a plop, the woman fell to the ground again and said, My legs are cramped. I can't run anymore. But at this time, the man's expression suddenly changed, and he secretly said something bad. The woman who was picked up directly left the place quickly. About a minute after they left, a man with fleshy wings flew at low altitude to where they were just now. The man stayed there for a while and chased after them in the direction they had just left. The man is Hanano Yamaichi, and the woman is Ida Sakura. After the fall of Sakura City, Huaya found Sakura Ida online and wanted to talk to him. But just as they were talking, a man with fleshy wings appeared. Then this scene happened. Hanano Sanichi. Let me go! No. Let you go. You will definitely be killed by him. Sakura Ida said, How are you sure he will kill me? And who is that guy? Why is Yifeng's handsome compared to Yifeng's black wings with those disgusting wings? It's time now. So don't be crazy. This guy is not simple. He is the legendary commander of the demons. What is this? The demon commander? You are just playing a game. And you are still the commander, while I am the boss. Hanano Yamaichi knew that Ida Sakura didn't know many things, and she couldn't explain it to him at once. But Hanano Sonichi knew that the 10 demons were not something ordinary people could deal with. He was lucky enough to know about the 10 demons. He also saw the 10 demons commanding such level of 10 demons in photos. With his current Chunin level, he can't defeat the demon commander at all. Unless he is a superior ninja. Although Hananoyama is infinitely close to a Jounin. After all, he is not a Jounin yet. Anyway, this guy is very strong. I can't beat him unless my master is here. Your master? Why are you talking strangely today? Do you still have a master who can play games with you? And killing people is illegal now. Sakura Ida is a completely ordinary person who doesn't understand anything at all. Hanano Yamaichi said, I can only tell you that I am a ninja. A Chunin. The man just now has the strength of a Jounin. So we must run. Ninja? Don't be kidding me. What era is this in? Do you think it's still the Warring States period? Knowing that Ida Xiaoying would not believe it, Hanayama did not explain much, but hugged Ida Xiaoying and left quickly. He wanted to leave this business as soon as possible. But just after Huayasani saw the edge of the human city, a figure fell from the sky and blocked his sight. Where are you running? It's been so long since I've been here. And finally a decent person has arrived. Chapter 685 Asking for Help. The appearance of the demon leader startled Ida Sakura. Originally, Ida Sakura thought this guy was just scaring her. But now she seems to actually believe it. Hanano Sonichi put Ida Sakura down and said, I'm going to stop him. You go away quickly. As a result, Ida Sakura shouted, Hey! What do you want to do with this weird-looking person? We didn't offend you. The demon commander was stunned for a moment. This ordinary person dared to shout at him. Where did this courage come from? I am the demon commander. Don't be afraid. I just want to ask you something. Hanano Yamaichi on the side said, Humans and demons are at odds with each other. If you want to get the information you want from us, there is no way. I don't see that you know a lot of things. This will save me some trouble. If you can tell me the answer I want, maybe I won't swallow you. As for the one next to you, Chi-Lu. Sakura Ida said disgustingly, Don't be disgusting. Even if we know something, we won't tell you. Hananoyama said softly, Take my phone, find my master, and ask him to help me. Now you run away. The faster you run, the better. I'll stop him. Saying that, Hanano Sonichi handed the phone to Kajita. And Xiaoying blocked Ida and Sakura in front of the demon commander. Want to leave? None of you can escape. Let's go! Hananoyama yelled, pushing Ida Sakura away, and rushed in front of the demon commander. Don't overestimate your capabilities. But there are times when the demon commander is mistaken. Hanano Yamaichi is the proud son of Japan. As an intermediate ninja, he is also one of the best. Even some ordinary jounin are no match for him. In the case of underestimating the enemy, the demon commander did not stop Hanano Shinichi immediately. Hanano Shinichi showed his potential strength and was unable to take him down for a while. At this moment, Ida Xiaoying had no choice but to believe what he said. Even what he said, because his eyes could no longer keep up with the speed of Hanano Sonichi and the demon commander. Sakura Ida tried her best to run out of the forest regardless of the pain in her legs. I won't let you inform the masters on Earth. If you want to touch her, you have to ask me first. Damn the devil. I really don't know how you came to our Earth. Haha. Although that old man is powerful, he has not escaped to the Earth because of me. And he has not noticed anything. It won't be long before my army of demons arrives. And you guys on Earth will probably become our slaves. By then, I will pay you back the hurt I suffered. Hanano Yamaichi said, It depends on you. Whether you can leave the Earth alive here. Do you really think there are no strong people on the Earth? At least within my perception. There is no opponent that scares me. Hananoyama frowned. He knew that most of the masters went to the outer battlefield some time ago. But after all, there should be other masters left on the Earth. For example, didn't the Long family in the Huaxia district have a master of the bigger realm before? A master in the bigger realm can definitely fight against a commanding level demon. And there is a chance of winning. Although it is equally possible for the Jounin in Japan to deal with the full commander. It is a little more difficult. But self-protection is still possible. If there are two Jounin, the demon commander can be killed. Your so-called outer battlefield can't last long. It's just a matter of time before you enslave the Earth. Even that old guy won't be able to last for long. But now it seems that the Earth's interior is so empty. It seems that we don't have to wait until the Yuan dynasty. I can knock it down inside. Just think about it. How many hermit masters haven't appeared yet? Do you really think the Earth is so easy to bully? Let me show you my Heavenly Demon's unique skill. Heavenly Demon's dazzling. A black gas fiercely attacked Hanano Shinichi's chest, severely beating him. But after such a long delay, Ida Sakura should have left the forest. While running, Ida Xiaoying took out Hanano Yamaichi's phone. There were many missed calls on it, but she ignored it and found Hanano Yamaichi's master. Hey, Yamaichi. I heard that you didn't appear in the game. I called you several times and didn't answer the phone. Hello. I am Hinano's friend. She is currently being attacked by someone called the Demon Commander. He said that only someone with Jonin strength can defeat him. Let me come to you. Unexpectedly, the other party was very surprised and said, Are you kidding me? Why does the Demon Commander appear on Earth? What does he look like? Ida Sakura replied, They look similar to us, but they have a pair of fleshy wings on the back. They look disgusting. Like bat wings. Oops. It's really the Demon Commander. How did he come to Earth? Where are you? And I have escaped now. And he is still fighting with the Demon Commander inside. Come and save him. Toot. 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 Before Sakura Ida finished speaking, the other party had already hung up the phone after hearing the address, which showed that the situation was very serious. After asking for help, Ida Sakura did not leave, but returned the same way, wanting to take a peek at Hanano Yamaichi's current condition. When Ida Sakura returned to the original route, she saw that a large number of trees were destroyed, and even a large number of deep pits appeared. This battle scene was extremely terrifying. It's so scary. Could something really happen to Hanano Yamaichi? Sakura Ida said worriedly. At this moment, Hanano Yamaichi was vomiting blood. His clothes were in tatters, and there were wounds everywhere. Although he could still avoid the opponent's attack, it was no longer possible to escape. What's more, he has actually sensed that Ida Sakura is back. He can even sense it, let alone the Demon Commander. He actually ran back. He's really careless about life and death, no matter what. I'm a little hungry, Hanano Yamaichi said. I said, if you want to touch her, you must first step on my body. Haha. You Earthlings are just too infatuated to become like this. How can we become the top king of the food chain in this universe by being ruthless and ruthless, like our stickers? However, Sakura Ida didn't know that they had discovered that she was still quietly hiding behind the tree and watching. Why hasn't Hanano Shinichi's master arrived yet? If this continues, he will definitely be dead. Just when Ida Sakura wanted to send reinforcements, the big tree in front of her suddenly rose from the ground and fell suddenly in front of her. Only then did Sakura Ida realize that she had already been exposed. In a panic, Ida Sakura picked up a branch and said to the Demon Commander, Don't come over. Otherwise I won't be polite. Chapter 686 Heavenly Demon Stone. The demon leader gave a sinister smile and stretched out a palm to suck Ida Sakura over. Hanano Shinichi, who was lying on the ground, said angrily, How can you attack a woman? Haha. In our place. You humans are just our prisoners. Why do you need to distinguish so much? The demon grabbed Ida Xiaoying's neck in an extremely arrogant manner. Ida Sakura resisted desperately and hit the demon leader with a branch in his hand. But there seemed to be no reaction. You guy. Let me go quickly. Hanano Shinichi's master is coming. You can't run away. The demon leader sneered and said, Humph. You are talking about an old guy. Do you really think he can beat me? Huishan was stunned. The old guy mentioned by the demon leader was probably his master. But is my master really that bad? The existence that was invincible in his own eyes turned out to be so insignificant in the eyes of this demon commander. Flutter. Ida Sakura was thrown directly next to Hanano Shinichi by the leader of the demon, and she was covered in dust. Ah! It hurts. Ahem. Xiaoying. Are you okay? Why are you so stupid? What are you doing back here? You finally ran away. Sakura Ida said, Humph. I'll come back to see if you're dead, so that you don't bother me in the future. Haha. That disappoints you. I'm not dead yet. Hananoyama had a smile on his face. Even if he and Ida Sakura were here at this moment, he didn't feel there was any problem. Why are you giggling? It hurts so badly. The film leader faced Sakura Ida and Shinichi Hanano with his hands behind his back, staring at the trees in front of him from a distance. Call. A figure fell from the sky, and an old man appeared in front of the demon leader holding a samurai sword. Sure enough, you are the demon commander. Why did you appear on Earth? Could it be that you missed the battlefield in the outer world? The demon commander crossed his arms and said in a provocative manner, You are that boy's master. You should know more than him. It seems that catching you will be more conducive to my actions. Master, be careful. This guy is very difficult to deal with. Hanano Shinichi's master responded, I, Akaji, have lived for most of my life. Although I have never been to the outer battlefield. I hate myself for these questions like yours. Now that you appear in front of me, I will never let you go. The demon laughed loudly at this moment. What qualifications did the guy in front of him have to stop him? You old guy. Your cultivation level is only similar to that of the early stage of the bigger realm. But you still dare to yell at me. It seems that you have never been to the outer battlefield. And you really don't know how powerful my demon is. The old man clenched the katana in his hand with both hands and shouted, Then let me see how powerful a person at the level of the demon commander is. Haha. This guy who doesn't know how to be brave is going to die. The demon commander waved his flesh-colored wings and rushed towards the old man. The old man is Hanano Shinichi's master. He has a great reputation in Japan and is a great ninja master. Facing the demon commander coming in the wind, the old man did not feel any timidity. Instead, he drew out the katana beside him and prepared to launch a counterattack. Humph. You have the nerve to show off a broken knife and make yourself look embarrassed. At this time, the old man's eyes shone brightly, and he shouted, Then let you see the power of my Japanese artifact. The Tang Emperor's sword. The old man is not a fool. The demon in front of him is a commander-level figure. If the demon commander is so easy to deal with, he will not take out the Tang Emperor's sword. Under the situation where the demon commander was underestimating the enemy, Tang Huangdao showed its huge power. And the old man was not a small player either. The first collision between the two sides caused the demon commander to suffer a great loss. There were blood marks on his palms. But the demon's blood was blue. This knife, it seems you are well prepared. Humph. How can it be so easy to deal with you demons? I won't ask you to let go today. The demon commander also knew that he had underestimated the enemy. Although he did not sense the existence of a threat to him, he had ignored another thing. In addition to his own strength, there were also external forces that could be borrowed. Now it seems that the characters on this earth are not you fool. There are still many things you don't know. No one of the higher-ups wanted to take over this extremely barren earth at the edge of the universe. After coming to Earth, the demon commander has discovered that it is remarkable that such an old man can be cultivated in this place. They only exist individually. And there must be very few others. Now I see that things are not that simple on this earth. No wonder the higher-ups value this position. It turns out there is a reason. However, just when the demon commander was about to be careful, he found that his palms were bleeding continuously. What's going on? It's just a robbery injury. Why can't my blood stop? Haha. It is said that this knife is specially designed to deal with you demon makers. And it contains a special material. The Heavenly Demon Stone? You actually have the Heavenly Demon Stone? The Heavenly Demon Stone is a kind of mineral that poses a huge threat to the heavenly demon in the universe. It is precisely because this or has great restraint on the demon race that it is called the Demon Stone. It turns out that material is called Heavenly Demon Stone. It seems you are really afraid of this thing. The demon commander was completely angry. After underestimating the enemy, he was injured. After being injured, he found out that he was injured by a weapon made from the Demon Stone. This made him feel extremely insulted. Because each film has a great sensitivity to the magic stone, they will try their best to avoid this kind of war, because it will cause their blood to flow until it is exhausted. But he had just underestimated the enemy and made himself pay a heavy price. The demon commander showed a ferocious expression and said, in this case, even if I do, I will destroy most of your earth before the time comes. Don't even think about it. If you want to destroy the earth, you have to get past me first. The devil is in chaos. Boom. Of course, the old man is no match for the demon commander. But at this moment, the demon has been injured, which gives me an opportunity. Moreover, after being injured, the demon commander's speed also slowed down a lot. But the angry demon commander was not so easy to deal with. Although the old man took advantage of the demon's declining condition after being injured, he had an opportunity. But his own strength is not the opponent of the demon. Boom! The old man was attacked by the demon commander and flew out, hitting a large tree. Even though the old man was vomiting blood, he did not stay on the ground for a second. Instead, he rushed forward and started fighting with the demon commander, because he knew that if he laid down and the demon commander came to the human city, it would probably be a huge disaster. Hanano Yamaichi, who had rested for so long, stood up and wanted to join the battle after seeing his master and the demon commander fighting to the death. Chapter 687, Die together. Sonichi. Don't move. This guy can't hold on for much longer. The old man grabbed Hanano Yamaichi. After all, Hanano Yamaichi had been seriously injured. If he attacked forcefully at this time, it would probably cause other injuries. The demon commander's face was extremely gloomy at this moment, because he felt that his vision had begun to blur, and he had lost too much blood, and it was no longer enough to support him. The demon commander with a ferocious face said, "Even if I die, I will take you to death together." The heavenly demon controls the hatred. If I had been more careful and discovered that the opponent's weapon contained the heavenly demonic stone, this situation would not have occurred. As long as my own magic power was attached to me, the heavenly demonic stone would not harm me at all. After I came to Earth, I could only bear the consequences of being so underestimating the enemy when I came to the enemy's territory. If this was within the demon clan's base camp, they would still have a rescue method. But where could he find a rescue method in this place? The old man shouted, "Take that woman out of here quickly. It's not safe here." "Master, what about you? Stop talking so much nonsense. No one will be able to leave by then. I can still stop him now." Hanano Yamaichi nodded painfully, took Ida Xiaoying's hand, and started running back. As a ninja, how could he not know his master's determination? And even if the opponent is injured, he still has such strong fighting power. Staying here by yourself will only distract the master. If you want to protect yourself, it is very likely that no one will be able to escape. What are you doing? That man is your master. If he tells you to leave, just leave. Hananoima shouted, "If you don't leave, you will stay here forever." How could Ida Xiaoying leave her life here? I still have family. After watching Hanano Yamataka and Ida Xiaoying leave, the old man breathed a heavy sigh of relief. It doesn't matter if two irrelevant people leave. Don't even think about leaving. Old man like you. The old man said with an expression that he did not regret his death. Young people are the fighting force of our Earth. He cannot have an old man like me. If he can kill a demon commander, it is considered a worthy death. Then go die. Who is afraid of whom? I want to see how much blood you have, and how long you can last. Boom! Huayexi Anjai and Ida Xiaoying, who had just left the forest, heard a terrifying explosion behind them, and stopped. Flutter? Master! Hananoima knelt down and called his master to the forest. He knew that his master was in danger. Hanano Yamaichi. Let's go quickly. Tell the police about the situation here, and let them handle the matter here. Hanano Yamaichi didn't think that telling the police about this matter would have any effect. They had to report it to the higher authorities. But all this was done by his master before, and now he doesn't know how to act. Just when Hananoima was undecided, a figure suddenly fell next to Hananoima. Master! Weishin quickly picked up the old man lying on the ground. She was now burnt black. Her clothes were in tatters, and even her original snow-white hair had been burnt. Shawn-e, take me back quickly. I want to report this matter. Yes. Master. Sakura, please go back quickly. It's not safe here. There may be other demons here. Remember to stay at home and don't come out. Before Ida Sakura could react, Hano Sonichi and his master had disappeared from in front of him. Is this the legendary ninja? He's so fast. But what happened today is lingering in Sakurako Ida's mind. Things that should have appeared in movies, TV and novels, this time really appeared in front of him. Although she didn't want to accept it, it was the fact. With a look of doubt on her face, Ida Sakura returned home. Of course, Ida Sakura had been away for so long. Almost a day. After her brother Taichi Akiyama asked about the situation, he felt that his sister had something wrong with her brain. Of course, no one would believe this unless they saw it with their own eyes. With a look of confusion on her face, Ida Sakura finally returned to the game again. Although I heard from my brother that players in the Chinese region had defeated 3 main cities in a row under the leadership of Yifeng, Sakura Ida found it incredible. But because of the absence of flowers and goodwill, he also felt that this was expected. The loss of the main city was nothing embarrassing for Sakura Ida. After all, this was just a game. In real life, the region of Japan had not changed in any way. After playing the game, Ida Sakura first thought of Yifeng. He wanted to tell Yifeng what he had done today. I hope Yifeng will not think that he is a lunatic just because of what he said. Of course, if you want to find Yifeng, as a player in Japan, it is not that simple for Sakura Ida. At this moment, Yifeng was discussing other issues with several guild presidents. Whether to continue to use force to attack other main cities, or to rest and wait for the opportunity. Guild presidents. What do you think? The non-existence of Hoyeshani is an excellent opportunity for us, said the fanatic. I think what President Fanatic said is right. After all, they have lost a super master. No one can suppress President Yifeng. I want to win the Japanese region. I am afraid it is only a matter of time. That's true. But after several battles among our personnel, go and see who is still energetic. Even if they are energetic, our equipment is no longer enough. Yes, after 2 large-scale battles, the equipment that was just neat and tidy is now in disarray. Yifeng listened quietly to the discussion of the presidents. In any case, what everyone said was very reasonable. But judging from the current situation, it was difficult to say whether it was suitable to continue the attack or rest. President Yifeng has a female player from the Japanese region named Sakura Ida, who is here to find you. Yifeng did not expect that Ida Sakura would come to him at this time. Could it be from the Hananoyama group? President Yifeng, we know that you have some relationship with that woman. But we must put the overall situation first. Well, don't worry about this, said Yifeng, left the conference room and followed the player outside the city. Outside the city, Ida Sakura was surrounded by several Chinese players, and Night Breeze seemed to see other familiar voices. After Yifeng saw clearly, he realized that Zissou and Yenyu were already waiting at that place, seeming to be talking to Ida Sakura. Yifeng seemed to feel something bad, but he had no choice but to bite the bullet. Chapter 688, Today's Situation. What are you talking about? Yifeng, who was stubborn, really didn't know what to say, so he could only pass it by vaguely. Zissou put her hands on her hips and said, Hey, our love saint is here. Your little lover outside is here to find you. Yifeng was convinced that this guy could really talk nonsense, and he really treated his boyfriend as if he was not his. Yifeng said, Okay, please stop causing trouble. What does Xiaoying want from me? Although Zissou still wanted to question Yifeng, Sakura Ida seemed to really have something to do with Yifeng, so she didn't plan to continue to pester her, and would wait and see what happened. Sakura Ida said, Thank you 2 sisters for giving me this opportunity to talk to him. But I really have something to tell him this time. Yenyu said, You don't mind if we listen here? It's okay. You can know. Yifeng nodded and asked, Why on earth would you come to me at this time? Although Yifeng asked this on the surface, he probably guessed that Ida Xiaoying was here to convince him not to attack them anymore. Sakura Ida said, When you attacked our 2 cities, didn't you realize that Master Hua's voice was not there? And I was not here either. What does this have to do with me attacking your main city? Do you want me to send you back later, and then start a war with you? I'm afraid our players in the Chinese region will not agree to my terms. Sakura Ida shook her head and said, You just take away all our main cities, and it doesn't matter to me. I can still play the game. What's more, after you take over all our main cities, we will no longer be enemies, but players from the same camp. I hope you can take down all the main cities. Yifeng was a little ashamed. This little girl was so bold, and she wasn't afraid that the players from the Japanese area would come and kill her. Since you are not here for your main city, it seems you have nothing to do with me. Yifeng can no longer understand. Since this is the case, I really don't know what you are asking me for. And if it is related to Hanano Yamichi, it has nothing to do with me. What happened is this. After Hananoyama asked me out this morning, we left the game and went to a forest park. There we met a creature. Hananoyama said that it was the demon commander. Yifeng was shocked and responded with a serious face. Commander of the demon. Are you sure that what you saw is indeed the commander of the demon? But with the strength of the commander of the demon, it is impossible for you to come back alive. Originally, Ida Sakura thought that Yifeng would feel that she was telling him a story. But she did not expect that Yifeng's reaction would be so big. It was obvious that Yifeng knew the existence of the demon commander. You actually know about the demon commander? When I told the others, no one said there was something wrong with my brain. You were the only one who believed me. What's going on? Yifeng said, This matter is a long story. Tell me quickly what happened after you met the demon commander. Okay. After we met the demon commander, Hananoyama asked me to contact his master. His master came and killed us. But his master seemed to be seriously injured and was about to die. He was taken away by Hananoyama. But the demon commander seems to be dead. The combat effectiveness of the dead demon commander is not low. What is the strength of Hanano Sanichi's master? According to what Hanano Sanichi said, it seems that he is a Jounin. And he himself was hit. And he himself is a Chunin. Anyway, I am afraid no one will believe it. But when they fight, it is like acting on TV. It is very fear. Yifeng nodded. with a serious look on his face. It was very troublesome for the demon commander to appear on Earth. Although some low-level demons appeared before, and were wiped out by Wution and others, it seems that there are still higher-level demons hidden in the Earth. Do you know what's going on in Hanano Sonichi? How did they defeat the demon leader? Sakura Ida shook her head. He didn't know anything about these things. Yifeng also knew that he would definitely not get any beneficial news from Jingtian Xiaoying. He could only know that the demon commander had arrived on Earth. He should ask Hanano Shinichi for the specific situation. Yifeng said, if I know about this, don't tell anyone else. Others won't believe that I'm just okay if I know about it. If there are other situations that will happen in your Japan area, you must tell me. But that demon commander was very powerful. There was a big tree in front of me at that time. He stretched out his hand, and the big tree was uprooted. It was like acting on TV. This is very dangerous. Of course Yifeng knew the danger, but his own cultivation was enough to restrain the demon commander. So only by taking action himself could he solve the trouble for the Earth. After all, the Great Elder and others of the outer battlefield were working very hard to defend the battlefield, and I could only share my sorrow for them on Earth. Many of us here know what you are talking about, such as the two sisters in front of you. They all know the existence of the demon. Do you know? Ida Sakura looked at Yenyu and Zissou in confusion. Well, we have known about it for a long time. And there is also a place where there are many such demons. That place is called Tianwai Battlefield. What is that thing on the outer battlefield? As an ordinary person, of course Ida Sakura doesn't know these things. Maybe he will slowly understand them in the future. If nothing happens, go back first and ask Hanano Sonichi to come find me after he returns to the game. He and I have something to talk about. Yes, I will help you convey it. But if his master is in this situation, I'm afraid he won't be able to play the game for a while. Well, we still have some things to do. So you should go back first? Good. The strange thing is that Sakura Ida did not pester Yifeng today. Maybe because what she encountered today made her very confused. After Ida Sakura left, Yifeng looked at Yenyu and Zissou and said in a low voice, it seems that the Earth is not very safe, Lord Demon, but beings at my level are very troublesome, especially when the Great Elder and others are not around. Yenyu said with a worried look, you have to be careful. After all, the demon commander is very powerful, and you have never been exposed to it. What if you get injured? It's okay. I'll log off and contact Wution. Well, if you have anything to do, you must tell me. Don't go alone. Okay, Yenyu said, holding Yifeng's hand. Zissou hugged Yifeng and said, we are also immortal cultivators now. So don't think of us as a burden. We can also contribute to you. Yifeng said with a smile, okay. If there is any trouble, I will definitely ask for your help. Yeah. Now you're obedient, Zissou said playfully. Chapter 689 Two Methods. Regarding today's events, Yifeng talked to Wution after going offline. Wution didn't even know about this matter. After being informed by Yifeng, Wution quickly contacted the situation in Japan. And sure enough, he only received the latest information. What's going on? The demon commander actually came to Earth. Although he deceived the Great Elder and hid in the Earth, there is no guarantee that he is the only one. Yifeng nodded and said, that's right. The heavenly demon commander is no better than the ordinary heavenly demon. Now the Great Elder and others are on the battlefield outside the sky. I'm afraid I'm the only one who can deal with the heavenly demon commander on the Earth. Wution nodded and said, that's true. But there are some masters hidden in each country. So don't worry. The strange thing is, how did the demon commander come to the Earth? Wution was very confused. The Great Elder personally checked the battlefield outside the sky. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the demon to sneak in. It can be said that the sleeping demon was left behind. But it is impossible for an existence of the level of the demon leader to be left behind. Therefore, it is very likely that they appeared on Earth recently. Which means that there are traitors among the human defense lines in the outer battlefield. Yifeng and Wution looked at each other. This situation was very unfavorable for them. If they can't find the traitor among humans, it won't take long for the demons to destroy them from the inside out. Who the hell is it? You actually let the demon commander in, Yifeng said. The situation is very complicated now. Should we report it to the Great Elder? Well, I will report the situation here to the Great Elder later, and see what instructions he has. Well, then I won't disturb you. Please give this news to the Great Elder as soon as possible. Good. Yifeng hung up the phone, his face full of sadness. The Earth is currently facing internal and external troubles. When will the era of universal cultivation of immortality begin? Although it is said that the ring in his hand is the beginning of an era for all people to cultivate immortality, he has not yet mastered the method. The reason why Wu Tian was able to activate the immortal form of Yifeng and several others was because these people stayed with Yifeng. Yesterday, they could activate the people around him through the ring on Yifeng's hand. But people far away cannot open it, which is also the disadvantage of manual opening. Yifeng looked at the ring in his hand. When will he be able to open it? If the demon dodging fully suppresses the situation, and if the era of universal cultivation of immortality has not yet begun, I am afraid that the entire earth will fall into panic and chaos. Yifeng stroked the king ring in his hand. A voice said from the ring, "Have you encountered any difficulties? Tell me. Maybe I can help you." Yifeng said, "A demon leader has appeared on the earth. Commander of the demons? If it were my time, it wouldn't be worth mentioning. But in your time, it might be a big trouble." "Yes, it is a big trouble. So how can we start cultivating immortality for all people?" The voice in the ring pondered for a while and said, "At present, it is not possible to open it with your strength. What about you? Aren't you the creator of this ring? Can't you turn it on?" "No, because I am just a soul body with no physical support. I cannot withstand the power of the opening, and it will shake me to pieces." "Oh, then do you know what kind of strength I need to activate it?" "There is a very simple way. That is to open the door to God's continent and let the aura of God's continent be introduced into the current game, which can start the era of immortal cultivation for all people in advance. It used to be so simple, but the current level is still open to level 80. It just opened the national war system and did not open the level. I know what to do." "Yeah, but there is another way, which is simpler than this." "There are actually two ways. Can you speak without gasping for breath? Can't you finish it in one go?" "Uh-huh. You probably don't know that you can't eat hot beans in a hurry. Not to mention that these two methods are simply impossible to accomplish in your current situation. The first method is to open the level. After Yifeng and others can reach level 90, they can go to the God's continent. In fact, this is very simple. If possible, the game administrator can directly upgrade Yifeng's level to level 90. Yifeng almost called Wu Tian again just now, but gave up after hearing that there was a second method. "Tell me, what is the second method?" "Unify the entire fantasy continent." Yifeng's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe his ears. This method was even more difficult than the first one. Not even as good as the first one. Yifeng said, "Does this mean we didn't say anything? How is it possible to unify the fantasy continent? That's why I decided whether to tell you or not. It seems that telling you is the same as not telling you." Yifeng said, "Okay. I'll go find Wu Tian and see what he can do." Yifeng took out his mobile phone and dialed Wu Tian's number again. And the call was quickly dialed. "Is there anything else? I've almost contacted everyone over there, and I'm just waiting for the reply from the Great Elder." Yifeng said, "Let Vision quickly open level 90. I want to go to the God's continent. Only in this way can we open the era of all people cultivating immortals, and let everyone reach the most basic stage of Qi training." Originally this was a very simple thing, but it became extremely difficult for Huanshi. Wu Tian sighed and said, "It's not that I don't want to help you, but that I can't help you, because the entire server operation depends on your ring, and we can't tell him what to do." Yifeng was a little convinced but couldn't order him to do anything. "Then how did you open those things, and why did you update it? Aren't you the ones who have the final say on these? What's going on? Isn't this the game you designed? Why can't you make changes? Isn't it easy to adjust the level?" Wu Tian said, "If it is an ordinary game, the modulation level may be a matter of instructions. But in Huanshi, it is completely different. Every time the server is updated, we initiate a request to the server, which is your ring, and wait for him. Updates can only be made after consent, and there are many things we cannot change." "What's going on? If you can invent this game, how can you not control it?" Wu Tian said, "Yes. The game was jointly developed by us. We just set up this game on your ring, so all arrangements must be obeyed by him. This update was originally intended to be open to level 90, but your ring did not agree to open the level. Yifeng had the urge to vomit blood. The idea of this ring was too weird. Whether it can be unlocked or not has nothing to do with you." Chapter 690 Temptation. Yifeng hung up Wu Tian's call and asked again about the guy with the ring in his hand. "What's going on? Why don't they have permission to open the level?" As a result, a lazy voice came from inside and said, "Of course they have no authority to change it, because everything is under my control." Yifeng felt like he was about to faint. He looked around and found that the final source was in your hands. If that's the case, why didn't you tell me earlier and let me start the era of all people cultivating immortals? Of course, I can open it for you, but you must gather the souls of 99 and 81 demon elders. Currently, you have gathered 35 souls of demon elders, and you are still far from it. I asked you why you are so stubborn. If the earth is destroyed, wouldn't you die too? There's nothing I can do. This is the setting I have here. If you don't meet the requirements, I can't turn it on. Yifeng said angrily. Then you don't know how to change it. You made the settings. So why can't you change it? What happened to Yifeng? Who are you talking to? Who made you angry? Yin Yu asked. Yifeng's voice was loud, causing others to look sideways. Yifeng said, It's okay. It has nothing to do with you. The guy in the king's ring once again said, This is really set by me. It was set when I was alive. If I had the ability I had when I was alive, what would I be doing here? It's because I don't have this ability. That's why I stay here. If you can't fulfill the requirements, I can't open it for you. Weren't you very perverted when you were alive? Why did you find this trouble when you had nothing to do? Isn't that for the purpose of selecting talents? That's why I did this. How could I have known that this would happen? Okay, I understand. Isn't it just that the souls of dozens of Demon Clan elders are missing? The Demon Clan seems to there aren't that many people. You just realized that they have at most a dozen Demon Elders. Yifeng's anger rose again. Wasn't this making himself angry? Then tell me, where should I go to find dozens of Demon Elders? It's very simple. He has demons and Demon Elders in every district. After all, Yifeng is not allowed to unify the entire fantasy continent. By that time, he may have gathered the souls of all 99 Demon Elders. Yifeng said, Okay, I already know. Now that you already know, don't question me again. I'm also very troubled and confused. I also want to go out. Roll. What's wrong with you? Why do some people have good faces and some have bad faces? Yin Yu said as she put her hand on Yifeng's forehead. I don't have a fever. I don't feel hot. Yifeng gently grabbed Yin Yu's hand and said, When I enter the game, I have something to do. Okay, I'll accompany you. Zissa said, I want to go too. Then let's go together. After Yifeng and the other three entered the game, they returned directly to the main city in the Huaxia region and arrived at the Demon Imperial City. Zissa asked in confusion, What's going on? What are you doing in the Demon Emperor City? Do you have something to do with the Demon Emperor? Although I don't know what Yifeng has to do with the Demon Emperor. But the two of them didn't ask any questions and followed Yifeng silently. Arriving in front of the Demon Emperor's palace, Yifeng was stopped by several demon soldiers. Although this is a peaceful era, going to the Demon Emperor's palace is definitely not a matter of casual access. Who is it? This is the Demon Palace. Everyone is waiting to leave quickly. Yifeng didn't say anything. He threw a bag of gold coins to the guard and said, Go and tell the Demon Emperor that Yifeng is looking for him. Even though the demon guard took a bag of gold coins, although he was happy, he was a little unhappy. After all, he was looking for the Demon Emperor, not an ordinary person. I'm not sure if I can convey this to you. After all, the Demon Emperor is not someone we can easily see. Saying that, Yifeng threw out a bag of gold coins again and said, Go and do it quickly. Okay. Sure enough, money can make all the difference. Even if you don't like it, someone will definitely take risks for the sake of money. What's more, it will definitely not hurt the Demon King to hear Yifeng's name. Not long after, the demon guard ran out with excitement on his face and said, His Majesty the Demon Emperor has invited 3 of you to come with me. The guards took Yifeng and the others to another palace. Apart from the Demon Emperor, there were no other demon elders here. Yifeng, although our 2 clans are at peace, it does not mean that you can command me. Yifeng said, That's right. I want to discuss something with you. The Demon King frowned and asked, What's the matter? Can you give me a little bit of the Demon Elder's soul? The soul of the Demon Elder. It's impossible for you to kill me. The Demon Elder, Yifeng said, Everything has to be discussed. For example, if there are any dead Demon Elders here, let me see if there are any on them. The dead ones? They've all been buried. The souls have long since slipped away. What's more, why should I give it to you? According to the words of the Demon King, it means that there is a solution. Since there is a solution, it proves that there is a way. And it seems that there are quite a few. Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, Should we go to God's continent? Of course I want to go. Could it be that you want to go back on your word? This is what you promised me. Yifeng said, Of course I won't go back on my word. I mean if you promise to give me the soul of the demon elder. I don't mind if we form a team to go to the God's continent. And there are quite a few people in my team. The demon emperor hesitated a little. After all, when heading to God's continent, there must be several super powerful people around Yifeng without even thinking about it. If you act alone, it may be difficult to survive in the God's continent, let alone find a suitable method to save yourself. Although there was no harm in giving the soul of his demon elder to this guy, and although he felt a little regretful, the demon king was a little shaken by the temptation of this condition. Your Majesty the demon emperor, we have the Pope, Senior Oyezi and Li Bai in our team. By the way, maybe the Dragon King will come too. That old guy from the Dragon King is also going. Are you sure? Do you know why there is a dragon protecting me? It's because he is protecting me. Only now did the Demon King realize why a giant dragon appeared around him, as an ordinary person. It turned out that all this was the Dragon King's idea. It seemed that this was not wrong. Although the Dragon King does not care about worldly affairs, he is the top strong man on this continent. I am afraid that no one in the entire continent can compete with him. Even if these people combined may not be able to compete with him. Because the Dragon King was someone who could compete with his master at that time. Now after so many years, he might have reached the level of his master. Chapter 691 The Demonic Forbidden Land. Under the temptation of such favorable conditions, the Demon Emperor lost his temper. After all, going to God's continent is not a simple matter. I think my master said that back then. The people in God's continent are not weaker than us. And many people are even stronger than here. The Demon Emperor asked solemnly, How many souls of Demon Clan elders do you think you need to absorb? Yifeng said, If you don't have enough, can you let me kill a few? Absolutely impossible. The elders of the Demon Clan are the mainstay of our Demon Clan. If you kill them all, what meaning does our Demon Clan have for existence? TCH. It's as if you have so much energy as the demons now. If I hadn't known you, I would have killed all your people. Of course, Yifeng only said this in his heart. After all, if he really said it out loud, the Demon Emperor would definitely fall out with him. Yifeng said, Okay. Take me to have a look. I don't know if it will be useful. Okay. Come with me. But don't forget the conditions you promised me. Okay. Once it's settled, our deal is done. The Demon King frowned and said, Why do I feel like I've been fooled? Illusions are all illusions. Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor, you better take me there quickly. I'm in a hurry. The Demon King took Yifeng and the others to the place he mentioned. Zissou whispered, This guy is a top boss. Why doesn't he feel as fierce as the legend says? Yifeng said, That's not true. It's because I took over their mission. Of course, their attitude towards me is better. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid they wouldn't even care. Yifeng, what are you doing collecting the souls of those demon elders? Yin Yu asked. One mission must collect the souls of 99 demon elders. Why are you trying to collect the souls of the 99 elders of my demon clan? Are you crazy? Or just pretend I don't exist? Accidentally, Yifeng and the others' chat was overheard by the Demon Emperor. Yifeng was a little stunned. He was so damn smart. He could talk but didn't talk to him. Yet he could still reply to him. That one doesn't completely need you. So don't worry. What do you want to do with the souls of 99 demon elders? Yifeng said, What do you care about me? Anyway, it's good for you. Is it related to opening God's continent? Yifeng said seriously, Of course it does matter. But it doesn't matter a lot. The souls of these 99 demon elders cannot open the door to the God's continent. We can't get in. Don't think that it's enough with the fairy lock. The Demon King frowned. He had been with his master for so long, and had never heard of the need to collect souls to open the door to the God's continent. His master only needed to get the immortal lock. You kid are not lying to me. Are you? My master never said this. Yifeng said, So much time has passed, and the method of opening the God's continent has changed. Isn't it possible? Or are you sure you can open the door to the God's continent? The immortal lock is on you. Where can I open it? If you had given it to me, I would have left long ago. And I would still stay here. Your Majesty, the Demon King. Let's keep going. What's the use of discussing this meaningless issue here? Anyway, the instruction I received is to obtain the souls of 99 demon elders. So what do I have to do? The Demon Emperor was dubious, but still said with a hateful face, You better not play tricks on me. If I knew you were playing tricks on me, I wouldn't let you go. Okay. Let's go. Let's go! Yifeng was a little speechless. This Demon King must be too difficult to deal with. Following the Demon Emperor, he left the Demon Emperor city and passed through a teleportation array to an unknown location. But this place was known as the Demon Clan's Forbidden Land. This is the secret space of my demon tribe. This space was once discovered by my master. Later, the master gave this space to me. I named this place the Forbidden Land of the Demon Tribe. All the dead elders of my demon tribe will come here. Yifeng underestimated and whispered, "It's only been so long. How many of your demon clan's elders are here?" The Demon Emperor glared at Yifeng and said, "Of course. The reason why I call this place a forbidden area for the demon clan is because here are not only the corpses of the elders of my demon clan, but also the corpses of another kind of people. Another kind of corpse." Which immediately aroused the curiosity of Yifeng and the others. This was the space discovered by Master Gu. What secrets were hidden in it? Who is the other kind of person? It's a demon. The demon we killed before was a member of the demon clan. Yifeng was a little surprised. Since the Demon King already knew so many things, why didn't he understand? Does it have to be woken up by someone on the sidelines? Of course. This may just be a game setting. Can His Majesty the Demon Emperor take us to have a look? Okay. Come with me. Don't wander around here. Even I can easily kill some places. Yifeng and the three of them nodded heavily. The Demon King would not talk nonsense. After all, such people would not lie to Yifeng. After entering this forbidden area of the demon clan, Yifeng immediately felt that this place was completely different from the outside. Because there was a gloomy wind here from time to time. It's so scary here. Zissou held Yifeng's arm and looked around. Especially when the cold wind blows. It makes people feel that it is extremely cold here. There is a tornado ahead. Be careful and don't get caught in the strong wind. Otherwise you will be torn into pieces. Yifeng and others looked up and saw the tornado sweeping in front of them. Yifeng was a little panicked. This area was too big, and they would definitely be swept away. Follow me closely and don't get lost. Otherwise you won't know how you died. Good. Fortunately, there was a Demon Emperor who was familiar with the journey. And he led Yifeng and others to the back of a huge stone wall. There was a small hole under the stone wall. And the Demon Emperor was the first to walk in. Yifeng and others also walked in one after another. Less than 10 seconds after entering, the boulder made a buzzing sound. And even Yifeng could feel the boulder trembling strongly. Your Majesty the Demon Emperor. Will this stone be blown up? Will not. Yifeng could clearly feel that the tornado was already above him. Because the boulder was shaking more and more frequently. But even so, the boulder was not rolled up. Whose boulder trembled less and less frequently. Yifeng saw the tornado slowly moving away from his eyes. Let's go. Gone already. Yifeng and the others walked out of the small hole in the boulder. The scene outside surprised them. Even after experiencing such a strong tornado, not a single grass or tree was injured. It's amazing here. The wind was so strong just now. But these trees are still intact. Of course. This place was discovered by the master. Even the master has not solved the mystery. So we can't even think about it. Yifeng nodded. Although he found it unbelievable. Anything could happen in the game. Chapter 692 Absorbing the Remnant Soul. Following the footsteps of the Demon Emperor, Yifeng and others came to a wide lake. What is this? It feels like there is something terrible in it. You know what's going on. If you go in like this, I'm afraid it will eat you up to nothing. It? What is it? The Demon Emperor did not reply to Yifeng, but came to the lakeside and threw something in. However, a harsh and long roar came from the lake, and unexpectedly a huge figure flew out of the lake. Just such a jump surprised Yifeng and others. Call! The huge creature sank to the bottom of the water again. Yifeng couldn't believe his eyes. That guy turned out to be a level 200 ancient demon Kuan. Needless to say, in front of a level 200 boss, Yifeng and others can only be killed instantly. Even the Demon Emperor. Why is that little guy here? Didn't I remember that he was killed? A voice came to Yifeng's ears. It was the guy in Wang Ring. Do you know this Moken? Of course I knew my pet at that time. But it's a pity that he is not a complete body now. He probably only has 1/10 of the energy at that time. How powerful is this guy if I rely on 1/10 of my energy? It is indeed very powerful. I spent a lot of effort to convince him at that time. But unfortunately, he was killed by a pervert. I didn't expect that he escaped here. He must have been seriously injured. And then his strength declined. The pervert was killed? Then what kind of strength does that pervert have? They were only a little bit higher than me in cultivation. They killed my pets while I wasn't paying attention. I blew up their planet at that time. Yifeng didn't believe what this guy said at all. Here you said he was a pervert. But then you said you blew up his planet. You were obviously lying. No. Don't talk about knocking me down. You will know later, and I will tell you slowly. If you don't talk about knocking me down. Who cares? The ancient demon Kun is the most terrifying existence in the realm of demons. No matter where he is placed, he can destroy all existences. But for some reason, he never leaves this lake. Of course, if something goes in, then to put it another way, you will die miserably. Yifeng nodded. Do you still need to say this? Zissou and Yin Yu were also surprised. They didn't expect that there was a level 200 boss in this game. Your Majesty the Demon Emperor. Where is the body of the demon you mentioned? There's plenty just ahead. Under the leadership of the Demon King, Yifeng finally saw a large number of corpses and bones in another corner of the lake. These corpses actually look exactly like humans. But the pair of wings behind them are indeed different from humans. These demons probably wanted to attack an ancient demon Kun. But unfortunately they were killed by this guy. That's it. See if you can absorb it. Good. Yifeng felt that he should be able to absorb these souls. After all, Yifeng had already seen that there were residual souls attached to those bones. Yifeng stretched out his right hand and exposed the ring in the air. Soon Yifu could feel a suction coming from his ring, desperately sucking the remaining souls into the ring. However, the number of souls of Yifeng's demon elders has increased very slowly. It is very likely that these souls have remained for too long and are no longer complete. Only a few can be combined into one. But it seems that it is possible at present. Is that possible? Yifeng nodded and said, it's possible. But these are all residual souls. Even if they are absorbed here, they still won't be able to meet my mission requirements. The Demon King frowned. There were at least hundreds of demon corpses here. Unexpectedly, the ones left behind were remnant souls. It seemed that too much time had passed here. Yifeng quietly absorbed some remnant souls until the last remnant soul entered the king's ring, and 60 soul tasks had been completed. How much more is left? There are still 39 left. The Demon King said, that won't work. I'm afraid the soul of my demon clan elder won't be able to meet your mission requirements. How many? Not many. Only a dozen. Yifeng thought that a dozen or so would be better than nothing. But when Yifeng thought about it carefully, these dozen people were probably only a few together. After all, they had been gone for so long. And what was left behind were residual souls rather than complete souls. After leaving the lake, Yifeng and others arrived at a basin under the leadership of the Demon King. Here, Yifeng finally saw the tombs of the demon elders. In a flash, Yifeng saw more than a dozen tombs of the demon elders. The Demon King turned around, closed his eyes and said, I'm sorry for all of you. You have dedicated your life to our demon clan. Now this is the last time. Yifeng, let's start. Good. Wang Jia once again absorbed the remaining souls floating above the tomb, which increased from just 60 to 66. It only grew by 6. It seemed that he could only go to the Japanese area. Yifeng said, thanks to His Majesty the Demon Emperor for your help. There are now 66. Well, don't forget the conditions you promised me. I know. Please ask His Majesty the Demon Emperor to take us out. Yifeng originally wanted to use the scroll to return to the city, but found that the scroll to return to the city was invalid here, which meant that he could only go out from the beginning, and could not use the scroll to return to the city at all. Come here. I'll take you to another place to take a look. It's a place that even the master dare not enter. I don't know if you, a guy like you, can go in. Yifeng hesitated a little. After all, would the Demon Emperor be so kind as to let him go to a place that even his master would not dare to go? Yin Yu said, let's go and have a look. At worst we won't go in. Yes, I've seen the ancient demon Kun, and I'm still afraid of other things. Zissou agreed. Yifeng said, then go. It doesn't matter if you take a look. After leaving the basin, the Demon Emperor led Yifeng and the others to a cliff. Standing on the top of the cliff, Yifeng asked, Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor, you brought us here. It seems there is nothing special. Are you sure what you see in front of you is a cliff? Yifeng walked to the cliff in confusion, looked at the mist-shrouded cliff below and said, Are you kidding me? This is not a cliff. And it is as high as a 10,000-foot cliff. But who knew that the Demon Emperor actually stepped outside the cliff? Surprisingly, the Demon Emperor did not fall because of this, but was suspended in the air. That's right. There is no cliff here at all. It's just a phantom formation. Yifeng carefully stretched out one foot and stepped on the cliff, but found that he was as if he were stepping on solid ground. And there was indeed no feeling of falling. Yifeng felt completely relieved, and then asked Yanyu and Zissou to walk up together. Chapter 693 Breaking the Army. What is this place? The Demon King said. Master calls this place the Psychedelic Forest. What do you mean? There are no trees here at all. Really? Come with me. Yifeng followed the Demon Emperor with hesitation. Under his feet was an abyss, and in front of him was a vast sea of clouds. There was no tree at all. But just now, Yifeng felt as if he had traveled through something. In the blink of an eye, the misty sea of clouds in front of me turned into a forest that covered the sky. It is indeed a forest, but according to the ancient master's cultivation and level, even he dare not enter a place. How could Yifeng do it? Well, the most I can do is come here, and I'm afraid it won't work any further. Yifeng asked in confusion. Why? Is there anything scary inside? The Demon Emperor didn't speak, just nodded. Yifeng said to Yanyu and Zissou beside him, would you like to go in and take a look? I'm also very curious about what's inside. Even the Demon Emperor doesn't dare to go in. Yanyu said. Yes. Of course we have to go in and explore such an exciting thing. Otherwise our coming here will be in vain. Zissou was not afraid at all, but was extremely excited. Yifeng had no choice but to not let them in. But looking at their looks, he had to go. Then let's go. Stay with me. And don't leave me. Yifeng and others are currently only at the edge of the forest. The real edge? Because behind them is the boundless sea of clouds. Yifeng took the first step and truly entered this magical forest. Yanyu and Zissou followed closely behind. And after they entered the magical forest, they were completely cut off from the outside world. But the Demon Emperor still stood there, quietly waiting for Yifeng and the others. Yifeng looked around carefully and moved forward slowly. Soon the three of Yifeng discovered the first boss they encountered after entering the forest. The ancient strange bird is level 150 and is sleeping soundly with its eyes closed. Wow! This bird is so big! And the fiery red color is so beautiful! Zissou exclaimed. Yifeng looked at the ancient exotic bird, and it was indeed beautiful. But the level 150 bird was a big trouble, especially when Zissou made a sound of exclamation and woke it up. Hongwang raised his head and looked at Yifeng and others for a second, blinked and closed his eyes again, and went to sleep. It seemed that ants like Yifeng and others could not threaten him at all in front of him. So he just ignored Yifeng and others. Yifeng said, it's better to keep your voice down. This big bird has a bad temper and doesn't care about us. Otherwise, the three of us would have to go back to the city for free. Zissou covered her mouth and whispered, I just think she's very beautiful. But I didn't see clearly. She actually has level 150. After bypassing this ancient and strange bird, Yifeng and others moved forward again. Soon Yifeng's people encountered all kinds of bosses. Their levels were all level 150, and their names were all prefixed with Hongwang. Rather than saying that this is a magical forest, it is better to say that this is a wild forest. However, these bosses discovered the existence of Yifeng and the others, but did not attack them. I don't know why. Soon the three of them came to the center of the forest. What was strange was that there was an altar in the center of the forest. And on the altar, there was an old man. The old man sat cross-legged in the altar, as motionless as a mummy. The old man seemed to have been sitting here for many years. But no boss was found around the altar. Just when Yifeng thought that this old man was just a dead old man, the old man actually spoke. Here you go. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yifeng asked doubtfully, are you talking to us? It's not you but you. Yifeng asked curiously, are you waiting for me? Why is that? I don't seem to know you. The old man responded with that vicissitude of voice, of course you don't know me. But there is a guy who knows me. Who? It's me. Yifeng looked at his ring in surprise. It turned out to be the guy in his ring. He knew this old man. What the L is going on? I'm going to have a schizophrenia when I play this game. Can you explain it to me clearly? The old man said, come here, kid. I have something to give you. Yifeng was a little afraid to step forward. After all, this guy was a bit baffled. Seeing that Yifeng was hesitant to act, the guy in the ring said, go. That thing will be very useful to you. You don't know something. Can't you tell me? You'll know when you go there. Why do you need me to explain so much? Yifeng walked to the altar with hesitation and came to the old man. Sit down. Oh, old-timer. What are you going to give me? The old man said, It is not given to you, but returned to the original owner. This thing is originally yours. Mine? But I didn't throw anything away. It doesn't matter. It's yours. The old man suddenly grabbed Yifeng's hands and pressed them to the center of the altar. Yifeng did not understand a word of what he was muttering. Open! Yifeng was shocked when he heard the word open, and even splashed a lot of smoke and dust. The misty rain and perilla under the altar were even blown away several meters away. What the hell? What is this? It's alive. I saw something rising slowly under Yifeng's hands in the center of the altar. Shaking Yifeng's hands away, Yifeng had to step back, taking a few steps like the old man, quietly watching what rose from the altar. At the same time, the entire altar shone brightly, and Yifeng even heard the voice of the distant ancient demon Kun coming from outside the magic forest. Under the dazzling light, something emerged from the altar. Yifeng took a closer look and saw that it turned out to be a sword. Moreover, the shape of this sword is weird. Compared with the normal sword, this sword has an extra silhouette on the sword body. What exactly? Yifeng didn't see it clearly, but what surprised Yifeng was that the arrow body should be bright. But this sword was black. What is this? Is the black sword rusty? When all the swords appeared in front of Yifeng, Yifeng was surprised again. The average sword length was about 1 meter, but the length of the sword in front of me is about 1.5 meters. It has to be said that this is a special sword. This sword is called Pijuan. It is made from an entire planet. It is mixed with the rarest cosmic star iron in the world. It also contains obsidian star particles that are unique in the universe. So the color of the entire sword is black. Then what is that thing on the sword? The owner of that thing named it Shadow. It is a unique thing in the universe today. It was sealed by the owner in this sword and became the sword spirit of this sword. Chapter 694 The Level of Weapons. You said it was a sword spirit. I know that. My current weapon also has a sword spirit in it. I thought it was some good thing. Yifeng was a little disappointed. He originally thought it would be something good, but now it seems that it is just a main artifact. The old man said coldly, Can the weapon in your hand be compared with this weapon? The sword spirits he has are just some small gadgets. A small gadget? Senior. I spent a lot of money on this weapon, and it was made for me personally by Senior Blacksmith Oyezi. What you say is going too far. The old man said, I don't know who the Oyezi you are talking about is, but the weapon in your hand is just a low-grade spiritual weapon. Yifeng was a little confused. The main artifact in his hand, which was higher than the artifact, actually changed its name in front of this old senior. Now what kind of low-grade spiritual weapon has the main artifact in Yifeng's hands turned into? Old senior, this is our main artifact. Why has it changed its name in your eyes? Then what level is the weapon in front of you? The old man looked at Zisu, who asked him, and smiled. Although the smile made people shudder, it was indeed a kind smile. Maybe it was because he had stayed here for too long and his whole body had become too old. Little girl, you asked a good question. The weapon in front of me is not comparable to the weapons in your hands. In our time, although the weapons in your hands were not bad, compared with the real good weapons, it's still a completely different existence. Yifeng asked, Old senior, please explain to me, what level is this broken army you mentioned? I'm really curious. What level is he in front of the main artifact? Could it be an ancient artifact? The old man laughed and shook his head. Although he knew that people now are completely different from those before, and that this era has gone off the rails from the previous era. Although he has been in this ring for a long time, he knows a lot. This is why when Yifeng came, he said that he was waiting for Yifeng. Of course, the weapon in your hands is called a low-grade spiritual weapon. It is already a good treasure. But the broken army in front of me cannot be measured by any weapon level. He surpasses any level. There is no difference between what you said and what you didn't say. You didn't tell us the specific level. Don't worry. I will explain to you slowly. There are low-grade spiritual weapons. And of course, there will be mid-grade spiritual weapons. There are also high-grade spiritual weapons, or top-grade spiritual weapons. Above these, there are more advanced weapons, which are called treasure weapons, are also divided into lower, middle, and upper grades. However, the people who own treasure weapons are generally those with relatively high strength or status. The occurrence of such treasures is relatively rare, and the demon refining pot in your hand is called a treasure. Yifeng looked at the demon refining pot in his backpack. This guy even knew what he didn't take out. This was amazing. What else is there on top of the treasure? Zisu asked curiously. On top of the treasures, of course, there are also what we call king weapons. These weapons are extremely rare, and their owners are the leaders of some huge forces. Their power is very huge. But these king weapons are all owned by the owner. So unless its owner dies, this king's energy will only obey its owner's words. And only its owner can use it. Yifeng and others' brows are similar to the weapons in their hands. They need to shed blood to recognize their master. Yifeng looked at the weapon in his hand. This was the top weapon in the game. But it turned out to be such a worthless thing in front of this old guy. Above the old master's royal weapons. What other weapons are there? Yifeng asked. Of course there is. For example, the demon refining pot in your hand. If it is a real demon refining pot, we call it a divine weapon. This kind of thing is even rarer than a royal weapon. Yifeng asked in disbelief. You mean the demon refining pot in my hand is fake? The old man smiled and nodded and said, of course it's a fake. This is just a fake artifact made by the master after imitating the demon refining pot. Although the appearance and function are the same, its level is only the level of a treasure. Of course, since it is the master's refining pot, it is made of a very high-quality weapon. So it is also quite precious. Yifeng took out the demon refining pot in his hand in disbelief. Why did the best thing in his hand become so rubbish after coming here? Are there any old-timers left? Of course. On top of this is the weapon Pijuan in front of you. And there are two weapons of this level. One is called Pijuan, and the other is called Dawn. The difference is that this one is a sword and the other is a knife. Yifeng and others finally understood that above all weapon levels, there was the existence of this guy. But Yifeng returned to the original question. Why did he come to wait for him? Old senior, why are you waiting for me here? The old man smiled and said, I have been here for I don't know how many years. I just want to return this sword to its original owner. But I am not the owner of this sword. Instead, the old man said mysteriously, you will know after you try it. This? Yifeng hesitated a little. And Yin Yu on the side said, go and try it. It's just a game. And it won't do any harm to us. Yifeng nodded. Finally raised his head. Looked at the broken army in front of him. And slowly stretched out his hand to hold the broken army in his hand. Yifeng's hand slowly approached a broken weapon. And the sword emitted countless rays of lightning, hitting Yifeng's hand. The -1 blood volume reduction status kept appearing on Yifeng's head. And Yifeng's face became more ugly. What's up? Why does this sword emit thunder and lightning to hinder me when I come into contact with it? And the more I want to get closer to it, the greater the resistance becomes. Yifeng gritted his teeth and tried to grab Pijuan's handle. But at this moment, the sword emitted huge thunder and lightning power, knocking Yifeng away. The old man shook his head helplessly and said, you are still not strong enough to control it. So come back later. After being repelled by a sword and even injured, Yifeng felt a little unconvinced and wanted to try again, but was stopped by the old man. There's no need to try again. With your current strength in the middle stage of the bigger realm, you simply can't control him. I just wanted to give it a try. But it seems like it won't work now. Yifeng looked at the old man in front of him in horror. How could this guy know his own strength in this game world? Chapter 695 You won't accept me. Looking at Yifeng's surprised expression, the old man said lightly, don't be surprised. Hurry up and improve your strength. If you want to come to me again, it's easy. As he spoke, the old man flicked something in his hand, and it quickly flew to Yifeng's forehead, and directly entered Yifeng's mind. Yifeng quickly touched his forehead and said in panic, Senior, what are you doing? Don't panic. This is just a teleportation array that allows you to enter this place from anywhere. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. If it was a teleportation array, it would be fine, as long as it had no impact on him. Senior, can you let me try again? No need to go back. Come back here when you have enough strength. Senior, the old man waved his sleeves and sat cross-legged on the spot, closed his eyes, and stopped talking. The Pijuan in front of him was just floating there so quietly and motionless, as if waiting for its owner to take it away. Yin Yu took Yifeng's arm and said, forget it. Come back later when you have the strength. Anyway, you don't need to go through the Demon Emperor to get in here. Yifeng nodded. It seemed that this was the only way. The three of them had no choice but to return along the original route and came to the Demon Emperor again. The Demon Emperor asked nervously, as he watched Yifeng and the other two people walk out unharmed. What happened inside just now? Why did I see a flash of golden light? Yifeng said, it's nothing. It's just two big bosses fighting. Really? Why doesn't it feel like it? Why don't you go in and see for yourself? The Demon King hesitated, but he knew exactly what was going on inside. After all, when he and his master went in, He almost didn't tell him that he was inside. Forget it. Since there's nothing else. Let's go! After leaving the Demon Emperor and taking them to this secret space, Yifeng and the three of them went offline. Yifeng was lying on the bed, thinking about what the old man said. If the old man could know his own strength, he was definitely not a person in the game. According to what the guy in the King's Ring said, the ancient demon Kun was his pet. So this old guy might also be a character in the ring. Yifeng, originally I didn't plan to tell you many things, but now that you have contacted him, I can tell you some things about the owner of the Broken Army. A voice sounded in Yifeng's mind. It was the guy in Wang Ring. Yifeng asked, just say it's your story. That's fine. Didn't you say it's yours? Well, aren't I afraid that you won't be able to accept it? Now that you understand it. Let me tell you that the old man you saw doesn't actually exist. It was sealed by me. That weapon spirit? Yifeng asked with widened eyes, isn't it possible? How could the weapon spirit escape? Ha ha. Of course ordinary weapon spirits can't do it. But he is an exception. The weapon spirit is an immortal existence. After so many years, I am dead. But he is still alive. In order to get him, I paid a huge price. But now it seems that my efforts were worth it. Countless years have passed. And the sword is still so powerful. By the way, why does that sword repel me? Is it really because I am not strong enough? Of course it's because you're not strong enough. And another important reason is that he can't feel his familiar aura. Because you are a brand new you. Not the me before. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief and said, you finally said something humane. I have already said that I am me, and you are you. Right. People's weapons don't recognize me. You have nothing to say this time. The man in Wang Jie said with a wry smile, when will you truly master that broken army? Will you realize how small this world is? Now Yifeng is even more curious. What kind of existence is the other sword and its owner? You don't have to ask me this question. I won't tell you now, because you are not qualified to know about it. Just now. Yifeng was just thinking about it in his mind without asking. Unexpectedly, the guy in the Wang Ring had already rejected Yifeng. So Yifeng could only let it go. Anyway, I am very confused about everything I have experienced. When will you explain it to me clearly? You'll know then. Okay. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to sleep. Yifeng fell asleep and didn't continue nagging the guy. The man in Wang Ring is now sitting silently in his chair, not knowing what he is thinking. I could only hear a mumbling sound coming from his mouth, but no one knew what it was exactly. The next day, Yifeng came to the Japanese area after playing the game, because his current goal was to collect the souls of 99 demon elders. However, in the Japanese area, Yifeng is of course relatively unfamiliar, so he must find someone who is more familiar with the Japanese area. Therefore, Yifeng can only find Ida Sakura in the Japanese area, and he is the only one who knows the situation in the Japanese area very well. Of course, it is still difficult for Yifeng to go to certain places in Japan. After all, Yifeng is the #1 enemy in Japan. If Yifeng appeared in the main city of Japan, he would probably be killed. Of course, the main city where they work is another matter. At the same time, Yenyu and Zissou appeared next to Yifeng. Of course, their appearance was because there was Ida Sakura in front of Yifeng. Sakura, are there any demons here? Sakura Ida shook her head and said, we don't have the so-called demons here. But there is a dark ninja here. They are from another camp on our side. Are they what you are looking for? Yifeng nodded. That's right. In the Chinese region, they are human race and demon race. But here they may have different names. If they are in the European and American regions, they may have other names. Okay. Do you know where the dark ninja is? Of course I know. But they are very powerful, and ordinary people can't deal with them. Zissa hummed and said, are you afraid that there are things in this game that we can't deal with? Just say so. On the other hand, Ida Sakura said very gently, Sister Zissou, I am talking about ordinary people. Of course, if it is you, I will definitely be able to deal with it. Being praised like this, Zissou immediately became excited and said with her hands on her hips, then lead the way quickly and see how I deal with them. Yifeng shook his head. This guy couldn't bear the most praise from others. However, Ida Xiaoying did not immediately take Yifeng and the others to find the Dark Ninja, but said, the Dark Ninja is not among the other 3 main cities, but its geographical location requires it to pass through these 3 main cities. So you want to it would be more troublesome to go? Unexpectedly, Zissou said domineeringly. What are you afraid of? Then we will take over the other 3 main cities. Aren't these all ours? Even you. Yifeng held his forehead. This guy was talking more and more without thinking. You can accept it if you can. I really think the players in Japan are ants. Sister Zissou. I also want to be yours. But you won't accept me. Ida Sakura looked at Zissou pitifully. Chapter 696. Owe me a favor. Ahem. Sakura. Take us there. Yifeng had to break the awkwardness of the situation. Although Ida Sakura was a little disappointed when Yifeng took away the topic. She felt very happy to be with Yifeng. Dark Ninja also has a main city, but the Dark main city in Japan is not yet open to players. But players of the Dark Ninja series can roll around in another main city. Of course, it is also very troublesome to bring the 3 of Yifeng to the formation. During this period, they have to avoid a lot of players. It is completely impossible to avoid players in Japan. Fortunately, Ida Stallion is from here and is very familiar with the map here. He knows where there are more people and where there are less people. But something still went wrong. When they were about halfway down the road, a small group appeared in front of them. Ida Sakura actually walked with that Yifeng and even ran to our territory. Humph. You dared to come to us alone. Aren't you looking for death? Brothers, kill him. But boss, we are no match for him. How can we defeat him with just a few of us? If you can't beat them, call them. Are we still afraid of them on our territory? Okay, I'll call someone. Immediately on the World Channel in Japan, many people knew that Yifeng had come to their area, and there were still 3 of them. Sakura immediately said nervously, Oh no! The person on the other side is actually calling people on the World Channel. And now many people are coming in this direction. Zissou said angrily, These guys are real. We didn't attack them. But they are still acting like this. I think we should kill them. Yifeng shook his head and said, Forget it. We are not here to cause trouble. Xiaoying, take us out of here. Okay. There is a map ahead with very few people. But if we are followed by a few of their players, I'm afraid our whereabouts will always be exposed to the eyes of other players. Before Yifeng could decide, Yenyu launched an attack directly. The bow and arrow, like a blizzard, wiped out the team behind him. Vulnerable, Yenyu said coldly. Yifeng didn't know what to say, so he could only say, Let's go! Now that they have discovered their whereabouts, the players in Japan will definitely not let Yifeng and the others go. After all, Yifeng is their enemy and occupies most of their map, especially the 3 major super unions. If they know that Yifeng, Jing, and the others are coming to them, they will definitely have to come out to encircle and suppress them. A massive encirclement and suppression operation was launched in the Japanese area. But fortunately, Yifeng was led by Ida Sakura, making them feel as if they were on their own territory. They could often avoid the pursuit of the 3 major guilds, allowing them to approach the main city of Dark Ninja step by step. Why are the players of these 3 major guilds so annoying? We avoided one wave after another. They don't know our destination. Right, Zissou said worriedly. Yifeng shook his head and said, It's unlikely. After all, only Sakura knows that we are coming here. I believe it's impossible for Sakura to tell them. I guess they guessed based on our route. Then what should we do? Since they have already guessed it, wouldn't it be useless for us to go there? Zissou said, Let's take a look first, and we'll talk about it when we get there. The closer they come to the Dark Ninja group, the more players there are, so they don't dare to get close and can only hide in a certain place far away, waiting for those players to leave. However, these players didn't seem to intend to let Yifeng go so easily, and were frantically searching everywhere. Waiting like this is not an option. Yifeng thought of a way and said, This way. Sakura, you go back to your main city and walk around. They will know that we have left. And you don't have to come again. Otherwise they will find out again. Okay, but I will lead the way for you today. So you owe me a favor. Of course Yifeng knew that if there was no other way, he would not want to find Sakura Ida. Yifeng nodded and said, Okay, if you need my help in the future, I will do my best to help you. Well, it's a deal. Remember your promise. Jingtian Xiaoying crushed the scroll of return to the city and returned to the main city, quickly attracting the attention of many players. They all know that Yifeng was brought by Ida Sakura. Now that Ida Sakura has returned to the main city, Yifeng must have left. However, because Sakura Ida brought Yifeng to their territory, it caused a lot of public outrage. Many people in the world scold Sakura Ida. Although she is one of the top 10 beauties in Japan, doing such a thing will definitely attract jealousy, especially since they have lost most of their territory. Although the loss of territory has little to do with Ida Xiaoying, it does have something to do with you if you bring people in. So if Yifeng knew that this would be the case, I'm afraid he would definitely not agree to let Ida Sakura bring him here. Yifeng, who has always had a low emotional intelligence, would never have thought of this. But that didn't mean that Ingi pointed out that he couldn't think of such a thing. Ida Sakura will probably get scolded by a lot of people after she goes back, Yinyu said. After being reminded by Yinyu, Yifeng finally understood. Yifeng slapped his head and said regretfully, "Why didn't you remind me earlier?" Yinyu said coldly, "In front of you and Ida Sakura. Of course I choose you." Yifeng sighed. Yinyu was also doing it for her own good, so that she could collect the souls of the demon elders as quickly as possible. I can't blame her. I can only say I owe Sakura Ida. If she needs help from him in the future, he will definitely be obliged to do so. Yifeng and others waited in place for about half an hour, and finally found that there were fewer players around, and they were sure that Yifeng had left. Yifeng said to Yinyu and Zissou beside him, "You guys wait here. I'll go in first to take a look and understand the situation." "Okay. Be careful. Yifeng is an NPC. He can exist as an NPC anywhere, so he will not be attacked by players. It is best for Yifeng to go explore the situation." Yifeng has an invisibility cloak, so Yifeng can go to the main city of Dark Ninja invisibly. When Yifeng reached the main city of Dark Ninja without any danger, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. But his mission was not completed yet, and he needed to find a place to become an NPC. However, Yifeng had to take a few more glances at the buildings in this place. The buildings in this place were almost all black in color as in Phoenix City, but most of the buildings here were for underwriting. Looking for his hiding place while walking, Yifeng soon came to a small alley. Chapter 697 discovered. Another thing I didn't expect was that I finally found a deserted corner. But there was a player standing here, as if waiting for someone. Yifeng didn't dare to move, because Yifeng clearly felt that the player had been staring at him. Yifeng moved his steps slightly and changed his position. But the player over there also turned to the other side and looked at him. Yifeng is determined that this guy must have seen him, but he is still in the invisible state. Why can he see himself and then change? There is no profession in the game that can see the player in the invisible state. "Okay, you don't have to leave. I have already seen you, and I have seen you from the first moment you came in." Yifeng was very surprised, but it could be considered a fluke. If he found out that he had NPC abilities, it would probably cause a bigger sensation. Although he was seen by the other party, Yifeng would not be released from the invisible state. It would be difficult to deal with it if he was seen by other players. Yifeng said, "Why do you have such an ability? And since you have seen it, why don't I notify other players to attack me?" The player said, "If it were told by other players that they found you, maybe those players would believe it. But if it was told by me, I'm afraid no player would believe me." Yifeng was a little curious as to what happened to this guy to be distrusted by many players. Yifeng said, "Really? Now that you have discovered me, are you going to stop me? Or are you going to persuade me to leave here?" The player shook his head and said, "Of course not. What I hope more is that you can capture this area quickly. From now on, this will be the territory of the Huaxia region. At that time, I can also go to your Huaxia region." Yifeng nodded. Now they only occupy half of the Japanese area. If they completely occupy them, they will also belong to the Chinese area. So even if the guy in front of him is not welcomed in Japan, he might be able to find friends if he is brought to China. "Tell me, why did you find me? I know you are very capable, but I have a special ability that can detect players hiding in the dark. Although I can't see you, I can feel that you are there. That's it. But I don't know if this feeling is innate or a skill he acquired in the game. Then why don't players in Japan trust you? I can tell you, but you have to agree to one condition." Yifeng said, "I would like to hear what your conditions are first." "Okay. My condition is very simple. I hope you can take me with you when you go to God's continent." As soon as these words came out, Yifeng was knocked back a few steps. Yifu looked at the guy in front of him like a monster. It seems that very few people know that he can go to the God's continent. Even Yinyu and Zissou only know a little bit about it, and the most are those NPCs. But it is impossible for you to spread these things to other people, let alone in distant Japan. Looking at Yifeng's retreating figure, he knew that Yifeng was surprised. You don't have to be surprised. The reason why I know this is because I accepted a special mission. That mission is to find you, and take you to meet an NPC. Yi Feng was a little surprised that Hua Xiao went to Japan to see this completely different NPC. Why would the NPC in Japan look for him? Logically speaking, it is impossible for the guys Yi Feng told to share this information with others. Because there is a certain number of people who can go to the God's continent. And not everyone can go. Yi Feng asked hurriedly, I need to know the name of that NPC. I also want to know what mission you took. This mission is for me to find you, and tell me the existence of God's continent. As for that NPC, if you are fine now, I can take you to see him. Yi Feng hesitated to have a foreign NPC come to him, which meant there was a big problem. Yi Feng, who pondered for a long time, said, Then tell me why no one in Japan trusts you. First of all, I am not a pure Japanese. I have Chinese ancestry. Secondly, in the online game industry in Japan, I am a liar. I once deceived the 3 major guilds, including many individual people. Yi Feng said, This shouldn't be the case. Even if you lie to all of them, they will only not believe you for a while. It is impossible for them to not trust you for a long time. You don't understand the rules here. And I didn't lie to them once or twice. Yi Feng was a little speechless. It was just a game. It's understandable that you lied to others once or twice. If you lied to others more times, then it's your fault. No wonder people here don't believe you. Why do you do this? Yi Feng asked. Just for revenge. Since Yi Feng didn't say anything because it was for revenge, then all the reasons have been explained. Yi Feng said, Okay. Then take me to find that NPC where he is. You haven't promised me yet whether you will take me to God's continent. Yi Feng said, I can't agree to this condition until I capture all of your main cities in Japan. After all, you can't form a team with me. Understood? I believe what you say. Come with me. That NPC happens to be in this city. The player did not make any unnecessary moves, but walked forward past Yi Feng. Yi Feng hesitated for a while, but still followed him from a distance. I don't know where this guy is taking Yi Feng, but Yi Feng is a little embarrassed, because the path this guy leads is too damn nonsense. This is the path that many players must take. There are too many players on the road. What can Yi Feng do? But Yi Feng also wanted to know who that NPC was? Why does he want to find himself? And why does he know about the God's continent? Fortunately, Yi Feng is in stealth, although other players cannot see him. As long as he is close to the player can still sense it. But this is the Japanese area, and their ninjas have the ability to be invisible. So even if they feel Yi Feng's presence, they think it's a ninja passing by them. After a near miss, Yi Feng and the guy came to a temple. When he saw the temple, Yi Feng seemed to think of something. If Yi Feng guessed correctly, it might be the monk who came to Japan to retrieve the emperor's sword. The player walked in, followed closely by Yi Feng. The more he got involved, the more Yi Feng felt that his guess was correct. But wasn't this guy always in the Japanese area? Why did he know about himself? Chapter 698 Everyone wants to go to God's continent. Although this temple is different from the one I was in before, the NPCs will move. So it is very possible that I guessed wrong. When the guy in front of him stopped in front of a room, he said something. Okay. That NPC is inside here. I happened to find it at the time. You can go in and find him. As he said that, the player opened the door, but did not go in by himself, but waited for Yi Feng to enter. Yi Feng looked inside, and did not find the NPC he knew, but he still walked into it cautiously. But after Yi Feng entered the room, the player directly closed the door. The moment the door was closed, Yi Feng released the invisibility function. Suddenly an NPC appeared in front of Yi Feng. The sudden appearance of this NPC really startled Yi Feng. But Yi Feng took a closer look and found that this was not the NPC he had seen at that time. It seemed that his guess was wrong. You must be Yi Feng. My master mentioned you to me. Sure enough, my guess was correct. It turned out that this guy was the disciple of the old guy. But last time it looked like that old guy was just a wax figure. And now it seems that he has probably passed away. Yi Feng said, Are you looking for me? To be precise, my master is looking for you. But my master has passed away. Now I want to fulfill his orders for my master. Yi Feng asked, In that case, what do you want from me? My master wants to ask you whether you have researched the sword you took back. Also, my master wants to go to the continent of God. Isn't your master dead? My master has indeed passed away. But he left something behind, and asked me to hand it over to you. What? The monk in front of Yi Feng took out a wooden box from somewhere, and handed it to Yi Feng. Yifeng felt a little strange looking at the wooden box. If Yifeng guessed correctly, the monk should have left relics behind when he passed away. The monk motioned to Yifeng to open the wooden box. Yifeng opened the wooden box, and what appeared in front of Yifeng was not a relic, but a bone. Yifeng asked curiously, "What is this?" "This is a bone that my master accidentally obtained in your country. My master has been studying this bone for a lifetime, but has not been able to thoroughly study it. It is not only extremely tough, but also full of elasticity." Yifeng's eyes widened, and he looked like a bone. Extremely tough and full of elasticity. What on earth was this? The moment Yifeng took the bone in his hand and touched it, he found that it was indeed as elastic as the guy in front of him said. Yifeng held the bone hard, and the bone deformed to both sides of the body. But there was no trace of brokenness. Yifeng felt very strange. What on earth was this bone? If this really happened to the human body, it would definitely not be able to straighten up, because it would not be able to bear any weight and would be crushed but not broken. "Have you studied it? What is this?" Yifeng asked with a frown. "I don't know what this is, but the master said that it may be from the continent of God. The master wants you to take this thing to the continent of God to see if you can find some clues." Yifeng was surprised. "You are already dead, and you still want me to take this bone to God's continent to look for clues? What's the purpose of this?" Yifeng looked at the monk in front of him in confusion. The monk in front of him nodded and said, "Actually, I don't quite understand the master's intention, but this is his last will and testament." Yifeng nodded. "If that's the case, then take it with you. As for whether you can find clues or not, it depends on your mood." Ding! System prompt. "Congratulations on getting a mysterious bone. Anything else? Take me to God's continent." Why is Yifeng Yu the one who wants to take him to God's continent? Why does everyone want to go to God's continent? What's so good about that place? What is there in God's continent? Why do you all want to go? I heard you can find out how to get out of here there. Here? What do you mean? Leave here. Just like you guys. Leave here. Yifeng was speechless. They were created by that guy. It was impossible for them to leave here. Even God's continent was created by him. So they could only live in these two places forever. Of course, unless Yifeng is willing to release them one day, that would be another matter. But judging from the current situation, it is impossible for them to leave here. Yifeng said, "Okay. When the door to God's continent opens, I will take you there." "Okay. In that case, if the donor has anything else to do, please leave here as soon as possible." "Damn it. You kicked me out just after I promised you. It's so inhumane. But there is no other way. After all, it is an NPC." When Yifeng left the room, he became invisible again. But the guy outside the door had disappeared. Yifeng looked around. This should be his best hiding place. After Yifeng turned the corner, he directly transformed into an NPC. But what is very strange is that the name above Yifeng's head actually changed to Messenger. But no matter what the name is, it is fine for Yifeng, as long as it is not seen by players in Japan. Yifeng, who turned into an NPC, left the temple. But that guy lost Yifeng's voice around the corner. Could it be that Yifeng has gone back? "Since you have promised me, I will look for you when the time comes. I hope you won't break your promise." After Yifeng left the temple, he went to a more advanced place where there were more dark ninja guards. You shouldn't be able to find dark ninja elders who are equal to the demon elders here. Yifeng began to search the compounds one by one, hoping to find an NPC that matched the demon elder. After hard work, when Yifeng was searching for the third Fuli, he finally found an NPC dark ninja elder who matched the demon elder. And Yifeng's appearance was directly discovered by that guy. After all stealth skills are ineffective in front of the boss. Stealth is just the most embarrassing thing for ordinary players. There is no stealth skill at all. The bold thief dared to break into my mansion and spared his life. What Yifeng fears most is that you don't fight me. Since you dare to fight me, you will definitely die. The demon refining pot. Attack. Yifeng doesn't want to fight you here for a long time, but uses the demon refining pot to kill the opponent directly. First, use the demon refining pot's attack skills to injure it, and then use the demon refining pot's collection skills to suck it into the demon refining pot. The whole process took less than 10 seconds before a dark ninja elder was sucked into the demon refining pot by Yifeng. Yifeng patted the demon refining pot. After a while, this guy should turn into the soul he needs. While waiting for others to react, Yifeng had already disappeared and left. Chapter 699 Request. Suddenly, Many honorin in the entire Dark Ninja City. This pension disappeared at the same time. When Yifeng counted them, there were only 15 of them, including the previous 66. The total is only 81. Looking at the towering palace, Yifeng wanted to go in, but there might be something unknown to Yifeng inside. So in the end Yifeng gave up, unless he would find a way to destroy this place after they all came here. But Yifeng felt that even if he killed all the people here and absorbed their souls, he might not be able to gather 100 of them. Since the Japanese area is not enough, he has to go to other areas, which makes Yifeng very troubled. Yifeng left cautiously. Although he killed the elders of the 15 prisoners in the main city of Dark Ninja, it did not bring any benefit to Yifeng. Yifeng cannot use the explosive equipment at all. Not only Yifeng cannot use it, but also most players in the Chinese region cannot use it. These are things that can only be used by players in the Japanese region. Yifeng left the Dark Ninja just like that quietly, and once returned to the two of them. Yenyu, what have you been doing since you've been in there for so long? Didn't you say you wanted to explore the location? Zissou asked. Yifeng said, there was a little delay. But I have already obtained 15 souls. There are only 15 in total. What should we do? It's not enough at all, Yenyu said worriedly. Both Yenyu and Zissou already know that Yifeng wants to collect 100 souls. But it seems that the total number is definitely not enough at present. But if the Chinese and Japanese districts have collected them, wouldn't they have to go to other regions? Well, it's almost done. But there's still one place I haven't gone to. I guess I won't be able to get it all if I go there. And it's a thankless job. There's no need to go in for the time being. Zissou said, then let's go back. We are always worried about their players attacking us here. And when our people come here, I'm afraid they won't be able to come for a while. Yeah. Let's go! Fortunately, there is such a thing as a city return scroll in the game. Yifeng and others do not need to go back the same way. They can go directly back to their main city, which is indeed more convenient. In reality, Hanano Yamichi took his master to a relatively mysterious place. Now his master has been settled. But the more unfortunate news is that his master may never stand in front of him again in this life, and can only lie in bed or sit in a wheelchair forever. And his master may no longer be able to protect him now, because all his cultivation has been lost. Master, how do you feel now? The old man lying on the hospital bed sighed and said, my life has been saved. But it's a pity that I can no longer protect you in the future. The most important thing is that people are here. Master, you can tell me more about the demon and where we are. Why don't they let me out? The old man said, this is the most mysterious place in Japan, where all ninjas live. The man in the hat you saw before is the person in charge here. Master, why didn't they save you? You are the one who brought them important news. The old man sighed, shook his head and said, it's not that they don't want to save me. It's that they don't have the ability at all. Even if they meet the demon leader, I'm afraid they may end up worse than me. Master, then why don't they let me out? It's not that I won't let you out. But if you want to go out, someone must take you out. Now everyone here is out to investigate. You can't leave without someone to take you out. Huishan nodded, and he has been practicing with his master. He has always known that the master is in a mysterious organization. And now it seems that it should be this organization. Then master, can I play the game? No. There is interference technology here. You can't connect to the game. Just stay here with me. I can tell you a lot about spiritual practice. Yes. I told you before that demons exist somewhere in the universe. And the outer battlefield is a battlefield where demons attack the earth. One old man and one young man listened one by one. And the story about the demon began to be slowly teased out. Hanano Yamichi's master brought the news that the demon commander was in Japan, which really shocked the ninjas in Japan. Their stronger people have already gone to the outer battlefield. If there are still a large number of demon commanders in the earth, they may be greatly threatened. So the ninjas in Japan are very anxious now. After all, their current strength is limited. Even if they discover the demon commander, they may not be able to deal with it. Having to ask for support, they contacted Wu Tian. Although Wu Tian's cultivation level is not high, as the contact person on the Chinese side, Wu Tian's words are still relatively credible. Now the immortal cultivators from China and Japan have all sat together. I already know the situation you are talking about. Didn't we already conduct a sweep before and kill all those low-level stickers? But now that the demon commander has appeared, it will probably be a devastating blow to us people, Wu Tian said. A Japanese man dressed as a ninja said, can you please ask the great elder of the outer battlefield for a high-level immortal cultivator to return to Earth to protect us? After all, our abilities are limited. Wu Tian shook his head with a wry smile and said, "You must have heard of what happened before. If I could have asked for it, I would have asked for it long ago. Why wait until now? The previous affairs of the Long family have troubled many people on the earth for a period of time. After all the people who had cultivated in the bigger realm were transferred away by the Great Elder and left the earth. The immortal cultivators on the earth have indeed had a difficult time for a while. But since someone solved the Long family's troubles, the entire earth has returned to its original state. Isn't there another master? Wasn't he sent back by the Great Elder? Could it be that he has gone back again?" Wu Tian knew that these people were talking about Yifeng, but he didn't dare to guarantee Yifeng's matter. Wu Tian asked, "He can only be given orders by the Great Elder. We cannot order him to do anything. Besides, you in Japan have not found a second demon commander. It would not be good if you alert him now." A Japanese ninja said, "You mean that as long as you find the demon commander, you can notify him to help us?" "Right." Wu Tian thought for a while. "And if it was good for the earth, I'm afraid Yifeng would agree." So Wu Tian nodded and said, "I should agree. After all, the earth is our home. Okay. With your words, we can rest assured. The threat from the demon commander is too great for us. We have to be careful." Yes. Of course Wu Tian knew the seriousness of the problem, so he would not refuse them. Chapter 700 Negotiation. In the game, Yifeng wants to occupy the Japanese region as soon as possible, because only in this way can the national war system in other regions be opened more quickly. Although this is a bit unkind, there is no way to do it for the sake of the entire earth. Players from the Chinese region launched another attack on the main city in the Japanese region. Although this attack was unsuccessful, overall, the players in Japan seem to have little ability to resist. Of course, this is also due to the bravery of players in the Chinese region. In addition, as long as you win the main city in the entire Japanese region, you can get higher level buffs. It is only a matter of time before we take over the main city in Japan. The three major super unions in Japan are now in endless trouble. Hanano Yamaichi, whom they relied on, has disappeared without a trace during this period, and no one can be contacted at all. Moreover, after they lost territory in Japan, the leveling area was much smaller, so the resources were also reduced, and the overall strength was definitely reduced. It is already very difficult to take back the lost main city, but if they cannot take back the lost main city, their strength will gradually decline, and in the end Yifeng and the others will win without a fight. This trend has already begun, so they must find a way to find Hanano Sanichi as soon as possible. Only his appearance can resist Yifeng. Have you not contacted Hanano Sanichi yet? Where has he gone? Without a phone, I can't get through it all. I went to their house to look for someone, but couldn't find anyone. I don't know where he went. I heard he was with his master. What about his master? The situation inside is so serious now that we found him. We can't live without him. It's even more difficult to find them. They seem to have gone to a special place and can't come back for the time being. We can only rely on ourselves. What's the use of relying on ourselves? Who of you can resist Yifeng? If it weren't for the number of people, Yifeng could wipe out all of us by himself. Hey, we can only negotiate with Yifeng, and maybe we can get a lot of things. Yes. Negotiate. If possible. Maybe we can get some advantages. If we really can't find Hanano Yamaichi, this is just the last resort. People from the three major super guilds were all looking for Hanano Yamaichi. But a few days passed without any information at all, and they lost another main city in the past few days. So after their unanimous decision, they found Yifeng, and the two parties came to a place to negotiate. Yifeng was very surprised. What happened to the players in Japan? They actually came to negotiate with themselves. Although they said they would not negotiate with themselves, they said that it would be a matter of time before they went to all the main cities. But why did they come to negotiate with themselves? Boss, could this be their plan? Xiao Hei said worriedly. No matter what his plan is, if they don't have Hanano Sanichi, how can they be the boss's opponent? Arrogant brother said. Although the people around Yifeng think about Yifeng in every word they say to me, Yifeng feels that these are all unnecessary. Yifeng said, let's go try and call some guild presidents to negotiate with them, and see what they want to do. Aotian, go and call the presidents of other guilds. Yes. Not long after, the presidents of other guilds came to Yifeng, and they were a little confused after hearing the request of the Japanese players. They actually want to negotiate with us. They seem to have lost their qualifications. Even if we don't negotiate with them, It will only be a matter of time before we want to capture their main city. That's right. They already have me as Daozu and him as fish and flesh. What other tricks can they play? But let's go and have a look. Maybe there will be some benefits. That's right. Yifeng nodded and said, since you all agree, let's go together and see what they want to do. With everyone's agreement, Yifeng and others arrived at the predetermined location, waiting for the players from Japan to arrive. After the players in the Japanese area saw Yifeng and others coming, they found that there were not a large number of players behind him. So they came out of hiding. One of the leading players, who seemed to be the president, walked to the opposite side of Yifeng and said, Yifeng, we people don't speak secretly. We speak openly. If you want to take down all our main cities, it will probably take a while. The time is right. Yifeng nodded and said, it is true that we want to capture all your main cities. It will take some time, but it only takes a little time. You can't stop us. Yes, we can't stop you, but we can still cause you losses. A president on Yifeng's side said, what do you mean by this? It doesn't mean anything. Even if you come to our imperial city in the end, we will definitely give you a fatal blow. Even if we can't defend it in the end, we won't make it easy for you. Of course Yifeng knows this. When Yifeng is also thinking about the final battle, how much will their losses be? Yifeng stopped other presidents from speaking and said to himself, President, are there any conditions for you to negotiate with us? At this time, the presidents opposite finally smiled. If Yifeng accepted their negotiation, they would certainly feel more comfortable. That's right. We can hand over the main city to you, but we must agree to a few conditions. Yifeng asked, tell me what the conditions are. President Yifeng, after you win all the main cities, we need to divide them into 3 to form these 3 buildings. We are the only ones to manage them, and you have no right to interfere. As soon as he said this, the president of Yifeng stopped working. This time they lost 3 main cities for no reason, which would reduce a lot of income. Your demands are too much. I'm afraid you know how much the interests of the 3 main cities are. Even if we lose more in the last battle, it probably won't take long to make up for it in the end. 3 main cities are too many. I'll give you 1 at most. President Yifeng thinks I won't give them even 1. Just fight them directly. They can't fight them anyway. If we don't have them anymore, then Hanato Yamaichi and the others are nothing. Yifeng waved his hand to stop everyone from talking. 3 main cities were indeed too much. The 3 major guilds wanted 1 for each of them, and Yifeng would certainly not be able to meet their request. Yifeng said, let's do this. I will give you 2 main cities. How about you surrender immediately? 2 main cities are definitely not something they can accept, because their 3 major guilds are evenly distributed. President Yifeng, are you sure what you said is serious? Of course our 3 major guilds need 3 to form 2. How do you want us to divide them? Yifeng said with a smile, this is your business. Even if you don't agree to our attack, you don't even have a main city. This. End of chapter 701. Yes, if Yifeng and others take a strong attack, even if they cause Yifeng and others heavy losses, in the end, they will not even have a main city. They have thought about this situation before, but they don't want to cause conflicts due to their interests. So they try to get to 3 cities. Just 3 cities. President Yifeng. In fact, our demands are not too much. After the national war is over, this territory will be yours, and we will not be able to overturn it. What's more, we own 3 territories, which is also true for our Japanese players. It's very advantageous. After all, there are a lot of players in Japan, so the 3-seat team is really too small for us. What? You still think there are 3 main cities missing? Believe it or not, we won't give you even 1. But you can really negotiate terms. With your current appearance, why should you negotiate terms with us? A president of the Huaxia district said, although many guild leaders in Japan do not want to admit this fact, the reality tells them that without Hanato Yamaichi and the others, they cannot resist Yifeng's army. Yifeng said, it's not impossible to form a team of 3 of you, but we have conditions. The president of the Japanese district was a little excited. Being able to form 3 cities, even if the conditions were harsh, would give them some face. If there were only 2 main cities, they would lose even less face. The president of Yamaguchi Guild said, President Yifeng, please tell me, what are the conditions? Yifeng said, if you want 3 main cities, we can give them to you. But the commission will definitely be indispensable. We need to take 50% of the profits of each of your main cities. With a bang, The presidents of the Japanese region across the way all stood up. 50% of the profits would be fatal to them. Yifeng, you are taking advantage of the situation. Do you know how much profit 50% of a main city brings? Even you are exaggerating. We won't agree to it. Other presidents said that even the presidents of the three major guilds frowned. The 50% profit was indeed an exaggeration. But compared to 2 main cities and 3 main cities, 3 main cities definitely sound better. President Yifeng's 50% is indeed a bit too much. Can it be less? What do you think about taking 30%? Xiaohei said, 51% of the money cannot be reduced. And you don't even see what qualifications you have to negotiate with us now. I won't give you a cent. I'll give you 50%. I'm already very worthy of you. Don't you think it's too little? How about we take 80% and you take 20%? The worst we can do is waste more resources and attack you by force. Let alone 20%. You don't even have 1%. Yifeng said, I'm not an unreasonable person. Let's do this. We must take 40%. If this is less, it's up to you. Should you wait for us to attack by force? Or surrender on your own? After speaking, Yifeng closed his eyes tightly and sat there quietly. Although some of the presidents behind him were a little underestimated, they did not have much objection. After all, they all listened to Yifeng's instructions. All the presidents in the Japanese region gathered around and started discussing. After all, it is not bad to get 60% of the profits. And it mainly covers the 3 main cities. These 3 main cities can accommodate 1 person for each of the 3 major guilds. And there are also many small guilds below. It is really good to mix them in such a proportion. However, the 60% of the profits will definitely be dispersed a lot among the 3 major guilds. But the small guild below will have a bit of a hard time. Of course, those who hold objections are those small guilds. After all, they don't earn much in the first place, let alone only a small amount. I'm afraid they won't be able to make much if they divide it a little bit more. However, the 3 major trade unions decided to agree to Yifeng's request. After all, it would be easier to take out the 3 main cities. President Yifeng, we have discussed and agreed to your request. We will take 60% and you will take 40%. But we must not interfere with each other's affairs. Yifeng opened his eyes, nodded and said, of course I will not interfere with what you do. But if we in China go to start a national war with other countries, you people who go can't help people in other regions. Otherwise I will take back those masters. City. The city lords of the 3 major guilds originally planned to help players in other areas. But now it seems that Yifeng has guessed all their plans. Okay. As President Yifeng said, we just want to stay in this area for safety and not go anywhere. But we must have these 3 major components and distribute the profits according to what you said. Yifeng said, of course. When can we take down all your main cities? I hope it will be as soon as possible. Preferably today. The presidents of the 3 major guilds gritted their teeth and agreed to Yifeng's decision to surrender today and returned all the main cities in Japan to the Huaxia district. Yifeng stood up, stretched out his hand with a smile and said, happy cooperation. Happy to work with. After that, all the presidents of the Japanese region left this place. And Yifeng and others also slowly left. Xiaohei said with some worry, boss, do you think they will come to deceive us? What if we go and they concentrate their strength to attack us? Yifeng said, that's fine. As long as Huaya's good intentions are gone. The players in their Japanese area can't resist my attack. So the problem shouldn't be big. But to be on the safe side, we can't leave less people. I understand. Clear. In the next few hours, Yifeng communicated with the players in Japan and began to capture their main cities one by one. Although many ordinary players were a little angry, most players still knew some of the inside story. Yifeng brought a large number of people to the last emperor's city, which was the last main city in Japan. Although there was resistance from many players, the players from the 3 major guilds did not even have any intention of resisting. In the end, the main city was quickly captured. What happened to our 3 major guilds in Japan? Why don't they resist Yifeng and let them attack at will? All the main cities have fallen. Are you stupid? Haven't you seen it yet? They must have discussed it long ago. Yes, they have discussed it a long time ago. My cousin has already told me that we will not participate in any battles and let them take over the main city at will. We will get something in the end. You guys who betray your country and seek glory have long known that you guys are unreliable. Hey, I'm done playing this game. This game is boring. Let's go! No, the game will still be played as usual. It's just that it sounds a little awkward to say it out loud. But it won't affect ordinary people like us. With the ownership of the last city coming to the Huaxia district, the national war system in the Japanese region is completely over. Chapter 7022 Super Zones. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the Huaxia region for fully defeating the Japanese cookies. All main cities belong to the Huaxia region. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the player who has received a special buff throughout Japan. Ding! There was a series of system prompts that Yifeng and others had no time to watch. But the most important thing was that they had fully recovered the Japanese area. Oh my god! I'm so exhausted. I can finally have a good rest. Finally. We defeated them all. In this life, our Huaxia district has been proud internationally for a while. After taking down the Japanese area, Yifeng's heartache was completely removed. After all, the other party couldn't rebel after taking it down. This is the charm of this game. Those who are against me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. After ordering many more tasks, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief and slowly logged off. Phew! It's finally over. I don't know how long it will take for the national war system in other regions to be opened. And how long it will take for the levels to be opened. I really don't know what this game is doing. A voice came from behind Yifeng. The soft voice completely relaxed Yifeng's newly softened heart. You have been tired for a long time. Take a good rest. Yifeng didn't even look at it. He directly took the woman behind him into his arms and said, Thankfully I have you. Otherwise, I really don't know what I am doing. Really? Are we so important? Yifeng said with a smile, Of course. Because you are the people I want to protect. Thanks. Such a warm and quiet time was left for the two of them. In the following period, the entire fantasy world once again opened the national war system in other regions. Yifeng and others joined the battle one after another, and began another long journey. There are dangers and hardships, but also more joy. After a month and 2 months, the Asia-Pacific region was finally captured by Yifeng. And then Yifeng and others headed to other regions again. At the same time, another supergiant also stood in front of Yifeng and others. And that was the United States. Their equally small number of districts, and the Chinese region formed 2 super districts. Now they are all encroaching on the European region. As long as the European HL is encroached, the 2 major regions will officially be encroached on. After that, the 2 major regions will officially start a war. Now that 4 or 5 months have passed since the opening of the national war system, there is only one last main city left in front of Yifeng, who will face pressure from the United States. Boss, let's play a game. I've never been so tired. But it's worth it. Look at how much territory we've conquered. Although Yifeng's face was full of exhaustion, he still said with a smile, As long as everyone thinks it's worth it. President Yifeng, we will soon attack this main city. What should we do next? Facing the United States? I feel that we lack some confidence. Many of the presidents are old people in the online gaming industry. Of course, they are very afraid of the fearful existence in the United States. Yifeng asked, How powerful is the United States? Why do they think you are scared every time you talk about it? President Yifeng, you may not know it because you have been exposed to games for a relatively short time. But the United States has always been the most powerful presence in the online game industry. Especially their top 10 players, who may be ranked first in all major regions. Yifeng pointed at himself and said, Do you mean that all the top 10 guys are like me? There should be nothing wrong with that. After all, in the past, they didn't even need to send out all their manpower in the online gaming industry. Our online gaming masters from other countries were all defeated. Yifeng took a breath of air. The online game players in the United States were so powerful that they could defeat the masters of all the online game countries in the world without using all their combat power. It was truly remarkable. But it's hard to say whether a character like Yifeng appeared before or after that. You presidents, don't destroy your own ambitions to gain the prestige of others. The things you said were all from the past and now. Do you see what our situation is now? Xiao He said with an unhappy look on his face. Yes. In the past, the Chinese region might have been outside the top 10 in the online game industry. But now the Chinese region is already ranked in the top 2. As long as it beats the United States, it will be the real number 1. Xiao He, we are not saying that we are scared. We just want to make everyone more alert. They are not what ordinary players can match. A president reminded. Yifeng nodded. This reminder is correct. Now that they have attacked so many areas, many players will definitely be inflated, which will cause serious consequences. Failure after being overconfident will cause serious psychological damage. This is not what Yifeng wants to see. Who can help me sort out the information of those high-end players in the United States? I want to show it to everyone. The fanatic stood up and said, no problem. Leave this to our guild. After all, we have some understanding of them before. If we sort out the information, there should be a lot of benefits. Yifeng nodded. It would be very good for the original Grand Guild to sort out this information. After all, they had targeted many foreign players in the past. After winning the last main city, it has been announced that there are only two superpowers left in the entire fantasy world. One is the Chinese district, and the other is the American district. And during this time, Yifeng has collected the 100 souls needed for the ring. Although the required task of 100 souls has been completed, why has the level task not been opened yet? Yifeng also asked Wu Tian. But Wu Tian said that he didn't know why. And since the demon commander appeared a few months ago, the existence of the second demon commander has never been found. It is very likely that they are hiding, or they may not exist. There is also news from the Great Elder of Tianwai Battlefield that although they are relatively stable now, for the sake of safety, they cannot come back yet. The Great Elder expressed shock at the appearance of Tongling in the earth, because he has been guarding the outer battlefield, the only exit to and from the earth. But fortunately, the demon commander has been killed, and the Great Elder is relatively relieved. At the same time, it was more than a month later when Hana returned to the game. At that time, the Japanese district had already become the territory of the Chinese district. Moreover, Hanano Yamichi also contributed a lot of energy to Yifeng and others during this period. Many times, Hanano Yamichi helped Yifeng and others attack other cities, for reasons that even Yifeng didn't know. Chapter 703 Borrowing Ancient Artifacts. Fantasy World did not open the national war system in the Chinese and American regions because of the two super regions. At present, it seems that the two super zones do not interfere with each other, and there is no fighting between the two sides because they are separated. Although Yifeng could see players from the United States before, he can no longer see them now. Moreover, the intelligence on the American region collected by the Guangzhou and others was quickly sent to Yifeng and others. In Yifeng's eyes, the first person is the most critical. That is the top-ranked Dai Shax, the super master in the American region. This guy has 3 ancient artifacts in his hands, especially the guy ranked second, who also has an ancient artifact named Pastor. The guy in third place also owns an ancient artifact named Rooney. Just these 3 guys. Any one of them can attack an area, let alone they rejected 3 such masters. Although Yifeng's side has taken down many areas because of Yifeng's presence, it seems to be much weaker than the opponent. This situation is also known to many players, and they are worried about whether their side will be exposed one by the other side. After all, there are 3 masters on the other side, and we only have Yifeng. Boss, is this information accurate? Their people are too powerful. Yifeng frowned. After seeing this information, everyone would find it very difficult. I can devote myself to one of them. But what about the other 2? Do we really want Na Hananoyama to come over and help? Even if Hananoyama comes, who else will be left to him? The United States is indeed as powerful as imagined. There is a huge gap between players who have ancient artifacts and those who do not. This battle is very difficult. We have to think of countermeasures. President Yifeng is right. They have too many masters. You alone, President Yifeng, will definitely not be able to withstand them. We need more people to possess ancient artifacts. Guild leader of the fanatics. You put it nicely. How can ancient artifacts be so easy to obtain? Xiao He rolled his eyes and said. Not only what Xiao He was thinking, but others were also thinking that things like ancient artifacts were hard to come by. When Yifeng had this ancient artifact, he snatched it from the Demon Emperor. President Yifeng heard that you have some friendship with the Demon Emperor? Doesn't he still have ancient artifacts there? You can borrow one from him. Yifeng said, how can you quit something like an ancient artifact? This kind of thing is too important. Just the demon refining pot in my hand. The Demon King kept asking me to go back, but I didn't give it. Is there no other way? Can we just watch them swallow us one city after another? Yifeng shook his head helplessly and said, we are safe for now. After all, the national war system has not been activated yet, so we still have time to think of a solution. President Yifeng, how about we collectively kill a mythical beast? This kind of super boss will definitely leave us something. Even if there is no ancient artifact, there should be some artifact. When it comes to artifacts, Yifeng is a little unsure. After all, There are many players on their side who have artifacts. But there are also many players in the United States who have artifacts. There are even more players on his side who have artifacts than on his side. Moreover, killing mythical beasts is not only time-consuming and labor-intensive, but also may not result in what they want. Let's do this. I'll go find someone to ask to see if I can really get the ancient artifact. At the same time, you, the president, will ask your subordinates to seize the time to make up for what they have lost. Otherwise, we will wait until the regional war with the United States. I'm afraid we will suffer even greater losses. President Yifeng, don't worry. As long as you bring 1 or 2 ancient artifacts, we will be very confident. After all, our current strength is actually on par with the United States. It's just that we are missing a few things. Yifeng nodded. That was indeed the case. But if they really met, it would not necessarily be the case who would be stronger and who would be weaker. Yifeng returned to the Huaxia region. And this time, he came to Dragon Valley. Because the Dragon Clan has the most treasures in the world. Yifeng would definitely not believe it if there were not a few ancient artifacts here. When Yifeng saw the Dragon King again, he had a lot of feelings. When he first met the Dragon King, he was still a small player. But now, he has occupied most of the fantasy world. And now my identity is completely different. Yifeng, why do you have time to come to my place? I heard that you are very busy and rarely return to the territory. Yifeng knew that there was a lot of information on his side, and it might have come from the Ice Phoenix Fairy. After all, the Ice Phoenix Fairy was still in her own territory. Yifeng nodded with a wry smile and said, It's true that I'm a little busy, and I came to Long Wangling today to be a little unkind. The Dragon King said, Tell me what you want from me. If I can help you, I may help you. But I have to see if I am worth helping. Yifeng felt a little nervous. If this was the case, maybe the Dragon King wouldn't help him. Because his own affairs were definitely different from what the Dragon King thought. The Dragon King thought that the big deal should be about the Gate of God's continent. But that was not the case for him. Yifeng said, Lord Dragon King, I would like to ask you to borrow some ancient artifacts for use. I will definitely return them to you after using them. The Dragon King looked at Yifeng with wide eyes and said in disbelief, What are you saying about borrowing a few ancient artifacts for use? Do you think the ancient artifacts are ordinary artifacts and main artifacts? They are not that low-grade stuff. Yifeng said embarrassedly, I also know that it is a bit embarrassing to ask you to borrow money like this. But I came to you because I had no choice. Did you borrow the ancient artifact to open the door to God's continent? But I heard that you already have the immortal lock and don't need it. Yifeng had no choice but to tell the truth, that's it. We are fighting another area, but their strength there is much higher than ours. So we want to borrow a few ancient artifacts to increase our strength. Another area? I have indeed been to many areas, and some areas are indeed stronger. I can understand this. But ancient artifacts are not small things. What if they are lost? Yifeng was also very embarrassed. After all, things like ancient artifacts were too rare. That Lord Dragon King, do you have any ancient artifacts? As the King of Dragon Valley, how come I don't have an ancient artifact? And there are more than one. But I will definitely not lend this thing out easily. Yifeng secretly asked with joy, What conditions does the Dragon King have? Chapter 704 Dragon Clan Ancient Artifact. Lord Dragon King, tell me what conditions you have. The Dragon King stroked his long beard and said, Actually, this condition is very simple, and you will soon realize it. That is, I hope you can take me out and leave this world. Go out and leave this world. Lord Dragon King, are you kidding me? I don't have the ability. Yifeng said with a bitter smile. People here want to leave this world. Isn't it great here? Just like the Earth. Everyone lives on the Earth. And they just live here. But people on Earth will also explore space and want to see the outside world. But most people still go out towards the west and return at sunset. Lord Dragon King, you also know that it is impossible for you to leave with your current strength. Because I am worse than you. How can I take you out of here? Besides, isn't this world bad? You have to leave here. Maybe after leaving it's not necessarily a good thing. The Dragon King said unusually calmly, I am just making such a simple request. As for what will happen after I go out, you don't need to worry about it. This, Lord Dragon King, I don't know how to get out of here. Because you are not us. Of course I know we are not you. But you are the one who changes the world. So you have the chance to take us out of here. Me? It's hard to say. But I promise you, if I can really take you out of here, I can satisfy your request. But after you get out, it will be our world. I hope that you will be in our world for thousands of years. Don't mess around, because there are many experts there. The Dragon King said excitedly, Are you a master? The more you say this, the more I look forward to it. In this closed world, I have nothing to ask for and no desire. I just hope to leave here and find another breakthrough. Yifeng nodded. The Dragon King wanted to leave here, and he desperately hoped that Yifeng understood. It's like the demon wants to occupy the earth. But the earth is his home. If these high-level bosses in the fantasy world can play a protective role for them on the earth, they might be their backup man. Lord Dragon King, can you tell me your ancient artifact and what it looks like? Since I have agreed to your request, do you want to give it to me? Look at your impatience. You will give it to you if you say I will. But this has a time limit. When the time is up, it will automatically return to my hands. You can't keep it. Of course, Yifeng understood that he was here to borrow it. Not that they owned it. It was good to be able to use it for a period of time. Just like the Blood God's sword, which had a time limit. I see. Okay. I have an ancient artifact Dragon Fawn here. It is an ancient artifact passed down from generation to generation by our Dragon Clan. Only our Dragon Clan can own it for a long time. Other races cannot use it at all. But I can add a period on it before you can use it. But the deadline is only 30 days. As he spoke, a ray of light appeared in front of the Dragon King. In this, the Dragon King reached out into the light and pulled out a sword-like weapon bit by bit. This weapon exuded a blood-red light. The Dragon King caressed this ancient artifact lovingly before handing it to Yifeng's hands. Dragon Teeth Ancient Artifact, according to legend. It was an artifact specially built for them by the God of Creation, and can only be used by the Dragon Clan. 30-day countdown to effective time. After using the Dragon Tooth weapon, all spell attacks will be 300% more powerful, and the dragon can be summoned every half hour. This is a spell-type attack weapon. Not only does the attack damage be extremely high, but its bonus attributes are also extremely explosive. Summoned once every half hour. Shenlong didn't know how abnormal this skill was. After all, ancient artifacts were not that ordinary. You must know that among the main artifacts, Yinyu's bow and Yin's dagger can both summon divine dragons, but their skills are still a bit inferior compared to ancient artifacts. Yifeng put his dragon teeth into his backpack and said, I wonder if the Dragon King knows who has ancient artifacts. The Demon Emperor has one as well as the Great Elder of the human race. As far as I know, the Pope should also have one in his hands. Of course, Yezi in your territory must have one. But it is not an offensive ancient artifact, but one for refining. Yifeng had already guessed that I only had ancient artifacts. Otherwise, how could he refine the artifacts and the main city energy? I never thought that among the popes, there would be someone who was angry in ancient times. I wonder if this guy can be lent to me. Yifeng said, Are there any other ancient artifacts here in Dragon King? The Dragon King sneered and said, You really think that ancient artifacts are rubbish? This dragon tooth ranks high among all ancient artifacts. With this artifact, your strength will be greatly improved. You will also need what are the ancient artifacts doing? Yifeng said awkwardly, There are a total of 5 ancient artifacts that are hostile to us. So I want to have some confidence. The Dragon King frowned. How difficult is Yifeng's opponent? It's terrible that he doesn't get angry even if he has a weapon. Yifeng continued, If I don't repel them, and when they occupy our area, and they come to trouble you, I won't be able to stop them. Even if you block them, what will happen to those little dragons under you? The Dragon King said with a gloomy face, If they dare to come to Dragon Valley, I will make sure they never come back. Yifeng said, So, in order to avoid these troubles, Lord Dragon King, do you have any other ancient artifacts? The Dragon King was silent for a moment, and once again took out a mirror-like object from the void and appeared in front of Yifeng. This is an ancient artifact, the Halcyon Mirror. Originally, I didn't plan to lend it to you, but the situation you mentioned seems a bit serious, so I have to think carefully. Yifeng has heard of the Halcyon Mirror. It is also one of the ancient artifacts. This Halcyon Mirror is obtained by our ancestor. We don't know where it came from. His most famous ability is that he can silently appear in any corner with his space ability, and he can use the power of space as a very powerful destructive weapon. Which is why I said, no matter how many people they come, I will let them come and never come back. It is an ancient space-type artifact that kills people invisible. Yifeng is afraid of this thing when he hears it. It can kill you silently, which is amazing. Take it. I hope it can help you. Of course. I don't want you to be defeated by the opponent after taking the artifact. In this way, you will make me particularly disappointed. Yifeng said solemnly, Thank you, Lord Dragon King. With this weapon, our success rate may have reached 80%. Humph. Not 80%, but 100%. The Dragon King raised his proud head and said, Chapter 705 The Powerful Haotian Mirror. After leaving Dragon Nest, Yifeng came to the law enforcement hall where the Pope was. It's a pity that Yifeng didn't find the Pope. And he didn't know where he died. This old guy is running around all day long and doesn't care about his own law enforcement shop. Yifeng shook his head and could only leave helplessly. Yifeng returned to his territory again, looking at Oyezi lying on the recliner. Yifeng felt a little angry. This old guy also does nothing all day long, lying in his own territory with a leisurely look on his face, and serving him all kinds of delicious food and drinks. Hey, who asked me to ask for help from him? Hello, Senior Oyezi. You kid doesn't know what you're busy with all day long. When are you going to open the door to God's continent? I'm getting impatient to wait. Yifeng said, You can't open this thing just because you say it can be opened. I have met one of the conditions. But there is still another condition missing. So I am seizing the time. Oh, then go quickly. Why are you still standing here? Yifeng was extremely crazy in his heart. This old guy knew how to order him. And he had always done so. Senior Oyezi, I heard that you also have an ancient artifact. Let me take a look at it. Oyezi looked at Yifeng and closed his eyes again, and said calmly, I'll show you what to do. You are not a chief practitioner. With your qualifications, I don't intend to accept you as my apprentice. Don't try to take advantage of my ancient artifact. Hey, old guy. I don't want to be a blacksmith yet. If you don't show me, I won't show you. I think I care about you. Watching Yifeng leave. Oyezi whispered, This kid doesn't know what he's up to. So just be careful with him. Maybe I'll suffer at his hands again. After Yifeng left, the Pope walked out of Oyezi's house. This kid probably came to me to borrow an ancient artifact. Fortunately, I was smart and left early. Otherwise, I might have been entangled with him. Oyezi said angrily, Come on. If he hadn't known that I was an auxiliary ancient artifact, I wouldn't have been able to escape. How did you know that this kid was borrowing the ancient artifact? Luckily, I happened to be there when he went to Dragon Valley. But he didn't notice me. He borrowed 2 items from the old Dragon King, including their dragon teeth. Oyezi said in a stunned tone, This old Dragon King dares to lend out his dragon teeth. He is so generous. And he is not afraid of this kid going back on his word. It's fine as long as this kid leaves. Anyway, I finally got the upper bunk artifact, and I don't want to lend it out. If Yifeng knew what the Pope and Oyezi were talking about here, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. They already knew the purpose of his visit. Unknowingly, Yifeng only borrowed 2 artifacts. Of course, he could. The Xianyuan sword of the royal family would definitely not be available to him. And they would not give it to him. It was impossible for the Demon Emperor to hand over the other ancient artifact even if he was beaten to death. So Yifeng had no choice but to be able to borrow 2 ancient artifacts, which was already very impressive. Haotian Realm Yifeng plans to hand it over to Ying. After all, as an assassin, it is probably most appropriate to use space attack weapons. The other dragon's tooth. Yifeng originally planned to use it himself, but faced with a large number of opponents, Yifeng still gave this dragon's tooth to Leng Shui. Seeing Yifeng distributing ancient artifacts, Xiao He and others also looked at Yifeng expectantly. But after handing over the 2 ancient artifacts, Yifeng made no move. Xiao He said, Boss, there are no more. You have been out for so long, and you need 2 ancient artifacts. Snapped. Yifeng slapped Xiao He's head hard and said, You think the ancient artifacts are rubbish. The 2 ancient artifacts I finally obtained are not worth mentioning here. That's not right. Your boss, judging from your reputation in the NPC world, you should be able to see a lot of them. There must be more than 2. Did you keep some of them to yourself? Yifeng said contemptuously, I can't find anyone. Where can I borrow it? Besides, some people won't give it to me. It's good to be able to borrow too. It only has a 30-day usage period. You can do whatever you want. It's only 30 days. What use is such a short time? Yifeng glared at Xiao He and said, If you have the ability, borrow an ancient artifact for me to try. Come on. I'd better not say anything. I'm not as capable as you. I'll probably be turned into a scumbag before I even open my mouth. Xiao Hei knows the NPCs that Yi Feng comes into contact with. But even the top boss can kill anyone in one move and kill him. A child is not that stupid. What do you two think of these two ancient artifacts? Leng Shui said, it's so powerful. It's much stronger than the divine weapon in my hand. I can't believe the damage it does. My normal attack can do tens of thousands of damage. Ying said, I'm even scarier. I kill people invisible in space. I can appear anywhere anytime. Anywhere. And I don't even need the invisibility skill. As he spoke, he quickly used the Halcyon mirror in his hand to appear in every corner. In less than a second, the shadow had changed its position countless times. Damn. For such a pervert, this Halcyon mirror is too scary. Compared to the demon refining pot in his hand, the last heaven realm is definitely a very powerful existence. Compared with the demon refining pot, the power of the Halcyon mirror can be said to be very outstanding. Let me go! American players. I see how arrogant they are this time. My master alone can probably wipe out their entire army. This thing is too perverted. If it really falls into the hands of players, I'm afraid this game it's over. Xiao Hei said with a smile. Yi Feng is also amazed at the power of Halcyon mirror. But what is the ancient artifact possessed by the enemy? They don't know what their ancient artifact's abilities are. And they don't know either. Yi Feng said, although we have added 2 ancient artifacts, our confidence is indeed much greater than before. But the enemy has 5 ancient artifacts. So we cannot take it lightly. Don't the boss, Hanano Sanichi, own 2 ancient artifacts? Hasn't this guy helped us several times? How about asking him to help us this time? Brother Arrogant said. Yi Feng was a little hesitant. After all, this was the final battle between the Chinese region and the American region. If Hanano Yamaichi participated, it would be regarded as inviting a foreign aid. Even if you slide down and win in the end, your face will be disgraced. And it will be even worse if you lose. Yi Feng did not answer what Brother Arrogant said. In fact, many people had guessed what Yi Feng was thinking. After all, their battle this time could not be said to be a 100% victory. After all, there was a gap in strength between the two sides from the beginning. Chapter 706 Attacking the Imperial City. Of course, the situation they obtained in the United States was completely different from Yi Feng's. After all, they had added 2 new ancient artifacts, which they had no idea about. This group of Chinese players defeated so many districts with just 1 ancient artifact. How did they do it? It can only be said that other areas are too scumbag and were overthrown by a small Chinese player. But in front of us, these are not problems. A blonde woman said, you have to be careful. If they let Hanano Yamaichi help them, it will be difficult for us to deal with him. Please invite foreign aid? It's not that we can't go. It's just that the places we've cleaned up don't seem to be willing to fight with us. Humph. Even if Hananoyama joins us, he is no match for us. When they lose, their faces will be even more disgraceful. I think they can't have not considered this issue. Others nodded. This problem was indeed a serious one. After all, they did not represent individuals but a region. I'm talking about a small Chinese region. Do we need to mobilize so many troops? Every time when the world rankings are held, players from which region are said to be very powerful. But when they face us, they are not obediently defeated. Let's pack it up. What's there to discuss? I think this meeting is over. Okay. Actually, there is nothing to discuss. I just want you to pay more attention to this Yi Feng. This guy came out of nowhere. What are you afraid of? When the time comes, this guy will be handed over to me. He also has an ancient artifact. I want to see how powerful this guy can be. Well, let's give it to you. Pastor, don't embarrass us. We will deal with his little soldiers and generals for you. Ha ha. It's such a happy decision. Before the national war between the two sides broke out, this period of time was considered relatively peaceful. Yi Feng also came to Xuanwu City for a rare occasion. He missed the Lord of Xuanwu City very much after not seeing him for so long. As soon as he entered the Xuanwu City Lord's mansion, Yi Feng felt the heavy depression inside. What happened? Why do you feel so heavy? Yi Feng quickened his pace and came to the place where he often met the Lord of Xuanwu City, which was his study or back garden. There was no main figure of Xuanwu City in front of the study. Yi Feng went straight to the back garden. Now even the old housekeeper was not there. He didn't know what happened. In the back garden, Yi Feng finally saw the figure of the Lord of Xuanwu City. But this guy was actually in the middle of a large amount of alcohol. Yi Feng said, Brother, what's wrong with you? I'm not here during this period. What happened? Brother Yi Feng. You are finally back. Where have you been during this time? Yifeng frowned and said, What happened? Why didn't I see the old housekeeper? Brother Yifeng, you don't know that during your absence, the royal family suppressed us. Yifeng frowned. This royal family was really brave. They dared to attack them during his absence. What about the other city lords? What happened to them? We are also suppressed by them. Life is not easy now. Moreover, our troops have been greatly weakened. Only you can save us now. Yifeng was thinking about why the royal family was so domineering during this period. It must be because of some of these reasons. Otherwise, they would not be able to take action against the people on their side. Does the royal family have any means to save their lives or the capital to clamor with us? Yifeng asked. The lord of Xuanwu City said, Yes. Their great elder has recovered from his injuries, and they have obtained the Xianyuan sword, which is an ancient artifact. Xianyuan sword? It turns out this is what the Dragon King was talking about. No wonder they dare to attack their own people. It seems they have enough confidence. Brother Yifeng, the old housekeeper has been captured by them. They said they won't make it easy for us unless we hand you over. Yifeng immediately got angry. The old butler was not kind to him. The old butler from Zhejiang imprisoned him. He was an old man to begin with. Although he still had strength, he definitely didn't have a good life after being imprisoned. He had been in this week for several months. And I don't know how much he suffered. Brother, gather the troops. Let's go to the imperial city immediately. Yes. I will summon the other city lords and wait for your order. Then Yifeng called on all players in the entire alliance to gather in Qinglong City. What's going on? Why did President Yifeng ask us all to come to Qinglong City? I don't know. The accent sounds like there's something very urgent. Go quickly. Go quickly. Maybe something good will happen. Maybe. A large number of players gathered in Qinglong City and came to Yifeng's territory. Although Yifeng was not in Qinglong City, the royal family did not take action against Yifeng's Qinglong City. Otherwise, Yifeng would have noticed it long ago and would not have waited until now. Because it is a temporary organization with manpower. There are not many online players. But Yifeng feels that it should be enough to deal with the royal family. After all, they have successfully captured the imperial cities of many countries before. Do they need much more ability to deal with the imperial cities of the human race? Looking at the large number of players gathered under the city wall, Yifeng said, I need you to do a very important thing today. And that is to capture the imperial city for me. Huh? President Yifeng, you really want to be the emperor. You are the lord of Qinglong City now. If you really capture the royal family, the position of emperor will belong to you. I have wanted to talk about this issue for a long time. But I have been busy with the national war before. I didn't expect that once the national war is over, you, President Yifeng, will not be able to arrange it. It seems that it is time to change the government. I've been on vacation for so long, and it suddenly became quiet. I'm really not used to it. I just happened to be practicing with the royal family. No player objected to attacking the royal family, and it seemed that they were looking forward to this battle even more. Yifeng waved his hand and shouted, All players attack the imperial city. Kill all the NPCs in the imperial city who stand in front of you. Yes, Lord Qinglong City. We are here. A large number of NPCs in the distance were walking towards Qinglong City in an orderly manner. They were the city lords and their soldiers of several major cities. Yifeng said, Every city lord, come with me to conquer the royal family. Good. Ding. System prompt. Royal Yifeng launched a challenge to the imperial city. And the entire imperial city fell into war. Players can go to the imperial city to receive tasks. With the position of lord of Qinglong City, Yifeng can launch a rebellion without any props. Currently, Yifeng is the leader of this rebellion. So when players accept tasks, they must kill Yifeng. When the player received this mission, he silently deleted it. After all, can you take Yifeng's head if you say you can? Chapter 707 Siege. After being declared war by Yifeng, Huang Qin was of course very angry. They did not expect that Yifeng, who had disappeared for several months, would come back. And his first reaction to them after coming back was to attack them. This Yifeng is so hateful. As soon as he came back, he gathered other main cities to attack us. What should we do now? If they dare to touch the Xianyuan sword in my hand, they are not jealous. Since the royal family took full control of the Xianyuan sword, their strength has greatly increased. So they dare to touch Yifeng's people. But they also understand that if they can keep competing with the Demon Emperor, defeat the Demon Emperor, and repel the Demon Emperor, they must have a lot of strength. Great Elder. We can't take it lightly. They are fighting with the Demon Emperor. So they must also have ancient artifacts. The Xianyuan sword is the top of the ancient artifacts. And all the ancient artifacts are inferior to it. So even if he dares to come this time, I will make it impossible for them to come back. The Emperor said, with the words of the Great Elder. How can our royal family be defeated? The Great Elder asked, what's the situation outside now? Has their army arrived? A general said, reporting to the Great Elder. Your Majesty, the enemy army has now fully invaded the territory. And the area 5 miles away from my royal family will soon attack. How many people are coming? There are countless of them. The number of people is several times our number. I'm afraid it will be a hard battle. Humph. Didn't you hear what the Great Elder said? Even if they are large in number, they are no match for our Xianyuan sword. It's Your Majesty. I will definitely boost the morale of the army. Okay. You guys will fight with me. And Yi Feng will hang his head on my imperial city. Yes. Great Elder. The gates of the imperial city are tightly closed. And every gate is tightly closed. Players inside are not allowed to come out. And players outside are not allowed to enter. Now the atmosphere of the battle between the two sides is extremely tense. Yi Feng and others have arrived under the city wall, and are looking up at the people on top of the city wall. Yi Feng, the rebellious traitor, dares to provoke my royal family. I will definitely kill you to show off my royal power. Ha ha! Yi Feng laughed loudly. Now that their entire army is suppressing the territory. It is simply nonsense for a small royal family to want to resist his strength. Yi Feng, why are you laughing? Yi Feng said, I laugh at you NPC group for daring to be my enemy and hurting my power. Today I will let you know the consequences of offending me. The old man with white hair on the city wall is the Great Elder. The Great Elder held the Xianyuan sword in his hand, pointed at Yi Feng and said, Yi Feng, for the sake of your defense against the demons for our human race, I can give you another chance now. If you choose to retreat, I will treat it as if nothing has happened. If otherwise, you will die outside the imperial city. Especially the city lords behind you. Haha. Little Emperor. You really think that we city lords are soft persimmons? When you dealt with us before. Did you ever think about today? The Emperor shouted, You are so bold and mature that Xuanwu treats me like this. It is very disrespectful. After the war, I will definitely hang your head on the city wall as a warning to others. Haha. You royal family. After killing my father, I have regarded you as my mortal enemy. Is this why you are hiding behind Yi Feng? A man can bend and stretch. If you want revenge, just come here. You? Xuanwu City Lord was about to rush forward, but was stopped by Yi Feng. The other party was recording that Xuanwu City Lord wanted to defeat them one by one, but it was impossible to give them such a chance. Yi Feng said, all generals listen to the order and target the imperial city. Kill him without leaving any trace behind. Kill! On the city wall, the Emperor shouted, Archers, prepare. Let go! The long-range profession is preparing to target directly the long-range archer NPC above them. Kill! The battle between the two sides was about to break out, and several masters such as Yi Feng also came out one after another. As soon as they took action, they put great pressure on the NPCs on the city wall. And the Great Elder finally couldn't sit still. Originally thought that Yi Feng and others would wait until both sides were almost exhausted before taking action. But they did not expect that Yi Feng would take action directly. And the Great Elder had to take action in advance. Xianyuan sword is the #1 offensive artifact among ancient artifacts. Yi Feng knows its power without even looking at it. It must be very powerful. The demon refining pot in Yi Feng's hand directly went into defense mode to resist the opponent's attack. Fortunately, they are all ancient artifacts. So breaking through the opponent's defense is not something that can be done in a short time. But don't forget, Yi Feng took 2 ancient artifacts from the Dragon Clan. Especially Ying. Her elusiveness made all NPCs tremble. Ah! This is an ancient artifact. Every time it appears, an NPC falls down. The Emperor was supported by many people, and came together to protect her. Who is hiding? Come out quickly. Ying is a very experienced assassin. How could he come out if you ask him to? Its appearance must cause the fall of an NPC. The Great Elder also discovered the situation on the Emperor's side, especially the flashing black shadow, which made him feel extremely scared. What is it? Everyone, be careful. It is very dangerous. Protect the Emperor. It's the Great Elder. We swear allegiance to the royal family to the death. Ah! I just said that the bottle of NPC was killed. You are holding an ancient artifact. You can kill these NPCs, who are only level 70 or 80 in an instant. The ancient artifact Yifeng. You actually have a second ancient artifact. Yifeng said, I forgot to tell you that we actually have more than 2 pieces. If you don't believe me, look at the above. The Great Elder looked up to the sky with a look of despair on his face. Because there is a player holding an ancient artifact standing there coldly in the sky. The fighting spirit in his hand exudes a powerful deterrent. You? Come prepared? Yifeng laughed and said, haha. We didn't even use all our strength to deal with you. We were destroyed in front of me. You are not the only one in the royal family. At this point, knowing that he would fail, the Great Elder still said arrogantly, how can you have 3 ancient artifacts in front of my Xianyuan sword? You are still like garbage, and my lambs to be slaughtered. Yifeng simply ignored this guy, who was probably mad at him. Leng Shui takes action. Yes, boss. Leng Shui is an ice mage, and with the ancient artifact in his hand, his power has been increased countless times. Especially the sound of dragon power, which came from the dragon teeth in his hand, made the whole earth tremble. The ancient artifact Dragon Fang. You all went to Dragon Valley to borrow the ancient artifact to attack us. Yifeng said, I didn't expect the Great Elder to be so knowledgeable and know that this is a dragon's tooth. It's impossible. The dragon clan never interferes with the affairs of the human race. Why would he do this? How can there be any absolutes in the world? Chapter 708 Destruction. Heaven wants to destroy my royal family. God wants to destroy my royal family. But even if my royal family is fun, I will break a few of your Yifeng's teeth to let you know that even if my royal family is going to perish, you will not be much better off. Yifeng said with a sneer, don't worry if I lose a few teeth. I only care about the Xianyuan sword in your hand. Haha. It seems that your ultimate goal is the Xianyuan sword in my hand. Yes. For this battle, I only want your Xianyuan sword and your royal family. I have no interest in him. Of course, if you are willing to surrender, I can spare your death. Haha. The royal family will not surrender to the death. If you want to kill or behead me, go ahead. I won't let you climb to the top of my royal family so easily. Oh, we'll see. Get out the pig's feet and tear down the city wall. A huge figure emerged from the void. 100-meter-long body of Pig's Foot. Its existence immediately made countless NPCs tremble. Pig's Foot's huge body jumped directly from the city wall, and no one could resist him. The huge body swooped down and directly knocked out a big hole in the city wall. This big hole is also the breakthrough point for Yifeng and others. It had only been a few dozen minutes since the start, and the walls of the Imperial City had already been breached within half an hour. Dragon. I've long heard that you have a young dragon. I didn't expect this dragon to be an adult. The face of the Royal Elder's face turned the color of pig liver. He knew that they would definitely lose this battle. Although Yifeng controlled the Great Elder, the attack power of his Xianyuan sword was too strong. So Yifeng could only do 1,000 words to slowly wear down his health. As soon as the city wall was broken, the players under Yifeng rushed in like overwhelming force. No player within the city wall chose to stand on the side of the Imperial City, because they knew that the Imperial City would lose in this battle. Many players began to kill a large number of NPCs in front of them. From the originally superior NPCs to the patrol guards, who made players tremble just looking at them. Now they have become their lambs to be slaughtered. Or even just wild monsters that provide them with equipment. Golden Armored Guard. If I tell you to be arrogant, I will beat you to death. Patrol Guard. I have been caught by you several times. This time, I will kill you to take revenge on me. Those who have a grudge will seek revenge, and those who have an injustice will avenge an injustice. Anyway, the royal family will definitely be shattered this time. As the emperor of the royal family, this is what Yifeng specially asked Ing to do. To take the emperor's head. Although there were many masters around the emperor, Ing didn't take them seriously at all. At most, he only delayed the death of the dog emperor a little bit. Master, I will deal with him. You go and kill that emperor. Xiao He didn't know when he came to Ying's side to help you. Ing looked at Xiao He and nodded and said, okay. As long as the emperor dies, the status of these NPCs will be reduced, which will be of great benefit to us. However, these guys are more difficult to deal with, so you have to be careful. Xiao He said, Master, don't worry. Xiao He, am your true disciple. I am more than enough to deal with these guys. Then leave it to you. The shadow flashed past Xiao He like a gust of wind and ran directly towards the emperor. Without the masters, protecting the emperor would be like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Trembling aside, Don't come over here. I'll give you everything you want. As long as you don't kill me. Ing said coldly, I'm sorry. Your life no longer belongs to you. And you can't give me what I want. You said that I am the king of a country. And I can give you anything you want. Ing slowly approached the emperor's ear and whispered, I want Yifeng's heart. Can you give it to me? Puff. The emperor's eyes widened. And he was already dead before he even had time to open his mouth that finally wanted to speak. Ding. System prompt. The emperor of the imperial city is dead. All imperial cities belong to NPCs. Morale drops by 50%. And all attributes drop by 50%. Looking at the emperor who collapsed on the ground. He whispered, you can't give it. So you must die? Does the emperor mean that the NPCs under his command are not standing at all? Their combat power is reduced by 50%. How can they deal a big blow to the players? The great elder of the royal family trembled all over at the moment of the emperor's life and death. He never thought that the emperor would be dead before his imperial city could resist for a long time. Just how powerful Yifeng was that made them lose so quickly. Puff. A long scar fell behind the great elder. And a lot of hard work was immediately splashed. Yifeng. Let me help you. I have already solved the problem of the emperor. Well, not bad. This guy's blood volume is so thick that I really can't get through it alone. Don't even think about killing me. It's better than Xianyuan's sword. Xianyuan's sword technique is the first time Xianyuan Wuhan. A huge sword energy was emitted from the Xianyuan sword and headed straight in front of Yifeng's eyes. The demon refining pot in Yifeng's hand was spinning crazily as he drank. The demon refining pot. Guard. The demon refining pot wraps Yifeng and Inku in it to resist the opponent's attacks. Boom. Amidst the huge noise, the demon refining pot was hit and started to shake. Yifeng frowned. But he was even more happy because he didn't expect the power of Xianyuan's sword to be so powerful. Ing. Secretly attacked the Xianyuan sword. I'm going to make a decision. Okay. I will definitely do what you want. The Halcyon mirror in Ying's hand was no joke. Her elusive space attack ancient artifact caused the royal family's chief elder to suffer a lot the moment she used it. The ancient artifact of the Halcyon mirror. A space attack god. You are completely cheating. And you cannot win with force. Yifeng said, so what? I can do anything as long as I kill you. Although the great elder of the royal family was strong, and had the ancient artifact Xianyuan's sword as his means of attack. When he encountered Yifeng and Ing, this combination really made him suffer. As time goes by, the blood volume of the great elder of the royal family has dropped to less than half. And all the NPCs of his royal family have been killed, leaving him alone. Seeing himself alone, the great elder of the royal family said sadly, Heaven wants to destroy my royal family. God wants to destroy my royal family. Yifeng shouted, it's not that God wants you to die. But I, Yifeng, want your life. So accept death. The great elder of the royal family is worthy of being the highest level boss on the human side. Under siege by many people. Especially when he was still at low health. His defense rate increased greatly, forcing Yifeng and others to use the human sea tactic. After all, he was killed. At the moment of the successful kill, the system prompts were so full that Yifeng didn't even know what was coming. Chapter 709 Taking Office. Oh! This royal family has finally been overthrown. These annoying things are finally gone. I don't know who the imperial city will belong to in the end. Needless to say, it must be given to Yifeng. As the lord of Qinglong City, Yifeng led the rebellion. He killed the chief elder of the royal family, and destroyed the royal family. Then he must be the emperor. What do you think will benefit us if Yifeng becomes emperor? Needless to say, it will definitely be better than now. After all, we all know what Yifeng is like. I also support Yifeng as the emperor. Emperor Yifeng. Emperor Yifeng. Emperor Yifeng. I don't know who started it, but it started to spread among many players. Everyone was shouting Emperor Yifeng. Yifeng was unmoved and came to the place where the great elder died, where a sword was inserted. I didn't see anything else. Only the sword. Of course, there were many artifacts and main artifacts in it. But Yifeng didn't take anything but wanted the Xianyuan sword, which he brought from Japan. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on obtaining the ancient artifact Xianyuan sword. Phew! It is indeed Xianyuan sword. After falling into Yifeng's hands, this Xianyuan sword was originally an ordinary long sword. But it suddenly underwent huge changes. The ordinary long sword suddenly became extremely huge. And the sword god's pattern was unusually brilliant and emitted a dazzling light. Boss, is this the Xianyuan sword? It's so cool. Yifeng nodded and said, yes. This is the Xianyuan sword that ranks first among ancient magical weapons. Its attack-based defense ability seems to be a bit poor, but its best defense is attack. That's why it ranks first among ancient magical weapons. It's also because his attacks are too sharp. Yifeng posted the properties of the ancient artifact Xianyuan sword for everyone to see. Ancient artifact Xianyuan sword, a very offensive divine sword in the current continent. Qi Xianyuan sword comes with 3 skills. The first skill is Xianyuan sword technique, which is a set of combo sword techniques that can deal tons of damage. The second skill, Xianyuan sword slash, can split the void into 2. The third skill, Emperor Xianyuan, can only be used when you are full of blood. Otherwise you will not be able to withstand the power of Emperor Xianyuan and will commit suicide. These 3 skills can be said to be very powerful. Fortunately, when they killed the Great Elder, he could not meet the requirements of the third skill at all. Otherwise, Yifeng and others might not be able to withstand the damage from Emperor Xianyuan. Now Yifeng has an ancient artifact with defensive capabilities, such as the Demon Refining Pot, and an ancient artifact, the Xianyuan sword. The number 1 weapon can be said to be God's help for Yifeng. But then, there is a very difficult question. That is, who will be the new emperor? The city lords of the major cities knelt behind Yifeng one after another after the emperor was killed. Boss, it's done. Look at those city lords kneeling. Oh what? Yifeng quickly turned his head and looked at several city lords kneeling behind him. He didn't understand the current situation at all. Why were these guys kneeling behind him? City lords, get up quickly. What are you doing? The Lord of Xuanwu City said, it was you who overthrew this royal family. So this new royal family should be yours. So you will be the new emperor. Our Majesty. Yifeng said, how can that be done? How can I be the emperor? I'm not here all the time. It's definitely not okay if you ask me to be the emperor. The Lord of White Tiger City said, in terms of strength, Lincoln is one of the few among us city lords. And in terms of power, your strength is also the greatest. If each of us becomes the emperor, then if you see that we are still in the industry, I can't bear it. Yifeng still shook his head and said, how could I become the emperor? Are you kidding me? If I became the emperor, wouldn't this country be in turmoil? And I won't be able to find my people all day long. The Lord of Suzaka City said, you don't have to worry about this. Anyway, the royal family can only be held by you. And I will not obey anyone else. Phoenix City Lord said, I don't want to obey anyone else except you. Yifeng said, Brother Xuanwu, go ahead. The Lord of Xuanwu City shook his head repeatedly and said, don't joke with me. I don't have that ability anymore. You are determined to be the emperor anyway. If you don't deserve it, just do it for me. Anyway, we are supporting you. Even if you are, it doesn't matter if you're not here. Real? Of course it's true. We have discussed it just now. We know that your Majesty will not stay here for a long time. So we will share your worries with you, said the Lord of Qilin City. That's right. As long as His Majesty accepts this position safely. Leave the rest to us. Yifeng was so invested that he was given the title of His Majesty even before he started arranging his position. Okay. But I want to tell you, I only accept this position. Whatever you want to do, you can discuss it yourself. Don't ask me. You can't find me. Okay. As long as you become the emperor. That's it. Alright. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to player Yifeng for becoming the emperor of the empire. From now on, all members of Yifeng's Glory Guild will receive royal titles and receive royal buff bonuses. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on becoming the emperor of the empire. From now on, 10% of the entire country's tax revenue will flow into your personal account. Ding. System prompts. The position of Lord of Friendship City in Qinglong City is vacant. Please appoint an official to take over. The City Lord of Qinglong City is vacant. Because was the previous City Lord of Qinglong City Yifeng? Yifeng directly became the emperor. So there must be a vacancy in Qinglong City. So who should be chosen? Which one of you wants to be the City Lord of Qinglong City? If this were to be known to others, who would be the City Lord who wouldn't want to? But no one around Yifeng cared. They are not the kind of people who are greedy for petty gains. Even if they are the City Lord. How can they be trapped next to Yifeng? Those are two different things. Even Xiao He, who is usually the most lively, silently stays away from Yifeng. I'm talking about the title of Lord of Qinglong City. That's a great title. Why don't you want it? Xiao He said, just pull him down. What's so good about being the City Lord of Qinglong City? apart from getting more gold coins every day. Tell me what other benefits are there? Yi Feng thought that this really meant that he had become the city lord. For so long, except for receiving gold coins, he had not taken care of other things at all. Even if you can lead troops. So what? Isn't it the same as following Yi Feng? Moreover, after becoming the city lord of Qinglong City, there must have been many things that happened because they wanted to attack other main cities. Now that the national war has not started, if anything happens in Qinglong City, the city lord will definitely need to come forward. Who would be willing to do such a troublesome thing? Chapter 710, The War is Tense. Yi Feng's face was dark. It's better for you guys to do nothing. No. I have to drag you to be buried alone no matter what. That Aodian. Why don't you come? No. 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 I'm not playing a health-preserving online game right now. I don't have time to care about those things. Well, Xue Feng. You're welcome. Even though we don't get along. How about I become the city lord for you? TCH. I don't want to be your subordinate. Xiao Hei. Are you coming? Boss. Come on. If I mess up your rural clearance, will you punish me? Bullshit. If you mess up Qinglong City, of course I will punish you. You are embarrassing me. Forget it then. I don't want to be a city lord. It's better to be free. Arrogant? Don't go. Of course. Yi Feng was not willing to give up the position of city lord to some unrelated people. Just when Yi Feng didn't know who to give it to, a female voice came out and said, "Since you all don't agree, let me do it." Surprisingly, this person turned out to be Ying, who had always only protected people around Yi Feng, and was willing to take on this position. Yi Feng frowned and said, "Are you sure? Although it is a good position, it will be a bit troublesome. You are already the emperor, so aren't you in more trouble than us?" Yi Feng said speechlessly, "You think I am willing to be the one? But I was forced to do it. Since you can't find the right manpower, let me take over this Qinglong City. By the way, I may be able to cultivate some new forces. Okay, letting Lai be the city lord of Qinglong City." Soon, Ying's name had been changed to the Lord of Qinglong City. Of course, other city lords came up to congratulate him. But Yi Feng's first priority now was to go to the palace. It was only when he went there that he officially took office. Under the supervision of the major city lords, Yi Feng had to go to the palace. At the same time, the law enforcement hall also sent people to congratulate Yi Feng. After a series of complicated procedures, Yi Feng finally sat on the throne. Yi Feng's interface board has a lot more powers. And he also has the most terrifying amount of publishing tasks. And the lowest level is S level. Yi Feng, who was dressed in a yellow robe, didn't look like a player at all. And he had many tasks here. So Yi Feng had to transfer his clone. The position of Yi Feng's clone on the battlefield between humans and demons was given to another NPC. And the position of Yi Feng's clone on the battlefield between humans and demons was given to another NPC. In this way, Yi Feng can not only stay in the palace with peace of mind, but also complete a series of tasks, so that he will not be at a loss sometimes. Seeing the exact same cell standing in front of him, Yi Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had such a perverted ability. Time passed day by day, and the national war systems on both sides still did not break out. Yi Feng didn't know what to do. After all, they didn't have the ability to open the door to God's continent at this time, and they had to reach level 90. However, the system is currently not updated, and they cannot upgrade. So they can only wait. A month later, Wu Tian found Yi Feng with a solemn expression on his face. "What happened to Wu Tian? Why are you looking for me in such a hurry? The war in the outer battlefield is getting tense. It is said that reinforcements from the heavenly demons are about to arrive. Now the attacks of the heavenly demons in the outer battlefield are even more aggressive." Yi Feng frowned. It came so quickly. Didn't it mean that there was still nearly more than a year? But now it seems they may be here in a few months. What should we do? We haven't completed our mission yet. If a war breaks out then, everyone on the planet will probably suffer. You're right. So this is what worries me a lot. The Great Elder on the outer battlefield has already turned his hair white because of this matter. Yi Feng asked doubtfully, "Hasn't the Great Elder always had white hair?" "I'm just a metaphor to show that the Great Elder is in a hurry. Otherwise, why would he tell me these things? What he means is that he wants you to go to the outer battlefield to adapt to the environment first. Otherwise you may suffer from stage fright." Stage fright cannot happen to Yi Feng, because Yi Feng is a person who has experienced strong winds and waves. He still doesn't have this problem. He is worried about other people. Yi Feng clenched his fists and said solemnly, "Whenever I leave, I will ask the people around me to take it with me. But I'm afraid it is very dangerous. I want to ask for their opinions, but I also want them to try this job." "Danger?" Wu Tian asked in confusion. "No. If you ask a cultivator in the middle stage of Qi training to go to the outer battlefield, isn't that tantamount to committing suicide? If you don't have the consecrated light realm, don't go." Yi Feng shook his head and said, "You are wrong. None of the guys around me are still in the middle stage of Qi refining. The least among them are already in the late stage of foundation establishment. The one with the highest cultivation level is Ying, in the middle stage of the consecration realm. Yin Yu is already in the early stage." "What? How did you practice? Why did you practice so fast?" "I think when I reached the early stage of enlightenment, I spent a lot of time in medicinal materials, which you don't seem to have." Yi Feng said, "I forgot to tell you that practicing in the game can get twice the result with half the effort. It's impossible. I tried it a long time ago. If it was really possible, wouldn't I know?" Yi Feng was confused. They could do it. Why couldn't Wu Tian? Is it because the cultivation methods are different? Yi Feng said, "In this way, I will teach you a new set of cultivation techniques. You can try it in the game. If you can, it will prove that my guess is correct. Is it your weird practice method? I've wanted to ask for a long time, but I'm just too shy." Yi Feng said, "I was careless and didn't tell you. Now I will teach it to you. You can understand it yourself." Not long after Wu Tian left, Yi Feng looked at his ring quietly. "If you want to upgrade the game, you need to upgrade your ring. That's how it should be. But there is currently no movement on his ring. If the demon really comes to the earth one step ahead, it is likely to cause real panic." Yi Feng said to the guy in the ring, "What should we do to really open its upgrade system?" Not long after, the guy in the ring finally answered, "I'm not sure. After all, the ring may have undergone its own changes after such a long time." "You said the ring will change on its own. Is it spiritual?" "Of course. After all these years, even a piece of iron has become spiritual. Not to mention that this ring was already extraordinary." Yi Feng stroked the ring in his hand. "Although I can't take it off from you, you have to stay in my hand. How long will it take?" Chapter 711 Heading to the Outer Battlefield. Does this Wang Jian in his hand really have his own soul? Have you developed your own thoughts? Yi Feng looked around. But there was not much difference between the ring and when he got it. "Hey, this is the only way to go straight from the bridge to the bow of the ship." Yi Feng later told the people around him about the Tianwai battlefield. Of course, they were happy to go to the Tianwai battlefield to try out how strong their current abilities were. But Yi Feng was actually beating the drum in his heart. Going to that place was not that fun. After all, people would really die. This is not a game. Even if you use the resurrection spell in the game, you cannot resurrect the dead in reality. So Yi Feng asked extremely cautiously, "Are you sure you have thought about it? Going to that place is no joke. We have to deal with it. But those terrible demons will not show mercy to us. And when we get there, not to mention you. Even I am in danger." Yin Yu said, "It doesn't matter. As long as you go wherever you go, I will follow you. With our current abilities, we are still able to protect ourselves. Even if we cannot defeat us, we can still escape." "Yes, boss. I always hear you talk about the outer battlefield. I really regret not going there," Xiao Hei said. "Do you really want to go? Once you go there, your life will not be in your hands. Of course we have to go. Even if we don't go, so what? They will still attack here in a big way soon. And we will still have to fight them by then. Yes, we have some experience now. When they really attack, we may have a better solution." Yi Feng said, "Since you are so confident, I will take you there. But you must follow the arrangements when you go there." "Clear. These guys are gearing up one by one. They have no understanding of the demon at all, and have never fought against the demon. They have no idea how powerful the demon is. When the time comes, let the Great Elder arrange them in a safe area and let them practice. This will be beneficial to everyone." Not long after, news came from Wu Tian that the Great Elder also wanted to let them practice. So he asked Yi Feng and others to wait until someone would come to pick them up at a certain time. "You should be careful when you go to the outer battlefield this time. It only lasts for 1 month. After 1 month, you have to come back." Yi Feng said, "It's only been a month? Didn't it mean that the war was tense?" Wu Tian said, "The soldiers are really tight. But the Great Elder and the others can still cope with it. You went there just to practice and have a better understanding of the film." "Okay, Everything will follow the arrangements of the Great Elder. Yi Feng received a message from Wu Tian the next day. They had to go to a certain place, and someone would be waiting for them there. When Yi Feng led everyone to the designated location, Wu Tian and another middle-aged man were standing there waiting. "Here we come," Wu Tian said. "Well, who is this?" Wu Tian said. "Let me introduce to you. This is a member of my Immortal Cultivator Alliance. His cultivation is at the high level of the consecration realm. His name is Du Yuan." Yi Feng stretched out his hand and said, "Hello Du Yuan. My name is Yi Feng. Haha. I've long heard that there was a guy named Yi Feng on Earth who killed Long Fei at such a young age. Now that I see it, it's really impressive." Yi Feng said, "It's something I have to do. If I offend my family, I won't have a good life." Du Yuan said, "Look, you are talking about having the head of the Tang dynasty. How dare the Long family do anything to you? Besides, I have been dissatisfied with the Long family for more than a day or two. You killed them wrong. Their spirit is a good thing too. So there are quite a few people who don't like the Long family. That's for sure. Their ancestors are just cultivators of the Golden Core realm. They are far behind compared to the Great Elder. I don't know where they get their confidence. They are so arrogant all day long. The immortal cultivators at the Golden Core realm are indeed masters. No wonder their family is so domineering. Didn't you offend the Long family? When we get to the outer battlefield, you people must be careful. The Long family is very vindictive." Yi Feng said, "Thank you, Brother Du Yuan, for your kind reminder. We will be careful. Please take us to the outer battlefield now." "Well, Wu Tian, I will take them away. You will still take care of all affairs on Earth. Remember to contact us as soon as possible if you have any questions." "I understand." Senior Brother Du Yuan, not far in front of Yi Feng and others, he took out a chess piece and threw it on the ground, forming a formation. Du Yuan said, "Hurry up and everyone enter the formation. We are leaving." Yi Feng and others immediately entered the formation as required. Yi Feng, who was standing in the formation, said to Wu Tian, who was outside the formation, "I leave everything to you on Earth. If anything happens, you must notify me as soon as possible." "Understood. I will notify you as soon as possible." A ray of light flashed, and Yi Feng and others disappeared from Wu Tian's sight. They had already headed to the outer battlefield. This place was originally set up by the Great Elder to go to the outer battlefield, so that people on the Earth could come and go freely. When the light flickered, Yi Feng didn't see any changes in the surrounding scene. It was as if they were in the void. "Brother Du Yuan, what's going on? Where are we now?" Du Yuan said, "Don't worry. We are just in the space-time tunnel now. As long as we pass through this tunnel, we will come to the battlefield outside the sky." "Time travel? I didn't expect something like this from science fiction movies to actually exist." "Haha. Of course it exists. Otherwise, do you think those people can come up with these things with their imagination?" Yi Feng felt that what Du Yuan said was very reasonable. If they didn't know it, how could they know it clearly? It seemed that there were many things that the world didn't know at all. Yi Feng and others stayed away from the game, which was definitely a shocking thing for the people in the game. After all, Yi Feng and others had been away for several days, and no one could be contacted. Even Yin, who was in their guild, didn't know where Yi Feng and others had gone. What's going on? Did President Yi Feng leave without eating? But this national war is not over yet. There is still one area left. That's right. Although the national war is not started now, there is no guarantee when the system will be opened. If they are not here, wouldn't we become lambs to be slaughtered? Everyone, please calm down and wait. It's not the first time he disappeared. This has happened many times. Every time he didn't come back. We have to believe him. Although everyone knows that Yi Feng has disappeared in the past. But after all, disappearing during a very sensitive period during the national war will definitely make people feel uneasy. Chapter 712 Entering the outer battlefield for the first time. Yi thinks people have no idea where the Tianwai battlefield is, so they can only travel through time and space. And they don't know what the Tianwai battlefield looks like. Brother Du Yuan wants to ask you something. What was the battlefield like outside that day? You are like me. When I first went to the outer battlefield, I was very curious about what it was like there. But you must be mentally prepared after going there. Yi Feng frowned. Is it even worse than what you imagined? Is it just a void? It's not like the void. That place is like a desert. It's so boring there. If the demons didn't come frequently, we would probably all die of loneliness there. It's a desert. I didn't expect that there is a desert in the outer battlefield. Why can't I see it on the Earth? Of course you can't see it, Because this desert is hidden by the magic circle, which is the front sentry post on the earth. The area is not very large, but it is enough to resist foreign things. Xiao He asked in a low voice, "Are we still carrying oxygen there? Haven't we heard that there is a vacuum in space? People also lose gravity?" Yuan laughed and said, "It's not surprising that you think so. Because the science fiction movies we have been exposed to before tell us that there must be no oxygen in space. But the outer battlefield is a special existence. There is oxygen there. Gravity. So it's no different from the Earth. It's just deserted and inhabited." This question I wanted to ask in July and November was asked by Xiao He. But Yifeng finally understood that it turned out that being on the outer battlefield was just like being on Earth. So there was no need to consider the issue of air. Yifeng said, "How long will it take for us to reach the outer battlefield?" "About half an hour. After all, we are traveling through time and space. And the speed is very fast." Looking at the empty void around him, Yifeng said, "Didn't I say that these voids are dangerous? Why can't we feel it? Look if something is erupting in front of you." Following the direction pointed by Yuan, something was indeed exploding in front of them. But they couldn't feel it at all. "Why is this? Why can't we feel it? If you hadn't said it, we wouldn't have known it existed." "That's because the void we are in was created by a very ancient senior. It is extremely solid. If it weren't for the passage built by that senior, I'm afraid we would have been blown into dust in the universe." Yifeng frowned. It turned out that this passage was built by an ancient senior. So who is this guy? Could it be the guy in his ring? That's right. I did it. It's awesome. TCH. What's so great about it? Brother Yifeng. What are you talking about? You have to know that the explosion and the storm that comes from time to time are enough to tear a nascent soul stage master into pieces. Even the great elder can't withstand these things. Everyone present took a breath of air conditioning. Isn't the great elder a master at the nascent soul stage? Even if he can't stop it. How strong is this passage? Hey, it's so scary. Is this passage safe? After all, it's been so long. Don't worry. It's very safe. The great elder has personally inspected it, and there are no problems. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was no problem. The storm outside was so powerful that even the great elder could tear it apart. After a long wait, Yifeng and others finally saw a beam of light coming from the front. "Attention everyone. We are arriving soon. Once we arrive, please do not wander around. Be sure to follow me. I will take you to the great elder's camp." Yifeng and others quickly shouted, "Understood. We will not run around." Brush. Yifeng and others' bodies were light. And then they fell heavily to the ground, causing a burst of smoke. "Are we here?" "Here we are. We have arrived at the outer battlefield." After hearing what Yuan said, Yifeng was sure that this place was indeed deserted. But the place they were in turned out to be a stone house. This is a place we specially use for passage. It may seem inconspicuous, but it is our escape route. We must not damage it. Of course, we do not have the ability to damage it. Yifeng said, "As you said, this place is deserted. There are no trees. And the temperature here is so low." Yuan said quickly, "I forgot to tell you. Hurry up and protect your body with spiritual energy. Otherwise you will get frostbite." Yifeng and others immediately activated their spiritual energy and wrapped it around their bodies. Finally, they could no longer feel the cold. I was careless. The temperature here is dozens of degrees below zero. Without the protection of spiritual energy, we would have been frozen into popsicles. Yifeng asked, "But why is the soil here the same as the soil here at such a low temperature? Shouldn't it clump together?" "That's because there is no water here. So the soil here can't condense into lumps and can't get frost. So it can only be like this." "No water? Then how do you live here?" Zissou regretted coming here. "There is not even water. Girls love to be clean so much. Not to mention they have more than one girl here." Yuan laughed and said, "Look, you can tell the difference between the newcomer and the old man at once. If you are an old man, you will know that you can condense water by using spiritual energy. What's more, there are many people who have water spiritual energy and can create a large amount of water. So the problem here is not water." After several girls heard this, they breathed a sigh of relief. If you wanted to contact them, there were quite a few of them. The water was finally solved. Yifeng said, "Let's go. Take us to see the great elder. We haven't seen him for a long time." "Well, it's in the tent not far ahead." Following the direction pointed by Yuan, Yifeng and others must have seen a few Tibetans standing tall. But just now I thought it was a hill. After all, Those things are the same color as the soil on the ground. It turns out that this is their base camp. But that's fine. The teleportation array is behind the base camp, which can be regarded as a kind of protection for him. Follow me, Yifeng said. Let's go and see the Great Elder. When Yuan led Yifeng and others to several grown men, they were stopped by a group of people. Wait a minute. Yuan, why did you bring these people here? Who are they? Yuan frowned and said, Long Biao, what does this have to do with you? The Great Elder asked me to bring them here. It has nothing to do with you. Go away. It has nothing to do with me? Who among you told Yifeng to get out of here? Yifeng frowned. It seemed that the Long family was acting unscrupulously here. Chapter 713, Fighting Against Human Power. Yuan's face changed greatly, and he immediately shouted, There is no Yifeng you are looking for here. Get out of here. Otherwise the Great Elder will blame you. And you can't afford it. I saw Long Biao saying with an arrogant face, in front of me. Long Biao, you Yuan are not qualified enough to attack me randomly. You didn't even tell me who Yifeng is here. Then I will arrest them all. How dare you? The Great Elder is right here. Do you, the Long family, want to cover the sky with your hands? Uh-huh. So what? Hand him over to me quickly. Otherwise we will still be friends. Yifeng frowned and wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Yuan. Don't even move. Just because Yuan didn't move, it didn't mean that the guys behind Yifeng didn't move. The first one to take action was of course Ying, whose superb invisibility ability appeared directly behind Long Biao. A dagger was quietly placed on Long Biao's neck, and he said coldly, If a good dog doesn't block the way, I don't guarantee that my hands will shake. Even this dragon mark, which has reached the high level of the consecration realm, did not react at once. Only those in the middle stage of the consecration realm were caught off guard. Long Biao suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't know when someone would appear behind him. We are all our own people. Don't mess around. Ying said coldly, One of our own? Where did your arrogant momentum go? Several immortal cultivators around Long Biao immediately shouted, Hurry up and release Captain Long Biao. Do you want to go against my entire Long family? Uh-huh. Don't you, the Long family, ever go against us? Long Biao said without moving. So you are in the same group as Yifeng? Hey, your name is Long Biao, right? I think you guys from the Long family are all the same. You just owe me the master of cleaning up. Don't kill him to save my face. Xiao He had wanted to take action for a long time, but his strength was no match for Long Biao. Now he was intercepted by his master. How could he not be arrogant? Don't mess around. My ancestor is here. If you dare to touch me, you won't be able to eat and walk around. Du Chun said, Yifeng told your people to let them go immediately. This is no joke. After all, the people from the Long family are here, but they are very powerful. Yifeng said, Ying, come back. We just arrived. Please be polite. Ying said coldly, Well, if there is a next time, I won't stand still. Putting down the dagger, Ying returned behind Yifeng and watched quietly. Damn it. You dare to sneak up on me. Brothers, come on. Especially that stinky bitch. You dare to sneak up on me. I'm going to kill him. Yifeng frowned, and Ying and Xiaohe disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. Yifeng shouted coldly, Are you serious? Yuan shouted, Long Biao, stop. Yifeng just let you go. And you are like this now? So what? Yifeng and my Long family are already mortal enemies. The reason why Long Biao and others moved Yifeng and others was because they did not know the strength of Yifeng and others. Because when they did not undergo virtual reality conversion, they were no different from ordinary people. Yifeng shouted coldly, If this is the case, don't blame me for being rude. Let me teach you a lesson for your ancestors. Do it. In an instant. Almost all the people around Yifeng were already at the early stage of the light enlightenment realm. In just a moment, they had already overwhelmed the opponent in terms of numbers. Of course, Shu Tianai, whose combat power had soared, took the lead and rushed forward. His target was Long Biao. Although he was in the early stage of the light enlightenment realm, he was a defensive immortal cultivator, so he shouldn't have much problem dealing with him. Sure enough, after Chu Tianai faced Long Biao, they were evenly matched for a while. Yifeng stood motionless and just watched. Brother Yifeng, tell your people to stop. This is not good. We will completely offend the Long family. Yifeng said, As you can see, it was their harmonious people who were aggressive first, and we had no choice but to resist. How can the people of the Long family be the opponents of Yifeng and others? Moreover, their attack methods are full of tricks, which are completely different from normal immortal cultivators, because they are players in the fantasy world. Puff! A disciple of the Long family was knocked to the ground. And then another disciple of the Long family fell to the ground while reciting. In great pain, Long Biao finally knew that he had hit a hard wall. He had only heard that Yifeng had killed Long Fei on Earth, but he didn't know that these people under Yifeng were so difficult to deal with. Yifeng shouted, "They are all our own. Just don't hurt their lives." Humph. It's okay not to believe it, but I'm going to smash Long Biao's mouth. He just raised the bow in his hand and shot out an arrow. The bow and arrow flew straight towards Long Biao, who was struggling to support him. Snapped. You are brave enough to fight outside the battlefield. How can you stop the internal fighting? When Zisu's arrow was halfway flying, it was cut off by an invisible energy. Then several figures came flying from a distance. Yifeng said, "Come here." Everyone. Everyone stood behind Yifeng. Led by Yifeng. The person who came was a master, and Yifeng protected them behind him. My ancestor, Yifeng, is so inhuman. I came here to receive them, but they actually attacked me and even injured us. It turned out that the person who came over turned out to be Long Tian, the ancestor of the Long family. Long Tian looked at Yifeng coldly and said, "Is this possible?" Yifeng looked at Long Tian in front of him. This guy was more powerful than one person and more than 10,000 people. He was second only to the Great Elder in strength and was an immortal cultivator with a golden elixir level. Yifeng said, "If you believe it, there will be it. If you don't believe it, there will be nothing." Long Tian said coldly, "So you really took action against my Long family and actually injured a member of my Long family. You don't want to give me Long Tian's face, right? It seems that I have to teach you a lesson." This fledgling guy. Yuan saw that the situation was not good and said quickly, "Elder Long Tian, things are not like this. It was you, the Long family, who were aggressive first. This, Yuan, shut up. What's the matter here without you? Just stand aside and it'll be fine." But, Long Tian shouted with a cold look, "Shut up." Yuan was shocked and did not dare to say anything anymore, because the gap in strength between the two sides was too big. Yifeng finally understood why the power of the Long family could be said to be overwhelming here. It turned out that this old guy was not a good person. Yifeng said, "Elder Long Tian, are you trying to show me power? How do you allow your family to behave? Don't you have any idea in your heart?" "Humph. You, an outsider, don't have to worry about how my Roan family behaves today. I will definitely teach you a lesson." I saw Long Tian wave his big hand, and a wave of air hit Yifeng directly. Yifeng couldn't retreat or do anything, because there were more than a dozen partners behind him. Chapter 714, A Show of Force. The attack of a cultivator in the Golden Core realm would certainly be devastating. But Yifeng couldn't avoid it because there were more than a dozen companions behind him. Yifeng directly took out the Demon Refining Pot and shouted, "Demon Refining Pot, guard against it." The attacking air wave directly hit the Demon Refining Pot. The indestructible defense in the game only resisted Yifeng, who rushed towards him again after a moment. Yifeng was shocked. This level of cultivation in the Golden Core realm was really amazing. Yifeng took out Xian Yuan's sword directly, blocked it in front of him, and shouted loudly, "Penalty!" A ray of golden light fell from the sky and hit Long Fei's attack, but it was still unable to resist, and its attack directly hit Yifeng's body. Yifeng took a step back, holding his chest with one hand, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Long Tian was shocked. He didn't expect that he had the power and that Yifeng, who he originally wanted to kill, was blocked and only suffered minor injuries. "Humph. So what if you block it once? Let me see how many times you can hit me." Long Fei sold it again, and the people around Yifeng said anxiously, "Boss, let's fight him." "Yifeng, are you okay?" Yifeng shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Please spread out. I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand this attack." At this moment, a voice came faintly. "Stop!" The offensive that Long Tian had just launched was completely gone. An old man fell from the sky and landed between the two groups of people. Yifeng looked at the old man with a smile on his face. The person who came was none other than the Great Elder. The Great Elder said, "Long Tian, Yifeng is just a junior. Even if there is a conflict in words, you should not hurt others." Seeing the Great Elder coming, Long Tian knew that he couldn't kill Yifeng today, so he had to give up. Long Tian said respectfully, "Great Elder, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. You guys, Get back here and don't embarrass yourself here. Yes, ancestor. The great elder turned around and looked at Yifeng and others with a smile. Yifeng said quickly, "Thank you, great elder, for helping me just now. Otherwise Yifeng, would probably have to deal with it here. It doesn't matter. If you act more carefully in the future, you can do it under my eyes." Long Tian doesn't dare to do anything too extreme. Zisu said, "Great elder, thank you for refining the elixir for me and making me live again. Haha. I didn't expect that you were already in the early stage of the light realm. Not bad." Others also paid tribute to the great elder. The great elder said, "Let's go. I will take you to your tent. It has been prepared for you." Yifeng said, "Thank you very much, great elder. Haha. It's all about protecting the earth. How can we be grateful? If you are willing to contribute, our pressure will be reduced." Yifeng said, "It is our responsibility to protect the earth, because we still have our families there. Haha. I feel relieved with your words. Let's go." The new tent that Yifeng and the others lived in was temporarily set up by the great elder, and it was located right next to the tent where the great elder was. It seems that the great elder is not worried that Yifeng and others are too far away from him. After all, the great elder is not very relieved when Long Tian is here. This tent is quite big, but it's good to be able to live in a tent in this place. The tent has everything you need. When Yifeng saw all this, he said to the great elder, "It's really troublesome. Great elder, we are here to experience, not to enjoy. Haha. Of course I know you have this power, and I'm afraid you won't be able to adapt to it. So we prepared so much." Yuan said, "Your place is much better. Much better than our place. I'm really envious." Haha. Yuan, just take people like Yifeng here to get familiar with the environment. I will come back to you in a while and arrange for you people to practice," the elder said with a smile. Yuan said respectfully, "This is the great elder. Please go slowly. Great elder, walk slowly." Everyone responded. After the great elder left, Yuan took Yifeng and others to familiarize themselves with the surrounding environment. "You see, this is where we gather, and the other side is where we store food. Of course, you see that direction is where the Long family gathers, and that side is where the superpowers live. There are still fewer people on the other side. That's where the Japanese ninjas are." Yifeng nodded and said, "So the Long family is really powerful. One person only occupies a position. Although I don't like them very much, I have to say that they are really strong and have the ability to stand alone. So there is nothing we can do." Yifeng nodded. The Long family did have the strength to stand alone, and the area you live in is right in the middle, because the location of the great elder's tent you rely on is not everyone's right. Yifeng smiled and said, "Then where are you?" Yuan said, "The location of our immortal cultivators is right in front, which is the first location where we will be attacked by the demon." Yifeng frowned. How could he be placed in such an obvious position? Yuan looked at Yifeng's face and already knew what Yifeng was thinking, and couldn't help but sigh. "I know what you want to say, but we immortal cultivators are inherently better than them. So if we are not in front, who is? Well, can you show us the place where you and the demons fought?" When Yifeng said that, the others were quite excited because they had never seen the devil before. Yuan said, "You are really different. I was a little scared when I saw the sticker for the first time. How can you be afraid? You are just happy. I wish I could have the sticker in front of you now." Haha. Brother Yuan, you don't know something. We guys have itchy hands all day long. If we don't fight, we might really die of suffocation. Chuti and I laughed. Haha. Then I will take you there to take a look. Anyway, you should know the direction. But I have already agreed in advance that I can only watch from a distance. Don't get close, in case you are attacked by the devil on the opposite side. I can't afford to take advantage of this opportunity." Yifeng said, "No problem. Let's just take a look from a distance. After all, this will be the place where we fight for a long time in the future. It's right to be familiar with the environment. Well, let's go. We have to pass by the place where we live anyway." As he said that, Yuan took Yifeng and others and walked towards the camp of the immortal cultivators directly in front. Of course, Yuan's arrival with a group of newcomers will indeed arouse the curiosity of other immortal cultivators. "Hey, isn't that Yuan? Why did he come back after I heard he was going back to Earth? He also brought a bunch of new people behind him. Hey, I'm surprised. These newcomers seem to be ordinary people. Are they here for tourism? How can you come to this place casually?" When someone said this, Everyone suddenly realized that these guys seemed to have no sense of cultivation. Chapter 715 Yi Family Lineage. When Yuan arrived at their residential area, many people came forward to inquire. Do Yuan, why did you bring a few ordinary people here? Do these people have some interests? That's right. Coming with ordinary people. Isn't it like asking for death in the Tianwai battlefield? Besides, how can a secret base like Tianwai battlefield be allowed to be known to ordinary people casually? Yuan knew in his heart that no one here was easy to mess with. Especially the leader Yi Feng, who was in the middle stage of the bigger realm. And I've heard for a long time that this guy has hidden strength. But I don't know if it's true or not. But judging from the current situation, they are not easy to deal with. Yuan said quickly, let me introduce to you that these are the people who came to the street for training under the orders of the Great Elder. A strong man said mockingly, just pull him down. For a guy like this, you won't be afraid of being torn apart by that low-level demon. The so-called devil of the first day is the most common sticker, which is equivalent to the state of Qi refining period. For ordinary people, people in the Qi training stage are already superhuman beings. So the elementary demons are also a great threat to ordinary people. Yuan said, you guys, don't underestimate me. This guy's name is Yi Feng. He has the ability to cultivate at the bigger realm. According to the ranking, we should call him senior. A group of people were shocked. They looked at Yi Feng, who was silent and without any aura beside him. This guy turned out to be in the realm of Bigu. And was he the legendary Yi Feng? Yi Feng nodded with a smile. He knew that he would be misunderstood if he did not release his spiritual energy. But Yi Feng and others were used to it, and would not easily switch to virtual reality mode until the time of battle. Seniors, please take good care of Yi Feng in the next month. Especially my brothers and sisters. Someone asked with some disbelief and confusion, you are really Yi Feng? How did you do it? Didn't you hide your spiritual energy at all? Yi Feng didn't say anything and just silently recited the virtual reality transformation. The 07 in his body suddenly increased sharply, from scratch to the middle stage of the bigger realm. And it was vaguely about to break through to the high stage. After seeing this, everyone hurriedly said respectfully, we have met Senior Yi Feng, but we are blind and do not recognize Taishan. Please forgive me. Senior Yi Feng, in front of Yi Feng. These guys are at the consecrated realm at best. You must know that people with the ability of the bigger realm are all elders in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Yi Feng said quickly, it's okay. Just be more casual. I'm easy to talk to. Thank you. Senior Yi Feng. If it were another elder in the bigger realm, if you were so disrespectful to him, I'm afraid you would suffer a lot. After all, there is a huge difference between the bigger realm and the Kaiguang realm. Just like the bigger realm and the Golden Core realm, Yi Feng has no power to fight back against Long Tian. Don't call me Senior Yi Feng. Just call me Yi Feng. I'm not as old as you, so it's awkward to call me that. How is this possible? This generation cannot be messed up. Yuan said quickly, Yi Feng told you to call him Yi Feng. If you call him old when he is young, he will not be happy. Uh-huh. I understand what you said. Yuan? Then we will call you Yi Feng like this from now on. Don't be angry. Yi Feng said, of course. No problem. We also want to take a look at the battlefield ahead. How about we go together? You are also familiar with this place. You can introduce it to me. That is necessary. I have been working here for several years, and know the situation here very well. You have found the right person. Even Yuan may not be as clear as I am. Yuan said awkwardly, Senior Brother Yi is right. I have only been here for a few years. If it weren't for the Tide War, I probably wouldn't have come to this place. Then there is Senior Brother Lao Yi. This person's surname was also Yi, which was a bit surprising to Yi Feng. He didn't expect to meet a member of his family. Brother, your surname is also Yi. What is your name? My dear, Yi Long is a descendant of the Yi family. I wonder which branch of the Yi family Yi Feng is a member of. Yi Feng was a little confused. The members of the branch seemed to be ordinary people. Senior Brother Yi. Yi Feng is just an ordinary person. He can't compare with your family. His. It's so terrifying. Without the support of the family, you have cultivated to the middle stage of the bigger realm. You must be a monster. Yi Feng shook his head and said, I can't even call it a monster. I just want to have enough strength to protect the people I want to protect. Maybe it's because of this motivation that I am where I am today. Yi Long laughed and said, I don't care if you are from our Yi family or not. From today on, you are my Yi Long's eldest brother. And I, Yi Long, will follow you from today on. Yi Long's words shocked Yi Feng. Why would he accept a younger brother right away? Yi Feng quickly waved his hands and said, "How is this possible? Brother Yi Long is a strong man at the peak of the Kaiguang realm. I'm afraid it won't take long to reach the early stage of the Bigu realm." Yi Long said with a wry smile, "We in the Yi family only have one strong man who is in the realm of Bigu realm. And now that he is old, he can only stay in the family. As the last protective force, he cannot go out easily. And I am also the oldest in the family. It's a pity for the young power that I have been blocked from the early stage of the Bigu realm for decades." Hiss! Did it take so long? Did you use the wrong method or something? Hey! The Great Elder has tested me several times. It can only be said that it is my luck and support. I am afraid that I will not have many opportunities to break through to Bigu in this life. And I am afraid that my Yi family will decline. Yi Long said a little sad. After all, the Yi family only has one strong person in the realm of Bigu realm. And he is old and may not live long. When that person leaves, the Yi family may plummet. After all, a family of immortal cultivators must respect the strong. Without the protection of a strong person in the Bigu realm, the family may lose a lot of resources. This, although you and I are both surnamed Yi. I am not from your Yi family, but I can promise you that if your Yi family encounters any trouble, I can help you. After all, we are all surnamed Yi. Yi Long said excitedly, "Great. I am satisfied with your words. Brother Yi Feng, please give me a bow." Yi Feng said quickly, "No matter what. Just call me Yi Feng. Look at which one of the guys behind me will kneel on the ground like you. This is not good. After all, they promised to protect you. So it doesn't make sense for you not to kneel down and worship them." Yin Yu said, "Just get up. Don't be too restrained. Just like them." "Who is this?" Yi Long asked. Yi Feng said, "My girlfriend. Please get up." "Yes. Eldest brother. Eldest sister-in-law." Chapter 716 The Location of the Devil. A group of people laughed and walked toward the place where they fought on the outer battlefield. "Is that Yi Feng?" "Yes, Mr. Long. Our ancestors taught him a lesson just now. I didn't expect this guy to be so fast and lively. It seems that the lesson was not enough. Then let him collapse for a few more days. When the devil comes, I will kill him when I have the opportunity. If you kill me, the people of the Long family will not be able to leave here alive. Yes, everything is subject to Master Long's arrangements. Who doesn't know that our Long family is the overlord in the outer battlefield? This Yi Feng is really asking for his own death." Yi Feng did not realize that there was someone following him. Nor did he realize what they would do to him. Instead, he was heading towards the place where they fought in the Tianwai battlefield with curiosity. In front of Yi Feng is where we started fighting with the film. You can see some red ones coming out here. Yi Feng followed the position pointed by Long Tian, and saw that there was indeed some black sand on the ground. This should be dried blood. How many of our people died on the outer battlefield because of this? Yi Long said, "It's okay. But if the opponent's demon commander suddenly attacks, it may cause some casualties. But our response is also very fast. So there are few casualties. But there are some. There are very few casualties. Didn't they have a large-scale advance before? Of course. But we have the Great Elder here. As long as the Great Elder is opposite them, no one can withstand the Great Elder's offensive. Therefore, our side has the advantage. However, the other party has already requested support from the Great Elder. Can you if you can hold on? It depends on what happens next." Yi Feng nodded. Knowing that there is a terrifying figure like the Great Elder here, the film will definitely ask for support. And will definitely use equal abilities to attack here. But fortunately, the characters from the sticker side haven't arrived yet. Otherwise it wouldn't be Yi Feng and others' turn to come here to experience. I'm afraid it would already be Star Wars. Further forward is our core combat area. This is the edge of the Tianwai battlefield. And it is also the only way for Tianma and the others to pass through. So this location is our main combat area. Yi Feng looked around, but did not see any corpse of the demon. He asked curiously, "Why don't you see the corpse of the demon? Has it been weathered?" "Yes. The temperature is extremely low at this point. If there is no spiritual energy protection, I am afraid that if you stay under this temperature for an hour, it will freeze into ice. As a gust of wind blows, it will turn into ashes. So this battlefield, it doesn't require much cleaning." Yi Feng and others nodded repeatedly. This situation still exists. It seems that the extreme climate environment here is something they need to deal with. Look, that location is where the demons gather. Following the direction pointed by Yi Long, Yifeng and others finally saw a gathering point on the horizon. There, Yifeng and others could see a warship parked at that location, with stickers moving back and forth on it. Exactly what Yifeng and others had seen. They are indeed demons, although I can only watch them from a distance. Their technology is so advanced. Xiao He and others couldn't help but sigh. I'm afraid no country on Earth can produce such a powerful warship. Right? They are indeed powerful. But the energy they use is completely different from the gasoline we use. If they had used gasoline, their warship would have been empty. Unfortunately, we still can't handle the kind of energy they use. Understand what it is. The universe is full of wonders. Not to mention that humans have no ability to explore the universe. Even if there are many superficial phenomena, they are not something humans can see through using telescopes. Moreover, the meteorites that fall onto the Earth sometimes contain some novel ores, which shows that there are many things in the universe that they have never discovered before. Chu Tianai said with some worry, look at those strong body masks. Some of them are probably several times stronger than us humans. Yi Long nodded and said, the height of the primary film is generally more than 2 meters. But the ultimate demon is a bit scary. And the huge one may be dozens of meters long. Hey, it's so scary. Can we still fight it? Xiao He asked. Yi Long said with a smile, you don't need to be frightened by his huge size. In fact, with your current ability, you can easily kill them. But they are a nightmare to deal with for ordinary people. Real? Of course it's true. Intermediate heavenly demons are only at the Foundation Establishment realm. The worst among you are already at the Peak Foundation Establishment. The others are all at the Light realm. Your abilities can only deal with high-level heavenly demons. Xiao He's eyes widened. He didn't expect that his ability could actually deal with high-level demons. Was he that strong? Yifeng said, that's true. But the high-level demon is very cunning. And a strong man in the Light realm needs to have some skills to deal with him. Yi Long said, Yifeng is right. You should be more careful when dealing with high-level demons. After all, they have intelligence. While the first-day demons and ultimate demons are as brainless as animals and don't know any moves. But high-level demons are different. He will use his own abilities and moves. The others nodded one after another, which taught them something. They should be more careful when dealing with Gao Tai and Moko in the future. Brother Yifeng, you seem to know the demon very well. Have you ever encountered the demon before? Heavenly demon Yifeng has indeed encountered and killed pheasants. Especially when he was in the Tiandao Compass. Yifeng has killed the heavenly demon countless times. Even the high-level heavenly demon Yifeng doesn't know how far he is. Moreover, Yifeng actually killed a demon leader with the strength of the open light realm, which shows how powerful Yifeng was at that time. Now that Yifeng is in the middle stage of the bigger realm, he may be more able to deal with the demonic prime minister with ease. Yifeng said with a smile, I have indeed seen some of them and know something about them. But this is probably the first time we have actually fought. Well, with Brother Yifeng's cultivation in the middle stage of the bigger realm, it should be relatively easy to deal with the demon commander. But it is still a bit difficult to kill him. So Brother Yifeng shouldn't be careless. Yifeng nodded and said, thank you Brother Yi Long for the reminder. I will remember it. By the way, when will their demons attack our side? Yi Long shook his head and said, there is no fixed time. They must pass through this place to launch their attack. So we can foresee it. Yifeng nodded. This gave humans some time to react. Otherwise, they wouldn't know what they would do if they were caught off guard with a sudden attack. Chapter 717 Spirit Stone. Long Family Camp. Ancestor heard that Yifeng is here. Is it true? Long Tian was sitting cross-legged as a cultivator in the center of the hall. And a middle-aged man behind him asked respectfully. Yes, it's indeed here. He's really here. Ancestor can't let him go so easily. He killed my second brother. Long Tian opened his eyes, gave up training and said, Long Yi, of course I know I can't let him go easily. But today the Great Elder came forward for him. So I can only give up temporarily. I have long heard that the Great Elder protects him. But I didn't expect it to be true. Does the Great Elder value this boy so much? The power of our Long family should be his support. Long Tian said, how old is the Great Elder now? Long Yi asked with some confusion. I don't know how old the Great Elder is. He is a nascent soul stage monk and can live at least 5,000 years. 5,000 years. You know that 5,000 years is a long number. But the Great Elder is now over 4,000 years old. It's easy to be a little surprised. This is the first time he knows the actual age of the Great Elder. He didn't expect that he is already over 4,000 years old. So far away from the deadline. I'm afraid. Yes. The Great Elder still has 100 years at most. So he has to cultivate a successor for his mantle. I guess this person should be Yifeng. Long Yi said angrily. Our Long family has passed down the mantle of life and death for the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. It should be our Long family. Why is it this boy Yifeng? Long Tian said. I'm not sure about this. He has his own ideas. And our Long family is very powerful. If it weren't for his restriction at one time, I'm afraid the entire planet would have been under the control of our farm family. EE certainly knows that if the Great Elder had not repeatedly intervened in the Long family's situation, I am afraid that the entire planet would have been within the Long family's sphere of influence. But EE never expected that the matter of passing on the mantle would not be to the Long family, but to an outsider. Then Yifeng must die. As soon as the Elder's time comes. We don't have the final say here. Yeah. But I only have 1,000 years left in my life. The most I can do is protect others. After 1,000 years, I can only rely on you. Long Yi hurriedly said, the ancestor has great blessings, and his qualifications are unique. He will definitely be able to break through to the nascent soul realm, and once again increase his lifespan by 2,000 years. Haha. You don't have to fool me here. Don't I still know what kind of strength I have? The Golden Core realm is already my peak. Is there no other way? Long Tian shook his head and sighed. No. The spiritual power of the earth is thin. To appear a strong man in the cause realm requires a large area of spiritual power. Now the spiritual power of the earth is no longer enough to appear the second nascent soul. Among the powerful men in the world, the Great Elder may be the last one. Is it so miserable? Is there no other solution? Of course there is. That is to go to other planets. But for us, traveling in space is undoubtedly a way to seek death. This, of course, Long Yi knows that there must be a place for cultivation in the vast universe. For example, there must be a lot of spiritual energy in that place where the demons are. Otherwise, how could they have so many demons? But space is too dangerous. If you have no destination and just search aimlessly, you may have starved to death in the void. Hey, let's not talk about this anymore. Under the current situation, we just need to pay attention to the whereabouts of that kid. But we can't let him die early. Otherwise the big cockroach will definitely think that we did it. Isn't it true that he came here to exceed 7? Then when they are about to leave, make some noise. Yes, I will definitely avenge my second brother. Yifeng. Just wait and see. Yifeng. This group of people have returned from the battle site. After all, they didn't dare to stay in that kind of place for too long. After all, if the demon suddenly launched an attack, they would be the first to bear the brunt. When Yifeng and others just returned to their tent, the Great Elder appeared outside their tent. Yifeng asked respectfully, Sister-in-law, are you waiting for me? Well, come with me. Come to my tent. I have something to ask you. Yes. Yenyu. Take them back to rest first. And I'll talk to the Great Elder. Well, I'm sorry to bother you. Great Elder. Haha. The little girl can really talk. I can't do anything to her. Great Elder. Yenyu didn't mean that. Haha. Let's go. Yifeng and the Great Elder came to his tent. Compared with the tent he was in, although the tent the Great Elder was in was larger, the things inside were unusually simple. It was the same as his residence in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. The same. Sit down. Yes. Great Elder. How was your trip to the outer battlefield? Yifeng said, I saw the demons' camp. They must be on a warship in the void. Well, how do you feel after watching it? It's shocking. It can be said to be very shocking. Their warships should be very big. Compared with our warships on Earth, they are really nothing. Yes. The largest warship and aircraft carrier is probably less than 1/10 of its size. What's even more terrifying is that with such a large warship, the energy they use is something I can't even imagine. Yifeng's heart moved. Does the Great Elder know what it is? Great Elder. Do you know what the source of their motivation is? The Great Elder nodded and said, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought the legend was false. They actually used the legendary top-grade spiritual stones. And there were many of them. Spiritual stone? I remember you mentioned it to me. Great Elder. Yes. It is a kind of spiritual stone that helps with cultivation. I do have some. But they are just low-grade spiritual stones. I already feel that having low-grade spiritual stones is luxury enough. I didn't expect that they use them to destroy warships. It's the best spiritual stone. Is this top-grade spirit stone very powerful? Yifeng didn't know the ability of the spirit stone. It's very strong. Spiritual stones are the currency among immortal cultivators. However, generally, what cultivators come into contact with most are low-grade spiritual stones and medium-grade spiritual stones. As a result, the appearance of high-grade spiritual stones will cause people to fight. If anyone discovers a top-grade spiritual stone, if you use Lingsher, I'm afraid it will cause a bloody storm. So terrifying. Wouldn't the top-quality spiritual stone be even more terrifying? Yes, one top-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 top-grade spirit stones. One top-grade spirit stone is enough to allow a cultivator to rise directly from the chi refining stage to the bigger realm. If you are lucky, you might be able to reach it. Golden Elixir Realm. Now Yifeng finally knew how terrifying the top-grade spiritual stone was. Such a good thing was only used as energy source for battleships. Yifeng said, "Doesn't it mean that the best spiritual stones are just a kind of energy to them and are worthless at all? Well, they don't need spiritual energy at all to practice as demons. So it's just a prop for them for the time being." Yifeng nodded. It seemed that his understanding of the demon had been refreshed once again. Chapter 718 The Power of the God-Slaying Technique. Although the demon was a little shocked, this shouldn't be the purpose of the Great Elder calling him here. "Great Elder, is there anything else you need to tell me?" The Great Elder nodded and said, "Well, you should be careful on this outer battlefield. Long Tian is not an easy person to deal with, and I can't attack him easily. After all, there is one less strong man in the Golden Core realm who can attack us. It's a big threat." Yifeng only nodded. He also knew that for the sake of the overall situation, he could not have too much resentment towards Long Tian. After all, there were only a few strong people in the Golden Core realm. Yifeng understands. Everything is based on the overall situation. But if they insist on dealing with me, or those around me, I won't be polite. The Great Elder said, "I will also warn him. Be careful. It is not a bad thing. By the way, how much do you know about the ring in your hand? Can you tell me about it? After all, it has been in your hand for some time." Just as Yifeng was about to speak, a voice came from his ears and said, "Don't tell him about my existence. It's best if outsiders don't know. Otherwise there will be a lot of trouble." Yifeng was about to say that there was a person in the ring, but suddenly thought that what he said seemed to make sense. So he stopped saying it. "Is there something unspeakable? Or is this ring unusual?" Yifeng said, "That's not true. I got a book of immortal cultivation techniques called God-Slaying Technique. I can let you take a look. It may be of some help to you." Great Elder. Why does the name God-Slaying Jew sound so familiar? Wait, this God-Slaying Jew. Isn't it the same God-Slaying Jew? Seeing the Great Elder's surprise, Yifeng asked, "What's wrong with the Great Elder? Is there anything wrong with the God-Slaying art? Show me quickly. I'm really curious. What is the God-Slaying technique you are talking about?" Yifeng had already copied many copies of the God-Slaying technique, just for the practice of Xiao He Yinyu and others. So the Great Elder asked Yifeng to directly take out one copy and give it to him. "Great Elder, this is a copy I made. I can't take out the real copy." "Well, let me see." The Great Elder opened the first page excitedly. After just one glance, the Great Elder's face was full of excitement, and he was addicted to it for a moment. Yifeng saw that the Great Elder was not looking good, so he sat quietly aside, waiting for the Great Elder to wake up. Several hours passed unexpectedly, and the Great Elder still did not wake up, but began to practice on the spot. Yifeng said sarcastically, "If I had known that the Great Elder would be like this, I might as well have taken it out earlier." Now that the Great Elder is deeply involved in cultivation, Yifeng does not dare to disturb him. Of course, he does not allow anyone to disturb him. After all, mistakes can easily occur during cultivation. Now that Yifeng is sitting next to the Great Elder, he can deeply feel the intimidating power of the powerful from the Yuanin realm. Yifeng was surprised by the surging spiritual energy fluctuations. Just at this moment, a voice came from outside the door and said, "Great Elder, I am Long Tian, and I want to discuss something with you." Why did Long Tian come to the Great Elder at this time? But the Great Elder was already practicing, and he must not be allowed to disturb him. Yifeng stood up, came to the tent door and said, "The Great Elder is practicing. Please don't disturb me." What Long Tian didn't expect was that the person who answered him turned out to be a strange voice. "Who are you?" Yifeng walked out of the tent and said, Did Elder Long Tian forget me so quickly? So it's you. Kid. What are you doing? Great Elder? Why don't you let me in? Yi Feng said, I have already told you that the Great Elder is practicing. So don't disturb her for the time being. This is what the Great Elder ordered me to do. Long Tian said angrily, I don't believe it. But the Great Elder was practicing after you came here. Did you do something to the Great Elder? Get out of the way, and let me go in and take a look. I want to ensure the Great Elder's safety. Yi Feng frowned. What on earth does this guy want to do? Yi Feng did not get out of the way, but stood in front of Long Tian and said, I told you that the Great Elder is practicing, and no one is allowed to disturb him. Roll. A wave of momentum rushed towards Yi Feng. In fact, Yi Feng, a strong man in the Golden Core realm, could resist his momentum. Even though Yi Feng had resisted with all his strength, he was still knocked away. Long Tian opened the tent and walked in. Seeing the Great Elder practicing quietly, Yi Feng walked in quickly and whispered, I told you that the Great Elder is practicing. Why are you like this? Humph. I am also considering the safety of mankind. The great obstacle is our spiritual support. Can you take the responsibility for what happens to him? Since the Great Elder is fine, I will leave first. When the Great Elder wakes up, let me know if you have anything to discuss with him. After saying that, Long Tian swung his arms and left the Elder's tent. Yi Feng rubbed his aching chest after seeing Long Tian leave. This guy was too domineering, and he would strike at every turn. But it was relatively quiet after that, because Long Tian knew that the Elder was practicing and ordered everyone not to disturb the Elder. So Yi Feng could only stay by his side quietly. This companionship lasted for several hours. And Yi Feng, who was bored, also entered a state of cultivation. I don't know how much time passed, but an excited voice came from beside Yi Feng. It's amazing! It's amazing! In just a few hours, I actually felt that I was not far away from the near-term stage of the cause. Yi Feng, you have helped me a lot. Hearing the voice beside him, Yi Feng withdrew from practicing. Yi Feng stood up and said, Congratulations, Great Elder. The stronger you are, the more hopeful we humans will be. The god-slaying technique is indeed well-deserved. But it's a pity that it appeared too late. If you give me more than 10 years, I'm afraid I can at least reach the high stage of nascent soul realm. If it's good, it may be the peak. Yi Feng was a little surprised. Why didn't that guy tell him that this god-slaying art was so powerful? Great Elder, it's not too late to obtain this god-slaying technique. The Great Elder smiled bitterly and shook his head and said, I hope I can break through to the middle stage of nascent soul realm before the demon army comes. After all, their army is pressed for time, which means their reinforcements are coming soon. Yi Feng nodded and said, Then I won't disturb the Great Elder. Well, by the way, I have made arrangements. If the demon invades, just follow the Yi Long, and he will tell you what to do. Yes. By the way, put your own safety first in everything. Don't be too pushy. After all, you are our future. Yi Feng nodded and said, I will pay attention. Great Elder. Just practice with peace of mind. Leave this place to us. Okay. Starting from today, I will practice in seclusion and strive to reach the middle stage of nascent soul realm as soon as possible. Waiting for good news. After speaking, Yi Feng did not intend to disturb the Elder, but returned to his residence. Chapter 719 The Devil is Coming. Soon the news of the Great Elder's seclusion spread throughout the outer battlefield. No one knows why the Grand Elder went into seclusion all of a sudden, and he did so only after returning with Yi Feng. Could it be that Yi Feng brought him something good? Ancestor, what's going on? I heard that after Yi Feng went to his tent with the Great Elder, Yi Feng heard that he was in seclusion when he came out. Will the Great Elder be harmed by him? Long Fei said, That's not true. I went in to check. The Great Elder is indeed in retreat, but he seems to be practicing some kind of technique. But I didn't see clearly what it was like. The Great Elder's technique is unique. It is already the best among the best in the entire earth. Could it be that this guy Yi Feng brings something better? Long Fei shook his head and said, I don't know about this. After all, I have seen the exercises used by the Great Elder and tried to practice them, but they are not of much help to me. I can only say that compared to some people maybe it will be better. Then what should we do? What should we do if the devil launches a massive attack during this period? Long Fei said, What are you afraid of? Even if the demon general comes, there is no harm in having me here. Yes. Above the demon commander is the demon general, who is equivalent to a master in the Golden Core realm. With Long Fei here, They don't have to be too afraid. But they are afraid that several demon generals will appear on the opposite side of the film. The most disgusting thing is that on the side of the film, there is a higher level person equivalent to the level of a great elder. On the side of the demons, they call them Earth and Heaven demons. Although there is only one Earth demon on the other side, and he was seriously injured by the great elder. If he cannot be guaranteed to show up, then the human race will be under a lot of pressure. The Alliance of Immortal Cultivators in the West has learned that the great elder has gone into seclusion. And their leader, the Pope, is also frowning. His strength is similar to that of Long Tian, and they both belong to the Golden Core cultivation base. Is this great elder's seclusion at this moment trying to break through the realm? Although it is good for us humans, isn't it going to suppress us even deeper? The Pope is an old man with a white beard. Compared with the Grand Elder, the two are completely different old men. The Great Elder has returned to his true nature. Like a simple old man, the Pope is like a noble nobleman. The Pope shook his head and said, now that we are facing a powerful enemy, we need this kind of power. The Great Elder's breakthrough is a good thing for you and me. But our superpowers can't always be suppressed by them. Especially Long Tian from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance is really too domineering. If it weren't for you, the Pope, suppressing us here, I'm afraid they would have already been on top of us. The Pope smiled bitterly. This was not what he wanted to see. But the people of the Long family acted too domineeringly. That was because they had disqualification. Compared to the strong Long family in the Bigu realm, there were 10 people in the Long family. Compared with their superpowers, there are only a dozen strong people in the Bigu realm. The two sides are not at the same level. Logically speaking, the superpowers are one level stronger. But don't forget that there are other elders in the Bigu realm in the Leisure Alliance. And they will more or less stand by the Long family. If the total is added up, it would be incredible. The superpowers are no match for them at all. Don't worry. I heard that a group of newcomers have arrived from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. The Great Elder arranged for them to come for training. How about we also send capable newcomers from our side to come up for training? Lord Pope, I'm afraid this is not good. We have capable newcomers. I think it's better not to let them come to the battlefield so early. What if they fall? The Pope said. The Great Elders all know how to let newcomers come up for training. Don't you still understand the reason? Let's arrange it. Yes. Your Majesty the Pope. I would like to see who is stronger as a new member of my superpower or your new member of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. The Great Elder has been in retreat for several days, but no accidents occurred during this period, and even the demon has suspended its activities. Xiao Hei, who stayed in the tent all day, was going crazy with boredom. They couldn't contact the game in this position. Boss, it's so boring. I practice every day besides practicing. Didn't you say you came here to practice? It's okay to fight the demons, but the demons are huddled in their battleships and can't be used. This is suffocating us. Yifeng was also helpless. He originally thought that there would be demons coming to harass him in a few days, but it had been almost a week since he came here, and he didn't see any movement from the demons. Wait a little longer. Practice more. Increase your own cultivation, so that you can survive the battle better. Wouldn't it be better? It's great. My original enthusiasm has long been gone after waiting for these days. How about this? Let's go to the demon's place to have some fun. Snapped. Yifeng directly knocked Xiao Hei on the head. This guy was really bored and panicked. He wanted to go to the place where the film was applied. There were people there who had the ability to kill them instantly. If you go there, you are simply throwing yourself into a trap. If you go there, you will die. Almost. Why are you hitting me? I'll just tell you. Yifeng said, don't talk nonsense about this kind of thing in the future. Give up this idea. You know? And Xiaoye, you have to watch him closely. Don't let this guy make me worry. Yes, brother Yifeng. These days, Yifeng and others are practicing in addition to practicing. However, the Long family did not bother him, and they lived a comfortable life. Yifeng and others thought that today was another boring day. Woo! A soaring horn sounded, causing Yifeng and others to stand up immediately. What happened? The horn sounded somewhere. There was still a letter waiting for the others to come out of the tent. One person immediately opened the tent of Yifeng and others and said, the devil is coming. Yifeng, just follow me. This is the arrangement of the Great Elder. When they heard the word devil, the eyes of this group of guys lit up. After coming here for so long, they finally saw the devil and finally waited for this guy to come out. Yifeng nodded heavily and said, No problem. We will follow you. You guys also remember. Never leave my sphere of influence, lest I fail to protect you. Yes, boss. Yi Feng. Yi Long said, then let's go. Come with me to the front line to kill these demons. Good. Yi Long can quickly go to the battlefield of Tianwai battlefield with Yi Feng's. At the same time, Yi Feng saw one after another people coming out of the tents in all directions. Some of these people were blonde and blue-eyed, and some had the same yellow skin, black eyes, and black hair as himself. And at this moment, above Yi Feng's head, a person flew away, like a god descending from heaven, rushing straight to the front of the battle. At the same time, among the blonde and blue-eyed superpowers in the distance, an old man stepped forward and also landed at the front of the team. Chapter 720 Attention Grabbing. Who is that old man Yi Long? It seems his cultivation is not weak. Yi Feng asked. Yi Long replied, he is the leader of the superpowers and the Pope of the superpowers. Pope? Sure enough. My guess was correct. Those magicians must be a group of superpowers. Just as Yi Feng thought. The Pope must be the most powerful person among the superpowers. Unexpectedly, it was the old man in front of him. But the white robe on his body was quite chic. Two strong men at the Golden Core realm rushed in front, which reassured the immortal cultivators behind. When they arrived at the battlefield, the demons in front of them had already assembled and stepped off the warship. The number of those junior demons and intermediate demons was extremely large, making Yi Feng's scalp numb just looking at them. There was no difference. Yi Feng, you guys remember. Although these junior demons and intermediate demons are not very powerful, there are so many of them that you must not be entangled by them. Otherwise it will be difficult to rescue you. After all, you are just novices. You need to adapt to the battlefield. Don't dive too deep. Well, thank you brother Yi Long for the reminder. You guys heard it. Yes. Compared with the human side, the demon side also has a demon leader, standing at the front of the team. And of course, there is a demon general supporting him. Are you tired of the demons coming to attack us every once in a while? You know it's impossible, and you still come to attack us. What a waste of time! Long Tian Yima walked in front of the humans and pointed at the demon and said, as the highest commander on the heavenly demon side, General Heavenly Demon also stood up and said, how come you didn't see that old immortal today? Huh? To deal with you, we need the action of the Great Elder. But why doesn't your Earth-level demon come out? Is he dead? General Tianmo said, Humph. Your Excellency is very good. You don't need to worry about it. It's useless to talk more. Don't you just want to consume us? Come on! Kill! The junior demons and intermediate demons without any intelligence rushed forward after hearing the command. At the same time, Long Tian and the Pope also issued orders. I won't say any more. Kill all these demons who have invaded our Earth. Kill! At the same time, Yi Long said in a low voice, try to kill those Earth-level demons. Intermediate demons, senior demons and demon commanders. Don't get close. After all, you don't have any actual combat experience. Yi Feng and others nodded. They came here to practice and also wanted to protect their own lives. And Yi Feng would not allow this to happen. The army rushed in and was suddenly dispersed by the junior demons and intermediate demons on the opposite side. Yi Feng shouted, be careful. Take out the magic for a few days to practice. Do you understand? Clear. The people, who were already starved for food, chose a junior demon and took action directly. But for them, the first contact with the demon must be very exciting. But they found that it was unusually easy for them to deal with the demon. The intermediate demons had already been killed by them with long-range attacks before they could get close. Although there was nothing to be proud of in killing the junior demons in the Foundation building and light-opening realms. But you must know that this group of people has come into contact with the devil for the first time. Even Xiaohei felt that this junior demon should not be dealt with at all. It was too simple. Because Yi Feng was at the front. All the junior demons were vulnerable to Yi Feng. Boss, please leave some for us. After a few days here, the devil will be half dead. How are we going to fight? How are we going to practice? Xiaohei said bitterly. Yi Feng was worried about them. But now it seemed that his worries were unnecessary. The junior demon had no influence on them at all. Okay, be careful yourselves. Chu Tianai said, this junior demon is too easy to kill. How about we have a competition to see who kills the most junior demons? Whoever kills the most junior demons will be the winner today. Except of course the boss. Xiaohei was the first to say excitedly, who is afraid of whom? I will come first. Xiao Hei's status as an assassin in the game. His agility and movement speed are simply not comparable to those of ordinary demons. When he encounters a low-level demon, his head falls to the ground. I'm already one. Hurry up. I'm going to take the lead. Zissou said, Little Heizi, don't be complacent. If I don't show off my power, you will think of me as a sick cat. As he spoke, Shishu raised his bow and arrow, and fired out 3 rockets, which directly hit 3 junior demons. The bow and arrow hit the demon and immediately exploded to kill it. Sorry. I'm 3 ahead. Next, everyone used their own methods to kill the demons one after another. This time, the demon figures did not expect that their junior demons and intermediate demons would be pierced as if they had encountered a sharp knife. Hey, it seems that the methods used by these people have not been seen before. As the general of the demon general looked at the scene on Yi Feng's side with confusion. General, this group of people should be a new group of people. You see, they are all a bit young. Yeah, they are indeed a bit young. And it seems that they are the most effective. I didn't expect that. I don't know where they learn things. But they can do such great harm to us demons. We must not keep them. Send a few high-level demons to kill them. Yes. On the human side, the actions of Yi Feng and others really surprised them. Although those cultivators are equally easy to use the demon of a few days, and the intermediate heavenly demon, they are not able to use it as smoothly as they did. Why are these newcomers so scary? Brother Yi Feng, what kind of magic are you using? Why are you so powerful? Yi Feng said with a smile. Just watch and let them have fun. Yi Feng didn't move. Just stood aside and observed them in case something unexpected happened. I finally understand why the Great Elder is so impressed by you. It turns out you are so powerful. Yi Feng said with a smile. Thank you. Although some of the girls were a little disgusted by killing the demon for the first time, they could only feel cold when they thought about how the demon would enter the earth later. But if you endure it, you'll get used to it. Not to mention that the demon's blood is blue, so it doesn't look that bloody. Yi Feng's side tore through the demon's defense like a sharp knife, attracting the attention of many people. There were also high-level demons looking for him. Upon seeing this, Yi Long immediately said, You are killing too fast. Be careful when the opponent's high-level demon comes. Yi Feng patted Yi Long on the shoulder and said, Leave it to me if you have nothing to do. High-level demons, even strong ones in the light realm, have to be dealt with carefully. So Yi Long is a little worried. Yi Feng shouted, Don't just remember to kill ordinary demons. Your goal is not to kill them, but those high-level demons and demon commanders. Yes.